Chapter 1. The Great Trouble in the Headmaster's Office. The Headmaster's Office at Hogwarts. In midair, beams of light began to intertwine, eventually forming a complete magical circle. From the circle, a figure plummeted into the room. Salazar Slytherin rose to his feet, and at first glance, he beheld the year 2019. Fox, the phoenix, frantically flew out of the window, her fiery form illuminating the night sky. Salazar's gaze followed her as she vanished into the distance. Then he surveyed the office, furrowing his brow in confusion. Why here? Was it not supposed to be within the Forbidden Forest? Seemingly aware of this unexpected guest, the doorbell of the office rang furiously, and the various furnishings began to stir. A quill began to write automatically on parchment, which then folded itself into an envelope, swiftly flying out of the window in search of the office's owner. Salazar Slytherin settled back into a chair, facing a cacophony of portraits, awaiting the return of the office's master. It felt as though he had returned home after all. Hogwarts was meant to be his home. Until we meet again, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore said, nodding in acknowledgement. McGonagall merely twitched her nose in response. Dumbledore turned and walked toward the street. Upon reaching the corner, he produced a silver lighter and flicked it, causing all 12 street lamps to illuminate, casting the entirety of Privet Drive in bright light. At that moment, he spotted a plump cat disappearing around the corner at the far end of the street. The bundle of fur was neatly placed on the steps of number 4. Harry, good luck, he whispered, and good luck to me as well, in resolving the great trouble in the headmaster's office. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, and Dumbledore's figure vanished from sight. Hogsmeade, Honeydukes. Dumbledore appeared at the shop's entrance, blinking with a childlike smile, much like any young wizard brimming with anticipation for Honeydukes. Madame Pootafoot, it's splendid that you're still open. I do like to compare Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, milk chews, pear drops, licorice wands, coconut ice, and the cockroach clusters if they're still available. Madame Pootafoot was not at all surprised by Dumbledore's arrival. She smiled and bagged the sweets for him. Headmaster, I must ask, aren't you going to the celebration? With a heavy bag of sweets in hand, Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses glinted. I'm afraid not. I have to attend to a small inconvenience. Enjoy yourself, Madame Pootafoot. The small inconvenience Dumbledore mentioned was presently seated in the headmaster's office, positioned across from the headmaster's desk. Clad in a vintage wizarding robe, his long hair reminiscent of a medieval figure. His deep green eyes scrutinized the portraits adorning the walls, displaying clear dissatisfaction and barely concealed nostalgia. The portraits, uncertain of their efforts during the brief encounter, maintained a tense silence, refraining even from exchanging glances, resembling a motionless oil painting crafted by a Muggle artist. He sighed softly, murmuring something under his breath, the grammar reflecting an obvious anachronism to the current era. Time flowed slowly in this frozen atmosphere until the door to the headmaster's office swung open and Dumbledore's cheerful voice echoed in. Would you care for a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean? I just had a coffee-flavored one, and luck seems to be on my side today. Dumbledore entered the office, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar portraits, a grave expression briefly crossing his features before returning to that innocent smile. He placed the large bag of sweets he had purchased at Honeydukes on the desk, and a tray floated out, arranging the candies neatly. Dumbledore pushed the tray toward his guest, when suddenly a pitch-black cockroach crawled atop the pile of sweets, eliciting no appetite from the guest. Dumbledore swiftly snatched the cockroach away and offered a licorice wand, which the guest finally accepted. How many years has it been since Hogwarts was established? The licorice wand unfurled sweetness upon his tongue, as Salazar savored the long-lost treat. The guest accepted the offering, and Dumbledore relaxed somewhat. About 1,000 years, I believe. Salazar, chewing on the licorice wand, appeared lost in contemplation. Dumbledore was opening a pack of chocolate frogs when he noticed the character on the card, causing his hand to tremble, allowing the chocolate frog to make a hasty escape. He placed the card on the table and bent down to capture the fleeing chocolate frog. The guest caught a glimpse of the card's content. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, recognized as one of the most powerful dark wizards in history. Slytherin's widely acknowledged contributions include the establishment of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, making a significant impact in liberating wizards from the persecution of the Church. Due to the passage of time, much of the information has become unverifiable. At this moment, Dumbledore had successfully caught the chocolate frog, placing it back into the bag, remaining silent. The guest's deep green eyes regarded Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. I presume I need no introduction? After a moment of mutual gaze, both averted their eyes. Dumbledore relaxed and extended his hand, Then welcome to the year 2019, Mr. Slytherin. 002, this era. Salazar shook his hand, a polite smile curving his lips. Thank you, but from what I observe, this era does not seem particularly splendid. Dumbledore had finished his chocolate frog and reached for another bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, winking playfully. But it has been resolved, Mr. Slytherin. If you wish, you may join me in this celebration. Salazar gazed directly into his eyes, remaining silent, though the licorice wand had already dwindled to half its size. Time travel proved to be exceedingly taxing. His last meal, from his perspective, had occurred 2 days prior. A printer on the desk unexpectedly spat out sheets filled with text, which Dumbledore perused with a serene expression, setting it aside. He noticed Salazar's curiosity. This is Muggle technology, I believe. Modified. It's far more convenient than sending messages via owls. By the way, Mr. Slytherin, do you wish to remain at Hogwarts? Salazar stared at the printer for a moment before shaking his head. Thank you, Headmaster, but I currently have no such intentions. Moreover, Hogwarts does not lack a guardian at this moment. I ought to pursue something more interesting. At least from my viewpoint 6 months ago, I conveyed the same to Godric and the others. Should I ever desire to return to Hogwarts, I shall apply for a position that is also acceptable. The year 2019 will be satisfactory for you. Dumbledore rose from his seat. I must join the festivities. Would you care to accompany me? As long as you don't speak of your identity, I assure you that no one will recognize you. Today's wizards believe the 4 founders should resemble elderly figures like myself. However, Mr. Slytherin, I hope you will promise me not to misuse dark magic. The wizarding world can no longer withstand such blows. After a moment of silence, Salazar chuckled lightly. Headmaster, what do you believe dark magic to be? In my era, it was merely a means for wizards to combat the church, a method of self-preservation. Magic itself is not inherently wrong. It is merely misapplied by some. Dumbledore regarded him intently. I share that belief, but the condition remains that one must never be swayed by the allure of dark magic. We are no longer mere underage wizards, are we? Dumbledore chuckled once more. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. Mr. Slytherin, would you like to take a look at the current wizarding market? A moment later, the 2 figures appeared in Diagon Alley. After a few exchanges, Dumbledore merged into the throng of revelers, while Salazar wandered toward a dim corner. There stood a diminutive wizard, and as Salazar passed by, he unexpectedly locked eyes with him. The wizard's expression turned blank, and his body slumped against the wall. Salazar promptly supported him until he regained his composure and steadied himself before continuing onward. Around the next corner, Dumbledore cautiously peered out, blinking in confusion. Mr. Slytherin, did we not agree to refrain from using dark magic? Salazar hesitated, taken aback by Dumbledore's inquiry, and countered, is the Imperius curse considered dark magic? Dumbledore. He suddenly felt compelled to ask this time traveler from millennium past what he deemed dark magic to be. The unforgivable curses, perhaps? Dumbledore endeavored to articulate his thoughts. Any action that could inflict grave harm upon others or encroach upon their privacy ought to be classified as dark magic. I trust you have gleaned this from the memories of that wizard. Salazar's expression turned icy, yet he maintained a courteous smile. I did not harm him, and I deliberately overlooked the memories pertaining to personal privacy. Please refrain from following me, Headmaster. With that, he vanished from sight. Having witnessed the memories of that wizard moments prior, he was now capable of operating in this era. Dumbledore's gaze was swiftly engulfed by the throngs of revelers. Those wizards who typically remained indoors now displayed more exuberance than if they were attending the Quidditch World Cup, as if they were on the cusp of being invited to assume the role of Minister of Magic. Dumbledore sighed in exasperation, tapping his forehead lightly with his wand, murmuring, alas, troubles arrive one after another. Yet, how malevolent could a man be who established Hogwarts to protect young witches and wizards in such an era? Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. Moments later, Dumbledore too was swept into the jubilant crowd, oblivious to where he procured a Honeyduke's coconut ice, loudly inquiring of a nearby red-haired wizard whether he desired one. 003 The new wand. Salazar materialized in a deserted alley, far from the sounds of celebration, where only the occasional distant shriek punctuated the air, rendering everything else a vague murmur. He suddenly let out a muffled groan, leaning against the wall, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away with the sleeve of his wizarding robe, enduring waves of dizziness as he let his hand drop, his wand slipping from his sleeve. The wand he had painstakingly crafted from serpent would now lay shattered in two, the basilisk horn core pitifully exposed. Temporal interference was, for wizards, the gravest of taboos, especially for one like him who had traversed a millennium. His current wretched state was the price of time travel, and he remained uncertain how long it would persist. Such a cost seemed trivial compared to the marvels of time travel. Yet Salazar yearned for his basement, a splendid sanctuary for potion brewing, overflowing with materials and free from interruption. In such an environment, concocting potions to alleviate his present malaise would be a mere trifle. Fortuitously, the headmaster of Hogwarts had not contemplated vanishing him along with his unfortunate descendant otherwise. In his current state, casting spells without a wand would likely yield a rather grim outcome. This was also the reason he had refrained from leaving the headmaster's office hastily. Lacking the ability to apparate, departing directly would have seemed rather unconvincing. A moment later, Salazar's figure vanished once more, reappearing at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. The elderly man had not left the shop. He sat beneath the sign, cheerfully observing the crowd, a beautiful white cat lounging on his lap, its tail swishing playfully. Upon noticing Salazar's approach, he momentarily hesitated, clearly failing to recall which wizard had previously purchased a wand from him, or whether he was the descendant of a former client. "Mr. Ollivander, may I procure a wand now?" Salazar inquired, masking any sign of his current distress, his accent having been refined to blend seamlessly with that of modern wizards. Ollivander, cautiously probing, remarked, "You are not a British wizard, are you? I mean, given the previous circumstances, foreigners have scarcely visited Britain of late. It has been quite some time since I encountered one." Salazar shook his head. "I am indeed British. The previous wand belonged to my family. It served me quite well until recently." Ollivander intuitively filled in the gaps of Salazar's unfinished statement, giving a couple of gentle pats to the base of the cat's tail, prompting the lovely creature to scamper away. He rose and beckoned Salazar to enter the shop. As Salazar approached, he noticed several half-finished wands on Ollivander's desk and leaned in for a closer look. Ollivander, observing his actions, sighed and approached the half-finished wands, picking one up. This was crafted for those individuals. It is quite suited for the release of dark magic, though its temperament is regrettably volatile. It is a pity to have to create such extreme wands. Salazar fell silent for a moment, then sighed in response. Before embarking on this journey through time, he could never have anticipated that a scoundrel would emerge from the Slytherin lineage. What glory in pure blood was merely a self-serving illusion. His earlier assertions to Dumbledore regarding guardianship were, in truth, the original ideals of Slytherin House. Back then, wizards were on the brink of extinction at the hands of the church, who had the luxury to exclude half-blood wizards. As for utilizing the Dementor's kiss to extract memories, this was a common method employed to prevent the church from uncovering the gathering places of wizards. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts were subjected to memory extraction on a monthly basis. Even the four founders occasionally engaged in such practices. The sorting hat itself served as the most direct evidence. Though it was now the year 19, Salazar sometimes found himself reverting to old thought patterns. Despite appearing to be merely in his 20s, he bore the influence of the feathered serpent bloodline, which had extended his lifespan significantly. Thus, his actual age was considerably greater, making old habits difficult to amend. Salazar noticed that Ollivander had been preoccupied with the wands for some time. The old man had even retrieved a measuring tape and returned to the long table before Salazar regained his focus. "Sir, I have yet to inquire your name." The measuring tape soared into the air as Salazar stood still, allowing it to perform its task. Ogros. This was his mother's surname. She was a Muggle-born, who had inadvertently entered the wizarding world, only to be tragically discovered by the church. After being rescued by the then head of the Slytherin family, she became his wife. "Very well, Mr. Ogros. Let's first try this wand made of apple wood, interlaced with mermaid scales, measuring 10.5 inches. As Salazar accepted the wand offered by Ollivander, he instantly recognized its unsuitability. The power of apple wood was formidable, particularly suited for those with noble aspirations, yet was utterly antagonistic toward dark magic. With a flick, he sensed the wand tremble, promptly returning it to Ollivander, stating directly, "I believe a wand made of hawthorn or sycamore would be more appropriate." Ollivander regarded him with astonishment, his eyes behind the lenses brimming with skepticism. However, Salazar felt no inclination to defend his preferences when it came to the study of wands. The legacy of Slytherin was as esteemed as Ollivander's, for it was he who had crafted his own wand by hand. Were it not for his pressing need for a wand, Salazar would have never opted for a purchase. As if to validate the guest's arrogance, Ollivander indeed produced a selection of wands crafted from hawthorn and sycamore wood. Salazar examined the wand core and then selected one made from the tail hair of a nocturnal creature, gently waving it. Instantly, the other wands presented by Ollivander flew back to their original positions. The exploring and enterprising Sycamore, paired with the death-witnessing nocturnal tail hair, proved to be a perfect match. Ollivander widened his eyes in astonishment and after a brief pause inquired, "Mr. Ogros, do you also have an interest in wand lore?" Salazar merely replied, "I've read a few books." As he departed from the wand shop, Ollivander remained behind, murmuring to himself the name Ogros, which still lingered in uncertainty regarding its existence. Exiting the wand shop, Salazar encountered a wizard, unmistakably of giant lineage, clutching a pink umbrella. Unlike the jubilant throngs around him, this wizard's eyes were red-rimmed with sorrow. Salazar envisioned him weeping and quickened his pace to escape the scene. Hagrid glanced back at the retro-clad wizard and then towards the direction from which he had just emerged, muttering something peculiar under his breath. However, recalling the task assigned by Dumbledore, he chose not to delve deeper and hurried onward, wandering through the wizarding market of 1919. Accompanied by the strange melodies of the Peculiar Sisters in the nearby revelry, Salazar intended to circumvent the boisterous crowd. Suddenly, he spotted an ice cream cart, igniting a considerable curiosity within him for this novel treat. Hesitating for a moment, he reasoned that since no one would recognize him, purchasing an ice cream could hardly be deemed odd. Aside from that licorice wand, he had nearly forgotten the last time he indulged in sweets. Was it before his brother was slain by the church, when he was not yet the heir of Slytherin? Or perhaps during the early days of Hogwarts, when the four of them were still the best of friends, sneaking into the kitchen together? When did he begin to care so deeply about the image of the head of Slytherin? As he approached, the proprietor, Fortisco, promptly thrust a vanilla ice cream into his hands. "Today's ice cream is complimentary. For our savior." "Thank you." Just as he received the ice cream, Salazar spotted Dumbledore in the distance, cheerfully waving at him, brandishing an oversized chocolate-flavored ice cream, already half consumed. Salazar, he suddenly felt an urge to leave in 19 years. Beside Dumbledore, Mr. Weasley, with his fiery red hair, followed Dumbledore's gaze and was also captivated by the figure clad in vintage wizarding robes. "Mr. Dumbledore, who is that? I don't believe I've seen him before." Dumbledore continued to attend to his chocolate ice cream, replying, "A person who has made significant contributions to Hogwarts." It was not until he finished his ice cream and stepped into Nocturne Alley that Salazar's peculiar feeling finally dissipated. For the dark wizards who often lingered here, today was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. The head of the dark wizards had fallen, and they faced impending purges from the Ministry of Magic. This night would be the last revelry. Some were organizing a final raid, while others quietly packed their belongings in preparation for a hasty departure. Of course, there were also those who meticulously concealed all traces and joined in the festivities. The shop of Old Bling was particularly bustling today, as he continually acquired various dark magical items at low prices, having ample space to hide them. The bell jingled, and a guest with long black hair and deep green eyes entered. Old Bling merely cast a fleeting glance, but he was certain that today he could procure many items at a bargain from this visitor. Salazar approached the counter, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of enchanting dark artifacts. He had previously imagined, based on Dumbledore's grave warnings, that the regulation of such items would be exceedingly stringent. Yet, it appeared that the Ministry of Magic had neglected to address the chaos in Nocturne Alley, instead preoccupying themselves with revelry alongside the populace, displaying a rather dismal level of efficiency. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you seek?" Salazar mentally catalogued the ingredients he required. "I need some rare herbs," he mused, many of which were referred to by their ancient names, as the memory of the previous sorcerer did not furnish him with the modern nomenclature for these potions. Just then, the doorbell chimed once more, and in strode a wizard wielding a pink umbrella, unmistakably of half-giant lineage. Upon noticing the presence of other patrons in the shop, Hagrid's expression darkened instantly. He certainly bore no goodwill towards the dark wizard visiting. The pink umbrella was thumped heavily upon the counter, and Hagrid gruffly declared, "The list." "You promised Dumbledore." Platten suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He turned to Salazar and said, "This guest, the ingredients you seek are indeed quite rare, many of which I have not even heard of before. How about this? I could inquire further, and you may return in a couple of days." Salazar remained noncommittal, having anticipated such an outcome long ago, and was prepared to depart. However, when Platten turned to Hagrid and explained that the list was not yet complete, Hagrid suddenly pursued him, demanding, "Wait, what are you doing here? I have never seen you before." Just before Hagrid could seize his sleeve, Salazar swiftly raised his wand towards him, his expression darkening. "Has Dumbledore not taught you the meaning of courtesy?" Hagrid's body soared into the air, and though he attempted to utter a response, no sound escaped him. Platten gazed in astonishment at this scene, shocked that anyone would dare to lay hands on a person affiliated with Dumbledore at such a moment. At that instant, a mouse tumbled from Hagrid's person, darting into the shadows as soon as it hit the ground. Salazar abruptly released Hagrid, his attention shifting to the mouse. If he was not mistaken, it was an animagus. The mouse scurried frantically across the ground, desperately attempting to flee from the scene, while Platinum screamed, ready to seize it to protect his goods from destruction. With a flick of Salazar's wand, a silent incantation was uttered, and the mouse was sent soaring through the air, ultimately landing gracefully in his hand. Salazar, with evident disdain, held the mouse by its filthy tail. Just moments ago, he had failed to discern its condition, but upon closer inspections, he was struck by the sheer filthiness of the creature. A wizard transformed into a mouse. Yet allowing itself to become so unkempt, what peculiar inclinations could lead to such a state? Suspended by its tail between two slender fingers, the mouse sensed a looming threat and dared not stir. "You wicked dark wizard, release it." Hagrid, having just regained his freedom, bellowed at the sight, "You shall face retributions. The Aurors will not let you escape." The wand of Salazar flicked once more, and Hagrid promptly fell silent. Return to Dumbledore for the counter-curse. Salazar impatiently cast a cleansing charm on the mouse in his grasp and turned to Platinum, saying, "Be attentive to those potion ingredients, it could be troublesome." Just before exiting, Salazar suddenly addressed Hagrid. "Even if you are being manipulated, do ponder deeply. I shall take this mouse with me. He is an animagus." He shook the mouse in his hand, breaking into a smile. "Perhaps this is the so-called evil dark wizard you refer to." Upon stepping outside, the mouse began to struggle violently, evidently aware of its exposure. Thus, Salazar carried the rodent through Diagon Alley and took residence in the leaky cauldron. He placed the mouse into the glass jar he had purchased earlier, casually setting it on the table, and removed his wizarding robe, revealing a somewhat ornate shirt beneath. A stark contrast to contemporary styles. Exhausted, he reclined on the bed and ingested a tranquil potion acquired along the way. Salazar suddenly recalled that just this morning, he had been in the humble abode he constructed within the Forbidden Forest. The might of time. He reminisced about the recently deceased Slytherin heir, who had escaped death, though even Merlin would ultimately succumb to the ravages of time. On the second day of the year 1919, Salazar awoke early. The side effects of time travel had not diminished in the slightest at the moment he opened his eyes. He felt as if a needle was incessantly pricking at his brain, with a strong taste of rust lingering in his mouth. His vitality was waning. He had traversed a millennium, toyed with time, and now time would deliver a potent retaliation. This predicament must be resolved swiftly. Prolonging it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Initially, it manifested as mere negative effects, his body growing frail, but if allowed to persist, the duration of his existence would inevitably shorten to an alarming extent. Salazar began to take solace in his proficiency in potion making. The elixir of vitality was, for him, a straightforward concoction as long as the requisite ingredients were abundant. However, the materials could not solely be procured from the shop in Nocturne Alley. He might need to seek the assistance of some of the more influential wizards of the current era, such as Dumbledore. Contemplating this, Salazar pressed his forehead in frustration. He was reluctant to approach the current headmaster for aid, especially after just declaring that he would not be returning to Hogwarts anytime soon. Moreover, Dumbledore was certainly not the whimsical old fool he appeared to be. At that moment, the mouse within the glass vial stirred slightly. This unfortunate creature had been toiling fruitlessly throughout the night. Salazar's gaze turned towards him, lost in contemplation. The wizard of giant lineage he encountered yesterday must have conveyed the message, hadn't he? Just as Salazar finished his morning ablutions and was savoring his breakfast in his chamber, the atmosphere in the leaky cauldron suddenly erupted into commotion. At the entrance, four wizards clad in Auro attire strode in, greeting every familiar wizard before inquiring if anyone had seen those dark wizards who had instilled fear just days prior. Clearly, they were merely fulfilling a formality. There was no way that the wanted criminal would brazenly appear in the pub at this hour. In Salazar's chamber, a series of suspicious noises suddenly emanated from the window. A golden-haired little girl was attempting to open the window from outside, intending to enter. Upon noticing Salazar within the room, her body swayed precariously on the window ledge, nearly causing her to tumble. Avada Kedavra. Salazar's incantations reached her ears, instilling a newfound courage within the girl. She released one hand, gracefully opened the window, and nimbly climbed inside. "Thank you, kind sir. May I stay here with you for a while?" Salazar detected a faint metallic scent of blood emanating from her. a fragrance not merely a result of accidental contact with blood, but rather a sinister and tainted essence radiating from the depths of her soul, more malevolent than the feathered serpent. His expression transformed into one of keen interest. When did vampires take to masquerading as children? At noon. The vampire Dumbledore arrived at the leaky cauldron, his brow furrowed, exuding an air of profound weariness. Salazar descended only after receiving a notification from old Tom. He ordered a glass of lemonade and took a seat opposite Dumbledore, where a glass jar containing a mouse was placed upon the table. The mouse appeared to recognize Dumbledore, as it began to thrash wildly within the jar upon seeing the gentle old man, heedless of the potential injury, repeatedly colliding with the glass walls. "Mr. Dumbledore, are you acquainted with him?" Salazar inquired, taking a sip of the lemonade, grimacing as he swallowed. The taste was quite peculiar to someone of his ancient lineage. "I caught this yesterday while searching for rare potion ingredients in Nocturne Alley. It is clearly a wizard, yet it masquerades as a filthy old mouse." Dumbledore gazed at the pitiable creature as it flailed in despair, his already unappealing complexion growing even more pallid. He took the glass jar into his hands for a closer examination of the mouse within. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, his expression shifting through various shades before settling on a blend of relief and disappointment. Observing Dumbledore intently, Salazar, too, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was fortunate that the mouse held some value. Salazar gently tapped the table. "Mr. Dumbledore, it seems this mouse holds significant importance. I entrust him to you. But I require some potion ingredients for this temporal journey, as there are still matters I need to attend to." He placed the glass jar back on the table, and Dumbledore's previously weary expression brightened considerably. "Of course, the cauldron at Hogwarts is always at your disposal. However, I must attend to this matter first." Dumbledore picked up the glass jar and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a brooch, placing it on the table. After bidding farewell, he hurriedly departed from the leaky cauldron. Salazar picked up the brooch and, upon a fleeting glance, was struck by a sense of familiarity. With a gentle sigh, he tucked it into his pocket. This was a style that Rowena cherished dearly. He had seen it numerous times, yet this particular piece was merely a replica. It also served as a key, presumably leading to the headmaster's office. However, at this moment, Salazar had no intention of proceeding to Hogwarts just yet. After all, a transaction ought to occur in the presence of the other party, should it not? Salazar gazed at the lemon beer before him, once more attempting to savor the beverage fervently recommended by his employer, Tom. Upon concluding that he truly could not acclimatize to its flavor, he retrieved his wand and transformed it into a glass of white wine, which he lifted to his lips and sipped slowly. After finishing the drink, Salazar returned to the room, where the vampire girl sat at the edge of the bed, silver and green ribbons entwined around her ankles. Her countenance was exceedingly grim. Her eyes had shifted to a dark crimson hue. Upon noticing Salazar's entrance, she lowered her voice and growled, "Human wizard, how dare you lay hands upon the descendants of the full moon? Are you not fearful of your family's impending doom?" Salazar waved his wand, causing the vampire girl's mouth and the door to close simultaneously. Taking a seat, he scrutinized the girl. "I recall that within the pact between wizards and vampires, it was stipulated that vampires must exercise restraint when feeding on a wizard's blood, ensuring no harm comes to their life." Upon first encountering this vampire girl, he was certain she had hunted wizards on numerous occasions. Had he been an ordinary wizard, he likely would have already become her prey. The vampire girl looked at him in confusion. "Pact? Did your elders not inform you? Are you referring to the one established a millennium ago? Yet, so much time has elapsed, and the last surviving heirs of the families that forged that agreement were all slain by an infant. Who would take it seriously now?" Sarah glanced at the silver-green ribbon adorning her ankle, remaining silent. The vampire girl suddenly became aware of this, shifting her foot as the ribbons flowed and danced in response, resembling liquid. "Where are your elders? Take me to see him." "No, that is not possible." 10 minutes later, Sarah followed the vampire girl away from the Broken Cauldron Tavern. The girl, her complexion pale, walked ahead, appearing apprehensive in the presence of the seemingly youthful wizard trailing behind her. Salazar, adorned in a vintage wizard's robe, moved through the crowd as if the passers-by were oblivious to his presence. "Ah, an old friend of 007. Salazar followed the vampire girl as they navigated the fog-laden streets of the metropolis, surveying the grand edifice around him. Just a few days prior, he would have found it utterly inconceivable to envision such a city. As they passed a quaint little church, he instinctively allowed his wand to slip into his hand, only to quickly realize that there were no signs of holy presence or activity in this place. Has the church truly fallen into decline in this era? Salazar recalled the printer he had seen in Dumbledore's office and pondered the automobiles traversing the road before him. It seemed that, in any era, it was always the matters that could boldly thrive beneath the sun that dominated the mainstream. What an extraordinary level had Muggle technology reached? What if the wizarding world were to be discovered? The vampire girl led Salazar into a dimly lit alley, where the thick haze combined with the already sunless sky rendered the surroundings even gloomier. To the Muggle's perspective, it was merely an unremarkable dead end, yet a truth. It concealed a black castle. This alley served only as an entrance. The castle's true location was elsewhere. The Rodriguez castle astonishingly retained its familiar visage through the ages, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Salazar. The vampire girl appeared somewhat astonished, yet her demeanor noticeably lightened upon their arrival. The castle's door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in an exquisite gown standing at the threshold. She appeared aged, her chestnut hair elegantly styled, interspersed with strands of silver. "Mia, why have you brought a guest?" Her gaze shifted to Salazar, her expression morphing into one of shock as she cautiously inquired, "Are you the vampire girl's elder?" An acquaintance from a millennium ago, Salazar recalled his last encounter with Teresa when she was still in her prime. "Teresa, it is I." Teresa's expression became even more animated, and she signaled Mia to depart. The ribbon around Mia's ankle vanished, and after a brief glance downward, she swiftly exited. Within a small reception room in Rodriguez Castle, candles flickered upon the table, their light casting intricate and beautiful shapes through the glass lampshade. Teresa uncorked a bottle of gin, exclaiming, "Salazar, what brings you here? I mean, it has been 1,000 years since you were meant to be active." Reclining on the plush sofa, Salazar accepted the glass she offered and recounted the tale of his time travel. Teresa listened intently, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I cannot believe it. After you left Hogwarts, Gryffindor searched for you everywhere. It must have been nearly 10 years later. He thought you had perished and even arranged a funeral with Rowena and the others." Salazar, well, he could probably envision how Godric would appear at his own funeral. Yet, he bore no regrets about this temporal journey. The discord among the four of them had escalated significantly. Had it continued, they might have truly severed their ties, much like the accounts recorded in certain tomes. In hindsight, perhaps it was better for him to depart early. One could only hope that, after the funeral, they might engage in some reflection. Salazar mused without malice. He listened as Teresa recounted tales from the time after his departure, and a flood of familiar memories surged forth. Holding his wine glass, his gaze upon Teresa gradually grew colder. Once comrades in their struggle against the church, they miraculously reunited a millennium later, conversing amiably. "However, Teresa, do you truly wish to transform me into your progeny?" The concealed scent of ancient blood wafted from his glass. Teresa hesitated momentarily, then chuckled softly. "Salazar, is it not splendid to become one of the bloodline? You shall possess a prolonged lifespan, and with no curse, you could withstand the might of the paladins." Salazar fell silent for a moment. 19 years later, the current headmaster of Hogwarts shared his snacks with me. "Yesterday, the wizards held a revelry, and someone offered me an ice cream. What is it that you wish to convey?" "I have no desire to forsake human sustenance." Teresa persisted in her attempts to persuade him. "Should you become a bloodline, the side effects of time travel would no longer pose a concern for you. You could even continue such journeys until the very end of time." Salazar had grown somewhat impatient. "I apologize. This was never a matter for me to discuss. You are aware of my proficiency in potions. Moreover, you should also be familiar with the vitality of the feathered serpent. Even without relying on temporal magic, I can at least encounter Niclame." "Very well," Teresa sighed, seemingly conceding. Yet, in the next moment, the sole source of light in the room extinguished. Salazar was utterly unprepared for the intensity of Teresa's obsession, which had escalated to the point of direct confrontation. Yet, the instincts honed under the persistent threat of the church allowed him to swiftly unleash a protective spell. However, upon Teresa's breach of this enchantment, he found himself momentarily incapacitated by a dizzying sensation in his mind. Had his adversary been a sorcerer of this era, it would have posed little concern. Yet, he now faced Teresa Gabriel, a formidable opponent who had stood against the church a millennium ago. The scent of rosemary permeated the dimly lit room, where Teresa sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her hand delicately holding an ornate feather fan adorned with shimmering jewels. She gently caressed the gemstones, her expression imbued with an indescribable tenderness. When Salazar awoke, he was greeted by this scene. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had never quarreled with Gryffindor, nor had he drifted apart from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. He had not traversed through time, nor had he ever established Hogwarts. he still resided within the confines of Slytherin's castle, accompanied by the impulsive young vampire lady who had just run away from home. Yet, almost instantly, the aged visage of Teresa and the strands of white in her hair jolted his memory back to reality. Teresa, why have I not been transformed into a vampire? The young lady, now a vampire elder, was awakened from what seemed to be a frozen time. Clutching her feather fan tightly, she rose, her expression returning to its usual composure. Salazar, you must depart. Unlike his previous awakening, he felt no dizziness, nor the weakness that accompanied the depletion of life force. He stood up, inquiring, "What have you done?" Teresa, with her back to him, leaned against the doorframe. "I have given you all of my source blood." She turned her head, a smile gracing her weathered features, which still retained a semblance of her former beauty. "My source blood can help you counteract most of the side effects of time magic, and whenever you desire, by choosing to merge, you can become one of my kin. I wish for you to willingly transform into a vampire, Salazar." Salazar recalled some long-forgotten rumors. "If you have given me the source blood, does that not mean your demise is imminent?" Teresa uttered no further words, closed the door, and the sound of her high heels gradually faded away. Sitting on the bed, he momentarily lost in thought. He found himself unconsciously grasping the severed serpentwood wand. Before his eyes lay a dark, lace-trimmed canopy, the bedposts intricately carved, while on the desk by the wall, a collection of books, marked by the passage of time, was neatly arranged. Salazar lowered his head, gently caressing his old friend, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. After a considerable pause, he let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes. The bloodline of the feathered serpent surged rapidly, entwining with Teresa's primordial essence, consuming and merging with one another. It was only when the twilight descended that he reopened his eyes, which had transformed from deep green to a dark crimson hue. Teresa sat upon the castle's terrace, gazing up at the star-studded sky, her resplendent gown cascading to the ground, entwined with the moonlight. Salazar approached her, and a subtle smile graced Teresa's lips. "Do you wish to forge a pact with me and share our lives?" She closed her eyes, awaiting the moment. Yet, in the next instant, Teresa felt a familiar energy surging into her being. "You." Salazar's complexion paled once more. "Let it be half for each. Your blood has merged with the serpent lineage of Slytherin, rivaling even the 13 noble families." "Teresa, cease this folly. I owe you nothing." Teresa remained silent, her eyes gradually reddening as she sensed her once dwindling life force beginning to rejuvenate. "Fulfill your role as a vampire elder, restrain your kin, and consider it as if you truly attended my funeral." Her skin smoothed, her eyes regained their brightness, with only a few strands of white at her temples bearing witness to her past frailty. "No, Salazar, I did not." Teresa turned abruptly, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, yet she found only emptiness. Salazar did not even cast a glance at her renewed visage. Memories of that funeral flooded her mind, accompanied by the feelings of that moment. She sank back to the ground, caressing her youthful face, yet her heart felt hollow. Dawn had arrived. Mia wandered aimlessly through the streets of London, still struggling to comprehend the events of the day. Why did that individual wield the power of the oath? The silvery and green ribbons of the Slytherin lineage? Could it be him? It seemed improbable. Could he have merely feigned death? Yet, upon turning a corner, Mia fortuitously beheld him. Beneath the eaves of a bakery, a figure clad in a vintage wizarding robe leaned against the wall, gazing at the rising sun. True vampires are not afraid of the sun. Sunlight merely induces discomfort, and those who are destroyed by it are merely blood thralls. Recalling Elder Teresa's attitude toward him, curiosity ultimately prevailed within Mia. "Hello, may I inquire?" Salazar gazed at her with a chilling demeanor. Mia found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she could not help but notice Salazar's deep crimson eyes. Stunned, her eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, Mia forgot just how impolite it was to stare at another. Salazar had no desire to entangle himself further with the vampire girl. He was increasingly convinced that excessive interaction with vampires could lead to misfortune. As the key to Hogwarts activated, Mia suddenly found the audacity to leap forward. Standing in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Salazar observed the girl beside him, whose expression was vacant, and fell into silence. Indeed, it was wise to maintain distance from vampires. Upon sensing an intruder in his office, Dumbledore swiftly returned. The matter regarding Peter Pettigrew had already garnered sufficient attention at the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore felt no need to intervene further. Given the current circumstances, particularly in this extraordinary time, Sirius would assuredly receive a fair judgment. In truth, at this moment, Sirius had already departed from Azkaban. He merely found himself temporarily unable to leave the Ministry of Magic. Though he had set aside his speculations about what Salazar Slytherin might do upon arriving in this era, Dumbledore could not suppress his astonishment at the scene before him. "Ah, Mr. Slytherin," Dumbledore said, contemplating the pale-skinned figure with dark red eyes and the vampire girl, bound by silver-green ribbons. "This is rather unexpected." Salazar's tone was somewhat brusque. Having transformed into a vampire, he no longer required potions. His purpose in coming to Hogwarts was solely to access the Chamber of Secrets and retrieve some belongings he had previously stored. Assuming those items had not succumbed to the ravages of time, Dumbledore refrained from probing the nature of the unexpected event, instead recalling another matter, pressing his temples in exasperation. "Mr. Slytherin, might I inquire if you are in need of a guide? I mean, someone familiar with this era would certainly be of assistance to you." Salazar gazed at him in surprise, and after a moment, he nodded. He did not shun interpersonal connections, nor did he intend to be a solitary figure in this era. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the legends surrounding Salazar Slytherin were as untrustworthy as his portrait. His gaze inadvertently strayed to Salazar's eyes, carrying unspoken information that future generations could never decipher. After leaving the headmaster's office, Salazar took the potion ingredients prepared by Dumbledore. He did not explicitly state his intention to visit the Chamber of Secrets, but instead used the need to explore historical texts in the library as a pretext for his liberty. Dumbledore was content with this arrangement, as it alleviated his need to search for individuals once Sirius retrieved Harry. At the Ministry of Magic, upon meeting Dumbledore, Sirius offered no defense. He simply inquired if he could be permitted to raise Harry. Dumbledore had initially hesitated, concerned that this would undermine Lily's protective charm. But then he reconsidered. Where could be safer than beside Salazar Slytherin? Surely Voldemort would not dare to kill within the presence of his own ancestor. Moreover, he had previously gauged Slytherin's disposition, and it was evident that they were not aligned with Voldemort. Now, Hogwarts was home to a number of young witches and wizards, some of whom had returned after being taken home during the previous turmoil. Unfortunately, Salazar encountered an awkward moment during the intermission. Realizing he ought to change his attire when the young wizards he passed began to point and whisper about him. The robe he wore was crafted many years prior, at a time when Hogwarts was but a dream, created by the adept alchemist Helga Hufflepuff for each of them. To don a new one would necessitate further magical treatment, which posed a considerable inconvenience, particularly since his skills in alchemy were not exceptional. The final result would surely pale in comparison to Helga's work. Perhaps he could attempt to alter the design? Furthermore, he needed to ascertain whether his serpent would want could be restored. Though a millennium had elapsed, Hogwarts remained remarkably similar to its former self, and Salazar found a secluded spot in the library to sit down. During the morning intermission, there were virtually no young wizards present in the library, and Salazar nestled himself among the shelves, perusing the history of Hogwarts over the years. However, upon reaching the accounts of his departure and the creation of the Chamber of Secrets, he found himself rendered speechless. Had he encountered the statue within the chamber, aged and frail, resembling a gaunt monkey with a sparse beard cascading to the hem of its robe, he would likely have felt an urge to confront Gryffindor. Together, they had constructed the chamber as a storeroom and sanctuary, with the true entrance being the room of requirement. The second-floor entryway had been designated for the basilisk. Salazar had altered the access incantation to Serpent Tongue to deter the frequent visits of Hogwarts students who would sneak in to feed it. As midday approached, the library began to fill with students, their enthusiasm for learning noticeably heightened during this time. Salazar departed from the library, and as he made his way to the room of requirement, he suddenly realized he had forgotten something. What about Mia? At that moment, Mia was seated in the headmaster's office, facing Dumbledore. Besides them, there was another individual present. His attire was somewhat soiled, and his countenance appeared haggard, exuding an air of despondency. Yet it could not entirely obscure his inherent handsomeness. None other than Sirius, who had recently escaped from Azkaban. He sat there, vacantly gazing at Dumbledore, who was attempting to entice a vampire with sweets. In the Chamber of Secrets, when Salazar encountered Mia once more, she was accompanied by Dumbledore and a rather disheveled-looking wizard. It appeared that Dumbledore lacked the ability to discern whether a vampire had recently fed on human blood, potentially endangering lives. However, this was not a commonly practiced magic, and its loss was quite understandable. They met on the staircase, as Salazar had originally intended to access the Chamber of Secrets through the Room of Requirement. But since fate had brought them together here, he could not simply depart. He regarded the rather unkempt wizard and inquired, "Mr. Dumbledore, is this the guide you have arranged for me? It would be preferable if it were not. After all, maintaining one's appearance is not an insurmountable task." Back when they were relentlessly pursued by the church, they had not appeared so disheveled. Sirius was likewise assessing the wizard, whom Dumbledore suggested must accompany him if he wished to raise Harry. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Was this a vampire? During Voldemort's rise, many vampires had supported him. While it is unwise to generalize, Sirius found it exceedingly difficult to harbor any fondness for vampires at present. As for Mia, she was still quite young and reportedly experiencing her first venture away from her family's castle. Sirius did not consider that some vampires, who might appear to be merely 10 years old, could actually be of a similar age to his own. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Indeed. Perhaps I should allow you some time to become acquainted? Salazar glanced at his guide once more, his disdain evident in his gaze. Were it not for Dumbledore's presence, he would have been tempted to cast a cleaning charm at him. He chose not to respond, remaining silent, and Sirius echoed his reticence. Despite his prejudice against vampires, the longing to personally nurture Harry was overwhelming. Having witnessed the Dursleys' disdain and fear of magic, he knew they would never treat Harry with kindness. Dumbledore waited for a moment, interpreting their silence as acquiescence. He took Mia's hand, preparing to depart, but suddenly turned back with a sincere smile, inquiring, "By the way, may I leave Mia at Hogwarts? I believe she needs to acquire some knowledge." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Mia, the vampire, froze entirely, her eyes pleadingly seeking Salazar's, her face a canvas of desperation. She would swear by Lilith's name that this old man harbored no benevolent intentions. Salazar disregarded Mia's plea for help. Now, he began to ponder whether Dumbledore had discerned Mia's past misdeeds. However, as Mia was under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, he remained quite eager and answered earnestly, "Of course, Mr. Dumbledore. Hogwarts welcomes all who seek knowledge." Mia, winky face, Salazar and Sirius previously watched as Dumbledore departed with Mia, subsequently succumbing to an awkward silence. Salazar was able to discern that Dumbledore had previously been hinting at the notion that he could not disclose his true identity to his guide, and he fully comprehended this implication. Clearing his throat to shatter the silence, Salazar extended his hand, introducing himself as Salagloros. However, when Sirius prepared to shake hands, he silently withdrew his hand. Sirius's impression of this vampire had plummeted even further. Salazar exhibited no sense of self-awareness that could possibly cause embarrassment. The Slytherin family, prior to its downfall, was a distinguished lineage both in the Muggle realm and the wizarding world. For such a noble family, it was far more important to prioritize personal comfort over the meticulousness of etiquette. In Salazar's eyes, matters of decorum were best approached with a casual attitude. Had he been a stickler for rules, it would have been utterly inconceivable for him to associate with Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. One could openly devour food straight from a plate, while the other had a penchant for speaking bluntly, often leaving the interlocutor at a loss for words and reluctant to engage further. Remaining in their current position was evidently not a prudent choice, as numerous young wizards had begun to take notice of them. Salazar cast a glance at his guide, not bothering to seek his counsel, and ascended the stairs directly towards the room of requirement. In pursuit of Harry's custody, Sirius followed silently. However, upon reaching the door of the room, he could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. He was certain that Hogwarts had never admitted a vampire before Mia. So how did this individual come to know of its existence? What was their purpose here? Yet, considering the vampire's previous demeanor, he chose to suppress his curiosity. Regrettably, Sirius was not in the mood for camaraderie, and Salazar's inclination for social interaction had almost plummeted to zero. The door of the room of requirement creaked open, with Salazar stepping in first. The room revealed its true form, cluttered with a jumble of various items of differing heights. As Salazar wandered through, he occasionally glimpsed a few familiar objects, which stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Until this moment, he had harbored the belief that his former friends remained in the temporal realm of a millennium past, continuing their lives, rather than lying dormant in some obscure corner. He merely needed to traverse time to return and share a meal with them. Unfortunately, Salazar found himself unable to pinpoint the precise moment in time, rendering such a return impossible. Unbeknownst to him, Sirius's expression was equally intricate. The memories of his student days spent here with close friends remained vivid in his mind. Yet, as time marched on, the vibrant blooms had withered, and the mist had dissipated. Upon discovering a painting leaning against the wall, Salazar visibly exhaled in relief. Before truly arriving here, he had harbored fears that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets might have been relocated to a place beyond his reach. Salazar caressed the frame of the painting and turned to Sirius, saying, "Remember, the password is Starry Sky," and simultaneously used the luminescent flicker. Sirius, though perplexed, nodded in understanding. The tip of Salazar's wand illuminated, and he leaned forward, murmuring, "Stars." After Salazar's figure vanished from the painting, Sirius felt a flicker of curiosity. Yet it quickly faded as he remembered that the only one he could share this with was the moon face, plunging his spirits once more into despair. He mimicked Salazar's previous actions. In the next moment, he stumbled a couple of steps, regaining his balance on the black floor that reflected a faint glow. And to his astonishment, he beheld a space remarkably akin to the Great Hall. "Salazar, don your hat." Just like the Great Hall, this place boasted a dome reminiscent of the night sky, with 4 long tables corresponding to the 4 houses evenly distributed. Sirius gazed around in bewilderment and shock, marveling at the fact that, as one of the creators of the Marauder's map, he had never known that Hogwarts held every hidden corner. Salazar uttered little as he traversed the long table towards the exit of the hall. Apart from the basilisk, Hephaestus, there existed no peril. The creature would not assail those entering through the main door, which was adorned with that painting. It was only when Salazar departed the hall that Sirius regained his senses, hastily pursuing him. At that moment, his curiosity regarding the unfamiliar momentarily subdued the sorrow and guilt that weighed upon his heart. Upon exiting the hall, he found himself in a corridor that mirrored Hogwarts, a mere shadow of the esteemed institution, reflecting its visage from a millennium past. Salazar had not anticipated that this hidden chamber had remained sealed for such an extended period. Even the current faculty, students, and the headmaster were completely unaware of its existence. He pressed onward, descending the stairs towards his office. On the lower level, adjacent to the former potions classroom, when Salazar opened the door, everything appeared as it had been when he first departed. Each item was meticulously arranged, allowing him to effortlessly access whatever he desired. However, most of the materials he had stored here had long since deteriorated, leaving only a scant few, preserved by the protective enchantment. These remnants were intended for the next temporal journey. Salazar cautiously activated the array, carefully placing the materials into a pocket enhanced by a seamless extension spell. As he prepared to depart, he hesitated for a moment before retrieving the ring nestled at the bottom of the drawer. In those days, they had jested that if the church continued to pose a threat to Hogwarts, they would select a personal item to create a Horcrux, thus ensuring the protection of Hogwarts. Salazar had chosen this very ring. However, by the time he departed, the Holy See no longer posed a threat to the wizarding world. Hogwarts was exceedingly secure, and the internal conflicts among wizards proved to be far more perilous than any external force. After some deliberation, Salazar approached Helga Hufflepuff's office, clinging to a glimmer of hope that perhaps remnants of Horcruxes or portraits remained. No matter how profound the bonds of affection, time has the power to erode them. Conversely, even the gravest of disputes may fade with the passage of time. Yet, upon opening Helga's door and confronting the emptiness of the room, the last flicker of hope within him extinguished. The space had been impeccably tidied, devoid of any trace of habitation. Even the minute scratches that once marked the desk had vanished. Indeed, who would leave behind Horcruxes in such a manner? Before his departure, Salazar had visited the basilisk, Hepzibah, who lay in a deep slumber, her lengthy serpent form partially submerged in water. It was only upon encountering Hepzibah that Sirius grasped why Dumbledore insisted on having her accompany this vampire. However, did Dumbledore even know that such a place existed within Hogwarts? He pondered this as he followed Salazar back to the Great Hall. Salazar cast one final glance at the chamber that had once been imbued with high hopes, only to suddenly behold a black hat resting before 4 long tables. Salazar held a profound recollection of this hat, which had once been worn for an extended period atop the head of a Gryffindor. It often stood in place, much like it does now, solidifying the essence of soul-taking and safeguarding young wizards from the temptations of the church, while also facilitating their sorting. Yet, should it not be outside in Hogwarts? Upon closer inspection, a distinction becomes apparent. This hat bears a striking resemblance to the sorting hat that Salazar had encountered in Diagon Alley. Yet it appears considerably newer in the memory of that wizard. Furthermore, certain marks upon its surface suggest that this must indeed be the very hat that Godric Gryffindor once donned. Salazar approached and picked up the sorting hat, when a tattered piece of parchment unexpectedly fluttered down. In the year 1022, the school was founded in 990 AD. Hogwarts had become one of the safest places in the world, the Chamber of Secrets sealed, with the hope that it would never be opened again. Additionally, a warning read, "Beware of the basilisk." Beneath this line were the signatures of students and teachers from that era. Familiar names swept before his eyes, and Salazar held his breath, feeling the emotions of the founding of Hogwarts wash over him once more. He carefully tucked the parchment away, only to notice a hasty yet beautiful inscription on the back, written in the hand of Gryffindor. Salazar, don the hat. Suddenly, I wondered if anyone was watching. If so, please give a sign, offer a little encouragement. 12 Reunion in Surrey, England, in the small district of Little Whinging on Privet Drive. A bus appeared abruptly at number 2, and 2 figures clad in black robes disembarked. Salazar scrutinized the house before him. Although he remained somewhat unable to appreciate modern Muggle architecture, this sentiment was confined to those towering, box-like structures that pierced the sky. However, he held a certain fondness for this 2-story residence with a yard. Number 2 on Privet Drive was arranged for them by Dumbledore. After departing the Chamber of Secrets, Sirius had candidly revealed his reasons for following Salazar. The experiences within that chamber rendered it impossible for him to regard Salazar as an ordinary vampire. Nevertheless, Salazar felt that he could not constantly attend to a child, and he was undeniably intrigued by Muggle civilization. Compared to the wizarding world and the homogeneity of a millennium ago, Muggle society appeared almost miraculous. Thus, the present circumstances unfolded. One could only wonder if the Dursleys would be driven to madness by it all. Number 2 on Privet Drive retained numerous traces of its original occupants' lives. The furniture was largely intact and exhibited no significant signs of dirt. Salazar meticulously cast a spell to tidy his room, then settled into the armchair by the window. He gazed at the somewhat unkempt lawn outside, hesitating momentarily before donning the hat he had retrieved from the chamber. In the next instant, a cacophony of voices enveloped him completely. "Sal, are you in the Muggle world now?" inquired Helga Hufflepuff. "So you were truly in the year 1009 just a few days ago?" "Merlin, Salazar, your experiences are utterly astonishing," exclaimed Rowena Ravenclaw. "I always believed that you could not possibly be dead. The curses you left behind have yet to fade. You certainly embarked on your time travel with remarkable decisiveness," added Godric Gryffindor. Salazar found it hard to believe this surprise. He first elucidated the current progress of Muggles, then affirmed Ravenclaw's exclamation, and finally retorted at Gryffindor. "Am I supposed to have walked away decisively, waiting for you to assassinate me at midnight?" "Godric, time influences one's judgment. You cannot assess the merits and demerits of 1009 with the mindset of 1022. Reflect on the events of that year." His fingers gripped the armrest of the chair, turning pale at the tips. Salazar's body was rigid, his dark red eyes obscured in the shadow cast by his hat. The 3 within the hat fell into silence. Yet Salazar was ensnared in the emotional deadlock of that time. If they truly would not meet again, then the memories of their close bond would gradually erase the rifts of the last few years, ultimately leading Salazar to feel guilt over his departure. However, now that they had met again after just a few days apart, Salazar could not help but recall those unpleasant memories. "Since you were so eager for me to leave back then, why craft the Sorting Hat into a Horcrux, allowing it to slumber for a millennium?" Driven by the long-suppressed emotions within, Salazar sharply retorted. After uttering this, he removed the hat, unwilling to hear their explanations. The 3 within could only exchange resigned waves of their souls. What to do? Gryffindor elongated his tone. "Why is Sal so sensitive? We indeed had our disagreements back then. But what does his immediate pursuit of time magic signify?" Within the Sorting Hat, his soul's light pulsed restlessly. Ravenclaw nudged him with her spirit. "Godric, you were indeed excessive. You know Salazar's temperament. Why provoke him? But I treated you and Helga the same way back then. You never outright abandoned Hogwarts." Gryffindor's soul light stilled, expanding and contracting, reflecting his master's evident agitation. Hufflepuff maintained a relatively stable demeanor, his tone still calm. "Godric, recall that Rona and I had no quarrels at that time. It was you who instigated the discord." Ravenclaw concurred with Hufflepuff's sentiments. "Even our arguments were for the education of our daughter. They did not escalate to ideological differences. Moreover, Godric, you should not have lashed out at Sal. The demise of those students was not his fault. Could he possibly watch over them at all times?" "Godric, do not forget why we created Horcruxes. Do you not yearn for the time we spent building Hogwarts together?" Gryffindor fell silent, within the Sorting Hat. His soul curled into a compact form. After a long while, his voice emerged softly. "How could one not cherish those memories? If not for nostalgia, why would they have crafted Horcruxes and split their souls?" "Very well, Godric. Next time Sal is willing to communicate, speak to him sincerely and cease the sarcasm." Hufflepuff replied gently. Ravenclaw, as if recalling something, suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, I sense Teresa's essence within Sal's. She is a vampire and should have lived to this era." She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. "The degree of their essence mingling suggests they may have married. Godric, Consider this as a potential breakthrough. Gryffindor appeared somewhat stunned. Wait, Sal and Teresa? Does this imply that Sal has likely transformed into a vampire as well? But the reason they were not together back then was Sal's reluctance to undergo the transformation. What has changed now? Who knows? Ravenclaw nodded heavily, her soul light merging with Hufflepuff's, leaving Gryffindor isolated. As for Sirius, having just placed down his luggage, he excitedly dashed to visit Harry. At the door, he hesitated briefly, then transformed into a large black dog. The dog gracefully leaped onto the second-floor balcony, landing silently. He opened the glass door and stealthily slipped inside. Following Harry's scent, he entered another room on the second floor, where two children lay together in a crib. Sirius instantly recognized his godson. The large black dog settled beside the crib, gazing with moist eyes at the frilier child, only hiding beneath the bed when he heard footsteps approaching. Nearly a week had passed since Harry was brought here, and the Dursleys were gradually accepting the presence of their nephew. It was the weekend, and after breakfast, they had retreated to their bedroom to discuss the new neighbors at number 2, completely unaware of the black dog hiding beneath the bed, eavesdropping. The new family at number 2 is quite peculiar, Aunt Petunia said, teasing her hefty son, who had already reached 20 kilograms at not even a year and a half old. Vernon, do you remember the people who appeared nearby a few days ago? They felt remarkably similar. Uncle Vernon, rubbing his forehead in annoyance, replied, Petunia, do not be alarmed. After all, their clothing is normal, not those oddly colored robes. Salazar had already gained a general understanding of Muggle clothing when he requested Mia to introduce him to her elders. Unless one was excessively picky, no issues could be discerned. It was merely a touch wizardly in color, while the styles remained conventional. Aunt Petunia remained worried, her movements while entertaining Dudley becoming sporadic. But, Vernon, don't you find it strange? One of them has long hair. Could it be? Sirius thought to himself that he had never been so speechless in his life. Yet he felt the urge to chuckle at the rumors circulating. The rumors continued. Uncle Vernon pondered seriously over his wife's words. Petunia, should we visit them this afternoon? I hope they are not the kind of people we fear. Aunt Petunia nodded in agreement. I truly cannot tolerate abnormal neighbors. Let us hope they are not. Sirius was already contemplating how to ensure Salazar never encountered the Dursleys. What if they said something odd? He further resolved that Harry must not grow up in such a household. After removing the sorting hat, Salazar, though still harboring resentment, placed it reverently on the bedside table. Much of his anger stemmed from pride. Although unpleasant memories lingered, the revelation of their creation of Horcruxes no longer troubled him. Reflecting on past grievances, he recalled that his initial discord with Godric Gryffindor arose from his failure to protect students during a near-final assault by the Church. Those students fell into a trap set by the Church, and despite Salazar's utmost efforts, he could not rescue them. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Godric incessantly claimed that had he been in Salazar's position, such a calamity would never have occurred, leading to an unending cycle of Cold War and disputes. At that time, Helena was also in distress, leaving Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff preoccupied. Later, when Helena eloped with Barrow, they sought Salazar's assistance, who, in a moment of weakness, chose to help them escape. It was only after Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw learned of this that the conflict escalated to an irreconcilable state at the time of Salazar's departure. Helena had yet to be slain by Barrow. Ultimately, on an autumn night, he and Gryffindor clashed violently, and the following day, he left Hogwarts in despair. He did not stray far, residing for a year in the Forbidden Forest, their former base, where he devoted himself entirely to the study of time magic. Their next encounter would be within the Chamber of Secrets. While contemplating these memories, Salazar had already packed his belongings, and under the influence of magic, his bedroom transformed to resemble his home at Hogwarts, with deep green curtains shielding him from the sunlight, bringing him a great sense of comfort. The sorting hat remained there, evoking thoughts of his serpentwood wand whenever he gazed upon it, which he had yet to repair. After the Dursleys vacated the room, Sirius emerged cautiously from beneath the bed. He listened intently to the sound of slippers descending the stairs before standing upright, his front paws resting on the crib. Dudley had been taken away, leaving Harry alone, quietly observing the large dog with curious eyes. Sirius gently touched him with his paw, his gaze filled with sadness and tenderness. To his surprise, Harry reached out his small hand, smiling as he touched the great dog. Sirius remained still, allowing the interaction, and when Harry withdrew his hand, he still wore an innocent smile. Underneath that clean and pure gaze, Sirius emitted a low whimper, retracting his paw, his eyes lingering gently on Harry for a moment before he turned and leapt out of the room. On his way back to number 12, Grimmauld Place, He spotted a white stretch limousine driving up. Through the window, he glimpsed a strikingly beautiful woman with chestnut hair. Initially indifferent, Sirius noted that the car had come to a halt directly in front of number 12. Confirming he did not recognize her, he wondered if she was visiting Salazar. Well, at least he wouldn't have to entertain wild thoughts during the Dursleys' visit. Of course, it would be best if they did not come at all. As he pondered this, Sirius lay down beneath the shade of a tree, basking in the autumn sunlight, allowing Salazar some solitude. Suddenly, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Salazar exited his bedroom and descended the stairs. Upon opening the door, he beheld Teresa Gabrielle, adorned with a white parasol decorated with blue polka dots and lace trim. Dressed in a white lace top and a deep blue mermaid skirt, she appeared rejuvenated, her vibrant face illuminated with a smile, accentuating her dimples. Reminiscent of her long-ago self at Slytherin Castle. Salazar, I am no longer the elder vampire. Salazar pressed his lips together, uncertain of the feelings he harbored for Teresa, regardless. They had yet to ascend to the heights of love. Nevertheless, he allowed Teresa to enter. What would you like to drink? Teresa, obediently seated on the sofa, hung her parasol on the coat rack. Is ice water acceptable? Salazar entered the kitchen and retrieved a pristine glass, filling it with fresh water as if drawing from a spring, before conjuring ice cubes with a flick of his magic. He took a seat across from Teresa, his demeanor and tone equally frosty. How did you find this place? Teresa replied candidly, Mia informed me. When Mr. Dumbledore arranged your accommodation, he did not conceal it from her. Consequently, Salazar's opinion of Mia deteriorated further. A brief silence enveloped the living room until Mia finished her icy beverage. Suddenly, she sliced open her wrist, pressing the wound against the rim of her glass, allowing crimson liquid to flow forth, its tantalizing aroma permeating the air. Salazar, are you hungry? Aside, when the serpent ancestor is targeted by a lovesick individual, it is quite amusing. For Salazar, now transformed into a vampire yet having never indulged in blood, Teresa's essence became irresistibly alluring. His Adam's apple subtly bobbed, breaths grew labored, and his stomach twisted in hunger. His gaze was inescapably drawn to the glass in Teresa's hand and the wound on her wrist, his cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, he managed to restrain his tongue. No, Teresa. You ought to understand that whether a millennium ago or now the glass filled with fresh blood was raised before him, the transparent vessel refracting shards of light, while the intoxicating scent of blood invaded his nostrils, surging straight to his brain. Salazar, I am truly sorry, forgive me, but I cannot restrain myself. I know you have always had a soft heart. You have always been compassionate, to everyone. Tears fell, mingling with the blood in the glass. It was a fine morning. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze swept through, adding a refreshing chill to the October air. At number 12 Grimmauld Place, the young man with long black hair lifted the glass of blood and drank deeply, while the woman beside him wept, pressing her wounded wrist against his lips. Sirius returned to number 12 Grimmauld Place only when it was time for lunch. In order to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate, he politely knocked on the door. It swung open swiftly, revealing Teresa clad in an apron, her hair styled in an elegant updo, resembling a young matron. However, her dark red eyes betrayed her true nature as a vampire. At that moment, her wrist bore a healed wound, a testament to her impulsive decision to move in. Salazar, entranced from having consumed her blood, found himself momentarily speechless, unable to voice any objections. Sirius was certain that she was the same lady he had encountered before. Hello. Are you with Sal? He inquired. Teresa stepped aside to grant him passage, replying, just a friend, or rather, I am pursuing him. Sirius was taken aback by her response. Well, I wish you success, he offered. However, as he settled onto the sofa, he observed that Salazar's expression was rather displeased, leading him to comprehend that Salazar harbored little affection for this lady. Silently, Salazar resembled a statue, though his once pallid cheeks now bore a hint of color, a testament to the efficacy of Teresa's blood. In truth, he had never intended to entirely forsake the sustenance of blood. Allowing himself to perish from hunger was evidently not a viable choice. Within Diagon Alley, there were establishments that offered blood plasma, sourced legitimately, and many vampires procured their nourishment in this manner. Following the events of the day, Salazar resolved to visit Diagon Alley in the afternoon to stock up. Determined not to let hunger drive him to the brink of chaos, Therese had become the last person he wished to encounter. Sharing a space with her felt far more exhausting than engaging in a brawl with Gryffindor. During lunch, Sirius, under the watchful gaze of two vampires, struggled to consume an entire fruit pizza delivered by the house elves of Hogwarts, finding the meal quite arduous. Sarah gazed longingly at his pizza, unable to indulge. Teresa observed Sarah with eyes so gentle they seemed capable of shedding tears. The cuisine of the present, with its rich flavors, far surpassed that of a millennium ago. Sarah found it difficult to discern how much of her resentment towards Teresa stemmed from her longing for delectable food. In the afternoon, Sarah proceeded to Diagon Alley to procure some blood plasma, adhering to her previous intentions. The plasma was stored in refrigerated containers, remaining fresh for an entire month. Naturally, Teresa accompanied her, clad in the same attire she had worn upon arrival that morning, elegantly wielding a parasol as she trailed behind Sarah. Due to the low pressure that enveloped Sarah, Teresa maintained a respectful distance, yet she attracted considerable attention. Amidst the array of wizarding robes, her blue and white dress stood out vividly. As Salazar traversed the path, a sudden recollection struck him. Long ago, during her residence in Slytherin Castle, Teresa often donned similar attire. Consequently, he found himself at a loss for words to dissuade her from following him. Despite his lingering belief that his feelings for Teresa should be akin to those of a friend or a sister, certainly not romantic, he could no longer voice such sentiments. Upon leaving, almost as if by some whimsical fate, Salazar placed the sorting hat upon his head. Surprisingly, this Gryffindor hat paired unexpectedly well with the wizarding robes he had yet to alter. Nonetheless, employing a mental closure spell, he steadfastly refrained from engaging in conversation. When they departed Diagon Alley and arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, Salazar was taken aback to discover that Sirius was also present. He sat with a pallid, weary-looking wizard, both indulging in butterbeer. Their faces bore expressions of nostalgia and sorrow as they reminisced about their departed friends, seeking solace in one another and using alcohol to coax a semblance of happiness from their melancholy. Salazar initially wished to refrain from disrupting their nostalgic reminiscence, yet Sirius, having noticed the conspicuous Teresa, acted first, perhaps seeking to alleviate the somber atmosphere at the table. He beckoned the two over and requested 2 mugs of butterbeer from Old Tom. Before the butterbeer could arrive, Teresa swiftly transformed it into Hungarian blood. Vampires are capable of consuming alcohol. However, butterbeer tends to cause them digestive distress. The two seated themselves at the table, silently listening as Sirius and Lupin reminisced about their days at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Lupin soon appeared visibly uncomfortable, for vampires and werewolves, as eternal adversaries, can sense one another's presence. In stark contrast, both Salazar and Teresa seemed to regard the situation with indifference. Salazar displayed not the slightest awareness of his vampiric nature, while Teresa had scarcely engaged in the disputes with werewolves. As he listened to the conversation between Sirius and Remus, the intoxicating effects of the potent Hungarian blood wine gradually began to manifest. Salazar engaged in the practice of cerebral closure, sharing his senses with the souls residing within the sorting hat. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. An inexplicable atmosphere lingered, and under the influence of alcohol, Salazar finally uttered a gentle remark. "It is truly delightful to see you all and hear your voices, rather than confronting 3 adjacent gravestones." Salazar closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "In truth, I had thought that this part of my soul would never awaken again. Sal, we have never blamed you." "Indeed, Sal, it was not your fault. It was my own stubbornness from those years past." Salazar succumbed to the influence of alcohol, and the 4 of them seemed to be transported back in time. They exchanged their experiences and contemplated what they would undertake in the year 2019. Oh, by the way, Teresa was just as she had been back then. Travel plan for November 7th, 2019, overcast. On the desk lay an open book titled Exploring Europe, while a quill pen danced upon a sheet of parchment, inscribing thoughts. "We could first visit France. Paris seems to be a destination worthy of exploration. The Louvre is reputed to be the greatest museum in the world." The voice of Hufflepuff emerged from the sorting hat, though only Salazar could hear it. He noted Hufflepuff's insights on the parchment. Indeed, that was once the royal palace of France. Understanding Muggle culture certainly holds significant value. But when it comes to grasping Muggle technology, a visit to the museum may not suffice. Should we devise a means to infiltrate a Muggle university? What a splendid idea. Gryffindor wholeheartedly concurred. Having always harbored a profound curiosity for diverse cultures, he had once mingled among the ranks of the Knights a millennium ago. By the way, Sal, are you intrigued by Muggle transportation? On my return yesterday, I observed those iron boxes on the streets. They appear to be their primary mode of transport. Yesterday, Salazar, engulfed in the stupor induced by blood wine, finally set aside his previous reservations and opened his heart to his friends, ultimately agreeing to embark on a journey during the remaining 2 months of 2019. This morning, Salazar unearthed the travel book left behind by the previous owner and began to meticulously plan their itinerary for the next 2 months. As discussions of their plans unfolded, the estrangement caused by prolonged separation melted away like snow under the sun. Upon learning of Salazar's intentions, Teresa quietly seated herself nearby, her desire to accompany them unmistakable. Yet, after coming to terms with the other three, Salazar found himself less resistant to her proximity, provided she refrained from attempting to entice him with her blood. In vampire culture, the act of consuming another's blood is reserved solely for intimate partners or family members. Salazar was transformed by Teresa, thus in a certain sense, Teresa may be regarded as his mother. Salazar dismissed the bizarre notion from his mind. On the parchment, the itinerary for visiting the Louvre was nearly complete. As he perused the book detailing his travels through Europe, he shared visions with the three souls within the Sorting Hat, searching for the next destination. At that moment, an owl flew directly towards number 2, Privet Drive, circling the roof before finally alighting on Salazar's window, gently pecking at the wooden frame. Salazar pushed open the window, and it swiftly flew inside, tossing a letter onto the table. Upon realizing that Salazar had no food to offer, it lethargically departed. Salazar picked up the letter and opened it. It was a missive from Hogwarts, penned by none other than Dumbledore. My dear friend S. On November 7th. Professor Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts, along with Mr. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, shall arrive for a visit to Mr. Potter, who currently resides at number 4, Privet Drive. I hope the owl arrives ahead of them. Furthermore, I trust you will not object to my presumptuousness in constructing a flu network within your home. Best wishes, A.D. Salazar recalled the half-giant he had encountered at the Platinum blog shop, and his impression of him was rather favorable. Who could harbor disdain for a simple-minded giant brimming with a sense of justice? It occurred to him that he had forgotten to collect a batch of potion ingredients he had previously ordered from the Platinum store. However, just 2 days prior, the Daily Prophet had reported that the Ministry of Magic had cleared Nocturne Alley, leaving him uncertain whether the Platinum shop would dare to open its doors now. At 10 o'clock, a roaring fire suddenly ignited in the fireplace, prompting Salazar to think of the flu powder invented by Ignatius Wildsmith in the 13th century. In the days leading up to his relocation to number 2, Privet Drive, he had practically taken up residence in the Hogwarts library. At that moment, Salazar was seated on the sofa in the living room, discussing his travel plans with Sirius. Upon hearing Salazar's intentions, Sirius was quite intrigued. He genuinely needed a journey to liberate himself from the guilt and sorrow of having lost a friend. As Harry's godfather, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding a child and could not allow himself to succumb to despair. His thought was whether he could bring Harry along, sharing the splendid sights of Europe with the boy. Salazar harbored no objections to his thoughts. He did not dislike children, merely had never cared for a 1-year-old infant. Within the Sorting Hat, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw recounted their experiences of tending to young wizards, and when Helena was mentioned, they fell into an unexpected silence. Ultimately, Sirius proposed to retrieve the house elf creature from the Black family, intending to care for his godchild alongside the elf. As this conclusion was reached, Hagrid's towering figure emerged from the fireplace. The hearth at number 2, Privet Drive, nearly buckled under his weight as he struggled to extricate himself. Shaking off the dust from his clothes, Sirius promptly cast a repair charm on the fireplace. Once Hagrid emerged, the flames visibly flared anew, and a greasy-haired, sallow-faced wizard stepped forth, shaking dust from his robes and regarding Sirius on the sofa with palpable hostility. Yet, he said nothing, exuding an air of despondency. Hagrid first embraced Sirius, then approached Salazar, who, perhaps due to a trick of perception, sensed a certain awkwardness emanating from the giant. I apologize for the last incident, and thank you for capturing that traitor Peter. He then produced a white, fluffy creature from his pocket. This is a puffskein I've raised, if you like. You can keep it here. Salazar was baffled as to why Hagrid presumed he would find such a creature appealing, yet within the Sorting Hat, Hufflepuff was already clamoring for him to accept it. Receiving the puffskein, Salazar's expression stiffened. Thank you, I shall cherish it. Witnessing this scene, Snape's expression also hardened, though Salazar remained oblivious, facing away from him. At that moment, the doorbell rang. This brought Salazar a momentary sense of relief. Perhaps the visitor would distract from the fact that he had adopted a puffskein. The gazes of the four turned toward the door. Teresa had gone upstairs before Hagrid's arrival. And Sirius's heart sank. Could it be the Dursleys? Indeed, fate played its hand, for not only were the Dursleys outside, but they also brought Dudley along. The previous afternoon, when they attempted to visit, the trio had already departed for Diagon Alley, returning empty-handed. Uncle Vernon had initially decided against a second visit. But Aunt Petunia's stubbornness compelled her to ascertain whether their new neighbors were, in fact, normal people. As a side note, 2 chapters are updated daily. The first chapter is released at midnight, and the second before 4:00 p.m. 16. A friendly exchange among neighbors upon the door's automatic opening. The Dursleys abandoned their pleasant notion of their new neighbors being normal. Upon encountering 4 individuals in distinctly unusual attire, they swiftly regretted their visit. Good heavens! Hadn't the commotion from days prior been sufficient? When would these people distance themselves from their home? Uncle Vernon shielded Aunt Petunia and Dudley behind him. We're terribly sorry. We must have the wrong house. He attempted to usher Aunt Petunia away. However, Hagrid's booming voice interrupted. Wait a moment. I recognize you. You are Harry's family, aren't you? No. Aunt Petunia appeared flustered, nearly causing Dudley to bump his head against the doorframe. Harry has no ties with you people. Except for Salazar, the 3 wizards in the living room furrowed their brows, clearly expressing their displeasure. Salazar, accustomed to the disdain and fear that muggles held towards wizards, felt little discomfort and did not perceive any issue with Petunia's words. However, Harry was also a wizard, and I am his godfather. Sirius rose, his expression darkening. He lives in my home. He will attend school with Dudley in the future. Uncle Vernon's face flushed a shade akin to that of a pig's liver, yet after uttering this statement, he quickly paled, as recollections of past encounters with wizards flooded back. Enough. Snape stepped forward. You must have seen the letter. Harry is temporarily residing with you due to the protective charm left by Lily. If you are unwilling, it would not be difficult for Harry to grow up at Hogwarts. Sirius cast a surprised glance at Snape, who, upon sensing the gaze, shot a fierce glare back. And Petunia, perhaps recognizing Snape, scrutinized him with an uncertain expression, ultimately tugging at Uncle Vernon's sleeve and whispering, Vernon, perhaps we should return, at least until he turns 11. Harry has merely been exposed to them. Enough. Sirius approached them, causing Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia to retreat in unison, creating a significant distance between them. I have never supported Dumbledore's decision to place Harry with a Muggle family. You will only raise him to be a mute. I will take Harry. I can protect him. Standing at the doorway, with his back to the crowd, Sirius declared resolutely. In that moment, Snape remained silent, observing Sirius's silhouette, contemplating whether he would have been equally resolute from the outset. Were Gryffindors inherently this way, always adhering to their hearts regardless of the challenges they faced? He glanced at Salazar, who sat quietly in the far corner of the room, the only one aware of Salazar's true identity. What choice would he make if he found himself in a similar predicament? When Dumbledore first revealed this matter to him, his shock had temporarily dulled the despair brought on by Lily's death. Yet, soon Snape abandoned his conjectures, as he found it difficult to fathom the challenges of establishing Hogwarts in an environment so hostile. In truth, had Salazar occupied Snape's position, he would have forsaken love to focus solely on his career. If Salazar possessed even a semblance of love, Teresa would not have devolved from a proud young lady into a scheming old maid. Amidst this dispute, Salazar, seemingly detached, found his mind in turmoil. Have you heard of that protective charm? Ravenclaw inquired eagerly. Not quite. My field of study does not encompass that, Gryffindor pondered in response. But it sounds like white magic. Sal, would you consider attempting to connect with that child? In his heart, Salazar responded to them. When I encounter that child, I shall endeavor to study the magic that resides within him, though you are aware that my expertise in white magic is rather limited. No matter, he continued. The pursuit of new magic seems inconsequential to me. After all, we have finally arrived at a time of peace. It would be far more prudent to relish life. Helga Hufflepuff suggested a philosophy of complacency. Had this been a millennium ago, she would have been met with staunch opposition, for their minds then were consumed with the fervor of struggle. Yet now, the other 3 fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps this was not without merit? Once the atmosphere of languor took hold, any further discussions regarding magic ceased, granting Salazar a temporary reprieve. They continued to observe the unfolding dispute over Harry's guardianship, with full awareness that the individual before him could easily unravel the threads of his existence. Uncle Vernon had surrendered. He contemplated the prospect of sending Harry away, hoping to sever ties with these people entirely. However, Aunt Petunia remained resolute, clutching Dudley tightly, her expression grave. Harry is my sister's child. My sister is deceased, a victim of your conflicts, and I cannot permit Harry to be ensnared in such peril. She disregarded Uncle Vernon's insinuations. I have already lost my sister. Do you wish for me to lose my nephew as well? Sirius was taken aback by her words, standing frozen. his mind consumed by the haunting reality of having indirectly contributed to his friend's demise, rendered speechless. Aunt Petunia held her head high, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. Her declarations also plunged Severus into a torment of introspection. If I had not betrayed Lily, would she still be alive? Ultimately, the visit concluded on a sour note, leaving Harry to remain at number 4, Privet Drive. After the Dursleys departed, Sirius ascended the stairs in silence, locking himself in his room, ensnared by his emotions. In recent days, he had sustained himself with the conviction of protecting Harry, yet now, he recognized that Harry might not require his guardianship. Severus exited without a word, while Hagrid alone yearned to see Harry, having prepared an array of items he believed might be of use to him. Salazar believed that the items sent by Hagrid would undoubtedly be discarded by the Dursleys without a second thought. He shrugged in a rather ungraceful manner and remarked to the 3 individuals in the Sorting Hat, "It seems that if we wish to study that protective charm, our only hope lies in whether they can take Harry with them on their travels." Travel Chronicles, November 9th, 2019, on a foggy day. The small district of Hewingen is situated in Surrey, which lies in the southwestern corner of London. The notorious traffic conditions of London are well known. The roads twist and narrow, with vehicles weaving through numerous quaint alleys. Fortunately, despite the congestion, Teresa's white sedan managed to escape London before the sun pierced through the haze. Ultimately, this journey did not include the young savior, as Sirius continued to reside at number 2, Grimmauld Place. Although he could not take Harry away to raise him personally, he was granted the rightful privilege to visit openly. Salazar perceived that the Dursleys would not easily acquiesce to the presence of a wizard within their abode. In his estimation, Sirius must have engaged in some clandestine maneuvering. However, what was even more surprising was the composition of this traveling party. Just days prior, Remus, who had shared a drink with them at the Leaky Cauldron, also joined their ranks. Now, Teresa was aware of the 3 old friends' creation of Horcruxes, particularly the one concealed within the hat atop Salazar's head, though she felt little regret over the diminished intimacy between the two. Instead, she found Salazar's suggestion of embarking on a journey rather reasonable. Upon departing London, Teresa's white car revealed the imaginative flair typical of wizards. The vehicle sprouted wings adorned with white feathers, which gently flapped, lifting the group into the sky. By midday, the car descended and came to rest at a service station. Teresa parked in a location entirely shrouded by the shadow of a building, although true vampires were impervious to sunlight lacking holy power. Basking in the midday sun remained quite uncomfortable. The 2 vampires and the werewolf exited the vehicle, blending into a throng of muggles. Listening to their conversations that began with discussions of the weather, they were all clad in muggle attire, meticulously coordinated by Teresa. While her fashion choices might not be considered ordinary by muggles, they appeared quite acceptable. The Sorting Hat had been transformed by Salazar into a top hat, harmonizing perfectly with the outfit Teresa had selected for him. "Sal, perhaps it is time for you to trim your hair," suggested Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw concurred. "It is no longer the era we once knew. Shorter hair is now far more fashionable for gentlemen." Salazar and her companions engaged in a discussion regarding contemporary mainstream culture. Yet Gryffindor, rather unceremoniously, diverted his gaze towards a stunning lady with cascading golden curls. Consequently, Salazar and Ravenclaw deliberated on whether there existed a means to simultaneously share their perspectives among the 3 of them. Gryffindor fell into a contemplative silence. Hufflepuff erupted in gleeful laughter. Lunch was promptly resolved by Salazar and Teresa in the car, while Lupin had ventured to a fast food establishment to procure hamburgers. From the expression on Salazar's face while he dined, it was evident that the burger he purchased was far from delectable. His desire for ice cream seemed to amplify, as if he were harboring an unfulfilled yearning. Perhaps his discontent was palpable, for Miss Gabrielle coughed awkwardly, suddenly recalling Salazar. "I have heard that bottled blood has now been crafted into a variety of flavors. Once we arrive in France, we should visit the vampire enclave there." Salazar turned his gaze towards the window, remaining noncommittal. Teresa had already revised the itinerary. Due to his failure to employ the mental shielding technique, Gryffindor, who had witnessed the entire event, wore a mysterious smile, only for his vision to subsequently fade into darkness. What lay ahead for him was the wrath of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, incensed by their sudden loss of sight. Lupin observed the interaction between the 2 vampires with perplexity. Ultimately feeling like an outsider, he harbored a twinge of regret about this paid excursion. Imagine him returning to Dumbledore, claiming he had mastered the art of communicating through mere glances. After 2 in the afternoon, as preparations for departure resumed, a red convertible rolled in. Almost instantaneously, it captured everyone's attention. Salazar discerned at a glance that it was a vehicle modified by wizards. Unlike Teresa, which only revealed its peculiarities upon ignition, this car seemed to wear its oddity on its sleeve. The brand and manufacturer remained unidentifiable, and its structural design defied the principles of mechanics. Resembling something straight out of a fantastical narrative, Salazar and Teresa exchanged a glance, both sensing a profound despair emanating from the Ministry of Magic. Erasing the memories of the Muggles who had encountered this vehicle along the way would be an immense undertaking. The car door swung open, and two oddly dressed individuals leaped out. Their bodies were adorned with sinewy muscles, exuding an indescribable odor. One of them raised a wand, while the other's hand began to morph into a claw. "Stand still," he commanded. "Anyone who dares to move shall meet their demise." Lupin's countenance had already shifted, and Salazar and Teresa shared another astonished look. They turned their attention to Lupin, observing the tattered clothing that peeked out from beneath his outer garment. Had the werewolves fallen so low that they resorted to robbing Muggles? Salazar once again opened his shared vision, recounting his journey's experiences to his friends. Regrettably, the Muggles did not perceive the small wooden stick as particularly dangerous. Some even believed that the transformation of another into a wolf was merely a performance. Among them, there were even individuals attempting to approach and engage in conversation with these unwelcome guests. The werewolf glared fiercely at the man who dismissed his threat, and as that individual ventured within a certain proximity, he lunged forward with ferocity, his sharp teeth sinking into the fragile neck. The wizard beside him, wand raised, showed no inclination to intervene. A cold smirk adorned his face as he apathetically observed his companion's actions. "Dear friends, as long as you comply, my companion and I harbor no ill intentions." He raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation, his expression and movements conveying sufficient helplessness. "A rogue has stolen our sacred artifact, and we are in pursuit of him. If you have encountered any suspicious individuals, kindly divulge their whereabouts." Having witnessed a man's demise, the Muggles fell into a dreadful silence, their terrified gazes fixated on the werewolf as he savaged the unfortunate soul, pondering their own fates. "Should we intervene?" Teresa inquired with furrowed brows, while Lupin had already tightened his grip on his wand, ready to charge forth had it not been for Salazar's restraint. The werewolf's actions had been alarmingly swift and the distance too great. Moreover, they had not anticipated such decisive brutality. By the time they processed the unfolding horror, it was far too late to prevent it. However, the death of a mere stranger held little significance to Salazar and Teresa. After all, they still did not consider themselves part of the same species as the Muggles. "I wish to see what they are truly seeking. Let us wait a while longer. But if they continue to take lives, we shall have to intervene." Yet, upon uttering these words, they were astonished to find that the Muggles had all turned their gazes towards them in unison. Salazar and Teresa exchanged a peculiar glance, perplexed as to why they had suddenly become the ones under suspicion. However, Lupin had already raised his wand. As a side note, in the realm of Harry Potter, it is established that werewolves can only reveal their true forms during the full moon. Yet, Fenrir, the werewolf among the Death Eaters, was present during every attack orchestrated by Voldemort, appearing in human form each time. Could it be that he, as a purebred werewolf, possesses the ability to transform at will? Thus, I propose the notion that purebred werewolves can indeed control their transformations freely. "You may seek the relics, and we shall not interfere," but Lupin stepped forward, his expression resolute, wand raised. "Even the lives of Muggles must not be trifled with." The werewolf sneered, displaying a blatant disdain. He advanced, declaring, "You are not the one we seek, but since you dare to speak for them, I do not mind adding one more to the count of the slain. Let us perish together." As a werewolf who had been transformed later in life, Lupin could not control his transformations. His sole recourse was the magic at his disposal. However, werewolves possess remarkable resistance to spells, nearly rivaling that of trolls. Yet, Lupin had no intention of retreating. If he were afraid, he would not have joined the Order of the Phoenix to combat the Death Eaters. As the confrontation loomed, Salazar recognized that delay was no longer an option. He navigated through the crowd, positioning himself beside Lupin, silent yet resolute, his crimson eyes fixed sharply upon the werewolf before them, exuding an icy intensity as his wand slipped into his grasp. Despite witnessing countless acts of malice from Muggles towards wizards, he could not abide such wanton slaughter. Teresa approached from his other side, her elongated fangs bared. At that moment, any trace of her former innocence and vitality had vanished. She appeared profoundly composed. her maturity belied by her youthful appearance, rendering her even more captivating. The werewolf narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the trio before him. Vampires, I advise you not to involve yourselves. You understand the significance of the relics. Matters concerning them would not even be hindered by the 13 clans. His body began to swell, tearing through his clothing. As his complete werewolf form emerged, Salazar cast a cold gaze upon him before suddenly breaking into a smile, at which point he inexplicably sheathed his wand. I do not intend to bully you. The werewolf wizard sneered, murmuring lowly as his wand ignited with a menacing green light. Yet, Salazar's figure had already vanished from sight. His movements so swift that they eluded the naked eye. That green light surged past the spot where he had just stood, slicing through the air and disappearing into the distance. Teresa, pulling Lupin back, unleashed a mist of crimson, enveloping the wayward green light to prevent any collateral damage. She was acutely aware of the vampire's combat style, and the necessity for a flexible space was paramount. This marked Salazar's inaugural battle employing the vampire's methods, and Teresa was keen to avoid any variables that might disrupt him. It was not out of concern for Salazar's performance that she feared interference, but rather for the sanctity of his experience. Above all, she sought a flawless environment for observation. Moments later, Salazar returned to his previous position. His attire and hair remained impeccably in place. Although his posture was relaxed, he still exuded an air of serene elegance. The once formidable duo now lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Teresa regarded him with a smile, her thoughts drifting to Salazar's past encounters in battle, even without his wand. He was hardly a bully unless pitted against a dragon. In the duels of a millennium ago, no one donned armor for protection. Evading an opponent's spells was a fundamental skill at Hogwarts. Moreover, as the bloodlines of Slytherin and Gabrielle intertwined, Teresa reflected on her initial desire to be with Salazar. Had they united back then, what need would there have been for the 13 clans? Nevertheless, the current situation was already quite satisfactory. And Teresa felt a deep sense of gratitude. Heaven knows the joy she felt when she sensed Salazar's presence outside the castle. After all, 1,000 years prior, she had truly believed him to be dead, and time had only served to embellish the memories of him in her mind. Hence, upon their reunion after a millennium, she did not hesitate to threaten him with her life. Among those who clearly understood the events unfolding, aside from the two incapacitated figures, the one most profoundly shaken was undoubtedly Lupin. The werewolf's keen vision had allowed him to capture the preceding scene. This vampire companion of his had employed no incantations, nor even the magic of his vampiric lineage, relying solely on his terrifying speed to evade all assaults, and then piercing their napes with his sharpened claws. Influenced by the bloodline, what manner of being was this individual whom Dumbledore had sent him to accompany on a paid journey? Why had he never heard of him before? Lupin could only manage a wry smile. With the abilities displayed moments ago, what valuable intelligence could he possibly relay to Dumbledore? Once the battle concluded, Salazar no longer focused on his fallen adversaries. His gaze shifted to the surroundings. During the skirmish, numerous muggles had attempted to stealthily flee, but the rapid conclusion of the encounter left them awkwardly stranded. Sarah surveyed her surroundings with a furrowed brow before finally brandishing her wand. "Obliviate, slumber," she intoned. The nearby muggles collapsed softly to the ground, and with a flick of her wrist, she cast a levitation charm to gently arrange them in a comfortable position. Teresa approached Sarah, casting a shadow over both of them with her parasol. The two, still conscious, gazed in horror at the scene before them. They had never witnessed such a collective use of the oblivion and slumber spells. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness engulfed their minds, and thereafter, they would never awaken. Upon employing the memory charm on the two, Sarah's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. If she was not mistaken, these were the individuals they had been seeking, the mysterious person whom the beautiful lady from Gryffindor had been conversing with. In that instant, a nimble figure darted from among the unconscious crowd, swiftly making its escape into the distance. Salazar remained motionless. Teresa allowed the parasol to hover in place, creating an ethereal afterimage that appeared ghost-like beside the fleeing individual. She reached out, resting her hand on his shoulder, dissipating his momentum. Why flee? The boy, now under Teresa's control, suddenly let out a low growl, exhibiting signs of wolf-like transformation. However, his strength paled in comparison to the previous werewolf. Even an ordinary adult wizard could easily apprehend him, let alone Teresa, the former vampire elder. With a disdainful huff, Teresa struck the back of the boy's neck with a precise blow, mirroring Salazar's technique. The boy collapsed, the traces of his transformation vanishing, yet his consciousness remained alert. He glared at Teresa, clearly agitated, his breath heavy. "This is a matter among us werewolves. Why must you vampires interfere?" Teresa lifted the boy by the back of his collar, a faint smile gracing her lips, her demeanor surprisingly cheerful. "This is not our choice to engage, mind you. Do not forget we were labeled as peculiar individuals, thanks to your instigation." She returned the boy to the ground, positioning him adjacent to the two lifeless werewolves, causing his complexion to pale further. The parasol fell into Teresa's hands as Salazar approached the boy, crouching down to meet his gaze. The boy possessed eyes of a tea-like hue, reminiscent of smoky crystals, his thick brown hair curling slightly, and his skin a healthy wheat tone, adorned with delicate freckles on his cheeks and nose. They had previously discussed the theft of the werewolf's sacred artifact. Was it true? The boy averted his gaze, his voice trembling. "That item is not in my possession." "Oh," Salazar exclaimed, rising to his feet and turning to Teresa. "Let us depart." He was merely a traveler, not a participant in the werewolf's internal conflict. The truth of the artifact's whereabouts was irrelevant to him. Moreover, it was merely a relic, unworthy of disrupting his travel plans. Teresa nodded obediently, her petite steps following suit, her lavender dress tracing beautiful arcs through the air. The boy stared in disbelief as the pair approached an elongated white limousine. His expression contorted with confusion, overwhelmed by the stark contrast of his previous emotions. Yet, he exhaled in relief. Although the method was peculiar, he had momentarily escaped danger. Gratitude towards Muthu filled his heart. Meanwhile, Lupin, still processing the situation, felt as though he had participated in everything yet remained entirely invisible. He glanced at the boy still lying on the ground, his brow furrowed in indecision. Couldn't he simply abandon him here? What if other werewolves discovered him? Judging by the behavior of the pursuers, the boy might genuinely be innocent. Very well, even if not innocent. I cannot simply leave him be until I learn of his past misdeeds, he resolved. Wait, Ogloss, we cannot leave him here. The boy widened his eyes, glaring at his kin, convinced he was a traitor to the great Muthu. Lupin hurried to catch up with Salazar and Teresa, reiterating his concerns. The two regarded it as a minor interruption in their journey, unconcerned, but since Lupin insisted, accommodating him posed no significant issue. As the boy was hoisted into the vehicle by Lupin, he gazed helplessly at the sky, feeling as if the sunlight had dimmed, with the muggles present rendered unconscious. Teresa took control of the car, lifting it into the air. Salazar leaned against the window, watching as the gas station gradually diminished from view. Only when it was completely out of sight did he instruct Lupin to send a message to the Ministry of Magic. He had faith that Dumbledore would resolve their predicament. Clearly, Sirius was aligned with Dumbledore, and Lupin, who was friendly with him, was not far removed from that association either. However, Salazar felt no compulsion to conceal anything from Dumbledore. He had committed no shameful acts. Gryffindor seemed to concur with his sentiments. At that moment, Salazar finally grasped the clamor within the Sorting Hat. "Sal, you see, I had my suspicions about him, which is why I asked you to take a look." Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff exchanged derisive laughter. "Goaty, the pursuit of beauty is an innate human instinct. Although we may disdain you, we would never express it outright, so rest assured. Pray tell, Mr. Diego Sandoval of the Prophet has not ensconced himself within a hat." Upon hearing this, Salazar suddenly recalled a perplexing matter. He had never heard of a Horcrux being capable of harboring 3 souls simultaneously. Was this a refinement in the method of Horcrux creation? Or a peculiarity inherent to the hat itself? Reflecting on it, aside from when he disguised himself as a paladin, Gryffindor seemed to have always worn this hat, never having replaced it over the decades. He did not perceive this as Gryffindor's nostalgia. He still donned the wizarding robe handcrafted by Hufflepuff. Yet Gryffindor had long since forgotten its whereabouts. "Goaty, is there something peculiar about this hat?" Salazar inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Gryffindor, equally perplexed, countered. "Sal? Did I not mention it?" "No," Ravenclaw chimed in, equally insistent that he had not spoken of it. When they had crafted the Horcrux, Gryffindor had merely stated that the hat could accommodate the souls of 3 individuals and endure for an extensive duration, without elucidating its origins. Well, as the esteemed white wizard, Gryffindor, I find myself questioning my memory. Perhaps this is a relic of our Gryffindor lineage. My father bequeathed it to me before his demise, and I infiltrated the ranks of the Paladins, intending to strike from within against the church, but alas, a bishop discovered my true identity. Goaty, you need not recount what we already know." Ravenclaw's voice was tinged with exasperation. That said, the true heirloom of Gryffindor is the Sword of Courage. This hat serves as its sheath. My father passed away before he could reveal its true origins to me. However, You are aware that I used the sword of courage to slay the last angel who made contact with the earthly realm, and since that fateful encounter, the sword has shattered. For this hat to bear the sword of courage and function as a Horcrux, housing 3 souls is no burden for it. Moreover, neither the fangs of a basilisk nor the curse of fiendfire could hope to destroy it. This elucidated matters, although the precise origins of the hat remained shrouded in mystery. The fact that it had once harbored a sword capable of slaying an angel spoke volumes. The demise of that angel had directly precipitated the church's decline. Salazar nodded thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "By the way, you haven't hidden a sword within the sorting hat of Hogwarts, have you?" As evening descended, they arrived at the seaside. Before seeking a place to stay, Teresa parked the car on an uninhabited beach. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow that painted the drifting white clouds in the azure sky, adorning them with shimmering fringes, which soon transformed into a rose-tinted twilight. The world was enveloped in a tender crimson hue, and the tips of Teresa's hair glimmered beautifully in the light. She left her umbrella in the car, extending her arms as if to embrace the sun that was about to sink into the sea. "Salazar, would you like to come down and take a look? The sunset is truly magnificent today." The orange-red light had already filtered through the car window, lending a rosy glow to Salazar's pale complexion. He shook his head, choosing instead to sit there, sharing this moment with his friends. "I have never witnessed such a sight," remarked Ravenclaw with a sense of awe. 1,000 years ago, the scenery must have been even more splendid, devoid of any pollution. Yet, we never gazed upon this world with such meticulousness back then. But nonetheless, we have seen it. November 9th, 2019, cloudy with light rain. The brilliant sunshine of yesterday had abruptly dimmed, with the sky remaining overcast from morning to now, threatening to unleash raindrops at any moment. Lupin ordered fish and chips at the inn, seated by the window, listening to Salazar and Teresa discussing the boat tickets. "We only have 2 options: depart in the afternoon on a small boat, which may be quite bumpy, or take the smuggler's boat in the evening, which might be less pleasant but could prove to be more interesting." Teresa was sharing the details of the ship she had managed to contact that could depart today. Salazar furrowed his brow in contemplation, delicately sipping the blood plasma poured into a white ceramic cup, endeavoring to persuade Gryffindor regarding the proposal of soaring through the skies on a flying broomstick. Setting aside the fact that they had no brooms, Salazar was reluctant to confront the vast expanse of the open sky and the prospect of a lengthy journey lasting several hours. Lupin, devoid of any decision-making authority, could only continue to savor the delectable fish and chips, far superior to the hamburger he had consumed the previous afternoon. Thank Merlin for the delightful experience they had at the Muggle and they had carelessly chosen the day before. After elaborating on the available vessels, Teresa commenced her breakfast as well. The inn was situated adjacent to the sea, and the sound of the waves had even disturbed their slumber the previous night. Yet at this moment, Teresa felt grateful for their choice, for from the window, she beheld the tranquil sea, its surface adorned with frothy white edges that gradually transformed into a soft blue, deepening into an endless expanse of dark blue, as exquisite as a masterful oil painting. Unlike the memories of the sea from when Slytherin Castle was engulfed in flames, she and Salazar had fled England together. At that time, their only means of escape was by ship, a merchant vessel where they had clandestinely concealed themselves in the lowest compartment. Enduring the terror of the thrashing waters and the perpetually damp environment that rendered their clothes eternally soaked. Suddenly, their gazes locked in an unspoken understanding, and they each discerned the depth of emotion reflected in the other's eyes. Salazar clearly reminisced about that experience of crossing the sea. Placing his empty ceramic cup upon the wooden table, leaning against the thickly cushioned chair, his gaze drifted serenely over the surface of the water. "Let's set sail this afternoon." During this period, Lupin had grown accustomed to their silent exchanges. He had already finished his serving of fish and chips, yet leaving abruptly would seem rather impolite, leaving him awkwardly seated. However, his eyes wandered uncontrollably towards Salazar and Teresa. How to articulate it? He was filled with curiosity about his traveling companions. Their various behaviors indicated that they were out of sync with the wizards of this era. Considering the vampires' prolonged lifespans, one had to wonder from which time they hailed. Given their displayed combat prowess, they could not have been merely obscure figures in history. Dumbledore was undoubtedly aware of this, though he did not deem it necessary for Lupin to know. Thus, Lupin's curiosity only deepened. At 3 in the afternoon, they boarded a cruise ship. Although it was described as a small vessel, for Salazar, who had traversed to the year 1919, it felt like a marvel. The wolf boy they had captured the previous day had to follow them, his body weakened from hunger over 2 days, leaving him too feeble to protest. Their cabins were on the 2nd floor, adjacent to one another, and the tickets had been booked by Teresa, who had, predictably, slipped in some personal preferences. Consequently, Salazar ushered Lupin into one of the rooms, and upon closing the door, he swiftly tossed his hat onto the bed, distancing himself from the gossip of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, as well as the raucous laughter of Gryffindor. Teresa, in turn, angrily relegated the wolf boy to a corner, claiming the entire room for herself. Curse be it. Salazar's attitude had evidently softened, so why couldn't she maintain her composure? Curling herself in the blanket, Teresa stared blankly at the pristine ceiling, lost in thought. Once the initial excitement wore off, time aboard the ship grew tedious. Salazar returned to the cabin, greeted Lupin, who was writing a letter, and sat beside the bed, attempting to repair his serpentwood wand. This endeavor was undeniably a formidable challenge. The wand was too severely damaged, and Salazar was uncertain he could restore it. He carefully separated the basilisk horn from the serpentwood, using magic to attempt to awaken their dormant vitality. After finishing his letter, Lupin noticed Salazar's actions and, driven by curiosity, could not help but observe. However, as he watched, he gradually sensed something amiss. He did not recognize the core material of the wand. But the wood used for the wand's body was undeniably serpentwood. If his memory served him correctly, there had only been one individual in history known to have crafted a wand from serpentwood. That was a legendary figure whose name anyone familiar with history could effortlessly recite, Salazar Slytherin. Was it possible that the wand in his hands belonged to the very founder of Hogwarts? Lupin was startled by his own thoughts, yet if that were true, then the shadowy world of Hogwarts would not seem so implausible. Night fell upon the ship after Salazar had toiled with the serpentwood wand for half the afternoon, and he had to concede that his initial optimism had been misplaced. Repairing this wand proved to be more challenging than crafting a new one, especially since the necessary materials were now hard to come by. By the end of the afternoon, he had only managed to restore a semblance of vitality to the serpentwood, but it still lacked the capacity to serve as a wand core. With a sigh, he tucked the wand away. The weather in November brought shorter days and longer nights, and as darkness enveloped the scene, the ocean appeared even more profound. Now, aboard the vessel for the night, guests were afforded ample opportunity to experience life at sea. At this point, Lupin had left the cabin, leaving Salazar alone within. Dinner had commenced outside, and with the ship anchored, the rocking had diminished significantly, allowing more diners to enjoy their meals on deck. Vampires did not require the 3 meals a day as humans did. A single jar sufficed for their daily sustenance. Although overeating did not lead to weight gain, it could still produce discomfort. Stepping out of the room, Salazar sought a secluded spot, where he sat and watched the fading light. He was not accustomed to this aimless existence. Arriving in 1919, it seemed he had lost his sense of purpose. This era did not necessitate his presence as a time traveler, and he had not arrived here with any particular objective, though it felt somewhat absurd. He had merely sought to escape the year 1009. Hey, Godric, how about we leap into the sea to explore the depths? Salazar jested. Engrossed in the sorting hat, Godric responded with a touch of seriousness. Sal, the ocean floor is inhabited only by whimsically shaped fish, but if you wish to dive down, it's not impossible. Rest assured, we won't get wet. Salazar, slightly exasperated, merely lamented, I'm just at a loss for what to do. Previously, we were fleeing for our lives. Then we contended with the church. Once the church could no longer compete with us, we turned our focus to managing Hogwarts. But now I have no desire to study magic or remain at Hogwarts any longer. Indeed, this posed a dilemma. After a moment of silence, Ravenclaw's voice chimed in. But, Sal, we could delve into Muggle culture, journey eastward, and engage with the martial artists and practitioners of Qi. Once we've explored all that, we could embark on another time travel adventure, bringing Teresa along to witness the marvels created by Muggles in the next millennium. Salazar was somewhat moved by her words. Reminiscent of the Qi cultivator he encountered a millennium ago from the east. At that time, he had not engaged in combat with anyone. Yet his sheer presence had compelled the bishop to retreat. He envisioned continuing this journey in a similar manner, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. Alas, the study of Muggle culture is, in fact, no less challenging than our own. I have perused one of their mathematics books, and without exaggeration, I found it utterly incomprehensible. Salazar braided his wind-tossed hair as he listened to Ravenclaw's musings on Muggle mathematics, feeling the vibrations of the cruise ship beneath his feet. Is it conceivable that upon our return, we could establish a bookstore in Diagon Alley, preserving the lost magic of a millennium? Salazar deftly shifted the conversation. By the way, can you guess how I came to learn about time magic? Sal, don't tell us you had some grand plan when you left. Gryffindor's tone was less than cordial. As he pondered the absurdity of merely opening a shop in Diagon Alley after arriving in this world a millennium later, it would surely suffocate him. Do you perhaps wish to launch a counterattack on heaven? That might be preferable, but thus far he had sensed no trace of divine energy. And heaven seemed to have vanished entirely. Nevertheless, their curiosity regarding time magic remained insatiable. Previously, they could only ascertain that Salazar had not perished. And it was only when he was awakened in the Chamber of Secrets that they realized he had traversed to a millennium hence. That was an age ago. Perhaps you may find it hard to believe, but I have encountered death. Salazar's voice drifted, recalling an event that felt but a mere 40 years past. Death? Did he impart the knowledge of time magic to you? Ravenclaw inquired, astonished. She understood that death's existence transcended mere legend, a millennium ago. Artifacts belonging to him could be acquired at exorbitant prices. Indeed, I was quite young then. He guided me through the realm of the deceased, prophesying that the last angel would be slain by a brave soul, leading to the decline of the Holy See. He also revealed that no mystery endures indefinitely. Only the passionate multitude would shape the future of this world. Salazar's voice grew even more ethereal. Thus, I have endeavored to inspire you to establish a school for wizards, shattering the barriers that confine magic to wizarding families. I acknowledge that Muggle culture shall dominate the world. Yet I cannot allow the cherished aspects of our existence to fade away into oblivion. Gripping the railing, Salazar's fingertips turned pale. But you never mentioned this to us. Gryffindor exclaimed, his tone tinged with agitation. Forgive me. So your journey to a millennium hence was not solely due to a quarrel with Godric? I comprehend your reasoning. But Helga, could you refrain from such peculiar descriptions? Salazar felt an unsettling dissonance, inexplicably reminded of Teresa's mischievous glint when she produced 2 tickets. You know I didn't mean that. Godric has no such capability. I would be astonished if a male giant were willing to be with him. Hufflepuff hurriedly clarified. I can hear you. Gryffindor interjected. A brief silence ensued as they gazed upon the same expanse of sea, watching the light sink into its depths. Chilly water splashed onto the deck, dampening Salazar's Muggle attire. Well, returning to the subject, I intend to embark on another journey through time, striving to thwart death's next prophecy. What are your thoughts? Look at you. Godric shot back. Do you wish to brawl? You haven't stood a chance against me for ages. On a serious note, I genuinely do not believe that the culture of the mysterious realms will vanish. Look at the Holy See. Are they not still erecting churches far and wide? Gryffindor reasoned. No, Godric, that's not so easily said, Ravenclaw countered, still harboring considerable faith in death. Her soul's light flickered restlessly within the sorting hat. The first prophecy had already come to fruition, had it not? Moreover, death's implication likely pointed toward the dissolution of the Holy See's extraordinary structure. The complete erasure of culture is a formidable challenge. Even Muggle fantasy novels may still reference the Holy See and wizards. Hufflepuff agreed with Ravenclaw as perspective, drawing near to offer silent solace. Salazar felt the sea breeze as he awaited the sun's complete descent into the ocean. I too believe that after this journey, we must rekindle some of the magic from that time. Do assist me in recalling it. The renowned mobile library, Ravenclaw, willingly accepted the task. I have no objections. But would you still be inclined to return to Hogwarts? As Salazar smiled, he exclaimed, Certainly not. How could you learn from that fellow Godric, who speaks with such heavy breaths? The Hufflepuff remarked. Then it is decided, upon our return to England, we shall establish a bookstore. And with that, he leaped into the sea. Enveloped by the frigid waters, the roar of the ocean echoed in his ears as Salazar opened his eyes, now transformed with serpentine pupils, delicate scales emerging on his cheeks. In an instant, his body elongated and twisted, morphing into a serpent adorned with glossy black scales. This was his animagus form. The animagus transformation transcended mere physical alteration. It was a return to one's ancestral lineage, an endeavor to draw ever closer to their forebears. Upon becoming a feathered serpent, Salazar experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation, his body flowing gracefully through the water, entirely oblivious to whether his actions were deemed un-Slytherin-like. Another splash resounded as Teresa plunged into the sea, having been a silent observer until now, just as in countless instances before. She listened to Salazar and the other 3 wizards as they engaged in discussions of their plans. Teresa would undoubtedly be their most steadfast supporter and most capable executor. From long ago, Teresa understood that, in every conceivable aspect, she and Salazar were kindred spirits, both genuine geniuses, whether in magical prowess or intellectual depth. While she recognized her own limitations, she endeavored to close the gap, determined not to fall too far behind. Yet, after a millennium, Teresa yearned for more than mere compliance. She believed she had not squandered her time. Over the centuries, her experiences had far surpassed theirs, and her mastery of magic had deepened profoundly. She wielded her magic to command the currents, racing alongside him through the sea. Once Salazar reverted to his human form, she embraced him from behind. "Whatever you choose to pursue, I shall accompany you." The vampire's body temperature was low, rendering him impervious to the cold. Yet, in that moment of Teresa's embrace, he felt an inexplicable warmth. With her cheek pressed against his back, her voice emerged soft and tender. "Whatever you love, I shall cherish. Whatever you wish to protect, I shall guard for you. We have faced angels together, and now we can confront the prophecy of death side by side." Salazar deactivated the shared perception, preventing the trio in the hat from continuing to endure Teresa's sycophantic remarks. At that moment, they were already vociferously condemning his insensitivity. Upon returning to the ship with the use of a door key, it was deep into the night. Having magically dried off, Salazar found Lupin already asleep upon entering the room. He lay down fully clothed, gradually quieting the tumult in his mind, and succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, Teresa wielded a whip, her smile brimming with satisfaction, while he found himself bound to a massive rock, utterly immobile. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of ocean, its vastness and silence enveloping the scene, causing the sound of Teresa's high heels to resonate like notes struck on a piano, crisp and clear. Salazar lay with his eyes wide open, fixated on the pristine white ceiling, lost in thought, unable to fathom the reason behind such an extraordinary dream. At that moment, the sun had risen, casting a gentle golden hue across the tranquil sea, and soon they would be able to disembark. After having breakfast, Salazar observed Teresa as she playfully coaxed the wolf boy into revealing the location of the hidden relic, and only then did the peculiar sensation within him finally dissipate. Indeed, he was hardly skilled in divination, thus, the dream he had experienced should hold no significance whatsoever. Salazar selectively chose to forget the harrowing moment when Teresa had compelled him to become a vampire and had seduced him into drinking her blood. However, recalling Teresa's words from last night, he felt an urgent need to rectify her distorted view of love. By now, Salazar could no longer deceive himself into believing he harbored no feelings for Teresa. He simply thought that his emotions had yet to ascend to the heights of love. This was merely a fondness, an appreciation for one another, which was entirely different from romantic love. Moreover, his disposition was ill-suited for romance, and he had no desire to seek a romantic partner. The notion of genuinely testing this was far from his mind. Managing friendships was already exhausting enough. If he were capable of navigating those complexities, he would not have left Hogwarts so prematurely. If he were to be truly involved with Teresa, it might very well jeopardize their friendship altogether. It would be best to find an opportunity to clarify matters with Teresa. If they could return to the sibling-like camaraderie they once shared a millennium ago, it would be splendid. After disembarking, they hastened to the vampires' gathering place in France. Initially, they sought the Flu network connection to the vampire market in this harbor city. After paying the fare, they stepped into the fireplace. Following a brief moment of dizziness, they found themselves in a quaint, pastoral room. Aside from them, an elderly witch scrutinized the four, her displeasure evident upon seeing Remus and the wolf boy, which extended to Salazar and Teresa as well. The vampire market was not welcoming to outsiders, and the two had no choice but to remain temporarily in the tavern. Thus, the four split up. Salazar and Teresa descended the tavern-esque staircase together, entering the market. Meanwhile, at the gas station they had previously visited, four unfamiliar figures arrived. All were exceedingly tall, radiating an imposing presence merely by standing there. They inhaled the air, their expressions grave. Gerard and Gilly had perished here, their bodies disposed of, likely by their killers. One of them twitched his nose, declaring, "A powerful curse. But it doesn't seem to match any known lethal spells. There were many sins of wizards here. The one who killed them might have notified the Ministry of Magic, and there was also the sin of those blood-sucking bats." Another added, "Wait." The fourth person's face suddenly paled. "Did you just say they notified the Ministry?" The other three remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, the Aurors had already formed a perimeter. "Mr. Dumbledore, thank you for bringing us this information. Once we capture these four, dealing with Fenrir Greyback will be much more manageable." An Auror solemnly expressed gratitude to Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood still, watching as they bound and transported the four werewolves. "This was also relayed to me by a friend." "A friend?" The Auror inquired with curiosity but did not probe further. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Dumbledore before departing with his colleagues. Dumbledore took out a pocket watch, glancing at the time, murmuring, "By now, they should have arrived in France." After Salazar and Teresa entered the market, Remus found a corner to sit and drink. while the wolf boy sat beside him, still wearing an unwilling expression. "Hey, you're a werewolf too. Why are you following those two vampires?" the boy asked, fidgeting uncomfortably in his seat, clearly perplexed. Remus did not look his way, slowly sipping a rather peculiar blood wine, furrowing his brow but adhering to the principle of not wasting it. "I didn't choose to be a werewolf either." The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. But he recognized that there were indeed many werewolves like that, so he refrained from further questioning. After swallowing the blood wine, Remus pondered whether vampires possessed a different sense of taste, then shifted his focus to inquire, "What is your name?" The boy hesitated. "Harvey." Remus crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. "So, Mr. Harvey, can you tell me why you are being hunted? What does it have to do with that relic?" Harvey regarded him warily. Remus spread his hands, indicating he meant no harm. "If you're innocent, we will help you." Harvey's expression momentarily softened, yet the lingering scent of blood incessantly reminded him of his current environment. He lowered his voice, sneering. "Why should I trust two vampires and a werewolf mingling with them?" Remus locked eyes with him, and after a long silence, he realized that Harvey was unlikely to open up easily. Frustrated, he took a large gulp of the blood wine, nearly overwhelmed by its intense flavor. Harvey crossed his arms, silently observing him with a look of disdain. By the time Remus finished the perplexing blood wine, it was already approaching noon. Salazar and Teresa had yet to fully explore the vampire market, which was an intriguing novelty for both of them. A millennium ago, such large-scale gatherings of vampires had not yet been established, and Salazar had never witnessed anything like it. Teresa, whose activities had primarily been confined to England, had encountered very few vampires in her time. As Lupin began to reminisce about the history of magic out of sheer boredom, Harvey suddenly glanced towards the direction where the bar connected to the market. A chill ran down his spine, and his tawny eyes dilated into slits. Lupin sensed the piercing gaze as well, yet as a member of the Order of the Phoenix who had engaged in numerous battles against Death Eaters, he clutched his wand firmly and turned to face the source of the scrutiny. Before them stood a girl with silvery curls and deep crimson eyes that appeared increasingly sinister in the dim light. Dressed in a black spaghetti-strap dress, her skirt was a voluminous blend of red and black fabric. She observed them intently, a perfectly poised smile gracing her lips. Behind her stood a middle-aged gentleman clad in an elegant tailcoat, his gaze equally fixed upon them. The girl approached, lifting her skirt slightly, her smile unwavering and seemingly etched upon her face. "Good day. I am Madeline Wickham." Harvey stared at her intently, his muscles tensing. Lupin, though equally apprehensive, remained composed, his conscience clear. "Hello. I am Remus Lupin from England." Yet Madeline continued to focus on Harvey, slightly raising her chin. Harvey's fists clenched silently. "What are you planning?" Madeline furrowed her brow, and the gentleman accompanying her stepped forward, his nails transforming into sharp claws as he aimed to strike at Harvey's cheek. Suddenly, Harvey's right hand sprouted fur, swelling until two equally menacing claws clashed violently. "Ah!" Harvey could not contain a cry of agony as his hand twisted grotesquely back to its human form. The gentleman retreated behind Madeline, wordlessly wiping the blood from his fingertips with a silk handkerchief. His own blood. He cleaned his hands meticulously, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. In his attack on Harvey, he had inadvertently shattered a protective charm. Sensing the surrounding gazes upon them, Madeline lifted her skirt once more and slightly bent her knee. "I apologize for the intrusion. I merely wished to retrieve something." Meanwhile, Salazar and Teresa were in a shop selling dreamscape crystal balls, preparing to purchase one that could capture images. They had already procured a variety of blood types. The blood plasma sold here had a shelf life of 6 months, suggesting that competition spurred development. The moment Salazar sensed the protective charm he had cast for Lupin and Harvey shatter, he swiftly led the still eager Teresa out of the shop, heading toward the market entrance. That charm, though not particularly powerful, served primarily to notify the caster of immediate danger. "Salazar, what is happening?" Lupin and Salazar were unaware of Harvey's name, but they knew they were under attack. Upon their arrival at the bar, they found Madeline seated at a clean table, gently swirling the wine in her glass. Teresa tugged at Salazar's sleeve. "That is Madeline Wickham, one of the elders from France." Salazar nodded, not perceiving the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Lupin and Harvey lay bound on the ground by crimson ribbons. Harvey bore several deep lacerations, blood oozing from the wounds. Yet a vampire would never touch a werewolf's blood unless driven by the brink of starvation. Lupin's wand, however, was nowhere to be found, fortunately leaving him without any visible injuries. Upon seeing Teresa, the unwavering smile on Madeline's face finally faltered. Earlier, at the market, Teresa had concealed her visage, but here, she deemed it unnecessary. "You are Teresa Gabrielle?" Madeline inquired. Due to Teresa's rejuvenation, Madeline did not recognize her at once, though centuries ago. Teresa's appearance had not deviated significantly from her current form. "What brings you to France?" Teresa stood silently beside Lupin and Harvey. Madeline noticed this and let out a cold laugh. "So they are the ones you brought. However, I am quite interested in that werewolf relic he possesses. At present, Salazar does not command much attention. The spotlight is firmly on two subtly opposing ladies. However, at that moment, a small music box unexpectedly flew from Lupin's jacket pocket. Before anyone could react, it landed on the ground, releasing a plume of grayish-white smoke from which Dumbledore emerged. He surveyed his surroundings with keen curiosity, inquiring, "What is happening here? Remus, why are you on the ground?" With a flick of his wand, the red bindings that restrained Lupin instantly snapped, scattering on the floor before gradually becoming transparent and vanishing entirely. Lupin rose from the ground, scanning for his wand. A mere gesture from Dumbledore summoned Lupin's wand back into its owner's grasp. The others watched his actions with varied expressions. Yet no one dared to be the first to step forward. They were all aware of Dumbledore's illustrious reputation, the man who had triumphed over Grindelwald in duel. Even the 10 elder vampires, if faced with the former Grindelwald, would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. "Let us first deal with him, and then determine the rightful ownership of the relics." Madeline's voice resonated in the ears of the gathered vampires, a result of her magical enhancement, leaving Dumbledore unaware of her intentions. Yet, what Madeline could never fathom was that Salazar and Dumbledore could be considered allies, at least when it benefited Hogwarts. "Mr. Slytherin, I believe we should first inquire of this child." Dumbledore's voice was audible only to Salazar, although Salazar was not entirely indifferent to the relic's ownership. He had no desire to engage in a confrontation with Dumbledore or Madeline over it. The elder vampires, barring any fortuitous events, were likely of comparable strength. Madeline was not significantly different from the previous Teresa. Now devoid of negative influences, he found himself capable of handling Madeline without issue. The concern lay with Dumbledore, whose true capabilities were still a mystery to Salazar. While he felt confident, he understood that every headmaster of Hogwarts was far from a simple character. The strength of the Slytherin lineage predominantly manifested in curses and the taming of extraordinary serpentine creatures, not in grappling with sudden combat. This had been the reason he had once struggled against Gryffindor. However, if granted the time to unleash his curses or to directly command a battle with the Horcrux, none among the Sorting Hat's 3 could stand against him. It must be noted that to this day, Salazar had yet to master any vampire magic. The transformation into a vampire had primarily enhanced his physical attributes and altered his dietary habits. Though he lamented this deficiency, Salazar could not simply stand by and witness Teresa's demise. One must concede that Teresa's desperate gambit had proven remarkably effective. That said, within the confines of Salazar's seamless extension spell lay several objects worthy of being considered relics, not particularly rare a millennium ago. Moreover, the hat perched upon his head might possess significance beyond mere relic status. Gryffindor interjected, "Indeed, that is certainly the case." Salazar nodded in agreement with Dumbledore's perspective. Although Teresa was unaware of the conversation between Salazar and Dumbledore, she resolutely sided with Salazar. Thus, an alliance had been formed against Madeline, who remained blissfully ignorant, believing that the other 2 vampires would be her natural allies. "Let's hear what this child has to say," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Leisurely taking a seat on a round stool, his elbows resting on the table, the ropes binding Harvey silently unraveled, and he writhed on the ground, hastily freeing himself before swiftly rising to his feet, eyeing all present with caution. Salazar similarly drew out a chair and seated himself, selecting a position in close proximity to Dumbledore, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Madeline gazed at them in shock, her rosy lips slightly parted, soon overshadowed by an expression of displeasure as she struggled to comprehend how a wizard named Dumbledore possessed such allure that her kin would choose to support him. Yet, he was merely an unknown relative. As long as her fellow elder, Teresa, stood by her side, their chances of victory remained substantial. However, upon Salazar's seating, Teresa promptly took the chair beside him, her hands resting gracefully on her knees, exuding tranquility and elegance. Madeline, attempting to conceal her tumultuous emotions, was aware that her opportunities had dwindled, yet she was unwilling to relent, eager to see what further words this young werewolf might utter. "I previously inquired of you, and I shall ask once more, what is the situation regarding that artifact and yourself?" Salazar inquired. Harvey clenched his teeth in frustration. Yet he was not so disoriented as to lose his sense of judgment. His fists tightened and then relaxed as he hesitantly spoke. "My full name is Harvey Howard Gordon." After a brief pause, Dumbledore interjected, "The Gordon family, once the guardians of the werewolf sacred mountain." Salazar recalled the immense sacrifices made by the Golden family in their struggle against the Vatican. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "The once guardians of the realm?" Harvey's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. "Indeed, after the fall of the Holy Mountain, we ceased to be." "The Holy Mountain fell?" Salazar's attention was entirely focused on this matter, while the sorting had engaged in a fervent discussion among the three. Teresa gently tapped his hand. Yet he remained oblivious to her gesture. Salazar recalled the prophecy of death, a mysterious omen destined to fade away. In this present day, the Holy See has been reduced to a mere shell, the sacred mountain of the werewolves has crumbled, and the 13 clans of vampires have faced annihilation. Now, only 10 elders remain, while the world of wizards is moving towards total isolation. He inhaled sharply, struggling to suppress the tumult within his heart, and continued to listen to Harvey's narration. After the collapse of the sacred mountain, our duty shifted from safeguarding the mountain itself to preserving the eternal flame. Harvey's voice bore a somber tone. Yet, it is not merely that. The Gordon family holds considerable prestige among werewolves, and typically, the sacred artifacts are entrusted to our family for safekeeping. But I would rather forego this responsibility. His voice rose suddenly, and he lifted his gaze, allowing a tear to escape from the corner of his eye. Despite our esteemed status, we are no longer the formidable Gordon family of yore. We are incapable of protecting those sacred relics. We proposed involving other families, but none were willing to assist until Finrarberg intruded at the end of September. We fought with all our might to prevent him from seizing the artifacts, yet those families suddenly turned against us, accusing our family of theft. But at that moment, none of the relics were missing. My father and uncle have already perished in battle. I know those families acted under Finrarberg's directive. But why? From the very beginning, entrusting us with the artifacts was a preparation for this very moment. As for the relic upon me, he chuckled bitterly, it was he who chose me. This is something that the head of the Gordon family must possess. 25. Hogwarts welcomes every seeker of knowledge. A prolonged silence enveloped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Madeline once again lifted her skirt and curtsied. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that you hailed from the Guardian family. Harvey gazed at her in surprise. He had yet to recover from his earlier fervent emotions and could not fathom why the very Madeline who had nearly taken his life would now offer him an apology. However, Teresa seemed to suddenly recall something, her expression shifting as she suppressed a smile and whispered, I remember now, when Madeline was nearly killed. A member of the Gordon family let her go. Later, during her encounters with werewolves, she encountered members of the Guardian family and refrained from inflicting severe harm. Though her voice was barely audible, everyone present discerned her words. Vampires and werewolves possess keen hearing, and perhaps Dumbledore's hearing was inconsistent. Madeline glanced at Teresa and nodded slightly, to which Teresa responded with a sweet smile. Harvey clearly heard this as well. He looked at Madeline, his face etched with astonishment. You are the one my great-grandfather once mentioned. He halted abruptly before uttering a term that could bring him misfortune. What a delightful tale. Dumbledore remarked at the opportune moment, producing a box of chocolates of an uncertain name, extracting one for himself and placing the rest into Harvey's hands. Salazar observed that Teresa's expression had become peculiar. Teresa cast him a glance that suggested they should discuss matters more leisurely later, indicating that this topic was not appropriate for the current setting. Consequently, his curiosity was piqued. Madeline turned to Dumbledore and inquired, So, Mr. Dumbledore, you will treat this child kindly, won't you? Her gaze intentionally or unintentionally flicked towards Lupin, almost revealing her implication. Hogwarts has welcomed werewolves before, under different circumstances. Lupin might have felt targeted. However, in this moment, he felt no discomfort and was even quite willing to acknowledge it. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. That ultimately depends on the child's wishes. Salazar suddenly recalled that Mia had no choice at all back then. Thus, this old bee must have discovered the deeds Mia had once committed. He silently mourned for Mia for a moment, looking up to the heavens. Now, all eyes were fixed on Harvey, who clearly felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny, his ears visibly reddening. Harvey stammered for a long time, unable to articulate his thoughts. Dumbledore offered him solace, saying, Relax, my child. Hogwarts welcomes any soul yearning for knowledge. The Sorting Hat chimed in, with Gryffindor teasingly remarking, This current headmaster truly embodies the spirit we once had. He dares to accept anyone into Hogwarts. Fortunately, Hufflepuff reminisced, at least there were no dwarf students now. Though just a few years prior, there had been a half-giant. Salazar reminded them. What of it? Ravenclaw chuckled. Back in the day, Hybel was considered a Hogwarts student. Moreover, we frequently employed portraits and ghosts as teachers, which was remarkably cost-effective. All right, Gryffindor sighed, but the current headmaster's imagination leaves something to be desired. Harvey surveyed the crowd, took a deep breath, and asked Lupin, "Did you really attend Hogwarts?" Lupin waved his wand, affirming the inquiry. Finally, Harvey turned to Salazar and Teresa. After spending days together, he discerned that neither Salazar nor Teresa harbored any hostility, and he sensed a complete lack of covetousness towards a certain relic. His previous awkward demeanor and rejection stemmed solely from the racial divide. Yet, upon reflection, a bitter smile crept onto Harvey's face. The vampire he had always perceived as an enemy had never inflicted real harm upon him, nor had his kin. It was, indeed, absurd. He felt a twinge of regret for his prior words and actions. Salazar smiled, saying, "Although we have not attended Hogwarts, I assure you, it is the finest wizarding school in the world. There, no one will threaten your safety. Those werewolves cannot harm the students within the castle." Teresa nodded with a smile. While she was uncertain about the current state of Hogwarts, she believed that with such a foundation and a renowned headmaster, it could hardly be in a dire condition. Harvey stared at them wide-eyed, and after a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded. "I would be delighted." Dumbledore's smile broadened as he conjured a dazzling display of fireworks with his wand, exclaiming, "Welcome, child." Subsequently, Madeline was the first to depart, wishing Harvey a joyous experience in his future studies. However, her expression quickly darkened as she hastily left with the middle-aged gentleman. Her black and crimson skirt fluttered in the dim light, resembling a floating flower. She must be investigating the Guardian's family affairs, Teresa stated with certainty. He mentioned that after escorting Harvey to Hogwarts, he intended to visit an old friend in France and inquired if Salazar would like to accompany him. Salazar inquired about the identity of Dumbledore's old friend and, upon learning that he was an illustrious alchemist responsible for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, he readily acquiesced. In his youth, he too had studied alchemy. However, his aptitude in this domain was merely mediocre, far overshadowed by the exceptional talents of Hufflepuff. Ultimately, he regrettably abandoned the pursuit, channeling all his efforts into the remarkable field of potion-making. Nevertheless, a sense of longing lingered in Salazar's heart. After Dumbledore's departure, Lupin sat alone at a small round table, perusing a newspaper left behind by an unknown guest, resolutely deciding to abstain from any of the beverages offered. Why subject himself to the peculiar taste of the blood wine? Meanwhile, Teresa pulled Salazar aside to gossip about the elder in charge of the establishment. The trio within the Sorting Hat exhibited more excitement than if they had secured the house cup, for they were conversing with friends so familiar that there was no pretense to uphold. The servers, having noted the events that had transpired, promptly presented them with the establishment's signature drink. Seated upon a plush cushion, they enjoyed delectable beverages in a delightful environment perfect for gossip. In the dim light, Teresa's eyes sparkled with the fervor of the flames of gossip. It became evident that gossip knows no age. To clarify, I am merely relaying rumors. The truth remains elusive to me. Yet, it is implausible that the French vampires would concoct tales about their own elder, lending a high degree of credibility to these whispers. Salazar held a glass of brilliantly colored wine, listening intently, though he would never admit it, perhaps due to prolonged boredom. The three individuals in the hat had already begun urging Teresa to continue her tale. Salazar recounted their conversation, and Teresa, pursing her lips, smiled shyly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Salazar scoffed at her embarrassment. After all, wasn't he last night at sea far more deserving of such sentiment? What had Teresa been doing after boarding the ship? Regardless, Salazar had not witnessed Teresa's bashfulness since 2019. That was many years ago, and I have forgotten the precise year. At that time, Madeline was not yet an elder, merely slightly older than Mia. Salazar nodded, speculating that this must be a tale of gratitude. Back then, the conflict between werewolves and vampires raged fiercely, yet I did not partake in the battle. During one particular skirmish, Madeline's family stronghold was breached by werewolves, and the Sorting Hat had already issued a tense summons. Salazar found it perplexing why they were so curious. Had they not experienced a myriad of events a millennium ago? This was different. Hufflepuff had launched a fervent protest. For what was a disaster when it befell oneself, but mere gossip when it happened to others? No, Salazar, you fail to comprehend this joy. The delight of possessing an intriguing secret and the thrill of acquiring fascinating knowledge are both worthy of celebration. Ravenclaw stood resolute, entirely devoid of the former headmaster's once paramount reverence for knowledge. "So you are reveling in schadenfreude, then?" Salazar muttered, the corners of his mouth twitching in resignation. The hat fell into silence. Teresa continued her tale. "At that time, Madeline was abducted by a werewolf, but when the war concluded and we exchanged prisoners, she was not returned. Many believed her to be dead. However, her family soon received a letter from her, in which she declared her love for a werewolf. Such a romance, transcending race and hatred, captivated the audience's full attention. After taking a sip of her drink to moisten her throat, Teresa lowered her voice, compelling Salazar to lean in closer to hear. At that time, mainstream vampire opinion condemned her, and we too believed she would never return. Yet, more than a decade later, Madeline reappeared, accompanied by a child. Wait, did I hear that incorrectly? Hufflepuff's voice brimmed with disbelief. It shouldn't have been Ravenclaw's airy tone that responded. She appeared equally astonished, the light of her soul vibrant within the Sorting Hat. "As far as I know, werewolves and vampires cannot produce offspring, correct?" This Gryffindor expressed similar incredulity, striving to redirect the conversation, attempting to dismiss thoughts of Madeline's apparent age at that time. Although Salazar did not express any remarks, his countenance became exceedingly peculiar. The outward appearance of a vampire, akin to that of ordinary humans, does gradually age. However, this process is remarkably slow and varies depending on the strength of their lineage and the level of their magical prowess. While many perceive the visage of vampires as eternally unchanged, this is merely an illusion created by the brevity of their lives. He envisioned Madeline's appearance years ago, 11, 12 years old. At most, she could not have been older than 14. Such a travesty. Teresa noticed Salazar's expression and instantly realized how mistaken her description had been. Wait, it's not as you think. Madeline was a vampire turned through transformation, and by that time, she should have already reached adulthood. Salazar let out a slight sigh of relief. This was something he could somewhat accept. Her husband was a werewolf of the Gordon family? Uncertain, as Madeline had never mentioned it, but it was undoubtedly connected to the Gordon family. In her subsequent encounters with werewolves, Madeline had never taken the life of a member of the Gordon family. Teresa furrowed her brow, reminiscing about the rumors she had heard during that time. Unfortunately, the child had passed away in the 3rd year after being brought back. The bloodlines of vampires and werewolves were ultimately difficult to coexist. The Sorting Hat emitted several sighs. Salazar posed the final question. Why would Madeline return if she is already with that werewolf? Teresa sighed, expressing her uncertainty. It remains unclear, yet she truly loves her husband. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such behavior towards the Gordon family. At that moment, Salazar sighed, reflecting on the fate of the Gordon family. The two sat in the dim light, enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, after delivering Harvey to Hogwarts and entrusting him to Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore swiftly returned to this place. He first noticed Lupin, who was silently gazing at a newspaper. Upon recognizing Dumbledore's presence, Lupin laid the newspaper aside and quickly rose to his feet. "Mr. Dumbledore, the issue has been resolved." Dumbledore spread his hands, urging, "Let us proceed to find them." When Dumbledore and Lupin approached, they found the other two had concluded their previous discussion and fallen into silence. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Salazar inquired, "Are we to visit the alchemist now?" Dumbledore nodded slightly, and under the influence of the door key, the four of them suddenly appeared on a Muggle street. Lupin, bewildered, looked around. He seldom mingled among Muggles, and thus he was quite astonished that the renowned Nicholas Flamel had chosen to build his residence in such a location. Salazar, on the other hand, remained relatively indifferent. After all, they had experienced quite a lot among Muggles a millennium ago. Dumbledore reminisced fondly, stating, "In truth, this place was first graced by the House of LeMay, and only then did this street come into existence." He guided the trio into a narrow alley adorned with blooming roses, though regrettably, the onset of colder weather had obscured the once splendid sight of the roses in full bloom. Passing through the alley, they arrived at a charming 2-story red brick building, enveloped by an exquisite garden, through the railing of which glimpses of the interior could be discerned. In this courtyard, Salazar discerned numerous alchemical modifications, which, to his untrained eye, appeared remarkably advanced. Within the Sorting Hat, Hufflepuff expressed profound admiration for the garden's arrangement, which heightened Salazar's expectations of this master alchemist. As they approached the entrance, the garden gate swung open automatically, revealing the figure of Nicholas Flamel standing at the door of the small building. He appeared quite aged, even older than Dumbledore. With silver hair and a beard cascading down, his exposed skin marred by age spots and wrinkles. Yet, he emanated a vibrant vitality, as though a youthful spirit resided within. Merely gazing upon him invoked a sense of contradiction. He opened his arms and embraced Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Welcome, my friends." Following this, he and an equally aged lady, whose youthful visage was utterly unrecognizable, ushered the four into the parlor. The parlor was rather cluttered, filled with an assortment of items from various eras and styles. Reminiscent of a curiosity shop, they settled onto a sofa draped in red and white checkered fabric, where a house elf served them coffee and pudding. Dumbledore picked up the sugar bowl and, after some effort, managed to sip his coffee, with Lupin mimicking him. Salazar and Teresa exchanged glances, both perceiving the mutual exasperation in each other's eyes. Some items on the table were unpalatable to them, while others felt that Dumbledore would be better off pouring the coffee into the sugar bowl. Of course, Teresa noticed Salazar's subtle resentment and could only clear her throat, diverting her gaze. From their pockets, which had been enchanted for discreet expansion, they retrieved the newly purchased flavors of blood plasma, thus accepting their host's hospitality. The elderly lady, somewhat disheartened, tapped her forehead, apologized, and instructed the house elf to take the items away. "Albus, I am exceedingly grateful that you are willing to come and listen to my ramblings." Nicholas Flamel clasped his hands together before him. "What is there to be thankful for? I have recently resolved a significant dilemma, and Hogwarts is functioning smoothly. There is nothing I cannot manage." Dumbledore replied, smiling as he nodded. Flamel then turned to the other three. "And who are they?" Dumbledore introduced them one by one. "This is my student, Remus Lupin. As for these two, let them introduce themselves." Faced with the greatest alchemist in history, Salazar felt no need to conceal his identity, having been open with Dumbledore from the outset. "Greetings, Mr. Flamel. I am Salazar Slytherin." At that moment, with a loud thud, Nicholas Flamel nearly leaped from his seat, his knee colliding heavily with the extended armrest. He stared incredulously at Salazar, his face a canvas of astonishment. "Salazar Slytherin, is it truly you?" Salazar was taken aback by Nicol LeMay's actions. He understood that his name might hold considerable weight for the contemporary wizards, yet he did not expect such a reaction. "Mr. LeMay, please remain composed. I apologize, but are you truly?" Salazar nodded, his expression rife with resignation, while Teresa beamed at him with a smile. Nicodemus LeMay's countenance suddenly brightened, and he uttered a brief "wait a moment" before rising from his seat with an unexpected swiftness that belied his appearance, hastening up the stairs. The remaining four exchanged puzzled glances. Madame LeMay, seated nearby, began to cough discreetly and rummage through a nearby cupboard. After a moment of searching, she produced a box of cookies, along with a box of gory lollipops, murmuring as she brought them over, "I thought these would expire here." By the time Dumbledore had finished his pudding and was savoring a biscuit with his coffee, Nicodemus LeMay finally descended from the upstairs. He cradled a substantial tome with a black, hard cover, which he placed heavily upon the coffee table, its weight evident. Noticing the curious gazes directed at him, Nicodemus elucidated, "This is a bequest from one of my professors. Before his passing, he entrusted it to me with the instruction to deliver it to you." He turned to Salazar, stating, "It truly is a marvel. I always presumed Professor Malfoy had lost his faculties before he died, especially considering that, as you know, we all believed you to be dead at that time. Oh, by the way, I too graduated from Slytherin. Was it Malfoy Roxanne Malfoy or Pablo Malfoy?" The words of Nicholas Flamel struck a chord within Salazar, evoking memories of his two disciples from a millennium ago, a brother and sister duo. When he departed from Hogwarts, they had just reached adulthood, preparing to embark on their travels after graduation. Roxanne had even promised to bring him silk from the East. It was Pablo Malfoy, his sister. Roxanne Malfoy had long since passed away. Flamel's voice was somewhat somber as he remarked, "Much of my knowledge of alchemy was imparted by Professor Malfoy. He was mere moments away from creating the Philosopher's Stone." Understanding this, Salazar lifted the thick tome from the table, opening to the front page, revealing the signature of Pablo Malfoy. He flipped through the pages, which appeared to be Pablo Malfoy's diary, interspersed with insights on potions and alchemy. The diary commenced from the moment he entered Hogwarts, and Salazar recalled that Pablo was merely 13 years old at that time. The others waited in silence as Salazar perused the notebook. Dumbledore munched on cookies, while Lupin idly surveyed the room, and Teresa played with her hair, lost in thought. Madame Flamel seemed oblivious to the guests, deftly knitting a seaweed green sweater, while Nicholas Flamel kept his gaze fixed on Salazar as he examined the notes. And it was only Salazar's resolve that prevented him from feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny. In truth, his entire focus was now on the notebook. Pablo's diary, April 17th. 1010. Roxanne and I returned to Hogwarts, and to my surprise, the teachers had left. Miss Teresa is frantically searching for them. Merlin. She nearly fights with Professor Gryffindor every day. They almost demolished half a tower today. I wish Professor Hufflepuff or Professor Ravenclaw would intervene. I wonder when our teacher will return. I hope the gifts Roxanne and I brought don't expire. June 1st, 1022. The Chamber of Secrets has been sealed. For some reason, the sorting hat was left inside. How will the subsequent students be sorted? But never mind that. It is not my concern. Today, however, Professor Hufflepuff informed me that the teacher merely left and did not perish, a sentiment I have always held. Nevertheless, Professor Hufflepuff shared with me the curse in the Forbidden Forest, a punishment left for intruders by our teacher. The curse of the Slytherin bloodline will only dissipate upon the death of the caster, and since the curse remains, it is indeed good news. See, Salazar, how irresponsible your departure was. Teresa visits daily, and during that time, I lost 20 pounds. Professor Gryffindor emphasized Pablo's plight. Salazar ignored him. However, Hufflepuff was already commanding him to be silent. On May 20th, 1050, Professors Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff departed together, much like the teachers of yore, leaving without a sound. Professor Gryffindor lingered in the observatory for an extended period that evening. When I passed by during my night watch, he remained there, though he paid me no heed. I felt a yearning to venture out once more. Roxanne had opened an inn in Yorkshire, and I ought to pay her a visit this summer. On December 3rd, 1098, Professor Gryffindor closed his eyes forever in his office. Thus, the era of the four founders came to an end. I shall never forget the sight of the professors and Hufflepuff charging into the headquarters of the Roman pontiff, sending the Pope skyward, nor the intricate formations devised by Professors Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff that successfully transformed an entire knightly order into the undead. And of course, there was the moment when Professor Gryffindor pierced the angel with his sword. Although that encounter resulted in the shattering of the Sword of Heroes and left him resting in the infirmary for half a year, I assure you, he has always remained remarkably gallant in my heart. Salazar stared at the line of text, unable to turn the page for an extended period. Let's continue, came the voice of Gryffindor. Sal, do not dwell on it. We too have departed, unaware of where Rona and I have gone, or what the final outcome may be. It shall be a splendid conclusion, hell. Their memories remain frozen at the moment the chamber closed, oblivious to what transpired thereafter. The pages continued to turn. August 1274. I may be close to death. A few days ago, I visited my great-nephew. He appeared to be nearly as old as I. January 1st, 1300. I have managed to endure until this time. I have discovered a secret. When the teacher departed years ago, it is highly probable that he employed time magic. I found remnants of time magic in the Forbidden Forest, and the teacher's last appearance was indeed within that very forest. I recall the teacher mentioning time magic once more, as if he were the sole possessor of such knowledge. I believe it prudent not to disclose this to Miss Teresa just yet. Moreover, there is another matter that perplexes me greatly. Certain powerful spells have become increasingly difficult to cast. Hippo has been sleeping all day, and it seems the world is rejecting those formidable magics. My time is truly limited. Today, I shall consume the final vial of the elixir of life, and I will entrust this notebook to someone I hold in high regard, the essence of the book chamber. Finally, good night, my teacher, the great Lord Slytherin. May you find joy in a time unknown to me. This is indeed the last page. That Malfoy brat. Teresa hissed through clenched teeth, but she soon fell silent. Together with Salazar, she gazed upon the final words, her emotions a complex tapestry of feelings. Salazar perused the final diary entry once more, placing the notebook back upon the table, and let out a heavy sigh as he reclined against the sofa. If it were possible, he truly wished to never lay eyes upon such things again. For an extended period, he could convince himself that they were all well, merely existing in another realm. Yet, one could indeed entertain such thoughts, as measured by one's subjective experience of time. They had not yet returned to Hogwarts. With a slight nod, Salazar acknowledged that one must ultimately confront death, and he believed he could process this emotion on his own. However, his train of thought shifted. Pablo had discerned a decline in magical potency. Could this imply that the fundamental cause of the decline of extraordinary civilizations, as foretold by the Grim Reaper's prophecy, is the very waning of magic itself? What is your perception? Is your magic still functioning normally? Ravenclaw inquired. Fortunately, the level of magic itself remains unaffected. It is merely that casting spells, particularly more complex ones such as the Dementor's Kiss, has become somewhat cumbersome. Initially, I assumed it was a side effect of time travel, and thus paid it little heed. Moreover, Pablo continued, the difficulty in unleashing high-powered spells should not be attributed to a decrease in magical capacity. Sal, would you care to attempt the use of a forbidden spell? I believe the decline of extraordinary civilizations, as indicated by the Grim Reaper's prophecy, may indeed commence from a reduction in the powers accessible to such civilizations. Ravenclaw persisted. She had always been the most astute and observant among the four. Salazar nodded slightly, acknowledging the agreement. However, he emphasized that it could not be done in this location. The others concurred wholeheartedly with the sentiment. Forbidden spells, as the name suggests, are arcane arts that are taboo. The very array that transformed an entire knightly order into the undead was a forbidden spell. And the incantation Salazar employed to traverse time and space was likewise a forbidden one. Typically, such spells necessitate extensive preparation and often require the aid of intricate arrays. Salazar recalled that in his time, Hogwarts was adorned with intricate enchantments capable of invoking forbidden spells, truly a fortress of formidable strength. Regrettably, now it merely possesses charms to obstruct divination and prevent apparition, and their efficacy has significantly diminished. However, apart from the untested forbidden spells, I believe the wizards of this era are not inferior to us in our prime. Dumbledore's magical prowess seems to be quite comparable to my own, and their wands are remarkably unique. This is indeed promising news. Gryffindor exclaimed, Sal, how confident are you in facing the current headmaster? The voice of Salazar resonated softly. Do you hold me in such contempt? Beside him, Teresa chuckled, for Salazar occasionally invited her into conversations with the other three. He handed her the plush creature gifted by Hagrid, signaling her to refrain from leaning in so closely. By the time their discussion concluded and they became aware of their surroundings, the small parlor had been left with only Salazar, Teresa, and Mrs. Lamy. Thus, their gazes turned towards Mrs. Lamy, inquiring about the whereabouts of the others. They subsequently ascended to the second floor with her, where Dumbledore was engaged in examining a celestial chart alongside Nicholas Lamy. The second floor was adorned in gentle shades of blue, with a series of wind chimes hanging by the windows. Outside, the sun had unexpectedly emerged, casting a soft, gentle light that filtered through the partially drawn blinds, imbuing the space with tranquility and serenity. A small hall also graced the second floor, leading further into the chambers of Nicholas Lamy and his wife. This hall resembled an open study, furnished with only a few wooden chairs, several wooden bookshelves brimming with volumes, and a small tripod table draped with a square blue and white checkered cloth. The celestial chart that Dumbledore and Nicholas were examining lay upon this modest table. Upon seeing Mrs. Lamy ascend with the two, they both diverted their attention from the chart. Mr. Slytherin, you have finally concluded your perusal. Dinner will soon be served. Dumbledore approached with a cheerful smile. Nicholas Lamy pressed down the scroll-like chart with a teacup and joined them, saying, Mr. Slytherin, perhaps it is time I address you as headmaster? Salazar observed his expression and discerned a hint of sincerity. No, I am no longer the head of Slytherin. Well? Lamented LeMay with a shrug. Can you tell me what exactly is inscribed in Professor Malfoy's notes? Back in the day, Professor Malfoy had imposed certain conditions for accessing the notebook, allowing only those he designated to unlock it. There was not much to it. Within that notebook, Malfoy chronicled his daily life at Hogwarts, fleeting memories crossing Salazar's mind as he wrestled with whether to reveal to Dumbledore and Nicholas the matters of waning magic and the prophecy of death. Speak up, after all. Our purpose is to pass down certain magics from a millennium ago, and it would be beneficial for them to know. Ravenclaw interjected. Salazar gazed at the dappled light filtering through the slats of the blinds, pursing his lips as he contemplated the entry point of the discussion. He approached the celestial map. For although his divinatory skills were not exceptional, he possessed at least a fundamental understanding. A millennium ago, wizards were expected to have a modicum of knowledge across various disciplines, as no one could predict when seemingly trivial information might become a lifeline. This celestial map, a product of alchemy, allowed for real-time observation of the heavens shifts. A single glance revealed that his misfortune had already transpired days prior. He cast a sidelong glance at Teresa, who followed him closely. Indeed, it was unfortunate. According to the map's indications, he would convey to these two influential wizards of the era that the decline of their magical powers would unfold with surprising ease. Pulling out a chair and settling down, Salazar mused, "Mr. Dumbledore, Mr. LeMay, there is something of utmost importance I must share with you." Beneath a towering mountain peak, a girl clad in a red and black gown, wielding a black umbrella, suddenly appeared. Her brow was furrowed, and her gaze seemed ablaze with fervent intensity. Was it true that only one member of the Gaunt family remained? Madeline tilted her head back, closing her eyes to prevent tears from spilling over. And when she finally opened them, her dark red irises had regained their clarity. She recalled her husband, with whom she had shared but a fleeting moment. He had once said, "Madeline, your opportunity has arrived, return to the vampires." The guardian families of the Sacred Mountain would inevitably weaken, and correspondingly, the 13 vampire clans would also diminish. This world could no longer accommodate their kind. Such is the nature of this world. Those at the pinnacle may flourish with resolve and vision, yet a step lower, there are always those with twisted hearts, ready to trample upon the fallen guardians without hesitation. Are you suggesting that this world repudiates individuals like us, endowed with special powers? That the Muggles are the chosen children of this realm? Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his expression one of incredulity. As if Salazar were proposing to admit trolls into Hogwarts for their education. Salazar nodded, affirming Dumbledore's understanding. Nicholas Flamel furrowed his brow in contemplation. After such an extensive passage of time, he too harbored a similar sentiment, albeit one he had deliberately chosen to overlook until now. The life he desired was merely one of seclusion with his wife, and he had no inclination to partake in matters that affected the entire magical realm. Yet, Salazar had articulated this notion so candidly that it compelled his attention. Based on my previous experiences, I can indeed attest to this. However, to validate it, I must resort to attempting the use of forbidden spells, Salazar lamented. Subsequently, Salazar proceeded to enlighten them on the fundamental principles of forbidden magic. He was utterly taken aback to discover that both Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel were entirely ignorant of such spells. While Dumbledore's lack of knowledge could be attributed to the passage of time, Flamel's ignorance was rather intriguing. As Salazar concluded his exposition, the hour had nearly arrived for dinner. However, both listeners were now disinterested in partaking in the meal. Nevertheless, Mrs. Flamel resolutely thrust a sandwich into each of their hands and stood firm, watching them finish their meal. For the first time, Salazar found himself grateful for being a vampire. The location chosen for the forbidden spell experiment was a vast expanse of woodland. Salazar conjured a brilliant orb of light, elevating it to the treetops, transforming the area into a radiant spectacle. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel observed intently, their curiosity piqued by this entirely unfamiliar form of magic. "Sal, what kind of spell do you intend to prepare?" Hufflepuff inquired. "Surely, a spell of great magnitude would be unwise. The noise would be overwhelming and difficult to control. Perhaps we should explore the concept of spatial folding instead?" suggested Gryffindor. Alternatively, a ritual for immortality could be considered, although it requires cooperation from others. However, even in the event of failure, the backlash would not be severe. With the necessary materials for the forbidden spell in hand, Salazar pondered for a moment. "Let us opt for something simple. How about a pact with the underworld? This spell could indeed be classified as potent, enabling the wielder to forge a contract with a formidable being from the afterlife, allowing them to summon that entity for a single attack when needed. The limitation, however, was that only those who had ventured into the underworld could wield it. Salazar's childhood encounter with the Grim Reaper afforded him access to most magic associated with the realm of the dead. Regrettably, this spell could not be compounded, otherwise Salazar would have undoubtedly brought forth a multitude of contracts to bombard the headquarters of the church. "Are you seeking to ascertain the current state of the underworld?" Ravenclaw inquired. Salazar nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, if the decline of magical power truly begins with the reduction of the highest combat strength, then it would be utterly impossible for me to establish contact with the underworld." A commendable notion, Ravenclaw concurred with Salazar's insight. As Salazar began his preparations, Teresa had already withdrawn, cradling the soft creature in her arms while leaning against a tree, silently observing. Personally, she was rather indifferent to the potential waning of magical energy. Her previous vampire elder had exhibited an extreme lethargy. Well, she was simply a romantic at heart, fixated on but one thing. As the metal began to melt under intense heat, Salazar meticulously controlled the flames, ensuring they affected only the portion of metal suspended before him, which had already melted halfway. The temperature around him remained only slightly warm, and under the influence of the wizard robes crafted by Hufflepuff, His surface temperature remained quite comfortable. This spectacle was enough to astonish the two wizards who had never experienced the era of rampant forbidden spells. Watching Salazar roast the metal with flames, Dumbledore recalled a certain individual still confined in Ermengarde, wondering if he could achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, Nicholas Flamel was keenly observing whether Salazar was employing the Fiendfire curse. However, wasn't that supposed to be entirely uncontrollable? This certainly appeared otherwise. Which household could wield Fiendfire with such precision? Once Salazar completed this phase, Nicholas sighed regretfully, shaking his head. Ultimately, he discerned the nature of the magic. Perhaps it was a powerful spell long thought lost? Were Salazar to learn of this speculation, he would sternly admonish, if one cannot wield the Fiendfire with complete control, then it should not be recklessly employed. Gryffindor would retort, by all means. Use it when you wish to perish alongside those around you. As the metal transformed entirely into a liquid state, Salazar guided it with his wand, extending it through the air to inscribe some incomprehensible runes. These symbols were unfamiliar even to Salazar. He speculated they might belong to the script of the underworld. He inscribed these runes and positioned them correctly, a process that consumed roughly 2 hours. By then, the sun's light had entirely vanished, leaving only the floating orb of light illuminating the clearing in the woods. Dumbledore had long since taken command of the magic, leaving Salazar unable to divert his attention while inscribing the runes. Throughout the process of Salazar casting the forbidden spell, Dumbledore had also mastered this long-lost enhanced version of Lumos. He pondered why such magic had faded from memory. Not far from Paris, the city's brilliant lights were still visible. Teresa leaned against the tree, absently stroking the soft creature nestled in her arms. She alternated her gaze between the enchanting night of Paris and Salazar's spell preparation. For a moment, she found herself unable to discern which was more wondrous. At last, the inscribed runes formed a complete circle around Salazar. He waved his wand, drawing slender lines of blood from his fingertips, softly chanting incantations. Teresa's eyes fixed upon those bloodlines, her lips pressed tightly together, her mood soured. Every drop of a vampire's blood was exceedingly precious. Yet she understood she could not prevent Salazar from conducting this forbidden spell experiment, so she merely sulked against the tree, the soft creature finally shifting uncomfortably in her embrace. All of Salazar's focus was concentrated on the magic he was currently wielding, and until now, everything had proceeded smoothly. The three voices within the sorting hat remained silent, lest they disturb Salazar's state. However, an unexpected turn of events arose. The final step of this spell, which was meant to establish contact with the underworld, was now eluding him. No matter how hard Salazar tried, he could not sense the realm of the dead. What was happening? In that fleeting moment, the intricate workings of the forbidden spell had faltered. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he coughed up blood. His consciousness momentarily clouded. Teresa swiftly supported him, her expression filled with concern. "Salazar, are you all right?" "I'm managing," Salazar replied through gritted teeth, feeling the surge of magic within him fully activated yet devoid of an outlet, now spiraling uncontrollably. The scene before him flickered in and out of focus. He shook his head, realizing that the backlash was more severe than ever before. Previously, it had only resulted in magical disturbances. Could this also be a manifestation of constraints? He pondered, though the trio within the hat offered no answers to his musings. Has the forbidden spell failed? Dumbledore approached, his voice laced with concern. "Perhaps you should rest now. We can discuss the matter of magical exhaustion later." Salazar nodded, allowing Teresa to transport him through the art of apparition. That evening, they found refuge in the home of Nicholas Flamel. At that moment, Salazar paid little heed to the fact that Teresa was sharing a room with him. Just before slumber, Teresa heard the sorting hat inquiring whether she wished to take a peek inside as well. Salazar did not ponder for long before readily agreeing. Subsequently, all traces of negativity dissipated from his being, and his consciousness detached from his corporeal form, entering into the sorting hat. In the dimly lit room, Teresa sat on the opposite side of the double bed, one hand cradling her cheek, her mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. "Teresa, let us have a conversation." Suddenly, the voice of Salazar resonated from behind, startling Teresa. She quickly turned around, perplexed as to why Salazar had recovered so swiftly. However, upon turning, she beheld a countenance on Salazar that was utterly unlike his usual demeanor. In an instant, Teresa sprang to her feet, her muscles taut with tension, her gaze fixed intently upon the figure seated on the bed. "Salazar? No, you are not him. Who are you?" Salazar's exquisitely beautiful face broke into a gentle smile. "Teresa, have you forgotten?" Teresa hesitated, her expression wavering. and finally inquired, "Are you Helga Hufflepuff?" In the profound silence of the Sorting Hat, Salazar gained a clearer understanding of the current circumstances surrounding his three cherished friends. The soul of Gryffindor floated beside him, resembling a flickering flame. Distinctly unlike the usual grayish hue of a typical spirit, the soul of Ravenclaw lingered further away, exuding an aura that mirrored her living essence, calm and wise. But what of Hufflepuff? Suddenly, Salazar became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. His soul had temporarily entered this realm, while Helga's spirit had vanished. Did this imply that it was Helga, the Hufflepuff, currently controlling his body? If he were to stroll down Diagon Alley, even toppling over Nocturne Alley would pose no issue. He would not mind temporarily lending his vessel to them. However, present in the room was also a certain Teresa Gabrielle, a former elder of the vampires. Sal, do not act impulsively. If you force your way back into your body, Helga will be harmed. We are all merely incomplete souls at this moment. Ravenclaw urged from the side. Salazar took a deep breath, uncertain of how he had managed to perform such an act with his soul. Could the external perspective truly be valid? Surely, he had to comprehend what was transpiring. The soul of Gryffindor collided with his, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Oh dear. What shall we do? Helga, without her hat, would never allow the unfortunate Salazar to discover what transpired between her and the beautiful Miss Teresa. In Salazar's perception, it felt akin to two puddings colliding, with him being one of those very puddings. Salazar, speaking of Godric, did he not consider that Helga's lover is right here listening? Although Rowena might not think too much of it, she still felt the need to assert her presence as a righteous partner, especially since Gryffindor had spoken. As expected, the moment Gryffindor finished his sentence, Ravenclaw launched an attack. Godric, at nearly 70 years of age, must you not learn the subtleties of jesting? I am quite serious. Come now, Rowena, let us engage in a decisive battle. However, from Salazar's perspective, their so-called battle resembled nothing more than two puddings colliding. He soon realized that he, too, was akin to a pudding, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. After all, he wasn't compelled to go out. And compared to observing Hufflepuff instilling bizarre ideas into Teresa, he preferred watching Gryffindor and Ravenclaw spar. Hufflepuff, bearing Salazar's form, nodded in response to Teresa's astonished gaze. It is I. So, is something happening? Has Salazar encountered trouble? Teresa inquired hesitantly. Hufflepuff shot her a glance, feeling deeply for Salazar's indifference. He is fine. Perhaps he is already arguing with Godric. Oh, Teresa sighed in relief, though she still felt quite uncomfortable. Hufflepuff, in Salazar's guise, stood up from the bed, approached the bedside, and drew back the curtains that Teresa had just closed. She gazed out at the garden, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she took in the distant view of Paris at night. Teresa silently approached her from behind, but faced with someone so familiar, she felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Teresa, might you share your experiences from this millennium? Hufflepuff leaned against the windowsill, fingers idly twisting Salazar's hair. Teresa suppressed the urge to swat his hand away, reminding herself that it was also Salazar's hand. She inhaled deeply. There is no need. I have done nothing worthy of recounting. Hufflepuff smiled gently, but I truly wish to hear it, Teresa. Teresa was momentarily taken aback by the smile on that face. And soon enough, indignation flared within her. Yet, she could not truly act against Salazar's body, which only fueled her frustration, making her feel as if her millennium had been utterly wasted. Hufflepuff was in high spirits. Let us negotiate. I shall assist you with Salazar. But you must share with me all that you know of your 1,000 years, for historical records are forever unreliable. What did you say? Number 4, Privet Drive. After Sirius settled nearby, Harry's life became decidedly more interesting. Previously, he could only watch as the Dursleys indulged Dudley, but now, he was always accompanied by a large black dog. A knock echoed, and Aunt Petunia's sharp voice rang out. Harry, it's time for bed. The black dog nuzzled Harry's cheek, stepped back, and then swiftly transformed into a strangely clad, handsome man. Harry, witnessing Sirius's metamorphosis, cheered excitedly. The young child found it hardly surprising that a dog could turn into a person. Sirius lifted Harry onto the bed and kissed his forehead. Harry, I shall see you tomorrow. His figure quickly vanished from the second-floor room. Moments later, Aunt Petunia entered, scooping Harry up and heading toward the bathroom. Really, I should never have allowed such a person into my home. Not even just in Harry's room. Oh, goodness. Who would think of transforming into a dog? She brushed off the dog hair clinging to Harry, her mood dark indeed. Back at number 2, Privet Drive, Sirius cheerfully opened the door. But his demeanor swiftly soured upon seeing a wizard seated on the sofa in the living room, clad in a voluminous black robe, with greasy hair, an aquiline nose, and a waxen complexion. His eyes were bloodshot, dark circles evident beneath, presenting a picture of utter exhaustion. "Snape, what brings you here?" Snape snorted, turning his face away. "How is Lily's son faring?" Arms crossed, leaning against the recently closed door, Sirius's expression lightened. "If you wish to know, go see for yourself. You cannot treat Salazar this way. How shall I describe his character? Using contemporary Muggle culture, one might say he is rational to a fault, never taking the initiative, proud, and utterly solitary." Teresa finally could not restrain herself and interrupted Hufflepuff. "Wait, may I ask how you know all this?" Hufflepuff, momentarily taken aback, looked at her oddly. "Have you not explored Muggle culture? What does that have to do with anything?" Teresa asked. "It has everything to do with it." Hufflepuff's tone was resolute. "It is precisely because Muggles are numerous that some have the leisure to study such matters." 32. On how to deal with a proud one. "All right, please continue." After hearing Hufflepuff's analysis, Teresa found it somewhat credible. Her understanding of Salazar stemmed entirely from the tacit connection formed over years of companionship. When it came to an authentic character analysis, she felt utterly lost. Years ago, to escape an arranged marriage, she had fled her family, temporarily taking refuge with the Slytherin family. During that time, Salazar was truly easy to read. Although he had been inundated with the Slytherin ideology of survival of the fittest, he had never witnessed the world's darker side, filled with dreams and fervor. He carried the superiority of an ancient family lineage but managed to conceal his pride from others. Back then, he and Gryffindor were the best of friends, engaging in playful brawls. Initially, leveraging his bloodline advantages, Salazar dominated their skirmishes, but eventually, Gryffindor learned combat techniques from somewhere, making the fights increasingly challenging for him. Then one day, the Gryffindor family suffered a devastating blow, and Godric Gryffindor went missing, leading Salazar to become notably more withdrawn, dedicating countless hours to studying magic. It was during this period that Teresa began to harbor feelings for him. Everything seemed to progress smoothly until the Slytherin patriarch, while choosing to shelter the runaway Teresa, had also intended a marriage alliance with Gabrielle. However, misfortune struck when the church finally located the Slytherin castle. The memories that followed were steeped in darkness. Together with Salazar, she embarked on a 2-year odyssey of evasion until they escaped England by boat. Subsequently, they encountered 3 friends, and Salazar began collaborating with them to rescue captured wizards from the church's clutches. It was from this point that she found herself increasingly bewildered by him. Oh, by the way, when they discovered Gryffindor alive among the knights, Salazar's smile was as radiant as it had been many years ago, truly breathtaking. Until the establishment of Hogwarts, Teresa felt she had completely lost the boy who once ran with her against the wind from the mountaintop. However, the fleeting emotions of youth have taken root, flourishing during the 2 years in which the two relied upon each other for survival. Moreover, memory tends to embellish the image of someone who was once merely a passing fancy, rendering it indelible with the passage of time. Teresa, at least you can take comfort in knowing that Sal has genuine feelings for you, Hufflepuff pondered thoughtfully. Teresa's cheeks flushed as she remained ensnared in her memories, unable to extricate herself. With a gentle nod, her voice barely above a whisper, she said, "I know that if the Slytherin castle had not been breached by the church back then." Hufflepuff affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her face to redden further. In dealing with such prideful demeanor, one must not be overt, yet never should one expect him to take the initiative. Teresa nodded in agreement. Initiate subtle actions. First, make him accustomed to your presence, then ensure that his life becomes intertwined with yours, gradually intervening in his daily affairs. Once he grows accustomed to your involvement, you may proceed to ensnare him. Teresa nodded once more. However, she soon realized something amiss. Hufflepuff earnestly explained, "What has been discussed thus far is merely prelude. The crux lies in that final step. As long as it does not escalate to a point where he feels compelled to take responsibility, this rational mind, dominating and devoid of sentiment, will never acknowledge his affection for you." Teresa contemplated her words, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar until she emphatically nodded. "I understand." She failed to notice Hufflepuff's brief moment of rigidity, her gaze betraying a hint of insecurity. May their carefully devised plan yield results. At that moment, Hufflepuff resembled a devoted mother, fretting over her unaccomplished son. If it fails, they could only blame that Gryffindor fellow. After all, it was he who first proposed this scheme. Subsequently, the two engaged in a profound discussion on the matter, though Teresa felt quite awkward discussing how to win over Salazar, while Hufflepuff bore his visage. In the Sorting Hat, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had concluded their pudding contest without reaching a definitive outcome, as the fragments of soul they produced bore similar weight. All right, let us not linger on this topic any longer. Sal, do you believe it is necessary for us to discuss more pressing matters? Gryffindor inquired. Salazar, by posing this question, have you not already made it clear that you are reluctant to engage in discussion? Before we find ourselves at odds once more, Sal, why not share your thoughts on the sensation of employing forbidden spells? In contrast, Salazar perceives Ravenclaw as considerably more dependable. Salazar reminisced about his previous experiences. My magical prowess was without fault, and the casting process proceeded smoothly. However, just as I was nearing completion, I suddenly found myself unable to establish a connection with the netherworld. Both individuals listened intently. Moreover, as the incantation drew to a close, I sensed an abrupt surge in the magical energy required. It now demanded more than 3 times the amount I had previously needed. Had it not been for this, I could have sustained the connection with the netherworld for a longer duration. Additionally, there is a more pressing concern. The backlash following a failed spell has intensified significantly. In the past, such failures merely resulted in magical turbulence, but now the repercussions are far more severe. Ravenclaw quickly organized Salazar's insights. So, it appears that the forbidden spells can indeed be cast, albeit requiring a substantially greater amount of magical energy, with the backlash becoming exceedingly grave. Is there anything else? That is all. Salazar nodded. When we resort to forbidden spells in the future, we must be vigilant regarding our magical consumption. It would be prudent to avoid those of great potency. Gryffindor interjected suddenly. In hindsight, the decline of magical civilization does not seem to be as rapid as one might assume. After all, in our time, even some of the distinctly recorded spells used by Merlin were beyond our capacity, even when performed collaboratively. After a prolonged silence, no one responded, and Gryffindor conveyed a sense of perplexity through a wave of soulful energy. Salazar, with a hint of skepticism, retorted, Gordy, is it conceivable that those explicit records are merely the fabrications of a legendary novel? Gryffindor responded. Then why did you attempt to unite our spells back in the day? Salazar began to feel irritable. Indeed, they had acted in that manner years ago. However, later on, he confiscated a piece of extracurricular reading from a young wizard during potions class, within which he discovered the spell mentioned by Gryffindor. 33. The tea gathering at the LeMay residence. When Salazar returned to his body, it was already the deep of night. By this time, the adverse effects caused by the previous forbidden spell had largely dissipated, and his soul had enjoyed sufficient rest within the Sorting Hat. At that moment, he reclined against the headboard, with an empty vial of tranquil potion resting on the bedside table alongside a note pinned by Hufflepuff. Rest well. Good night. Salazar placed the note face down on the bedside table and turned his head to glance aside. At that moment, Teresa was already enveloped in slumber, cradling the blanket. In her dreams, a slight smile graced her lips, and her brows and eyes relaxed effortlessly. What exactly had Hell whispered to Teresa? A curiosity stirred within him, yet ultimately, he merely pulled the blanket closer, gazing into the void of darkness. Good night, November 12th, 2019, overcast. Upon awakening, Salazar completed his morning ablutions and then proceeded to indulge in his breakfast within the confines of his chamber. The blood plasma, infused with a vanilla essence, purchased the previous day at the vampire market, bore a striking resemblance in flavor to vanilla ice cream, ranking among Salazar's most cherished tastes. As Salazar departed from the room, Teresa sat before the vanity, delicately arranging her hair in front of the mirror. She endeavored to fashion it into an elegant updo, yet a few rebellious strands consistently refused to conform to her wishes. Salazar could discern that Teresa was in remarkably good spirits today. Otherwise, she would have long succumbed to her usual irritability. Upon leaving the room, Salazar glanced through the side window and observed the overcast sky. He had always harbored a distaste for rain, and now he found no fondness for sunshine either. Such weather had become the epitome of comfort for him. Through the window, he spotted Madame LeMay tending to the garden, her movements graceful and nimble, treating each blossom with the utmost tenderness. Sarah beheld a deep blue rose, growing alongside a white one, which inexplicably reminded her of Teresa's skirt as it swept through the air. Descending to the first floor, Nico LeMay sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper, with a half-consumed cup of coffee resting on the table before him. Salazar observed that the sugar jar was already half empty compared to the first time he had seen it. He settled onto the opposite side of the sofa and picked up the newspapers that Nicholas Lemaire had already perused. It was evident that although Nicholas had chosen a life of seclusion, he remained deeply attentive to current affairs, as these newspapers encompassed nearly all the news from across Europe. Salazar unearthed the Daily Prophet, which was replete with extensive reports on the demise of Voldemort and the savior, Harry Potter. Further flipping through its pages revealed a series of articles detailing the Ministry of Magic's apprehension of yet another Death Eater. Salazar glanced through a few articles, finding them rather tedious. He set the newspaper aside and retrieved a copy of Notre Dame de Paris from his pocket, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Flipping to the previously read pages, he resumed his reading. Indeed, wherever one may be, the clergy always maintain an air of sanctimoniousness. Around 10 o'clock, Dumbledore emerged from the fireplace, shaking the ashes from his gray wizarding robe. I sincerely apologize. I had some matters to attend to at Hogwarts last night. He settled into an armchair, repeatedly producing an assortment of candies from his pockets, leading Salazar to suspect he had just visited a sweet shop. Dumbledore handed a lemon popsicle to Nicholas Flamel and offered Salazar several chocolate frog cards. Unfortunately, you can no longer indulge in chocolate frogs. Otherwise, you could collect the cards yourself. However, I specifically bought you a bloody lollipop. Would you care to try it? Before Salazar could utter his refusal, a bloodied lollipop had already been thrust into his hand. He glanced at the card in his left hand and then at the lollipop in his right, filled with an unprecedented sense of dread for Hogwarts. Suddenly, the voice of Gryffindor rang out. "Sal, look at that card. It's me." Below it, another voice chimed in. "And that's me." The sharp-eyed Hufflepuff discerned their own likeness on the second card, which was only partially revealed. Salazar had no desire to engage with them and wished to place the sorting hat upon Dumbledore's head. Thus, the serious topic of the waning of magic commenced in an atmosphere reminiscent of a casual tea gathering. Salazar recounted the circumstances surrounding the use of forbidden spells once more, as Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel listened intently. Upon his conclusion, both men were engulfed in contemplation. Ultimately, it was Nicholas Flamel who broke the silence. "This is indeed a grave concern. However, I believe an even more pressing issue is that you are the sole individual in this era who possesses knowledge of these forbidden spells. It is, I contend, the loss of knowledge that has truly led to the decline of wizarding civilization." Dumbledore then remarked, "Mr. Slytherin, have you truly given no thought to returning to Hogwarts?" Salazar shook his head, stating, "Having made my way to this era with great difficulty, returning to teaching would be utterly mundane. Moreover, the long-lost magic is hardly suitable for young wizards." The three engaged in further discussion and ultimately reached the conclusion, "Let it be for now. After all, the waning of magical energy is not a matter that can be resolved overnight." Their deliberation was akin to a discussion that yielded no substantial outcome. On the streets of Paris, they recognized that, irrespective of the perspective taken, the issue of diminishing magical power was beyond their capacity to remedy in the short term, and it would not pose significant challenges for a considerable time to come. While it is prudent to prepare for the future, there is no need to adopt an overly anxious mindset. They should continue with their current endeavors. After Salazar involved more individuals in this matter, his own demeanor became remarkably more relaxed. Following noon, he expressed his intention to take his leave. "I must continue my journey, for upon its conclusion, I aspire to open a bookstore at a wizarding market. So much ancient knowledge has been lost over the millennia. I trust you would be inclined to learn some of the old magic?" Both Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel conveyed their willingness and expressed great anticipation for Salazar's bookstore. As they departed the modest second-floor residence of the Lamies, they summoned Teresa, who was tending to the roses in the garden. Before their departure, Mrs. Lamy gifted Teresa a silk scarf adorned with a vibrant base and black polka dots, and together they exited the enchanted alleyway. They strolled through the streets of Paris on that tranquil afternoon, beneath a heavy canopy of clouds, enveloped in a serene silence that brimmed with a sweet essence. After more than an hour, around 3 in the afternoon, they arrived near the place Saint-Michel in the Latin Quarter. This area, rich in cultural ambience, is frequently chosen by Parisians as a rendezvous point, often referred to as the heart of Paris. In addition to the renowned Saint-Michel fountain, numerous illustrious CAFs frequented by celebrated literati can be found here. These CAFs, adorned with charming decor, invite patrons to engage in leisurely pursuits, exuding an air of graceful tranquility, whether by design or by nature. Unbeknownst to them, they too absorbed the profound cultural atmosphere and romantic spirit of the locale. As they traversed the uneven cobblestone streets, they brushed past the romance and leisurely pace of the people around them. The scenery was steeped in charm, characterized by ochre-hued French architecture with the occasional fluttering of plane trees in the gentle breeze, while Gothic spires and Baroque sculptures adorned the landscape. Standing beside the Saint Michel fountain, despite their mundane attire, their striking appearances drew frequent glances. Fortunately, no one dared to approach them with presumptuous familiarity. Before Salazar sensed that the atmosphere had begun to shift uncomfortably, he promptly took Teresa away from the scene. He was by no means a romantic, nor did he wish to squander time on love. However, the infectious ambience of Place Saint Michel was simply too compelling. They subsequently wandered along the banks of the Seine, witnessing the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, the Champs-Élysées, the Palace of Versailles, and the Sainte-Chapelle, finally pausing before the Notre Dame Cathedral. Together, they gazed upon the edifice, memories of ancient conflicts with the papacy resurfacing, starkly contrasting with the serene beauty of the structure beneath the fluffy clouds. This juxtaposition was painfully discordant. Salazar always felt it ought not to be this way. Shouldn't there be a throng of knights charging towards them, accompanied by the prayers of priests in the background? Your thinking is utterly antiquated. Gryffindor scoffed. If it were me, I would have already taken Miss Teresa by the hand, purchased a bouquet of crimson roses, and led her into the church, shattering each angelic statue. He envisioned a kiss atop the church's bell tower, followed by a defiant gesture towards the heavens. Silence. Salazar merely passed by the Notre Dame, brushing past the devout worshippers, secretly mocking their ignorance while knowing he could never reveal to them that paradise had long ceased to exist. The nights in Paris were far from safe. Even before 8 o'clock, many shops had closed their doors, and the streets were becoming increasingly desolate, with only a few pedestrians hurrying along. Eventually, they arrived at the Louvre in the evening, enveloped in the dazzling glow of the sunset. The Baroque architecture was astonishing, its 800 years of history palpable, heavy as a mountain, yet seemingly as ephemeral as dust in the wind. This was not Salazar's first encounter with such magnificent and solemn architecture. There were many churches from a millennium ago that they had personally destroyed, some even grander. Yet only this one could evoke within him a sense of the brilliance of civilization. Come, let us enter. Teresa grasped his hand, and their figures vanished from the sight of the Muggles. Upon entering the Louvre, they found themselves at the entrance leading to 3 main exhibit areas: the Denon Wing, the Sully Wing, and the Richelieu Wing. Unfamiliar with the museum's treasures, they nonetheless discerned a familiar essence in some ancient paintings and sculptures. Ascending to the 3rd floor of the Richelieu Wing, they beheld the Code of Hammurabi, intricately inscribed on a slab of black basalt. Salazar gazed intently at the cuneiform inscriptions, comprehending their meaning, as the age-old questions resurfaced in his mind. Where did the Sumerians originate? And why did they vanish? Beside a few statues, a black plaque encased in glass bore inscriptions in French, proclaiming the enigmatic sculptures of ancient Sumerians. In the books he had perused, numerous Muggles speculated about Sumerian civilization, with some positing that the Sumerians arrived on Earth from distant planets. However, according to the records from the magical realm dating back a millennium, Sumerian civilization was merely an extraordinary culture of the obscure era. Would the civilization of wizards also fade into oblivion like that of the Sumerians in the future? A subtle sense of melancholy washed over him as he turned to leave, with Teresa following closely behind. She cast a final glance at the statue. In truth, she was indifferent to whether civilizations might disappear, just as Sumer had. Its existence had left an indelible mark, captivating the hearts and minds of countless Muggle scholars today. It would be wonderful if, in the next millennium, when people spoke of Salazar, it would not only evoke memories of Hogwarts and the other 3 founders, but also include her legend. Sal, after your departure, we discovered a relic of Sumerian civilization. Would you care to see it? You must have visited it already, right? Only Hufflepuff and I remained, as Godric had little regard for us back then. Well, I did not come here to discuss your romantic entanglements. There isn't much to it. We merely learned that Sumer represented an ancestral belief system, and their decline was simply a consequence of the protracted passage of time. Indeed, the disappearance of a civilization is predominantly influenced by time. Sal, no other civilization will ever possess the audacity to flirt with time as we do. Salazar curled his lips into a smile. All right. Once our bookstore is established and we have passed down the long-lost magic, We shall venture into the next millennium. Yes, wizards shall never vanish. Leaving the Louvre. Twilight had already enveloped the city, and the night in Paris was eerily silent, yet possessed a unique charm. And where shall we go next? Inquired the Sorting Hat of Gryffindor. The ensuing plan involved visiting Switzerland and Greece, with Athens as the next focal point, followed by a tour of Romania and Albania. After exploring these locales, we would return to England to seek a suitable place for our bookstore. I feel this first volume can come to an end here, as I have woven countless personal interpretations into the Harry Potter realm and established a framework. The next volume will likely revolve around the bookstore's narrative, which seems to have settled into an everyday rhythm. All right, let me ramble a bit more to reach today's word count of 4,000. In the next installment, I anticipate introducing a character who had little presence in the original work yet possesses a stark contrast. Care to guess who it might be? Oh, and I still require votes. Peter Pettigrew is generally perceived as a pitiful, cowardly henchman, one not worth a second glance. Yet, he was indeed a Gryffindor. Where does his inner courage manifest? Reflecting on his actions reveals a more complex character. It is no small feat for an individual to betray their friends. Yet he did so with remarkable decisiveness. Sirius Black had made a spontaneous choice to become the secret keeper, and Pettigrew swiftly seized this opportunity to align himself with Voldemort. It is noteworthy that the Order of the Phoenix, under Dumbledore's leadership, was still in conflict with Voldemort. Joining the opposing side out of fear certainly brought its own hardships, especially as a Gryffindor surrounded by Slytherins and other peculiar beings. Furthermore, he had not yet joined their ranks. He received the Dark Mark only in the 4th book, indicating he did not have prior collusion, likely lacking even an introducer. At first glance, it appears to be merely a coward's choice, akin to seeking a powerful patron. However, this is a decision not dissimilar to a fresh graduate applying to a Fortune 500 company. Could it be that the ragtag faction of Voldemort held greater allure for him? Aside from Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic harbored prejudices against various races, evidenced by Umbridge's disdain for centaurs and Barty Crouch's attitude towards house elves. The next day, no one could have anticipated Voldemort's defeat. Unless one possesses a divine perspective, it would be impossible to be fully prepared. While there is a possibility that he had long planned to frame Sirius, it is essential to remember that during Voldemort's reign, the Ministry of Magic was nearly ineffective. Families were solely focused on self-preservation, leaving little room to investigate who betrayed the Potters. At this juncture, consider his adaptability performing on the streets. Executing a silent transformation spell, the skill itself demands high proficiency, as Harry struggled to focus, and it is already a challenge to become an animagus, mutilating his own finger and framing others. He masqueraded as a rat for a full 11 years, even earning himself an award. Among so many Death Eaters, it was he who ultimately located Voldemort, began to support him, and even sacrificed a finger. Even if coerced, one could merely inflict a minor injury. It is baffling why he would opt for such drastic measures, as I would not dare to inflict pain upon myself. Such a ruthless character willingly played the role of a timid follower during his time at Hogwarts. Even in Voldemort's company, he endured bullying without ever retaliating. His defining traits were submission and seeking powerful allies. In school, he clung to James and Sirius, only to later decisively switch his allegiance to Voldemort. Was this choice born of cowardice? I believe not. After all, he was sorted into Gryffindor, where he should possess the spirit of a lion. Given his methods, it is clear that even if he lacked kindness and intelligence, preventing his sorting into Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, he could well have been placed in the cunning Slytherin. His image, lineage, and abilities were not obstacles, as evidenced by characters like Professor Snape and Crabbe. Yet, he ultimately found himself in Gryffindor. Furthermore, regarding his fear of death, he could have easily hidden after Voldemort's fall. Why then? Did he choose to lurk within a wizarding household with children, seemingly eager to stay abreast of developments? Observing children playing with pets, one can imagine the discomfort such an arrangement would pose for a rat. If he truly feared Sirius, even if he longed for a life of indulgence, he could have sought refuge with a retired wizard like Barty Crouch. Sirius managed to evade capture for an extended period. Being merely a rat, Pettigrew was presumed dead, making it improbable for him to be discovered. Thus, he must have harbored ulterior motives. Let us boldly speculate that he clung to powerful figures for a purpose. James and Sirius hailed from esteemed families, while Voldemort was the leader of a rebellion. Considering the years he spent as a subordinate to both, one can surmise that his ambitions were far from trivial, at least not merely to secure a job post-graduation. Let us entertain a further hypothesis. Why is Pettigrew so diminutive in stature? The third book notably highlights his physical traits, and J.K. Rowling typically designs her characters with intent. For instance, Hagrid is tall, being a half-giant, while Professor Flitwick is short, being part goblin, and Fleur is beautiful, possessing Veela lineage. Interestingly, within the Western magical worldview, it appears a significant race is conspicuously absent: dwarfs. Rowling's magical universe boasts a comprehensive array of races, including goblins, elves, unicorns, merfolk, centaurs, and giants, yet dwarves, closely related to both giants and goblins, play no role. Even more perplexing is that the entirety of the magical community, particularly in relation to alchemy and weapon forging, seems rooted in antiquity. For example, the Philosopher's Stone is associated with a figure who lived for 400 years, and the Sword of Gryffindor is an ancient relic of goblin origin, seized by unscrupulous humans. Hogwarts' curriculum bears little relation to metalworking alchemy. Though potions may be considered a branch of alchemy, they clearly lean towards consumables. So, could it be possible that Peter is a distant half-dwarf? Might his courage and inclination to seek powerful allies stem from a desire to prepare for his own lineage? Timeline. It is suggested to skip directly. Those interested may take a glance. On December 19, 1951, Bellatrix Black was born. In 1954, Lucius Malfoy was born. In 1955, Narcissa Black came into the world. On November 3, 1959, Sirius Black was born. On January 9, 1960, Severus Snape entered the world. On January 30, 1960, Lily Evans was born. On March 10, 1960, Remus Lupin arrived. On March 27, 1960, James Potter was born. In 1960, Peter Pettigrew was born. In 1961, Regulus Black was born. In 1962, Barty Crouch Jr. was born. In 1963, 11-year-old Bellatrix Black commenced her studies at Hogwarts, being sorted into Slytherin House. In 1964, 4-year-old Remus Lupin was attacked by the werewolf Fenrir Greyback, after which his boggart transformed into a round moon. In 1965, 11-year-old Lucius Malfoy began his education at Hogwarts, sorted into Slytherin House. In 1966, 11-year-old Narcissa Black entered Hogwarts, also placed in Slytherin House. In 1969, the 88-year-old Albus Dumbledore officially became the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In 1970, Voldemort's dark powers began to rise. In 1970, 10-year-old Severus Snape met his first and most significant friend. In 1970, 16-year-old Lucius Malfoy was appointed head boy of Slytherin. In 1970, 18-year-old Bellatrix Black successfully completed her N.E.W.T.S. and graduated from Hogwarts. After graduation, she joined the Death Eaters, choosing to serve Voldemort and making indelible contributions to their cause. On November 29, 1970, Bill Weasley was born. In 1971, 11-year-old Remus Lupin began attending Hogwarts, sorted into Gryffindor House. In 1971, 11-year-old Lily Evans also entered Hogwarts, placed in Gryffindor. In 1971, 11-year-old Severus Snape commenced his studies at Hogwarts, sorted into Slytherin. In 1971, over 900 years of Hogwarts saw the planting of a whomping willow. In June 1972, 18-year-old Lucius Malfoy completed his N.E.W.T.S. and graduated from Hogwarts, subsequently joining the Death Eaters to serve Voldemort. In 1972, 11-year-old Regulus Black began his studies at Hogwarts, sorted into Slytherin. In 1972, 12-year-old Remus Lupin harbored a fluffy little secret while also researching a Nimigus transformation. On December 12, 1972, Charlie Weasley was born. In 1973, 11-year-old Barty Crouch Jr. entered Hogwarts, sorted into Slytherin. On June 10, 1973, Nymphadora Tonks was born. In 1975, Remus Lupin was elected head of Gryffindor. In 1975, Remus Lupin self-taught himself to become an animagus, attempting to obscure the moon's face during every full moon thereafter. In 1976, 16-year-old Remus Lupin nearly killed a classmate in his transformed state, unaware of his actions. In 1976, 16-year-old Severus Snape narrowly escaped death at the hands of the werewolf after a full moon, facing the threat of death for the first time since he was 11. In June 1976, 16-year-old Severus Snape made a boastful remark after completing his O.W.L.S., paying a heavy price thereafter. In 1976, 16-year-old Sirius Black was disowned by the Black family for running away from home. In 1976, 16-year-old James Potter and his parents warmly welcomed the runaway Sirius Black into their home, embracing him as their second son. On August 22, 1976, Percy Weasley was born. In September 1976, 16-year-old Remus Lupin and his friends successfully created the Marauders map. In 1977, Cedric Diggory was born. In September 1977, 17-year-olds James Potter and Lily Evans were elected as the heads of the student council. In 1977, 17-year-old Lily Evans began agreeing to date James Potter, having been estranged from her once best friend Severus Snape for an entire year. In 1977, 16-year-old Regulus Black left Hogwarts prematurely, choosing to join the Death Eaters. On April 1, 1978, George and Fred Weasley were born. In 1978, 18-year-olds Remus Lupin and Lily Evans successfully completed their N.E.W.T.S. and graduated from Hogwarts. In June of that year, they joined the Order of the Phoenix. In 1978, 18-year-old Severus Snape also graduated from Hogwarts, joining the Death Eaters in June. In 1979, 18-year-old Regulus made the fateful decision to steal one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, ending his short yet valiant life in a cave filled with dark corpses. In 1979, 19-year-olds James Potter and Lily Evans entered the sacred bond of marriage, transforming Miss Evans into Mrs. Potter. In 1979, 19-year-old Sirius Black attended the wedding of his best friend, serving as the most dashing best man. In 1979, Autumn was born. On September 19, 1979, Hermione Granger was born. In 1980, 20-year-old Peter Pettigrew began to act as a spy for Voldemort. On March 1, 1980, Ron Weasley was born. On June 5, 1980, Draco Malfoy was born. On June 23, 1980, Dudley Dursley was born. On July 30, 1980, Neville Longbottom was born. On July 31, 1980, Harry Potter was born, with 20-year-old James Potter and Lily Evans successfully ascending to the roles of father and mother. In 1980, 20-year-old Sirius Black was invited to be the godfather of his best friend's son, simultaneously becoming the Potter's secret keeper. In 1980, 20-year-old Severus Snape overheard an incomplete prophecy at the Hog's Head Inn, presenting it to his master, a decision he would regret every day for the subsequent decade. In 1980, 20-year-old Severus Snape, upon discovering that the prophesied child was Lily's son, chose to betray the Death Eaters. He approached Dumbledore and agreed to defect to the Order of the Phoenix on the condition that Lily's life be preserved. On February 13, 1980, Luna Lovegood was born. In September of the same year, the 21-year-old Severus Snape officially became the potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. On August 11, 1981, Ginny Weasley entered the world. In October, the 21-year-old Peter Pettigrew became the secret keeper for the Potters. On October 31, the 21-year-old Wurtail departed from the Shrieking Shack for the first and final time. On the same date, the young Bat forever lost his Lily. On October 31, 1-year-old Harry Potter, at the cost of witnessing his parents for the last time, earned the title of the boy who lived along with a lightning-shaped scar. On November 1, 21-year-old Peter Pettigrew, devoid of remorse after causing the demise of his two closest friends, orchestrated a significant explosion on Muggle Street and feigned death to escape. On November 1, 21-year-old Sirius Black lost the right to bask in the sunlight. On November 1, 21-year-old Remus Lupin unexpectedly lost all his friends overnight. On November 1, 22-year-old Petunia Dursley discovered 1-year-old Harry Potter on the steps of her home. In 1982, 11-year-old Bill Weasley entered Hogwarts and was sorted into Gryffindor House. In 1984, 11-year-old Nymphadora Tonks was sorted into Hufflepuff House upon entering Hogwarts. That same year, 11-year-old Charlie Weasley also joined Hogwarts, being assigned to Gryffindor. In June 1985, during Dudley Dursley's birthday party, Aunt Marge struck Harry sharply on the leg with her cane. In June 1985, a determined Severus Snape led Slytherin House to victory in both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup, maintaining their reign until 1991. In 1987, 11-year-old Percy Weasley entered Hogwarts and was sorted into Gryffindor. In 1988, 17-year-old Bill Weasley was elected president of the Student Council. In 1989, 18-year-old Bill Weasley successfully passed his N.E.W.T.S. and graduated from Hogwarts, subsequently working as a curse breaker at Gringotts in Egypt. In 1989, 11-year-old twins George and Fred Weasley entered Hogwarts, both sorted into Gryffindor. In 1989, 11-year-old Cedric Diggory began his studies at Hogwarts, being assigned to Hufflepuff. In 1990, 11-year-old Cho Chang entered Hogwarts, sorted into Ravenclaw. In 1990, 10-year-old Harry Potter remained in a tree until midnight to evade Aunt Marge's wrath. In 1991, 18-year-old Nymphadora Tonks successfully completed her N.E.W.T.S. and graduated from Hogwarts, afterwards undergoing 3 years of Auror training. In 1991, 18-year-old Charlie Weasley graduated as well, embarking on a journey to Romania to study dragons. In 1991, 11-year-old Dudley Dursley began attending smelting school. In July 1991, 11-year-old Harry Potter received his first birthday gift, marking his long-awaited reunion with magic. In 1991, the trio of Gryffindor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, entered Hogwarts, all sorted into Gryffindor. In 1991, 11-year-old Neville Longbottom was also sorted into Gryffindor upon his arrival at Hogwarts. In 1991, 11-year-old Draco Malfoy joined Hogwarts, being assigned to Slytherin. In 1991, 31-year-old Severus Snape once more felt the pangs of indecision, as young Potter bore an uncanny resemblance to his father yet possessed Lily's eyes. In 1991, 11-year-old Harry Potter, distinguished by his exceptional flying talent, was chosen for the Gryffindor Quidditch team and successfully caught the Golden Snitch in his debut match. In 1991, 11-year-old Harry Potter received a gift that assisted him in his nighttime adventures during Christmas. In 1991, 11-year-old Harry Potter gazed into the mirror of Aries for nights on end, finally catching a glimpse of his parents. In 1991, 11-year-old Hermione Granger emerged as the brightest witch of her age, despite her moments of tears hidden in the washroom. In 1991, 11-year-old Neville Longbottom discovered that courage manifests in various forms, and standing up against one's friends is also a testament to bravery. In 1991, 11-year-old Ron Weasley chose to forfeit his own safety in the face of the unknown, leaving hope for Harry on the chessboard. In 1991, 11-year-old Harry Potter confronted Voldemort, who resided in the back of Quirrell's head, successfully repelling him and safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. This marked his first encounter with the threat of death upon returning to the magical realm. In 1991, the 11-year-old trio from Gryffindor, along with Neville Longbottom, successfully secured the House Cup for Gryffindor, thereby ending Slytherin's 7-year reign. In 1992, the 38-year-old Lucius Malfoy began contemplating ways to diminish his connection to Voldemort. That same year, 12-year-old Hermione Granger's favorite character was Gilderoy Lockhart, a multiple recipient of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. 12-year-old Harry Potter met his most devoted friend, the house elf Dobby. In 1992, 12-year-old Ron Weasley soared through the skies of London in an old Ford Anglia. 11-year-old Ginny Weasley entered Hogwarts, being sorted into Gryffindor. 11-year-old Colin Creevey also joined Hogwarts, finding himself in Gryffindor. 11-year-old Luna Lovegood was sorted into Ravenclaw upon her arrival at Hogwarts. 16-year-old Percy Weasley was elected as the head boy of Gryffindor. In 1992, 11-year-old Ginny Weasley had a crush on Harry Potter, with her second favorite being Tom Riddle from her diary. 12-year-old Ron Weasley's loyal wand broke during his duel with 12-year-old Draco Malfoy. 12-year-old Harry Potter displayed a remarkable talent for Parseltongue during a dueling club session. 12-year-old Hermione Granger successfully brewed the Polyjuice potion based on 6th-year potions material. 12-year-old Draco Malfoy chose to remain at school during Christmas. 12-year-old Hermione was petrified by the basilisk. In a critical moment, 11-year-old Ginny Weasley was lured by Voldemort into the Chamber of Secrets, facing grave danger. 12-year-old Harry Potter retrieved the Sword of Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat and successfully vanquished the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. He also destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes for the first time. In 1993, the 33-year-old Sirius Black crossed the English Channel in his Animagus form. 13-year-old Harry Potter inflated Aunt Marge, forcing her to flee the Dursleys' home. Sirius, hiding in the bushes of number 12, Grimmauld Place, gazed intently at his godson Harry, marking their long-awaited reunion after 13 years. 13-year-old Harry spent a delightful time alone at the Leaky Cauldron before school commenced. 33-year-old Remus Lupin was appointed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. After years of wandering, Remus once again beheld the familiar tousled hair and vibrant green eyes on the Hogwarts Express. 13-year-old Harry, under the influence of Dementors, heard his parents' voices for the first time since his childhood. 17-year-old Percy Weasley was elected president of the Student Council. 13-year-old Harry received an anonymous package containing the much-coveted Firebolt. 13-year-old Hermione acquired a ginger cat named Crookshanks as her companion. 13-year-old Ron was incensed when his pet rat Scabbers went missing. 13-year-old Harry discovered that the name he sought was not listed in the Hogwarts permission slip. He received a gift from the Weasley brothers, solemnly vowing to behave. 13-year-old Draco Malfoy was injured for his disrespect towards Buckbeak, insisting on executing the creature. 13-year-old Hermione uncovered a secret about her defense against the dark arts teacher. In 1993, Sirius Black had a fateful encounter with Remus Lupin. 33-year-old Peter Pettigrew escaped once more in his animagus form. 13-year-old Harry and Hermione utilized a time turner to save 2 lives. In 1994, nearly 70-year-old Alastor Moody graciously accepted an invitation from his old friend Albus Dumbledore to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. In the same year, 32-year-old Barty Crouch Jr. attacked Alastor Moody, taking his place as the new defense against the dark arts teacher. 14-year-old Draco Malfoy was transformed into a ferret as punishment for his bullying. 14-year-old Harry Potter successfully resisted the Imperious Curse. 14-year-old Neville Longbottom relived his nightmares atop a spider. 18-year-old Percy Weasley passed his N.E.W.T.S. and graduated from Hogwarts, subsequently choosing to work in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. 21-year-old Nymphadora Tonks began her career as an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. In 1995, 22-year-old Charlie Weasley joined the Order of the Phoenix, opting to remain in Romania to forge connections with foreign wizards. 24-year-old Bill Weasley also joined the Order, abandoning his work in Egypt to serve in London. In January 1996, Bellatrix Lestrange escaped from Azkaban. On June 30, 1997, 37-year-old Severus Snape tragically ended the life of Albus Dumbledore, the white-bearded wizard falling from the astronomy tower. In September 1997, Severus Snape officially assumed the role of headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. On May 2, 1998, 38-year-old Severus Snape departed from this world forever. In July 1998, he was posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, his identity as a former Death Eater and traitor redeemed. And he was laid to rest alongside other heroes who sacrificed their lives in the war at the age of 38. At the same time, in Diagon Alley on January 2, 1982, 2 witches huddled under an awning to escape the rain, their heavy sweaters concealed beneath their robes, as the unwelcoming January weather lingered. "Have you heard?" one witch, Veronica, asked. "What have you heard?" The other, with brown curls and a yellow scarf nearly obscuring half her face, replied, "The Daily Prophet mentioned it this morning. Haven't you read the paper? Peter Pettigrew has escaped." Veronica exclaimed in shock. The one who betrayed the Potters, framed Sirius, and pretended to be murdered by him during the chase? A pause ensued. "Sal, do you know the escaped prisoner?" Ravenclaw inquired, while the quill continued to inscribe under Salazar's magical guidance. Several books, birthed in this manner, already adorned the nearby shelves. It had been a week since their return from Albania. Upon arriving in England, Salazar purchased a modest shop in Diagon Alley, situated far from the main thoroughfare and close to Knockturn Alley, making it quite affordable. He spent half a day transforming the establishment into a quaint bookstore, followed by an arduous task of transcribing texts. His initial endeavor was to reproduce Hogwarts textbooks from a millennium ago, a task not particularly challenging as those very materials had been authored by him. Next, he set about organizing a compendium of lost spells, necessitating a thorough examination of contemporary spell books to identify those that had faded into obscurity. Ultimately, had Salazar's pace of transcription been swifter, an entire shelf could have been filled within the week. In response to Ravenclaw's question, Salazar shook his head, hesitated, then nodded. "I suppose one might say I have a passing acquaintance. Care to elaborate?" Gryffindor's curiosity was piqued. "It was when I first arrived in this era, on October 31st of last year. As you know, I materialized in the headmaster's office, and after departing Hogwarts, I ventured into Diagon Alley. While purchasing potion ingredients at a shop, I fortuitously encountered Peter, transformed into a rat through animagus magic," Salazar recounted in detail. "After apprehending him, I handed him over to Dumbledore, who presumably relayed him to the Ministry of Magic, thus allowing Sirius to clear his name. Then, it follows that you played a role in capturing the traitor who betrayed the Potters, shifted the blame onto Sirius, and feigned his own demise at the hands of Sirius?" Gryffindor's voice rose in disbelief. One could certainly frame it that way. Had he been more ruthless, he could have remained in his rat form, concealing himself for a lifetime without anyone ever discovering he was alive. "That is merely due to the shallow understanding modern wizards have of animagus transformations," Ravenclaw interjected, fatigue evident after a morning of recitation. "In our time, even a student at Hogwarts could easily recognize an animagus who could only transform into a common animal." Hufflepuff concluded. "Well then, Salazar, since you captured him, does that mean you bear the responsibility to apprehend him once more?" Gryffindor inquired eagerly. Although he lacked a fervent ambition to study magic at present, The thought of idling away each day in a bookstore in Diagon Alley was intolerable. Surely, there's no need for that, Salazar replied with a tone of resignation. Isn't it the Auror's duty to apprehend fugitives? There has never been a stipulation that the person who captures a criminal must also be responsible for recapturing them after an escape. Very well. Then shall we venture out this afternoon? Gryffindor suggested earnestly. If I must continue transcribing text here, I shall surely go mad. The quill continued its soft scratching, inscribing lines of text in a distinctly Slytherin manner. Shall we then, Nocturne Alley or Diagon Alley? At 2 o'clock, the door to the long-closed shop suddenly swung open. Salazar, still clad in a thin wizarding robe, now complemented by a deep green knitted scarf, showed a marked disregard for the frigid weather. His robe had been altered, appearing quite similar to modern wizarding attire. The most notable difference was that his wand was concealed within his sleeve, unlike contemporary wizards who stow theirs in the inner pockets of their robes. At the street corner, Salazar encountered the proprietor of Florin's ice cream shop, who possessed an impressive memory, recalling having seen the owner of the newly opened Soul Whisper bookstore on October 31st. Good afternoon, Oglos. Alas, the weather is hardly suitable for ice cream. They exchanged pleasantries until Salazar found himself unable to keep pace with the conversation, at which point Florin was whisked away by a silver-haired witch. Salazar finally breathed a sigh of relief as he passed through Gringotts and entered Nocturne Alley. The alley remained as dim as ever, with several cloaked figures brushing past him. However, the current atmosphere of Diagon Alley felt notably sparse, a testament to the effectiveness of the Ministry's recent cleansing efforts. Salazar approached the former location of the Bogene blog store, now deserted. Through the glass windows, he could see the pristine shelves within. As he ventured further inside, the alley grew increasingly silent. Suddenly, the voice of Gryffindor echoed, "Sal, someone is following you." A footstep behind him almost synchronized with Salazar's own, yet upon closer listening, it became strikingly apparent. He had already sensed the presence and decided to proceed deeper into the shadows. In the alley, two figures swiftly darted through the overturned passage. The person who had been stealthily trailing Salazar realized he had been detected and brazenly followed suit. Turning into a side alley, Salazar concealed himself in the shadows against the wall, his wand drawn from his sleeve. "Who are you?" The individual halted just shy of the wand's tip, allowing Salazar to discern his appearance. Neatly trimmed, brilliant golden hair and blood-red eyes. Clearly another vampire. The newly appointed vampire elder of England, the successor to Miss Gabrielle, was none other than Egidio Audor. After uttering this revelation, he fixed his gaze intently on Salazar, seeking any unusual expression on his face. "Oh." The sorting had erupted with Gryffindor's boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha, Sal, he is quite envious of you. Don't you feel it? However, that certainly conveys a lot of emotion. But is it not possible? Why else would he seek you out?" Sarah regarded the vampire who claimed to be an elder with a gaze rife with perplexity. Yet, Ezio appeared oblivious to the implications, his expression shifting with each passing moment. "I truly fail to comprehend why Miss Gabrielle would willingly relinquish her status as an elder to be with you. What grants you the audacity to inspire such a sacrifice? It seems as though you are merely a devotee of Teresa." However, Salazar found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never imposed any demands upon Teresa. During his return to England, when Teresa mentioned she had matters to attend to, he merely inquired if she required assistance. Then let us swiftly confine her. The sorting hat fell into a silence, for such an action was profoundly humiliating and distinctly Slytherin, particularly since Salazar deliberately refrained from employing a silencing charm. Bypassing Ezio Auditore, who obstructed the alleyway, Salazar had no desire to prolong the entanglement, yet a casual stroll seemed more appealing than engaging in a quarrel with Teresa's admirer. However, as he stepped outside, a troubling thought crept into his mind. Could something have befallen Teresa? Otherwise, she would not have allowed the current elder to seek him out. Salazar promptly quelled this line of thinking, yet the sorting hat was already echoing with maniacal laughter. "Salazar, let it be destruction." He still did not turn back, but pressed onward, delving deeper into the heart of the overturned alley. The source of blood remained utterly still. He would sense if Teresa were in peril, for their connection stemmed from a shared lineage, a bond akin to that of twin souls, allowing them to perceive each other's intense emotions. Indeed, his previous thoughts must have been influenced by Teresa. The three souls within the sorting hat continued to laugh in unison, paying no heed to Salazar's experience. Consequently, Salazar remained oblivious to another presence trailing him. "Leave your weapons." A sudden flash of red light surged from behind, and upon sensing the magical disturbance, Salazar instinctively evaded the attack. The swiftness of a vampire made it all the easier for him to dodge the spell, which barely grazed his garments. There stood a tall woman, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, positioned against the wall, her wand pointed forward. The witch fixed her gaze upon Salazar. "Who are you? Why do you bear the scent of my master?" "Master?" A look of bewilderment filled Salazar's expression, as he struggled to comprehend the myriad of peculiar occurrences he encountered upon his departure today. Reluctant to engage in prolonged discourse with the witch, he found himself intrigued by her next utterance. "You possess the same bloodline essence. Are you also of Slytherin lineage?" The mention of master made him ponder whether she referred to his ill-fated descendant. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the implications of Death Eater. The witch's gaze upon Salazar grew increasingly fervent as she bent low, nearly prostrating herself before him. "Great heir of Slytherin, I beseech you to guide us and restore the glory of pure blood." She raised her hand, revealing the dark mark inscribed upon the inner side of her arm. "Salazar, how profound is your misunderstanding of Slytherin? What on earth have you been teaching at Hogwarts since my departure?" Salazar's voice was laced with venom. It had been a long time since he felt such utter incredulity. "I merely left behind a statue in the Chamber of Secrets, yet Gryffindor seemed somewhat sheepish, otherwise. Your current demeanor would hold no intimidation, would it? However, that hardly warrants the mystical aura surrounding Slytherin's bloodline. And when did I ever leave a legacy of bloodline inheritance?" Salazar finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. "You must inquire with Helga. She took the blood sample you left behind. It is not surprising what alchemy can conjure. Have you forgotten Helena? The transmutation of life is no challenge for Helga. Thus, when Helena perished, they were not overly mournful. For in truth, Helena was merely an alchemical creation born of their shared bloodline. Creating another would not be overly difficult. Even the name Helena is but a combination of their names, is it not? Well, let us hope you have not replicated me." The sorting hat fell into an eerie silence. "What have you taught him?" The silence persisted. After a prolonged absence of response, Bellatrix cautiously lifted her gaze, only to be met with the stunning force of a stunning spell. P.S. A new chapter. Allow me to clarify the plot. 38. The enigma of Peter. When Bellatrix awoke, she found herself in a damp, dimly lit environment devoid of windows, save for a staircase ascending in the corner, indicating she was in a basement. She quickly recounted her previous experiences, the diminutive, cowardly deceiver, the traitor who indirectly caused her master's demise, had the audacity to orchestrate an escape from Azkaban. The most astonishing part was that he had actually succeeded. A multitude of Death Eaters was rallied by him, transforming into a rat to unlock all the prison doors. Although the Aurors arrived in time, and there was the deterrent of Dementors, a number of newly incarcerated individuals successfully escaped. Bellatrix had initially lost all hope, but had followed Peter during his final act. After departing Azkaban, she pilfered a wizard's wand, thanked Merlin, and praised the great master. Subsequently, she encountered a wizard with a lineage tied to Slytherin. He bore a resemblance to her master. It was the sensation that arises from a shared bloodline. Bellatrix's eyes began to gleam, despite his apparent disdain for her. He did not immediately surrender to the Ministry of Magic, and moreover, he shared the same bloodline as her master. Even if her master was. No, it cannot be. Her master had merely departed temporarily. In any case, she would continue her master's legacy. Time elapsed, and at last, the basement door swung open, revealing a wizard dressed rather lightly descending the stairs. Bellatrix straightened herself, leaning against the wall, scrutinizing him through the flickering candlelight he held. In the faint glow, he was enveloped in a warm radiance, his hair cascaded smoothly, and his elongated eyes were tranquil and profound. Yet in the next moment, a smirk crept across his lips, shattering the serenity. How to describe it? Perhaps it was the kind of expression that ignited a fire within one's heart. "Godric, I advise you not to smile with my face." Salazar's voice echoed coldly within the sorting hat. Thus, Gryffindor's mirth only intensified. For the first time, Bellatrix began to doubt her instincts. The candle was placed aside, the dim light illuminating only half of the figure. Gryffindor squatted beside Bellatrix, who was bound against the wall. And despite Salazar's objections, he reached out and pinched her cheek. Bellatrix was tied to the wall, only able to sit. "Hey, you two escaped from Azkaban?" Bellatrix stared at him in shock, her black eyes filled with disbelief as her gaze slowly drifted to where Gryffindor had pinched her. Gryffindor finally realized his behavior was inappropriate. He had overlooked that this was no longer the Hogwarts of a millennium ago. In the eyes of this captured fugitive, he, encased in Salazar's form, was hardly a venerable elder. He stood up, distancing himself slightly, conjuring a small stool with Salazar's current sycamore wand, leisurely seating himself, elbows resting on his knees, hands cradling his chin, displaying a keen desire to listen. Once assured that the wizard before him would not make any further advances, Bellatrix hesitated but finally spoke. Yes. I too escaped amidst the chaos of Wormtail's breakout. Describe in detail, particularly about the one leading the escape. Gryffindor inquired with enthusiasm. Him? Bellatrix furrowed her brow. I do not know much about that fellow. When Gryffindor was studying, he was in Gryffindor House but was a coward, always trailing behind the other three. Afterward, aside from being imprisoned, he did nothing of note. That only makes him more worthy of investigation, Hufflepuff remarked through the Sorting Hat. Indeed. I understand the solidified magic of the Sorting Hat. Gryffindor cannot possibly be a coward, content to always follow others. Ravenclaw concurred. The most peculiar aspect is how he's so decisively allied with my unfortunate descendant, and I cannot fathom his motives. Look at her attitude. Those Death Eaters would never hold him in esteem. Salazar raised more doubts. Is it possible he was under the Imperious Curse? Hufflepuff queried. Impossible. Setting aside the duration of the curse, would I not have noticed if he had been cursed? Salazar retorted. Well, I find myself increasingly curious about that rat. Gryffindor shrugged, utterly unconcerned by Bellatrix's bewildered gaze. Hey, Gryffindor, you just blurted that out. Salazar felt an overwhelming impulse to reclaim his body. Gryffindor then realized that he had spoken without restraint, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'm still not accustomed to this. I'll be more cautious next time. Yet he had still spoken. Salazar muttered to himself, there will be no next time. Bellatrix fixed an indescribable gaze upon the wizard before her. Feeling a considerable degree of discomfort regarding his earlier self-dialogue, yet constrained by the sheltering roof above, she was compelled to force herself to forget those peculiar behaviors. It is said that individuals with certain mental instabilities should not be provoked, lest unpredictable outcomes arise. Could you elaborate a bit more? Gryffindor inquired, his expression turning grave. Although Bellatrix was uncertain why this seemingly unstable wizard was so intrigued by Wormtail, she strained to recall the details. He was born around 1959 or 1960. I'm not entirely certain, but it was approximately during that period, she articulated with difficulty, as she had never particularly noted Peter Pettigrew before. He entered Hogwarts alongside Sirius Black, James Potter, and Remus Lupin, yet his magical prowess was inferior to that of the other three, whom he idolized fervently. Thus, when he reported his intelligence to the Dark Lord and chose to align himself with us, everyone was taken aback. She let out a bitter laugh. We all believed it was a trap set by Dumbledore, yet the Dark Lord, confident in his own strength, still proceeded. Gryffindor continued to observe her intently, awaiting further explanation. However, it seems he was indeed decisive. Whether it was betraying the Potters, framing Sirius, or this recent escape, he may possess the blood of dwarfs. Which is one of the reasons we are reluctant to accept him. Leaving the basement and taking a seat at the desk on the second floor. Control of his body had returned to Salazar. Are you really not going to investigate further? Gryffindor's tone brimmed with resentment. It sounded quite intriguing. A contrast I have not witnessed in many years. Salazar continued to transcribe diligently in a bound tome of parchment. His pace undiminished as he responded to Gryffindor, not our concern. Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic will manage that themselves. Moreover, instead of delving into what others accomplished during the previous Wizarding War and their intentions, it is far more prudent to fill a bookshelf. Striving for an early opening of the bookstore. After a brief silence, Salazar completed the page he was working on and turned to the next. Beginning to sketch a clear and concise illustration. What about the Death Eater in that basement? Gryffindor inquired, his curiosity piqued. Salazar hesitated momentarily. What if we send her back to Azkaban? Would you care to witness the modern wizarding prison? His curiosity was indeed piqued. After all, a millennium ago. Who would have thought to imprison captured foes? It was merely a matter of dispatching them directly to meet their deity with a lethal curse. What a splendid suggestion. Perhaps we should also capture a couple of Dementors on our way back. It seemed that Gryffindor was eager to step outside. After a week of sequestering himself in his chamber, poring over tomes, the confinement had evidently taken its toll on him. January 10th, 1982. In the wake of recent events, the escape of the Death Eaters had stirred quite a commotion. The Aurors of the Ministry were nearly overwhelmed with the demands of the situation, and a palpable sense of dread permeated the wizarding community. Hogwarts was once again enveloped in an atmosphere reminiscent of Voldemort's previous reign of terror. Thankfully, Dumbledore's reputation was still formidable enough to quell some of the rumors circulating at Hogwarts, yet Diagon Alley was far less fortunate. Lingering memories of darkness were fresh in the minds of many, and shops stood desolate, with apothecaries completely stripped bare. However, These circumstances seemed not to affect a quaint establishment known as Whispers of the Soul, which had yet to open its doors. See, Salazar. Had you only captured that runaway rat before, we wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Gryffindor remarked, his tone tinged with boredom as he languished within the hat. Salazar continued to transcribe the lost knowledge, a vast reservoir of information that could not be completed in merely a week or two. Upon hearing Gryffindor's words, he sighed. His tone laden with resignation, but I may not be able to locate him. When I entrusted it to Dumbledore, I did not employ tracking magic. Perhaps we can consider it this way, Ravenclaw interjected. War does have its advantages for both muggles and wizards alike. In times of turmoil, the advancement of various forms of magic accelerates tremendously. If the wizarding world remained stagnant, it wouldn't be long before even the muggles without divine intervention could prevail. That may be true, but development can occur at any time. However, war invariably brings about casualties. If the wars of 1,000 years ago could have been avoided, I would prefer that those great wonders had never existed. Hufflepuff maintained a steadfast stance. Very well, Ravenclaw sighed deeply, suddenly inquiring, Sal. When do you intend to return that fugitive from the basement to Azkaban? I have no desire to return her. Salazar's quill hovered over the parchment, his tone heavy with gravitas. What? Are you taken with her? Gryffindor teased. Impossible. Salazar suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, his demeanor abruptly turning serious. I have witnessed her memories. Such madness poses a threat to society, and it would be better to eliminate her altogether. Though I am reluctant to interfere excessively with the course of this era, encountering her compels me to act, as I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Are you suggesting that you intend to use her as bait? Ravenclaw instantly grasped Salazar's intentions. Salazar nodded. She had a means of contacting her companions. However, the door of the bookstore was suddenly rapped upon, causing her to swallow the unfinished words. The smile on his face became slightly more genuine, yet his gaze turned frigid. You see, they have arrived, he remarked. The knocking continued, but Salazar remained seated, showing no inclination to answer the door. After a prolonged series of knocks, the door unexpectedly swung open on its own. Alas, I neglected to cast a protective charm, exclaimed Hufflepuff, though there was a hint of anticipation in his tone. Bursting through the entrance was a burly figure with tousled blonde hair, clad in a wizard's robe that appeared wrinkled and several sizes too small, evidently pilfered from another. Behind him loomed two similarly towering individuals, the trio standing against the light at the threshold, glaring menacingly at the sole inhabitant of the bookstore. Salazar regarded them with a bemused expression, still clutching his quill. He even jested with Gryffindor, saying, Gordy, when did wizards start to favor physiques like yours? Gryffindor rolled his eyes dramatically beneath the sorting hat, responding with indignation. Hey, that's not the same. Gryffindors have always been knights first, then wizards. Ravenclaw interjected with a sarcastic tone. So, is that the reason you took it upon yourself to disguise your students as a band of paladins to infiltrate the Holy City? Planning to assassinate the Pope, and ultimately being discovered, forcing us to risk our lives to save you? Perhaps we should refrain from revisiting this old tale? Salazar could no longer contain his laughter, as images of Gryffindor's previous disarray flooded his mind, making his mirth particularly joyous. However, to the three intruders, this was nothing short of blatant mockery. The leader, the burly blonde known as Dolphin Rower, furiously pointed a thick wand at Salazar and demanded, Is Bellatrix Lestrange here? Salazar repressed a smile, donning a fade of indifference as he gestured toward the basement beneath. The three Death Eaters glared at him menacingly. The blonde Death Eater at the forefront waved his hand, instructing one of his companions to proceed into the cellar, while he kept his wand trained on Salazar. Listen here, lad, he warned. I advise you against any sudden movements. Once we have taken Bellatrix away, we shall not cause you any harm. His intent was merely to temporarily placate Salazar, for regardless of the situation, the latter was the one who had triumphed over Bellatrix. Salarax sat there, seemingly unperturbed. When a question suddenly crossed his mind, why is it that Bellatrix can sense the essence of my bloodline, while they cannot? I previously assumed this was a skill all Death Eaters possessed. Ravenclaw explained. It is impossible for a wizard to directly perceive the essence of a bloodline. However, you, on the other hand, should be capable of it, as vampires are quite attuned in this regard. Bellatrix's ability to sense it likely stems from her own keen sensitivity, perhaps even a hint of her own bloodline's influence. Moreover, she must be quite close to your descendant. Do you remember? She mentioned the same bloodline essence. That resolves the matter. The Death Eater who had descended into the basement had already retrieved Bellatrix. For the past few days, what Salarax had consumed was also given to her. Although it was utterly unnutritious and difficult to swallow, at least it prevented starvation. Her current state was abysmal. Her gaze towards Salazar was filled with hatred, mixed with a flicker of hope, though he was not aligned with them and was, in fact, a despicable vampire. The blood coursing through his veins was of the same lineage as her master. If Salazar were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly bestow upon her a killing curse. For there exists a form of humiliation in sharing the same essence. Should he encounter Voldemort, he would eagerly elucidate the true power of noble bloodlines. In the early days of the war, several families had withstood the formidable pressure from the church primarily through their own strength. Without them, the sword of Gryffindor might have never been drawn. Seeing Bellatrix safely extracted, Dolphin Rowell grinned maliciously. Before her screams could resonate, he had already raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. No, please. Bellatrix struggled against the Death Eater's grip, but her frail body forced her to watch helplessly as Salazar's form crumpled to the ground. Hey, Sal. Didn't you say you weren't planning to intervene in the affairs of the wizarding world? But they are delivering themselves to me on a silver platter. Don't be shy. If you wish to assist the current wizarding world in resolving this issue, just say so. You could easily extract thoughts directly. Silence. Really, Sal, your actions will attract attention. Do you care? The expressions of the 4 Death Eaters in the bookstore momentarily turned dazed. Before they seemed to be compelled to open a drawer and retrieve the wand that Bellatrix had previously seized. They then departed in silence. After their exit, the bookstore door quietly returned to its original state, closing automatically. Salazar followed in their wake, his garments pristine, devoid of any creases. Inside the bookstore, a quill began to write upon parchment, which then folded itself into an envelope and flew out through the window's crack, seeking an owl bound for Hogwarts. At that moment, Diagon Alley was deserted, until Salazar spotted Florin hiding behind a massive sign at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. Florin looked on in shock, and Salazar placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, before casting a spell on the Death Eaters, prompting them to disregard the seemingly hidden Florin. They ventured deeper into Nocturne Alley, halting before a shop named the Venomous Spider. They knocked rhythmically on the door, which opened after a few moments, and they entered in single file. As the door closed behind them, Salazar paused, astonished that the Death Eater's method of verifying if someone was one of their own was so rudimentary, merely a password. Shouldn't it involve knocking the bricks in a specific order? Suddenly, he felt the Death Eaters had diminished in stature. This was merely a temporary outpost for others. Hufflepuff lamented, "You've already forced your way in, and you still disdain their simplicity. How excessive. Yet, our temporary outposts had warning spells. They could not be so undefended." Gryffindor retorted, "Well, you both have valid points, but this hardly seems the appropriate time to discuss such matters." With a flourish, Salazar drew his wand from his sleeve, pointing it at the shop. Shatter. The wall nearest to Salazar crumbled silently, a cloud of dust billowing forth as stones and shards of glass flew about. A translucent red shield materialized before him, absorbing the chaos. The individuals behind the wall appeared momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as they gazed at the collapsed barrier, then slowly turned their attention to the orchestrator of this commotion. He was an entirely unfamiliar wizard, exuding a distinctly Slytherin aura. No, he likely was not human. That dark crimson gaze was typically found in vampires. "Who are you?" one of the Death Eaters demanded. Meanwhile, another had already raised his wand. "Who cares who he is? Bonebreaker." Salazar swiftly sidestepped the curse, surveying the Death Eaters within the building. The familiar faces from his shop were conspicuously absent, suggesting the presence of other hidden spaces. He raised his wand, unleashing a piercing curse in retaliation. Regrettably for one of the Death Eaters, he could not evade the spell, collapsing to the ground with a mournful groan. His comrades hastily invoked the shield charm, their gazes fixed warily upon the advancing Salazar. Their wands were tightly gripped, tips trained on him, poised to unleash a barrage of malevolent curses at any moment. "What of the others?" Salazar inquired. Perhaps it was his composed demeanor that unnerved the Death Eaters further. In the face of Aurors or members of the Order of the Phoenix, they would not display such trepidation, aware that those adversaries typically refrained from employing the unforgivable curses. Defeat merely meant capture and subsequent incarceration in Azkaban. However, the prospect of facing someone willing to wield such dark magic as they did was markedly different. For a misstep could indeed lead to death. Observing their trembling wands, Salazar recalled the wild tales he had heard from various wizards regarding the Death Eaters' notorious fervor. Realizing that these individuals were far less formidable in person than in reputation, He would much prefer to confront a cadre of tenacious opponents today, as it would affirm that the wizarding world had not been reduced to needing an infant savior due to the onslaught of a ragtag army. Mayhap these individuals were merely gatekeepers. For the final time, he pressed, "What of the others?" Sparks erupted from the tip of his wand. The fiend fire spell in his hands pliable as if it were mere clay to be molded. This display shattered the last vestiges of resolve among the witnessing Death Eaters. "In the backyard. Exit through the back door, and you shall find the trapdoor awaits." Salazar adjusted the brim of his hat, his tone earnest. "I am deeply grateful." In the next moment, 3 Death Eaters erupted in a spray of crimson. As Salazar demonstrated through stark reality that it was not solely the unforgivable curse that could take a life, even the commonplace shattering curse proved to be quite effective. The scent of blood permeated the air, a sweet and haunting aroma. Although Salazar had only sampled fresh blood on a single occasion, that flavor had long since embedded itself within his very soul. He bit into his lower lip with his sharp teeth, savoring the taste of his own blood. "Sal, should you act in an irrational manner, we would certainly understand." "Be quiet, Goaty. Are you implying that we could use this against you when we delve into your past?" And remember, I am quite particular about my choices when conditions permit." The members of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff erupted into laughter. "Yet, you must admit, you were still affected," Gryffindor declared earnestly. "Otherwise, you would have used the killing curse instead of the shattering curse." Salazar patiently elucidated the potential troubles arising from the excessive use of certain spells. "We require a publicly acceptable identity, and following this incident, it is inevitable that we will have dealings with the Ministry of Magic. Overindulgence in the unforgivable curses is ill-advised." Gryffindor found it perplexing why employing the shattering curse to take a life would differ from using the killing curse. "Very well. There is another inquiry. Cannot we simply tidy up here and depart? Why must we engage with the Ministry?" Ravenclaw could no longer bear the discourse. "Unless we individually employ the forgetfulness charm to erase our neighbors' memories, we can never dissociate ourselves from this incident. Godric, do you truly believe that our neighbors, having not emerged, are oblivious to what transpired? Moreover, Sal, you ought to hasten. The Ministry may very well have received notice already. However, they should be unable to locate this place for the time being." Salazar discovered a back door and stepped outside, where he spotted a trapdoor leading to the underground. He used magic to open it and descended a flight of stairs. As he traversed the staircase, he began to lament. "Have they truly not noticed my presence here? How is it possible to exhibit such a lack of vigilance and still wreak havoc upon the wizarding world?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shrill voice echoed in the dim light of the basement. "Traitors, all of them, traitors. Especially Lucius Malfoy, daring to threaten me with exposure of our whereabouts. Everett, calm yourself. Does he know where we are?" Another hoarse voice interjected. "How could he possibly know? He is solely concerned with his estate. And Severus Snape, he is currently thriving as a professor at Hogwarts." "Silence, Everett. Must we truly have passed through Azkaban to be deemed loyal? I believe our master has not perished. He will return. At that time, those traitors will grovel at his feet like filthy maggots, begging for his forgiveness. It is you who ought to be silent, Bellatrix. Having been bested by one so easily subdued, you certainly have your merits." It was evident that their focus was now consumed by their quarrel. "Sal, cast a fiend fire. I can scarcely endure this any longer," Gryffindor loudly suggested from within the sorting hat. Salazar stood at the final step, his wand twirling at his fingertips. "You need not be so loud. I can't hear you," he remarked. Gryffindor replied, "I concede that their words are rather devoid of substance. Yet listening to their quarrels affords me a sense of intellectual superiority. You see, humans cannot thrive without a sense of superiority. Very well, dear Sal. Please demonstrate your prowess in spells. Moreover, do not underestimate the Ministry of Magic. If Lucius Malfoy's threat bears any weight, it would be wise for the Ministry to have already infiltrated Diagon Alley." Ravenclaw's tone bore a hint of irritation. "Well, primarily, I wish to avoid perusing the memories of these individuals. It is always beneficial to gather as many names of Death Eaters as possible," Salazar elucidated. He adjusted the brim of his hat, brushing aside a few strands of hair that had fallen over his eyes. "I have heard quite enough." He descended the last step, his shadow contorted by the flickering light, while the bickering Death Eaters remained oblivious to the arrival of this uninvited guest. Only one Death Eater, leaning against the wall and facing this direction, noticed him. His eyes widened in shock, fixated on the entrance, never to close again. A small snake slithered from his sleeve, flicking its tail and hissing softly, disappearing into the darkness. "Quickly bind them." At last, the incantation jolted the squabbling Death Eaters into action, but it was far too late. There were 8 of them, all immobilized in place. Not only could they not draw their wands, even the slightest movement of their pinky fingers proved exceedingly arduous. A glance around revealed no one resembling Peter Pettigrew from Bellatrix's memories. Salazar felt a twinge of disappointment, but then pondered that it would indeed be strange for someone like Peter, who could lead a prison break, to associate with such a band of fools. One question lingered. Where was the ringleader of this escape? Noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Salazar sighed and cast his gaze towards the 3 individuals he had seen earlier, along with Bellatrix. It was time to say farewell. He brandished his wand and cast the same shattering spell, though this time without silencing it. A tremendous roar enveloped Nocturne Alley, echoing into Diagon Alley. The aftershocks of the explosion were entirely absorbed by the protective charms, yet the basement had begun to collapse, massive stones crashing down. Salazar remained utterly unperturbed. Not even a strand of hair was ruffled. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a satisfying explosion. Salazar mused. Who would have thought that the Gryffindor sorting hat's sardonic remarks about the Slytherin headmaster, who spent all his time in the basement, would reveal him to be an explosion enthusiast? No, you fail to comprehend. What could be more exhilarating than a spell that sends all your enemies soaring into the air? Salazar's spirits were evidently high. The substantial drain of magical energy that resulted in an explosion always brought him immense joy. I believe you share quite a common interest with that diminutive Peter. It's different. I never blow myself up. Alaster that way. As they entered Diagon Alley, the Aurors were alerted by the sound of the explosion emanating from Nocturne Alley and hastened toward it, encountering some of the residents of Diagon Alley along the way. Though they swiftly passed by, they quickly located the source of the explosion in Nocturne Alley, where several nearby shops had collapsed, revealing hidden basements that had previously gone unchecked. These little rats certainly know how to hide. One Auror muttered through gritted teeth, crushing the debris beneath his shoe. Have they all fled? Damn it. If only they had all been blown to bits. After this remark, a heavy silence fell upon the group, their eyes fixating on the vaguely discernible broken bodies beneath the rubble, then turning their gaze to the one who had spoken. I know nothing. I was merely lamenting. Of course you know nothing. Moody scoffed. The architect of the explosion had already departed. Yet the evidence at the scene did not suggest an internal conflict among the Death Eaters. They would not resort to shattering spells for murder. So what shall we do now? Are we to return to Mr. Crouch and inform him that the dead were all Death Eaters? Yet the assailant did not employ the unforgivable curses, likely belonging to the same faction? Should we disregard it? Continue examining the scene, then interrogate that accursed Lucius Malfoy. By the way, just a few minutes ago, Fleur and Madame Mokin from Diagon Alley also sent us a message. It should pertain to this matter. Moody's magical eye swirled in its socket as he meticulously scrutinized the traces left behind, ultimately spotting an inscription etched into a larger fragment of debris. It must be said, the script was exquisite. It seemed more suitable for an invitation to a grand soiree than for such a ruin. No malice intended. If you still wish to investigate, please visit the Soul Whisper bookstore before sunset. 42. I blew it up. The Soul Whisper bookstore? Moody furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is there such a shop in Diagon Alley? One Auror hesitated, uncertain. I believe I've seen that shop, though it hasn't opened yet. It's across from the magical menagerie, set back a bit, not very conspicuous. Sal, have we just exposed ourselves? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Hufflepuff inquired, though there was little concern evident in his tone. Salazar sat at the counter, positioned sideways to the shop door, which also served as a makeshift desk. As long as our identities remain undisclosed, nothing constitutes a significant issue. Even in the event of exposure, it would undoubtedly not be us who face the repercussions. I am rather keen to observe the current state of disarray within the wizarding world. Moreover, I have previously sent a message to Dumbledore. Even if no one in the wizarding community recognized me, the endorsement of the current headmaster of Hogwarts would ensure that none would perceive me as a terrorist. Gryffindor recalled the definition of terrorists as described in a book he had read a few days prior, and then considered Salazar's words in light of the shop that had recently been destroyed. He felt that Salazar's earlier assertions lacked substantial credibility. As he organized the scattered papers on the desk, Salazar bundled them together and placed them into the drawer, which was already crammed with various items. He resolved to thoroughly tidy the drawer after the guests had departed. Subsequently, he cast a protective charm over the bookshelf. Although each book was already imbued with a solidifying protection spell, he could not take any chances should the visitors prove to be a reckless bunch. Better safe than sorry. He could not allow these precious volumes to sustain any harm. Once all was completed, Salazar opened the bookstore door, behind which a layer of black gauze fluttered down, filtering the sunlight. Although he was somewhat reluctant to acknowledge it, his various habits were gradually aligning with those of a vampire. The most evident manifestation was his increasingly aversion to appearing beneath the sun's rays. Just then, the guests arrived at the entrance of the shop. They glanced at the shop's name, and as the wooden door swung open, they entered in a steady stream, led by Moody. Salazar stood before the entrance of the shop, turning his body slightly to grant them passage. As Moody surveyed the interior, he emitted a disdainful grunt and confronted Salazar. A commendable use of the undetectable extension charm. But did you know? This constitutes an unlawful act. His magical eye fixated intently on Salazar, seeking any hint of panic upon his visage. Salazar, addressing the trio in the hats, lamented, "This era is truly dreadful. How is it that soul extraction has been classified as dark magic? I am utterly perplexed by what Hogwarts is currently imparting to its students. And why is the disillusionment charm deemed illegal? Is this not an essential spell for wizards venturing out into the world?" Gryffindor expressed considerable bewilderment. "I learned both of these spells when I was 6. Is that not the reason one would draw a sword from one's pocket during duels in our youth?" Gryffindor continued, "Forgive my ignorance. As you can see, I am a vampire and have had little interaction with the modern Ministry of Magic." Salazar then turned to Moody and articulated the identity he and the other three had resolved to present openly. With his hands outstretched, he elongated his tone, a smile of self-evidence gracing his lips. "To my knowledge, the modern ministry has not forged an alliance with the Council of 10 Elders of Vampires. Thus this law holds no sway over me." Moody had confirmed this point long before their entrance. While red eyes may sometimes be found among wizards, methods of identifying vampires extend well beyond that singular trait. "I must remind you, your establishment is located in Diagon Alley." Moody huffed heavily as he seated himself. Salazar returned to his position behind the counter, disregarding Moody's words. "You must have come here after seeing my message," he remarked, waving his wand to inscribe the name of the shop in the air with shimmering silver ribbons. "Here, the books are not sold outright. Rather, I offer the time to read them. Would you care to take a look? Or perhaps you desire coffee or beer?" A few Aurors began to survey the peculiar bookstore, their curiosity piqued by the handwritten volumes they had never encountered before. However, Moody's heavy cough drew their attention back, his magical eye swiveling in its socket, scrutinizing them one by one. Salazar felt a twinge of disappointment at the failure of his opening. "We are here because of the explosion in Nocturne Alley, not to hear your sales pitch." Upon Moody's inquiry, the atmosphere grew solemn among the assembled Aurors. "Indeed, the explosion in Nocturne Alley was my doing," Salazar stated, propping his chin on one hand, appearing unconcerned about the matter. "A few days ago, I chanced upon an escaped Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, as you might know." The Aurors exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes, and even Moody seemed less composed, his magical eye intensely fixed on Salazar, as if trying to burn a hole through him. "Are you certain that is her name?" Salazar nodded. She was a tall woman with thick black hair, thin lips, and a robust jawline. Several individuals exchanged glances, their shock intensifying. "Did she die in that explosion?" A hesitant Auror inquired. Others were evidently concerned about this matter, their gazes fixed on Salazar, eagerly awaiting his response. "If all goes as expected, then yes," Salazar replied, subsequently elaborating on the context of the explosion and asserting that his actions were merely an act of self-defense. "I initially had no intention of killing her, as I was unaware of her affiliation with the Death Eaters. As I mentioned, I am not well versed in this era. I merely confined her to the basement. The door is right there, and you are welcome to inspect it, though I advise doing so after I finish speaking." A few days later, her companions rescued her. "I did not wish for a conflict, but they attacked me, leaving me with no choice but to retaliate. The explosion in Nocturne Alley was simply a necessary counteraction, employing only the blasting curse. I sincerely apologize for the trouble it caused you." His demeanor was forthright, striving to convey that he was acting out of necessity. However, to others, his words conveyed a different message. "Yes, I did cause the explosion, using everyday magic. Can you believe it? Next time, try to avoid such a commotion," Moody remarked, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. He had managed to remain composed in the presence of dark wizards, yet found himself unable to control his fury in front of this seemingly ancient, aristocratic vampire. He struggled to articulate this sensation, but it felt akin to being trapped. Upon noticing Moody's unsettling expression, Salazar realized the implications of his words. He inwardly lamented, "Godric, could you refrain from interrupting me while I recount these events?" Ever since he acknowledged his connection to the explosion, Gryffindor had been incessantly chattering in his mind, indirectly influencing his speech to sound quite Gryffindoresque. "No, this isn't my fault," Gryffindor countered. "You should learn to remain unaffected by me." "All right, you have a point." The scene faded in the eyes of the three souls within the sorting hat, prompting Salazar to decisively employ the mind closure charm. "Merlin, Gryffindor," he sighed, "you all witnessed it. I did not argue with him. He merely forgot to use those insincere rhetorical flourishes. Can we not be a bit more sincere with one another?" Ravenclaw calmly expressed her accustomed demeanor, then, together with Hufflepuff, confined Gryffindor in the middle. "Godric, silence yourself." In truth, Gryffindor's interference proved somewhat beneficial. At least in Moody's eyes, Salazar, while still a rather insufferable individual, did not appear to be a dark wizard. Those dark wizards were either reckless lunatics like Bellatrix or deceitful foxes like that damned Malfoy. Poor Moody could never fathom that the individual sharing his space could be considered an ancestor of modern dark wizards. Well, their ideologies differed. Yet if not for the need for a public persona, Salazar could master dark magic with ease. "So, do you admit to having killed them?" Moody inquired. Salazar raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, embodying a certain disregard for the principles of Gryffindor, as if to say, "Is it not permissible to slay a fugitive?" After a brief silence, Moody suddenly erupted in laughter. "In any case, the laws governing wizards hold no sway over you. It is a pity that I cannot act as you do. I would relish the opportunity to eliminate those scoundrels. However, at this moment, I require a plausible explanation to provide." Salazar cast a sidelong glance, reflecting on the fact that the matter had, for the most part, been resolved. He had seldom interacted with someone like Moody before. A millennium ago, such a fervent adversary of evil did not exist, leaving him somewhat bewildered by this development. Nevertheless, the objective had ultimately been achieved. "Sir, I see no issue in being forthright with your superior," he stated. Moody regarded him intently. That magical eye seemingly seeking to penetrate his exterior and unveil the soul concealed within. "Next time," he advised, "you might consider refraining from causing such a commotion." It appeared that their exchange had been quite pleasant. After Moody's departure, Dumbledore's figure materialized at the shop's entrance. "Does he harbor a deep-seated hatred for those Death Eaters?" Salazar inquired. Dumbledore nodded, his smile dissipating, replaced by a weighty expression. "Indeed, he is an exceptionally skilled orator and a member of the Order of the Phoenix. However, he is nearing retirement, likely within the next couple of years. If Peter had not escaped from prison, he would be at home enjoying his afternoon tea by now." Salazar expressed his regret and then inquired, "Mr. Dumbledore, with your presence here, do you not have anything to ask?" Dumbledore's blue eyes, hidden behind his glasses, fixed upon him intently. "Mr. Slytherin," he replied, "I wish to convey that you ought to afford them a chance for reflection. Azkaban would serve as a far better refuge for them than death itself." Salazar shook his head, asserting, "I do not share that belief. There exists no prison that is infallible. As long as a criminal harbors thoughts of escape, the prison cannot confine him." He continued, "In the past, the Holy See would hastily execute any captured sorcerer by fire, while a sorcerer who captured a member of the Holy See would undoubtedly deliver him a curse of death." Dumbledore paused, seemingly taken aback by Salazar's words. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "Perhaps you are right. Had we opted for execution upon their capture, we would not be facing the current predicament." He then changed the subject. "Enough of this. I will vouch for your identity to the Ministry. Will you not invite me in for a look?" At this point, Dumbledore felt considerably less wary of Salazar. His prior apprehensions stemmed largely from exaggerated legends, but upon genuine interaction, the reality often proved less terrifying, becoming instead quite amiable. While he did not entirely endorse Salazar's past actions, he refrained from relegating him to the realm of myth. He could envision the era a millennium ago, recognizing that such measures were not unusual. At least he had considered the modern wizarding world by refraining from employing the unforgivable curses. "Of course, please," Salazar replied, leading the way inside. He draped half the sheer curtain at the entrance, leaving a reasonably spacious passageway. Dumbledore entered the bookstore, curious as he surveyed the surroundings. Salazar's fingertips glided over the neatly arranged spines of books. Each one contained knowledge that had long since faded into obscurity, encompassing both ancient and formidable curses once deemed highly challenging a millennium ago, as well as fundamental spells suitable for novice wizards. Mr. Dumbledore, I earnestly hope that these do not vanish into oblivion once more. Over the course of 1,000 years, the innovations brought forth by wizards have been woefully scarce, far overshadowed by the knowledge that has been lost. Dumbledore picked up a tome titled The Secrets of the Wind, his gaze lingering on the cover for a moment before he opened it, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment as he inquired, "Did you transcribe all of this?" Salazar had no desire to engage in a discussion regarding the creation and utilization of Horcruxes. His vague response was, "I suppose so. This book contains records of the art of flight, which does not necessitate a broomstick. That contraption is simply uncomfortable to behold." Physical flight, then? At this moment, Dumbledore could no longer maintain his composure. He adjusted his grip on the book in his hands with utmost caution. What, then, are the prerequisites for mastering this? Salazar's gaze lingered upon the bookshelf. A millennium ago, this was a requisite for graduation from Hogwarts, demanding minimal magical prowess, akin to the art of apparition. Subsequently, Salazar introduced to Dumbledore several tomes suitable for use as textbooks at Hogwarts, some of which were even the very materials employed in that era. He employed magic to replicate these volumes and entrusted them to Dumbledore. Dumbledore remained seated, perusing the texts for a while longer, and only took his leave as twilight approached. The day drawing to a close, Salazar paused with his quill in hand. "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, I must caution you about that little imp, Peter. He is quite perilous. You may be misled by his previous cowardice. However, thus far, his actions strike me, in Muggle parlance, as those of a terrorist. Since the establishment of the shop on February 7, 1982, the escaped Death Eaters have not caused any significant disturbances akin to the tumult of Voldemort's reign. Diagon Alley has gradually regained its liveliness, and last month's actions by Salazar have been recounted as the exploits of a vengeful figure." Salazar harbored no objections to this narrative. After all, no one would associate that day's events with the proprietor of the Soul Whisperer bookstore, although many witnessed Salazar departing with the Death Eaters. The passage of time had dulled their memories, rendering them forgetful of his presence. By early February, the Soul Whisperer bookstore had opened its doors. Initially, this newly established shop attracted numerous patrons, but as customers soon discovered that it offered nothing of entertainment value, foot traffic dwindled. Yet, those genuinely intrigued by knowledge became regular visitors. Salazar modified the bookstore's operational model. Patrons could select books of interest and pay at the counter, whereupon Salazar would magically replicate a copy. This strategy proved far superior to the prior model of selling reading time, and Salazar believed it would better facilitate the dissemination of lost wisdom. Thus far, professors from Hogwarts had visited the shop, demonstrating keen interest, save for one, Severus Snape. He seemed disinterested in all matters, and upon visiting the bookstore, he merely inquired whether there existed a means to resurrect the deceased. After Salazar responded in the negative, Snape asked if there was any way to commune with the departed. If the afterlife still existed and Salazar could establish contact with it, such a feat might be realizable. However, as it stood, it was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Unless one were to become a ghost, such hopes were futile. Disappointed, Snape departed without perusing any books. At that moment, the 3 round tables in the shop were filled with patrons, many of whom enjoyed reading there, as it often led to engaging discussions with like-minded individuals. Additionally, when confronted with insurmountable questions, they could directly consult the owner of the bookstore for guidance. Salazar has been asked more than once why he has not taken up a professorship at Hogwarts. Around 3 o'clock, 2 long-lost acquaintances entered the bookstore. The black gauze curtain was lifted, and the sunlight spilled onto the floor like rippling water as Sirius and Lupin stepped inside. They surveyed the bookstore's arrangement, displaying a profound curiosity towards the neatly arranged volumes on the shelves. While Lupin perused one of the books, Sirius made his way directly to the counter. "Ogros, you open a bookstore here and fail to inform me, and you Haven T returned to number 2, Privet Drive in quite some time." Salazar flipped the Muggle novel he was reading face down on the table. "I still prefer this place. You must have already sensed that living so close to Muggles without any renovations to the house is rather uncomfortable." During this period, he had not devoted much time to memorizing knowledge. Instead, he had spent considerable leisure hours immersed in reading Muggle literature, from fundamental science texts to socio-cultural studies, and even some intriguing novels. He explored them all. Sirius casually settled into a garden chair, then spun around halfway to face the counter. "Indeed, that is true. but it is quite evident that I will need to reside there for a considerable time. Nevertheless, number 2, Privet Drive is certainly far more comfortable than number 12. Grimmauld Place. I simply cannot endure those portraits that incessantly chatter all day long. Salazar remarked to Gryffindor. You see, others can hardly bear a little chatter from their portraits. Yet I cannot fathom how you manage to incessantly prattle in my mind every single day. It is beyond comprehension. Gryffindor, rendered speechless, felt his soul's luminescent orb darting about within the sorting hat, conveying his profound dissatisfaction, before eventually coiling into a diminutive sphere, silencing himself as if to assert that he was not loquacious in the slightest. Salazar was certain that within an hour, his mind would once again be inundated with his own ramblings. However, he did not reveal these contemplations. Instead, he expressed a feigned confusion. Number 12, Grimmauld Place? Sirius buried his head in his hands, fingers entwined in his hair as he carelessly raked through it. The ancestral home of the Black family. Now it stands empty, save for a solitary house elf. That creature has never regarded me as a proper master. At that moment, Lupin approached, holding a book entitled Staying True to Oneself, a proper perspective on dark magic, his expression quite remarkable. Salazar glanced at the book in his hand, recognizing it as one he had authored in his youth. The text primarily serves as a guide for novice wizards venturing into this realm, instructing them on how to combat the influence of dark magic on their very essence. It is a textbook for first-year students. Lupin, perusing this tome, likely seeks to glean its methods in order to resist the loss of reason brought about by his transformation into a werewolf. However, Salazar could confidently assert that such efforts would prove futile. The loss of sanity induced by a werewolf's transformation is fundamentally different from the irreversible madness resulting from excessive use of dark magic. In fact, pushing the limits of one's soul through the overindulgence in dark arts leads to an irrevocable decline in rationality. Salazar speculated that this might also be the reason for the increasingly erratic behavior of his unfortunate descendant. Salazar calculated in his mind the timing of the next full moon, which was not far off, approximately a week away. He addressed Lupin, saying, Lupin, during the next full moon, you may come to me. I can provide you with Wolfsbane potion. The potion was not particularly challenging for him to concoct. However, the necessary ingredients would require procurement. At this thought, Salazar suddenly realized that he could transform the bookstore's basement into a space dedicated to potion making. The long-lost potions also needed to be organized. And for those recipes lacking complete ingredients, he should endeavor to seek alternatives to recreate them. The Wolfsbane potion would serve as an excellent practice. Lupin displayed a considerable degree of astonishment, while Sirius, standing nearby, swiftly shifted his gaze towards Salazar, resulting in 4 intense pairs of eyes fixating upon him. Merely offering the Wolfsbane potion seemed inconsequential, did it not? Even Salazar felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, primarily because he could not comprehend the reason for such attention. Previously, Hogwarts students had gazed at him with far greater eagerness, yet it had never stirred him in the slightest. Salazar can only be understood as a reflection of the disparities of his time. The Wolfsbane potion may very well be considered a rare and precious commodity in the modern era. Merlin, indeed, Salazar lamented inwardly, pondering the immense workload that awaited him should this be the case. Hufflepuff offered a wry smile from within the sorting hat. Sal, there is still hope for potions. There are indeed many modern masters of the craft. Just the other day, Severus Snape graced us with his presence, did he not? It is alchemy that has truly fallen into disrepair. Even Hogwarts has discontinued that course. In our time, alchemy was not a discipline one could simply choose to pursue. So its decline to this state is hardly surprising. Ravenclaw's timely consolation, however, seemed to have little effect. Salazar shifted the topic. By the way, how did you come to know I was here? I truly forgot to write to you. During this time, I have been organizing these books. Lupin remained bewildered, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Sirius replied, it was Professor Dumbledore who informed us. Your shop has gained considerable notoriety within the Order of the Phoenix and Hogwarts alike. I heard that Professor McGonagall even cited a passage from your book in yesterday's class. Dumbledore replicated some of it to serve as teaching material. Salazar remarked, we must always revere the immense power of time. What seems monumental in our contemporary era may be entirely forgotten centuries or millennia hence. Although Sirius could not fully comprehend Salazar's sentiment, he reflected that had someone told him years ago that James would indirectly perish due to him, he would have found such a notion utterly implausible. Time indeed alters far too much. The atmosphere grew silent, and Salazar found himself yearning to hear Gryffindor's voice within the Sorting Hat, or for Teresa to return suddenly. For at least that would suggest to him that time is, after all, merely an ephemeral passage. Salazar continued to peruse the Muggle novel in his hands, a book he had purchased during his travels. The title appeared rather unremarkable, and it was certainly not a treatise on Muggle science. Only now had he taken the time to delve into it. He found himself perplexed as to why he had chosen to buy a romance novel, and why such novels were often named after their protagonists. At first glance, one might mistake it for a biography. Furthermore, regarding The Hunchback of Notre Dame, he had never anticipated that a novel bearing the name of a church would feature a bishop as a villain. Over the years, Muggles had truly become more extravagant in their storytelling. When he had first encountered the historical events of the Renaissance and the Reformation, Salazar had thought that even without the Muggles, the church would eventually meet its demise at their hands. The book he was currently reading narrated the tale of an orphan girl born into a pastor's family, who, after losing her parents, was taken in by her unwelcoming uncle and aunt, who ultimately sent her to an orphanage. The orphanage was governed by strict rules, life was arduous, and the director was a cold-hearted hypocrite. The protagonist endured both mental and physical torment within the orphanage. After her time there, she became a governess in a noble household, where she fell in love with her employer. After navigating numerous hardships, they courageously united in love. Salazar increasingly found the prospect of romance to be a cumbersome affair. However, upon perusing this book, he inexplicably recalled Harry Potter, who resided at number 4, Privet Drive. He cast a peculiar glance at Sirius, drawing upon his recent literary experiences, which suggested that the protagonist invariably possessed a tragic childhood. Before Sirius could discern Salazar's gaze, he promptly silenced the alarm, dispelling those chaotic thoughts. After engaging in conversation for a while, Sirius too began to leaf through books, primarily those detailing long-lost spells. Surprisingly, he was also perusing texts on alchemy. Salazar had only copied notes from such tomes. Firstly, he believed that very few individuals in this era pursued the study of alchemy, and secondly, he himself was not particularly proficient in the art. Salazar inquired whether Sirius had an interest in alchemy, and upon receiving an affirmative response, he duplicated several books for him. Subsequently, he mentally consulted Helga about the willingness to impart related knowledge. "I would certainly be inclined to teach," she replied, "but Sal, you must assure me of his intellectual capacity." Salazar reflected for a moment, asserting that there should be no issue, as he recalled having heard that the individual in question had performed admirably at Hogwarts. Their conversation then took a turn, veering into a discussion about the novel Salazar had recently explored. They began with the famous line from Anna Karenina, which states that happy families are alike, while each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. The discourse then meandered to the romantic tragedies penned by the esteemed French author Dumas, ultimately culminating in the inquiry, why is it that these classic novels invariably conclude in tragedy? Even in seemingly perfect tales such as Jane Eyre, the male protagonist meets a fate of similar sorrow. Hufflepuff raised an eyebrow in curiosity. They always seek to mirror reality, and reality is inevitably devoid of fairy tale perfection. Ravenclaw sighed in response. Indeed, that may be the case. However, I believe the essence of reading novels lies in the fleeting moments of respite they provide from our mundane existence, allowing us to immerse ourselves in ephemeral joy. How can such narratives, which depict the human condition's tragedies, attain the status of masterpieces? Salazar quipped with a dry humor. If Teresa were present, she would undoubtedly endeavor to snatch Salazar's hat, urging them to abandon such discussions. Gryffindor finally queried, "Do you think if our story were to be penned as a novel, it would qualify as a grand, fulfilling conclusion?" Salazar harbored a sense of foreboding regarding the matter at hand. It seemed to him that the conclusion was not yet upon them. Sirius and Lupin lingered for a while longer, and as they took their leave, Lupin expressed his gratitude repeatedly, which only deepened Salazar's concerns about the current state of potion-making. After the hour for dinner had passed, Salazar exited the bookstore, where the regular patrons were well aware of the origins of the tomes and would dutifully tend to the shop in his absence. Upon leaving the bookstore, Salazar made his way to Slagig's apothecary, where he procured a bit of every potion ingredient. According to Gamp's law, wizards cannot conjure food from thin air, but they can replicate it based on an existing sample. This principle similarly applies to potion ingredients, though the expenditure of magical energy would be significantly greater. Salazar, based on his previous experiences with the replication of books, concluded that this aspect remains unchanged in the modern era. Consequently, he could merely procure a small quantity and subsequently replicate a multitude of the required materials, as he felt no deficiency in his magical prowess for concocting potion ingredients. Nonetheless, he found it utterly perplexing why certain potion materials had become lost to time. He harbored numerous speculations regarding this, yet he understood that only personal experience could validate them. Afterward, he acquired a cauldron and other essentials before departing from Diagon Alley. He settled into a spot at the leaky cauldron, listening intently to the surrounding wizards engage in discussions about recent events. It appeared that due to the recent escape of several Death Eaters, which had not caused any significant disturbances, people were beginning to dismiss the matter entirely. Some even expressed a sense of resignation, reasoning that since Voldemort was dead, the remaining individuals posed no substantial threat. The conversations predominantly revolved around mundane familial matters. Salazar, seated there, often heard tidbits about who was in a relationship, who had separated, and which children excelled academically at school. Over time, he had acquainted himself with most of the wizards in Diagon Alley, while not deeply familiar. They shared an ordinary neighborly rapport. During his brief sojourn, he received 2 wedding invitations and 1 for a funeral. Salazar harbored no desire to accept any invitations. After politely declining, the number of those who approached him gradually diminished. However, Salazar relished the solitude, seated in a corner, pouring his evening meal into the half-consumed beer and savoring it slowly. He took great pleasure in this, as the amalgamation of various flavors of blood and beer invariably resulted in a novel taste experience. The surrounding patrons remained oblivious, engrossed in their animated discussions. Although wizards generally held a disdainful view of vampires, often regarding them with contempt, this sentiment was primarily directed at those who lost their sanity to the allure of blood, most of whom were mere blood slaves. Blood slaves are individuals infected by vampires but who have not received the source blood to complete their initial embrace. In truth, genuine vampires are exceedingly rare. During the era of the 13 clans, they often referred to themselves as the Bloodline and possessed a comprehensive hierarchy within their ranks. These authentic vampires seldom appeared in the sight of other clans, preferring to dwell in seclusion, interacting only with their kin over the course of decades or even centuries. In the contemporary wizarding world, wizards tended to scorn blood slaves, akin to their perception of werewolves as inferior, yet they exhibited considerable apprehension towards the prominent members of these 2 races. Nonetheless, Salazar's recent demeanor had led the wizards of Diagon Alley to regard him more as one of their own rather than as an outsider. However, today was notably different. For midway through Salazar's dinner, an individual with meticulously trimmed golden hair and blood-red eyes abruptly entered the leaky cauldron, surveying the room before taking a seat beside Salazar. The newly appointed vampire elder of England, Egidio Odor, the successor to Miss Gabrielle, appeared quite morose, consuming copious amounts of robust red wine. Old Tom expressed his strong discontent with this behavior, as Mr. Odor had brought his own provisions. Salazar was not inclined to inquire about what had transpired. He sensed that Teresa was unharmed. His sole desire was to expedite the conclusion of dinner and depart from this place. However, Odor had already attracted considerable attention. It was quite uncommon for patrons to indulge in drinking at the leaky cauldron, as most frequented the establishment for conversation, not for solitary drinking. Being the chosen successor of Teresa, Salazar felt compelled to swiftly conclude their meal to spare Odor further embarrassment. He promptly led him away from the leaky cauldron. They exited through the front door. There was little distinction between being humiliated in Diagon Alley and in the leaky cauldron, and it would have been more prudent to find a muggle in and leave him there. Odor was already in a state of stupor, allowing Salazar to guide him without resistance. They meandered through the streets of London until they entered a somewhat dubious and tucked away in an alley. Salazar settled the payment with muggle currency he had exchanged during his travels. As they stood at the counter, the night shift clerk scrutinized their wizarding robes, yet refrained from uttering a word. This was precisely why Salazar had chosen such an establishment. However, upon confirming that they required only 1 room, the clerk's gaze shifted to one of increasing peculiarity, ultimately transforming into an expression filled with encouragement and a kind of expectation that Salazar could not fathom. What was happening? Why was she regarding me in such a manner? Salazar inquired of the 3 souls within the sorting hat, hoping to uncover previously unnoticed details. The Gryffindor's response conveyed a sense of helplessness, and the other 2 shared a similar sentiment. Salazar sighed, intending not to delve further into the matter. However, just as he was assisting the already inebriated Odor up the stairs, the cashier suddenly called out to them from behind, exclaiming at a rapid pace, "I wish you both a delightful evening." Salazar, what transpired? He likely comprehends the situation. Such occurrences were not uncommon a millennium ago, especially in the presence of a same-sex couple. However, upon glancing at Odor, whom he was supporting, Salazar found their nocturnal rendezvous in a private chamber rather peculiar. No, he was merely preventing this fellow from further embarrassing himself within the wizarding realm. The trio within the sorting had erupted into laughter, entirely oblivious to Salazar's vexation. Showcasing a profound camaraderie, Salazar clenched his jaw, increasingly disdainful of the inebriated individual he was supporting. While the drunkenness had been less apparent at the Broken Cauldron Tavern, it was now evident that the wine he had consumed was potent, leaving him in a foggy stupor, his face adorned with a foolish grin. Using a key, Salazar unlocked the door, carelessly tossing Odor onto the bed. Just as he turned to leave, Odor grasped the hem of his wizard's robe. "Wait. Miss Gabrielle asked me to bring you this," he exclaimed, retrieving a letter from his pocket. The letter appeared as though it had been previously dampened, hastily dried, crumpled, and then smoothed out. Salazar took the letter and sat on the only chair in the room. Prior to this, he had cast a cleaning spell on both the chair and the letter in his hand. When he next encountered Teresa, he would certainly urge her to utilize an owl for delivering messages. Although the contents of the letter remained a mystery, it was evident that it bore Teresa's unique style. The envelope was adorned with a gleaming silver wax seal, the emblem of the Gabrielle family, which now had only Teresa as its sole heir. Nonetheless, this crest held considerable renown among vampires. Upon seeing the seal, Salazar felt no doubt whatsoever. He carefully sliced through the wax seal with a small knife, opened the envelope, and retrieved the letter within. He remained oblivious to the fact that behind him, the inebriated Ezio Auditore lay on the bed, observing him with a frigid gaze. As Salazar unveiled the envelope, a flicker of secret delight sparkled in Ezio's eyes. To his surprise, the letter was pristine, unmarred like the envelope, save for a single crease down its center. What Salazar beheld at that moment was devoid of any written characters. It appeared that the letter was rather brief. As he unfolded the stationery, lines of text gradually revealed themselves to his gaze. "Dear Sal," it began, "it is as if I see you through your words." Upon encountering this salutation, Salazar felt an unsettling sensation. Teresa had never referred to him by that nickname. Rather, in this era, he had adopted Sal as his own name. Yet, this alone did not signify much. The true concern lay within the handwriting itself. Although it appeared unremarkable at first glance, prolonged scrutiny imparted a sense of artifice, reminiscent of a student meticulously copying from a calligraphy manual. Salazar cast a glance at Ezio Auditore, perceiving nothing amiss. The fellow lay on the bed, sprawled in slumber, utterly oblivious to the world. "You may as well kill me now." Salazar continued to read on. "Not long ago, I had completed my handover, believing I would return shortly. However, unforeseen events compelled me to make yet another journey to the inner sea. Do not worry. Below is the signature of Teresa, written in elegant script that is not overly ornate." Upon seeing this, Salazar was thoroughly convinced that something was amiss. Perhaps Teresa had employed someone to pen it on her behalf? Gryffindor speculated. No, Salazar shook his head, utterly certain. It is inconceivable that Teresa would have someone else write to me. If she truly lacked the time to compose a letter, she would simply refrain from writing at all. Furthermore, she would never address me with the words "do not worry." Although Teresa had endured a millennium without them, during this journey, Salazar felt that she remained unchanged from 1,000 years ago. This lengthy passage of time had not left profound marks upon her. To express it more poetically, perhaps the experiences of a millennium were filled with brilliance, while life after leaving Hogwarts had become rather dull. The Rodriguez castle thus encompassed her world. And when Teresa resolved to embrace solitude for the rest of her days, her vibrancy returned, allowing her to remain as she once was. Does this imply that this letter is indeed problematic? Gryffindor's tone was laced with confusion. Although he did not know Teresa very well, he trusted Salazar's judgment. Salazar shares the same perplexity. Thus far, he perceives no issue with this letter, which merely appears to be Teresa elucidating the reasons for her prolonged absence. These few sentences convey no valuable information, and if they were fabricated by another, what purpose could they serve? It has been over a month since Teresa's departure, and indeed, the duration feels rather lengthy. In the resonance of their shared lineage, Teresa has encountered no misfortune. She is likely merely ensnared by some circumstance. Before Salazar considered it merely trivial matters, but upon reflecting on the letter, he suddenly realized that Teresa might be confronting some insurmountable dilemma. Thus, the letter appeared particularly suspect. Could it be that discord had erupted within the ranks of the vampires? Gryffindor expressed his speculation. Ravenclaw promptly answered on Salazar's behalf. The vampires in London have been exceedingly well behaved these past few days. It hardly seems indicative of any internal strife. Salazar read the letter once more, and after discerning no apparent issues, he returned it to its envelope. He cast another glance at the seemingly lifeless figure of Ezio Auditore, sprawled across the bed like a deceased swine, and felt an impulsive urge to delve into the depths of the man's soul. Alas, the memories of a drunken individual are invariably muddled, and even a soul extraction would yield little clarity, instead leading to potential misguidance. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. As Salazar reached into the envelope, he felt a sudden sting, as if a small creature had taken a bite out of him. His finger recoiled instinctively, and under the light, he raised it to his gaze, observing a drop of blood oozing forth. He wiped away the blood that had already surfaced, only to find the wound had vanished upon his second glance. The very entity that had bitten him had already burrowed into the injury, and Salazar sensed it inching closer to his heart. Yet, he paid it no heed, not out of recklessness, but from a firm belief that it posed no real threat. "Sal, what was that just now?" Helga Hufflepuff inquired eagerly. "I'm not entirely sure," Salazar replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "It seemed to be a small insect, but it should pose no issue. It appears to have a strong aversion to Teresa's bloodline, for I can no longer sense its pulsation. However, my Slytherin lineage can suppress it, and in a few days, I shall be able to dispel it entirely. Are you certain there is no danger?" Helga pressed once more. "Fear not. Hell, when have you ever known this fellow to boast without cause? And have you forgotten about Hephaestus?" Gryffindor reminded her. Ravenclaw emitted a soothing aura, remaining the most composed of the group. Her extensive knowledge and understanding of Salazar assured her that unless an angel were to descend once more or an eternity were to pass, nothing could claim her friend's life. It was said that a millennium ago, the funeral they organized was merely an experiment to see if they could provoke Salazar into action. After Salazar reaffirmed his confidence, Helga ceased her inquiries. At that moment, Ezio Auditore, lying on the bed, silently sat up, his drunken stupor having vanished entirely. He looked upon the open letter and the troubled expression of Salazar, and erupted into laughter. "Ha, ha, ha, ha. You've been poisoned. What does it matter if you are the greatest dark wizard in history? Salazar Slytherin. Your demise is imminent." His laughter was almost maniacal, his handsome features contorted in a wild expression. Salazar's initial reaction was one of bewilderment at how this individual had discerned his true identity. It was inconceivable that Teresa had divulged anything. This person bore no connection to Dumbledore, and Salazar perceived the current headmaster of Hogwarts to be far from unreliable. Could it be that he had recognized him on his own? This was not entirely implausible, as the lineage of a vampire family could indeed trace back to the very inception of the Anno Domini calendar. Let us set aside this conundrum for the moment. Salazar exhibited no concern for Ezio Auditore's proclamation of impending demise. Instead, he regarded him with a gaze reminiscent of an imbecile. Yet, it was evident that Ezio's current emotional state was markedly amiss, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him. The poison of Haber had no effect on him, and the Slytherin lineage rendered him impervious to any curses. The singular conundrum lay in the virus. The infections from vampires and werewolves could indeed be classified as a virus. Salazar realized that to eradicate this issue entirely, he would require the assistance of potions. However, when Teresa had previously introduced the source blood into Salazar's being, he had not succumbed to contamination. The subsequent transformation was entirely voluntary, guided by his own volition. Nevertheless, he was intrigued to discern Ezio's true intentions and thus feigned a facade of restrained panic. "What have you done?" Ezio was now completely immersed in his own world, rising from the bed with a contorted smile upon his face. His once meticulously arranged golden hair lay in disarray, and his deep crimson eyes appeared murky under the illumination. He approached step by step, placing a hand upon Salazar's shoulder, looking down upon him from his elevated position. "It is the wolf's bane vampire that, when infected by a werewolf, gradually weakens and perishes. Of course, the reverse holds true as well. Ah ha ha ha." He seemed genuinely amused, chuckling softly. "Salazar Slytherin, you truly transformed into a vampire for that foolish woman, Teresa. I must admit, you were equally foolish. No, perhaps it is fortunate that you were so foolish, otherwise, in this era, no one would have the means to contend with you. They could kill me now, but they would meet their own demise. Ha 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 ha. Oh, the equality of the Freemasons. Indeed, there is nothing to be concerned about. It is merely wolf's bane, hardly a novel occurrence. A millennium ago, the tribunal of the Holy See was far more repugnant. There is truly nothing they cannot accomplish, only what you cannot fathom. At times, it genuinely compels one to question whether it is the wizards, branded with the epithet of evil, who represent the malevolent force, or if the tribunal, aligned with the Holy See, is the true antagonist. To describe it succinctly, some of their actions are such that even Salazar, the greatest dark wizard in history, would deem them beyond the realm of humanity. Salazar let out a soft sigh, choosing not to dwell on the memories of the tribunal. His gaze, imbued with compassion, settled upon Otto, prompting him to extract some valuable information. Otto was momentarily transported back to the previous month by Salazar's utterance, yet he dismissed the thought. It seemed entirely natural to him that a vampire could perish from wolfsbane. Well, Salazar's tone conveyed a hint of resignation. If that is your assertion, then so be it. Could you enlighten me as to why? I had believed that such creatures capable of carrying wolfsbane were long extinct. Is it possible they are being nurtured? The Sorting Hat had mentioned Ravenclaw. Sal, do inquire for me. Salazar murmured in his heart. Otto had completely transformed from his former self. He leaned against the table and asked, why? What could possibly be the reason? Only your demise could pave the way for our grand endeavor. Grand endeavor? Salazar appeared exceedingly cooperative. However, Otto unexpectedly regained his composure at that moment, shaking his head. You still have at least a year. I cannot divulge that information. Is that so? Salazar rested his chin on his hand, continuing to inquire, then at least enlighten me on what you intend to do? I do not know who your mastermind is, nor can I retaliate against him. Surely you can share that. Otto sensed an underlying disquiet, but influenced by the alcohol and buoyed by the immense satisfaction of having successfully eliminated one of the four titans, he found himself unable to restrain his urge to confide. Are you familiar with Martin Luther King Jr.? Salazar nodded, for he was aware that this African-American, born in Atlanta, Georgia, had delivered the iconic I Have a Dream speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Even if he had only recently arrived in this era, he had surely encountered records of that momentous occasion. It must be said, the speech was truly remarkable. He was a great advocate for racial equality. Although merely a mundane individual, I hold him in the highest regard. Otto spoke with profound sincerity. Salazar nodded, agreeing with Otto's perspective that, under immense pressure, the courage to resist is always commendable. The essence of Martin Luther King's advocacy for African Americans decades ago parallels the struggles against the papacy centuries prior. Otto gazed intently into Salazar's eyes. Have you ever pondered why a person such as this could emerge among Muggles, voicing the plight of the marginalized, while we, in our extraordinary civilization, seem devoid of such figures? No, we do have them. He tilted his head back, his expression filled with yearning. Our ancestors erected the Tower of Babel, establishing a channel for communication with the divine. We exist in the shadows of this world, maintaining its equilibrium, yet now, the hubris of wizards threatens to unravel that balance. They scorn werewolves and vampires, confining dragons, while fairies and dwarves are relegated to servitude. Otto's gaze turned profoundly sorrowful. Such a civilization is grotesque. Our task now is to rectify it, and your presence will be our greatest hindrance. While I hold immense respect for your actions from a millennium ago, I must insist that you vanish. What absurdity! Gryffindor scoffed within the Sorting Hat. Ravenclaw's tone dripped with sarcasm. If it were truly as splendid as they claim, why would Salazar seek to impede them? Why have they not even attempted to win him over? Afraid of sharing the spoils, are they? Gryffindor and Ravenclaw exchanged barbs, their tones laced with irony. Hufflepuff, more concerned with external matters, refrained from joining their banner. Salazar merely listened to their speeches, remaining unaffected. However, as you spoke at length, Salazar propped his chin on his hand, his expression tinged with disdain, as he sought to persuade not only me but also yourself to embrace the Masonic perspective. The so-called equality you champion under the aegis of your fraternity, what significance does that hold? Otto seemed momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for a moment before responding with fervor. No, that is not the case. We are merely the guardians of a world of equality. We shall not interfere with its operation. And what does that have to do with my mortality? Salazar inquired. Do you believe I would disdain vampires and werewolves? Or regard elves and dwarves as mere slaves? In an instant, Otto fell silent. He had never contemplated this issue before, for the elders of the Masons had asserted that if Salazar Slytherin were to remain alive, they would miss this extraordinary opportunity once more. But why? Salazar let out a cold laugh, interrupting his train of thought. You stand before me like Voldemort, yet dare not approach. With a sigh, Salazar's expression turned somewhat disheartened. He was aware of the organization Otto Ray referred to, known as the Freemasons. However, he had expected something more extraordinary from the Freemasons, considering their existence dates back to ancient times. Yet, listening to Otto Ray's description, disappointment was inevitable. Gryffindor scoffed from within the Sorting Hat, remarking, if they truly were as they are portrayed, those who stood against the church a millennium ago would not have been merely the ancient wizarding families, us, and the humanoid races. Salazar wholeheartedly agreed with his perspective. Indeed. They merely seized the moment when the wizarding world required respite. Furthermore, as long as I remain alive, they shall not dare to emerge. It is truly repugnant, Hufflepuff lamented. I can hardly believe that they once constructed the Tower of Babel. Salazar temporarily ceased the discussion. I am immensely grateful for the news you have brought me. Agidiout tilted to one side, succumbing to unconsciousness. Prior to this, a twisted smile adorned his face as he anticipated that 6 months hence, Salazar would join him in the realm of the dead. Salazar withdrew a dagger from his pocket and, with a swift motion of his wrist, slashed across Otto's exposed neck. They were currently in a Muggle inn, and it seemed more fitting to employ Muggle methods for the act of murder. He softly uttered, farewell, or rather, a final goodbye. Subsequently, he reclined in his chair, awaiting Otto's demise from excessive blood loss. He addressed the 3 figures within the sorting hat. I genuinely believe I am a law-abiding citizen. I have not resorted to the killing curse until now. Gryffindor experienced a considerable shock, feeling the need to reassess the very concept of legality. Yet, he was suddenly reminded of past events. Hey, you've never been particularly fond of the killing curse, have you? I recall you often employed various forms of everyday magic for your lethal endeavors. Indeed, that's quite accurate. Ravenclaw concurred. Do you remember how the infamous reputation of Salazar, the malevolent dark wizard, came to be? Back then, employing a few dark curses was nothing. I believe it was primarily due to the utter devastation he left behind. And those who perished at his hands did not meet their end as swiftly as those struck by the killing curse. Yes, I can attest to that. Hufflepuff appeared notably eager. Do you recall that papal vessel on the Mediterranean? When I boarded, I was met with a scene of utter carnage. Salazar, why do you remember so clearly? He probed Otto's breath. The man was already deceased. Well, we should take our leave. Wait a moment, Sal, have you forgotten something? Hufflepuff suddenly interjected. What about the matter I asked you to inquire about? I previously attempted to use legilimency, but that fellow's mental defenses were quite formidable. I only glimpsed a few scattered images, and the architectural style did not seem distinctly British. Perhaps it was merely a reflection of the era's architectural homogeneity. As he spoke, they had returned to the bookstore located in Diagon Alley. By now, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Gazing out the window revealed only faint, indistinct lights. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a handful of shops still in operation. Inside, the illumination was quite bright. Salazar had modified a Muggle-made lamp, its soft light thoroughly illuminating the second-floor room. The lampshade resembled petals, and the frosted glass glowed beautifully in the warm light. Did you find any information regarding those creatures? Hufflepuff remained undeterred. No, Salazar replied with a hint of exasperation. He suddenly recalled that Hufflepuff had previously cared for similar creatures, but those had been dealt with by her own hand following the war. Could it be that she overlooked something back then? Hey, Sal, do you truly distrust me this much? Hufflepuff remarked with dissatisfaction. My apologies. Salazar replied, somewhat awkwardly. He had merely been reminded of when others had urged him to eliminate the creature he raised, the basilisk, which he had nurtured to combat the church. It was far more formidable than an ordinary serpent, and should it have gone rogue. Nevertheless, at that time, Salazar had shown mercy. Viewing the basilisk as akin to a child of his own, confining it instead within the Chamber of Secrets and its passages, he had simply been uncertain whether Hufflepuff would feel the same sentiment for her creatures. Although they were devoid of intelligence, unlike his careful nurturing of the basilisk, it was still merely observation, documentation, and feeding. But who could say for certain? Perhaps when I employed it on others, those individuals retained it and subsequently researched it. What I wished to avoid was laid bare before me. I wonder if those spiders in the Forbidden Forest are still present? Hufflepuff expressed her concern. Are you worried about the vitality of your creatures? If you truly wish to know, why not return and check? Gryffindor jested, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. All right, enough of that for now. We must first capture the remnants of the Brotherhood. They are indeed elusive. Many of them seem to have infiltrated the church a millennium ago, and there were even members of the Muggle royal family among them. By the way, our magical creatures professor at that time appeared to be a member of the Brotherhood. Didn't he? Hufflepuff redirected the conversation. Merely a preparatory member. He had not truly joined, Salazar corrected. He merely believed that magical creatures deserve the fundamental right to exist, and wizards should not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. This was not an extreme position. Otherwise, we would not have accepted him. Since arriving in this era, it was peculiar how their conversations would often veer off into tangents. Moreover, they seemed entirely devoid of plans for the future. merely intent on passing down what had been lost, unlike the meticulously devised strategies of a millennium prior. If they were to confront the church in their current state, Hogwarts might have vanished long ago. Alas, if only we could directly locate their headquarters. Gryffindor lamented. Let us refrain from discussing such impossibilities. Salazar, seated at his desk and leaning against the thick cushion, rubbed his temples. It remained uncertain whether the Brotherhood even had a headquarters. Salazar commanded a quill to ascend. Hovering before a sheet of parchment, he adhered to his long-standing habit of drafting a plan prior to undertaking any task. Naturally, such writings were meant to be obliterated once completed. Retaining the information in one's mind sufficed. Ravenclaw appeared to have a sudden recollection. Might we ponder whether that diminutive star, Peter, is also a member of the Freemasons? Salazar pondered this conjecture. It is not beyond possibility that our previous speculation regarding his dwarven lineage holds merit. If his motives are indeed aligned with the pursuit of equality for dwarves, it would lend credence to our assumptions. In that case, the forthcoming actions of the Freemasons must surely be linked to him. They have undoubtedly gleaned lessons from the Fairy Rebellion. Either they will choose to remain in hiding, or they will strike decisively. Merlin, O Salazar, what era have you chosen? First, there was Voldemort, and now we face Peter and the Freemasons. Those of us living in this time are truly unfortunate. So, what course of action shall we pursue? Frankly, I am at a loss as to how to confront an organization like the Freemasons. It would perhaps be more prudent to besiege Jerusalem once more. Alas, at least the Freemasons lack angels. Though elusive, they are at least within our capacity to confront. Salazar vehemently opposed Gryffindor's despairing thoughts. They no longer possessed a second heroic sword capable of slaying angels. First, let us unite with the current wizarding community. I do not believe we can uncover that group solely on our own, and they likely think Salazar is nearing death, thus hiding more profoundly in recent years. Ravenclaw offered a suggestion. Perhaps not, for the Freemasons are likely to possess records from a millennium ago, which should detail the methods of the tribunal to some extent. If it were noted that both Salazar and I emerged unscathed from the tribunal, they would certainly not presume that Salazar could so easily perish. Gryffindor recalled the chilling experience within the tribunal, feeling a shiver of dread rise within him. Salazar was equally reluctant to recall that experience. Deftly shifting the topic, the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix must unite. I truly believe they ought to be the primary force. As this is a matter of our era, we can offer assistance, but we should never take the lead. The other two concurred with his perspective. Subsequently, Salazar began to compose a letter to Dumbledore. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that the first person he encountered upon arriving in this time possessed such remarkable influence, though he had not been the one to ultimately vanquish Voldemort during the previous Wizarding War. It was rather fortuitous that the true savior was merely an infant of 1 year. In light of this, he remained the most trustworthy figure of the present age. Upon finishing the letter, he opened the window and released silver-green fireworks into the night sky. A brownel swooped down, and Salazar secured the letter to its leg before it swiftly took flight, vanishing into the somber darkness. Diagon Alley in London seemed to exist in two separate realms. The bustling lights of the outside world were nowhere to be seen. At this hour, most of the shops in Diagon Alley had already closed, enveloping the world in a profound silence. Salazar lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the night was shrouded in a somber gloom, resembling a cauldron of a failed potion. Although Diagon Alley appeared largely unchanged from the wizarding world of a millennium ago, certain elements served as poignant reminders that it was, indeed, the year 1982. Salazar closed the window and tidied his desk. Just as he was about to remove the sorting hat to wash up and retire for the night when a sudden thought struck him. Gordy, happy birthday. The Gryffindor paused momentarily, then let out a rueful smile, realizing he had forgotten. The following day, Salazar rose early. He hung a closed sign at the shop entrance and, using his key, made his way to Hogwarts. Some matters cannot be adequately conveyed through written words. They must be articulated face to face. It was not merely the assassination attempt from the previous day that had him on edge. Rather, the repugnant nature of an adversary like the Freemasons compelled him to enlist someone else in this distasteful endeavor. At this juncture, Dumbledore should have already received his letter. Salazar was confident that, given Dumbledore's astuteness, he would grasp the significance of the contents within. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, Salazar found Dumbledore seated behind his desk, frowning as he listened to the incessant chatter of the portraits. From their discourse, Salazar gleaned snippets such as, the Freemasons will never amount to anything substantial. They merely stir up trouble while espousing their ridiculous theories of racial equality. Indeed, they audaciously sought to grant freedom to all house elves. It was unfathomable that they would attempt to impose liberty upon these creatures. As soon as the portraits noticed Salazar's presence, they fell into an abrupt silence. Yet none vacated their frames. They remained in place, observing him quietly. They were likely as curious as to why this organization, which appeared as mere aides-de-wells to them, commanded such attention from the founder. Salazar seated himself opposite Dumbledore, and after exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the crux of the matter. Last night, I was the target of an assassination attempt, Salazar recounted with relative detail, omitting only the segment concerning his communication with 3 companions, for after all, Horcruxes are undeniably sinister and perilous artifacts, regardless of the era. Dumbledore, without a doubt, proved to be a competent listener, nodding and occasionally probing further as Salazar recounted his ordeal. I believe I have grasped the situation. The Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix have been diligently searching for Peter, yet as you know, he is an animagus, and his chosen form, a rat, makes him exceedingly elusive. Dumbledore appeared quite exasperated. This indeed poses a significant challenge. Salazar concurred, yet emphasized that the foremost concern remains the secret society. I would rather not witness a goblin rebellion firsthand. Their discussion continued for a brief while, but predictably, no groundbreaking conclusions were reached. The principal dilemma before them remained the inability to locate the individual in question. Before taking his leave, Salazar was struck by a sudden inspiration. He cast a glance at the portraits adorning the walls and engaged in a brief consultation with the trio depicted within the Sorting Hat. Don't you think that relying solely on our own efforts to preserve those long-lost traditions is overly ambitious? Salazar inquired. Sal, do you mean we should directly come to Hogwarts and impart this knowledge to the students? Ravenclaw questioned. Certainly not. Salazar's tone conveyed a hint of excitement. I merely envision a greater involvement of those genuinely interested in such knowledge. What do you think of forming a club? Did you draw this inspiration from the secret society? Ravenclaw asked. Dumbledore noticed Salazar's momentary distraction and the fleeting change in his expression, prompting him to adjust his glasses in mild confusion, a scenario that was not unfamiliar. After concluding his discourse with the trio within the Sorting Hat, Salazar directly articulated his proposal to Dumbledore. Using the secret society as a template, he suggested establishing a loosely knit organization where members need not maintain extensive contact, but must earnestly document history and every form of magic that has ever existed. He would share within this club some long-forgotten knowledge that he did not intend to publish in any bookstore, such as the formula for the elixir of vitality, alchemy. And even the knowledge of forbidden spells was not off the table. Mr. Dumbledore, regarding the knowledge of forbidden spells, I have already imparted some to you. Have you made any discoveries? Dumbledore momentarily appeared bewildered, uncertain as to how the conversation had shifted so rapidly, but upon meeting Salazar's eyes, twinkling with mirth, he quickly comprehended the context, feeling a blend of amusement and exasperation. Frankly speaking, Mr. Slytherin, the knowledge you have shared with me concerning forbidden spells seems to belong to an entirely different paradigm of magic, often involving realms such as the underworld and fairies, concepts I believe to be relics of a bygone era. Salazar, arms crossed and leaning against the chair's backrest, awaited his continuation. Yet, one cannot help but marvel at the enchantment of the forbidden spells. Prior to this moment, I had never fathomed that humanity could transform into the undead while retaining consciousness, thus achieving a form of immortality. Dumbledore chuckled, remarking that since a reward had been anticipated in advance, he would indeed join the Clock Club. Of course, he would also recommend some exceptional graduates for membership, though their willingness would ultimately dictate the matter. This was met with Salazar's agreeable nod, as he expressed a hope that a millennium hence, they might still witness the flourishing of wizarding civilization. With this sentiment, they concluded their conversation and bid farewell. Before departing, Hufflepuff reminded Salazar that he ought to find someone to assist him in managing his shop. Salazar halted the apparition, pondering for a moment. Ah, indeed, Professor Dumbledore. Has Lupin yet to secure employment? Dumbledore was not the least surprised by the inquiry. He nodded in affirmation. It is indeed imperative to find a clerk, and Lupin would undoubtedly excel in such a role. However, you must assist him in resolving a few minor inconveniences. Not a problem. Procuring the Wolfsbane potion is hardly a daunting task. After departing from Hogwarts, Salazar did not rush back to the bookstore. Following the events of yesterday's letter, he suddenly felt compelled to verify, in person, the well-being of Teresa, despite the reassuring sense of her safety that coursed through their blood connection. Look at you. claiming disinterest in her and shunning romance. Yet now, what is this urgency? It seems Gryffindor has recently awakened some peculiar traits, speaking in a rather cryptic manner. Hufflepuff coughed lightly, interrupting Gryffindor's impending words, and the three huddled together, their conversation veiled in mystery. Salazar found himself at a loss for words in response to Gryffindor's earlier remarks, thus choosing to feign ignorance and disregarding the murmurs of the trio, hoping to let the moment pass unnoticed. As they traversed a rather secluded street in London, the absence of pedestrians during working hours accentuated the solitude. In this quietude, Salazar inexplicably recalled numerous landscapes they had encountered during their travels, as well as the desperate flight from a millennium ago. He inhaled deeply, striving to momentarily suppress the intrusive thoughts, and veered into a desolate alleyway. Salazar produced a sheet of pristine white paper, his thumb gliding over the sharp fangs of a vampire, causing blood to flow forth. He smeared the crimson fluid upon the paper, and as he uttered an incantation in a low, resonant voice, the white sheet absorbed the blood. Subsequently, Salazar folded it into a paper crane. "Show me the way," he commanded. The paper crane wobbled and took flight, with Salazar in pursuit. He employed an ancient spell by applying the blood of the target onto the paper. He could follow the guidance to locate the desired individual, given that Salazar and Teresa's blood had become almost indistinguishable after their transformation. Using his own blood in the absence of Teresa's was a viable alternative. The crane ascended into the sky, buoyed by Salazar's magical essence, its speed gradually increasing until it soared beyond the clouds of London. Unexpectedly, the crane did not halt at any direction Salazar deemed plausible. Instead, upon breaching the coastline, it abruptly descended, plunging into the ocean depths. Salazar swiftly cast a waterproof spell on the 1,000 paper cranes before they touched the sea. And then he plunged into the depths of the ocean. Why the ocean, one might wonder? Do vampires prefer to establish their lairs beneath the waves? Salazar forced a faint smile at this absurd notion, already feeling a tinge of regret. If only he had sought out Teresa sooner, had something truly befallen her. The trio within the sorting hat understood that this was not a moment for levity. They shared Salazar's vision, meticulously scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, Gryffindor entertained a ludicrous idea. Could the headquarters of the Freemasons be submerged beneath the ocean? If that were the case, it would explain why no one had discovered it over the years. But how could that be possible? The members of the Freemasons included elites among Muggles, and their descent to the ocean floor would necessitate a technological marvel known as a submarine. Gryffindor was uncertain of the specifics of a submarine, yet he understood that, in this era, the convenience of technology could never rival that of magic. More importantly, he did not believe Teresa would have any connections to the Freemasons during their interactions. She had always been refreshingly candid, her eyes betraying no secrets. As the light began to fade, Salazar felt the pressure of the water intensifying. The concept of water pressure was something he had gleaned from Muggle literature, and he had to concede that, in many respects, Muggles possessed a deeper understanding of this world. Perhaps it was the possession of power that led one to lose their sense of reverence, attempting to comprehend the world through the lens of their own knowledge. His thoughts spiraled, yet he remained closely aligned with that origami crane as it descended. Before a colossal coral reef, he halted, for he beheld Teresa in the distance, akin to a spirit of the sea, suspended in the water. However, her eyes were tightly shut, and there was not a trace of life within her. No, that cannot be. Salazar came to an abrupt halt, for his perception clashed starkly with the scene before him, compounded by the eerie silence maintained by the three within the sorting hat from the outset. In their current state, they were capable of discerning one another's thoughts, with their communication largely relying on this mental connection. Unless deliberately concealed, they were almost transparent to one another. Throughout their journey, the sole mental activity he had encountered was the absurd theory posited by Gryffindor regarding a secret society's headquarters submerged beneath the sea. Observing Teresa in her present state, they felt no trace of concern, particularly since the bond forged by blood had always kept her in good stead. How could she possibly be in such a condition now? When did you all conspire together? Salazar questioned inwardly. What? Gryffindor expressed astonishment. Yet Salazar had unraveled the sequence of events entirely. Did you expect the narrative to unfold with me believing Teresa had perished, leading to my overwhelming grief as I rushed to embrace her, akin to a tale spun by Muggles, lamenting my profound regrets? A heavy silence ensued. At last, Gryffindor could no longer contain himself. How can you remain so composed at a time like this? Salazar felt his reasoning for not desiring a romantic entanglement falter somewhat. No. You simply wish to evade responsibility. Ravenclaw's tone was less than amiable. You know Teresa harbors feelings for you. If you do not reciprocate, you could simply decline. A millennium ago, you claimed to be merely friends or wished to regard her as a sister, allowing you to walk away unscathed. Now, you can relish her affections while feeling no obligation for her to do anything in return, as if it were your right. Salazar momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Within the Sorting Hat, the three exchanged subtle waves of their souls. Hufflepuff, cautious as if caught in a theft, inquired, "Are we truly safe being this forthright?" "Absolutely," Gryffindor replied with unwavering conviction. "I refuse to believe that Sal has no feelings for Teresa. If he were indifferent, he wouldn't have lingered for so long. Indeed, over the past 2 months, his concern for Teresa had manifested more than once, given that their previous plan had faltered. This current approach would undoubtedly lead him to ponder the issue as his own, for his pride would never allow him to act otherwise. Let us wait and see," Ravenclaw remarked, her tone laced with exasperation over his stubbornness. In the distance, Teresa opened her eyes beneath the sea. Teresa, Slytherin, February 13th, 1982. "So, what exactly is the situation with Ogros and Miss Gabrielle?" Sirius leaned against the wall, curiosity etched across his face. Lupin, seated behind the counter, had never anticipated that he would find himself serving as a clerk in a soul-whispering bookstore. However, regarding Sirius's inquiry, he could only express his helplessness. Who knows? Suddenly, the bookstore door swung open, and Snape entered with an expression akin to having seen a ghost. Sirius and Lupin turned to face him, their previous nonchalance completely vanished. Snape chose a seat by the window, gazing outside with that peculiar expression still plastered on his face. Who could fathom what sights he beheld? Meanwhile, in the whimsical magic joke shop, Teresa picked up a flower-spouting firework. Leaning slightly, she presented her find to Salazar. "Look. It creates a beautiful display the moment it touches the water, far surpassing any firework made with a wand." Salazar picked up a few items, expressing a reluctance to utter the cliché lines often found in Muggle romance novels. Forgive him for his utter lack of romantic experience during his first date. He could only think of the Jumping Jokes magic shop, a place more suited for an outing with friends than for a romantic rendezvous. Teresa, too, felt the weight of anxiety. She endeavored to maintain a lively atmosphere, making idle chatter about the various items on the nearby shelves. As they exited the Jumping Jokes magic shop, their hands were filled with an array of delightful trinkets, items that, had they been alone, they would never have considered purchasing. In his heart, Salazar often lamented how love could indeed diminish one's intellect. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself rather fond of this intoxicating sensation. Well, so be it. Teresa hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended her free hand to grasp Salazar's. Before he could turn his head to look at her, she averted her face, concealing the somewhat foolish smile that now adorned her lips. "Where shall we go next? The Forbidden Forest?" Salazar inquired tentatively. "Who dates like that?" Teresa replied, puzzled. However, after a moment's reflection, she realized she could not conjure a more suitable location. She felt a twinge of regret for not having nurtured the vampire community in England, which had yet to flourish like that in France. Well, she admitted to herself, she truly lacked the talent for such endeavors. "Then let us proceed," they declared in unison, hand in hand, completing a disillusionment charm that transported them to the far side of the Forbidden Forest. This location lay far from Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, a realm inaccessible to the students of Hogwarts. The sky was cloaked in thick clouds, a blanket of white extending above them, with only sporadic patches of blue peeking through. For them, this was the perfect weather. In mid-February, the temperature remained quite low, yet it had been a considerable time since the last snowfall, rendering the ground in the Forbidden Forest firm and cold rather than slippery. Despite the lingering chill of winter, the forest thrived with vitality, ensuring that even in their silence, the atmosphere remained vibrant and alive. Salazar was reminded of the place Saint Michel in Paris, where the atmosphere was akin to the present moment, even in silence. Merely holding hands and strolling quietly together, one could sense tranquility and sweetness. They passed by an exceptionally tall tree, and Teresa vaguely understood where Salazar intended to take her. A mix of amusement and exasperation washed over her. Continuing forward, low shrubs were expected to appear along the sides, yet unfamiliar plants now thrived in those spots. Nevertheless, Salazar recognized the path well, as his sense of direction had always been commendable. After walking a while longer, they finally reached their destination. It was a spacious clearing within the woods, where a series of weathered stone monuments stood in the center. These were the gravestones of Hogwarts students and faculty who perished in a war a millennium ago. Some of the individuals were members of pureblood families, their lineages largely extinguished in the conflict against the Church. Others were muggle-born wizards who had liberated themselves from the Church's doctrine of ignorance, joining the ranks of those who resisted upon realizing the posthumous salvation proclaimed by the Church was merely a ruse. The names were hauntingly familiar, many of which he had etched himself, and as he gazed upon them, memories of yesteryears surged forth. For the moment, he did not see the gravestones of Gryffindor and the others, but Salazar felt certain they were also here. "Salazar, we have come here." Salazar turned to look at her, his expression earnest. "We must inform them." Teresa paused for a moment, then her eyes brightened, and she smiled sweetly. "All right." She took the initiative to link her arm with Salazar's, and he felt her touch stiffen him momentarily, yet he did not withdraw as he had in the past. They walked past gravestones, glancing at the names inscribed upon them. Upon reaching one particular gravestone, Teresa's expression briefly shifted to one of discomfort, and she attempted to guide Salazar in another direction. However, Salazar's gaze fell upon the gravestone, where his own name was conspicuously etched. "Teresa, after they held my funeral. They even inscribed a gravestone for me." Salazar found himself in a bewildering mix of laughter and tears. Teresa sighed. "I was the one who had it engraved. They didn't inform me that the funeral wasn't serious." Salazar, had he worn the sorting hat today, a quarrel would likely have ensued. Teresa's voice was barely a whisper. "I inscribed my name on the back." In an instant, Salazar fell into silence, slowly circling to the rear of the gravestone, gazing at the name of Teresa inscribed upon it. It felt as though something soft within him had been gently stirred, a sensation he had previously resisted. Yet now he yearned to surrender himself to its depths. "Teresa, you need not bear this burden. Do not dwell in the past." He fought against the tide of emotion. However, Teresa replied, "But without you, I would have long ceased to exist. I can distinguish between friendship, kinship, love, and gratitude. I possess them all for you. So do not claim that I hold only one." Her voice was calm and resolute, reminiscent of countless moments past. "I understand," Salazar replied, kneeling down, envisioning the scene of Teresa carving the gravestone years ago. Suddenly, he drew his wand, pointing it at Teresa's name upon the stone. Chunks of stone began to crumble away, and Teresa's eyes widened in astonishment. Salazar retrieved a carving knife from his pocket and meticulously engraved the name Teresa Slytherin. Teresa stood there in a daze, seemingly devoid of all reaction as she gazed at the inscription Salazar had etched. Salazar rose to his feet and gently pinched her cheek, inquiring, "What's the matter? Regretting it?" Teresa quickly shook her head, her eyes gradually welling with tears. "No, not at all. I am simply overwhelmed with joy." "Don't cry," Salazar exclaimed as he reached out to wipe her tears, only to forget that his hands were dusted with stone powder. Consequently, a streak of gray marred Teresa's delicate visage, tarnishing the elegance of her makeup. It was only then that Salazar remembered to take a piece of paper, but Teresa had already begun to laugh. She hastily wiped her face with the back of her hand, only to realize afterward that she had applied makeup, which left her looking somewhat embarrassed. "Should I wipe it off?" Salazar hesitantly inquired. Teresa shot him a quick glare and turned her face away. "It's fine. After all, you never used to wear makeup, did you?" Salazar remained blissfully unaware of just how oblivious he was to the nuances of the situation. "Lower your head." Teresa tugged at the sleeve of Salazar. Salazar now felt a sense of helplessness. He dutifully lowered his head, and suddenly, Teresa rose onto her toes, her arms encircling his neck. Her lips, adorned with a vibrant lip gloss, left a mark upon Salazar's face, and then she swiftly released him, turning her face away as if nothing had transpired. Salazar could envision what had transpired. He gently caressed his face, observing the shimmering pink hue that adorned his hands, and smeared it into his palm. The two shared a laugh, their joyous sounds reverberating through the cemetery, startling a few solitary birds that took flight, flapping their wings in haste. One by one, they cast cleansing spells, and as they prepared to depart, Teresa waved farewell to the gravestones, exclaiming, "We are leaving, and shall not accompany you any longer." A gust of wind swept through the forest, as if in response to her words. Teresa released her meticulously arranged hair, reasoning that since her makeup had already been removed, it would be more harmonious to let it down. She braided her long hair, transforming her appearance to resemble that of a millennium ago. When she first arrived at the Slytherin family castle, she was merely a child of 10. Even when Salazar employed time magic to depart, she had only matured slightly. Now, she appeared to have just crossed into her 20s. Yet, adorned in this manner, she exuded an entirely different charm. "Salazar, turn around. You are not wearing a hat today. The wind will surely touzle your hair." Salazar was not particularly fond of tying up his hair, yet he obediently turned around. He recalled many memories from his childhood, when he was the youngest in the family, and his daily concerns revolved solely around his studies. However, after Teresa's arrival, his worries shifted to evading Teresa's grasp. In hindsight, it can only be described as a time best left unspoken. Yet, could it be possible that Teresa's tormenting of him back then was rooted in affection? Salazar promptly halted his thoughts. To him, the notion of tormenting someone simply because he had feelings for them was utterly terrifying. He wished to turn and glance at Teresa, but was restrained by a firm grip on his shoulder. It will be over soon, he was assured. Salazar felt a slight sense of foreboding. However, the path he had chosen was his own, and being with Teresa was a voluntary choice. A Slytherin never regrets the decisions they make. Is there anywhere else you wish to go? Salazar inquired, sensing Teresa turn to his side. Teresa shook her head. Let us simply stroll here for a while. Salazar nodded in agreement. He preferred this place over visiting the magical joke shop or simply lounging in a bar. Perhaps this was what Muggles referred to as a generational gap, for he could never quite grasp the joy derived from listening to the trivialities of individuals he might never encounter in his lifetime while seated in a tavern. He let out a deep sigh, feeling a significant degree of regret for his negligence. Prior to the assassination of Egidio, he had never doubted the identity of the heir personally chosen by Teresa. In fact, it was this very matter that had instilled in him a distaste for the gossip shared in bars. As they ventured deeper into the forbidden forest along a path lined with sparse trees, Teresa suddenly inquired, "Aren't you curious about what I've been up to these past 6 weeks?" Salazar was reluctant to inquire about this matter. After all, Teresa had not encountered any troubles. Instead, he was more interested in how Teresa had allied herself with Gryffindor and their companions. Salazar has always believed that Teresa and the two of them should not be so intimately acquainted, especially regarding this matter. They should not concern themselves with his romantic dilemmas. Shouldn't Gryffindor, in comparison to him, warrant more attention? This affair appears to be primarily orchestrated by Teresa. Observing his expression from the corner of her eye, Teresa let out a soft sigh, realizing that this issue could not be sidestepped for the time being. It seems we must trace back to last year. Aren't you curious to know? Salazar cleared his throat unnaturally. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to speak. I merely wish to ascertain whether you truly spent a month and a half beneath the sea. Teresa seemed to stumble upon a loose stone, her small frame teetering momentarily. Salazar instinctively felt the weight pulling him increase, prompting him to support her. How could that be possible? Teresa pursed her lips. Well, it was just a few days. I shall gradually divulge the details to you. It's far better for me to share it than for someone else to do so. I want to inquire further. Indeed. I understand, but Gryffindor may not be able to restrain his tongue. All right, then what do you wish to say? Beginning with their visit to Nicholas Flamel, Teresa almost recounted their entire journey, sharing only a few details that Salazar was unaware of. Upon hearing the initial suggestion from Hufflepuff at that time, Salazar nearly resorted to apparition to seek out others. He could only express relief that Teresa had not opted for the first plan. Otherwise, under the dynamic collaboration of Teresa and those three, he might have truly faltered. In his heart, Salazar resolutely decided that he could no longer casually lend his body to them. Even if he did, he must keep a vigilant watch at all times. By the time Teresa finished speaking, the sun was already beginning its descent. Teresa finally asked Salazar if he could take her to see the place he had left long ago. Salazar felt there was truly nothing worth seeing there, and moreover, it was devoid of protective magic. Nothing should remain now. Teresa did not press the matter further, and together they left the forbidden forest, returning to the bookstore. At this moment, Sirius had already departed. Over the past few days, he had often come over to linger for a while, perusing books before leaving, and his visits were rather unpredictable, giving the impression that he was not engaged in any serious work. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to seek steady employment, especially with Peter Pettigrew missing and his thirst for vengeance consuming him. Furthermore, he remained uneasy about Harry's safety. Although Lily's protective charm was in place, Sirius insisted on casting a multitude of protective spells around number 4, Privet Drive, as the previous events had left him somewhat paranoid. As Remus looked up, he spotted Salazar and Teresa entering hand in hand. He paused for a moment, then a knowing smile spread across his face. Congratulations! Teresa smiled and nodded her thanks, and Salazar also beamed, clearly in good spirits. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs together, Remus suddenly called out to Salazar. By the way, Agilros, we in the Order of the Phoenix have found a new meeting place. There will be a gathering tomorrow. And Professor Dumbledore asked me to inquire if you would like to attend. The Order of the Phoenix? Salazar echoed. aware that it was the organization formed by Dumbledore to oppose Voldemort. However, he wondered what relevance the gathering had for him. Naturally, Remus could not fathom that anyone would be unaware of the order, and he grasped Salazar's implication. Tomorrow, it will not only be our members. We will also invite many esteemed wizards to join us. If all goes well, number 12, Grimmauld Place, will become our headquarters. Salazar contemplated the clock club he was preparing to establish. Although he did not perceive it as essential to invite the illustrious wizards to join, it was indeed imperative to extend an invitation to the recent graduates of Hogwarts. Furthermore, Salazar recalled the current rumors circulating about the Order of the Phoenix. While the majority still regarded the Order as valiant heroes, whispers had begun to surface suggesting that the Order might be the next incarnation of the Death Eaters. Tomorrow promised to be quite intriguing. Very well, what time? About 4 in the afternoon. I need to arrive a bit early. Lupin expressed his delight at Salazar's agreement. Their interactions during this period had led him to consider Salazar as somewhat reserved yet trustworthy. His trust in Salazar was now rivaling that of Dumbledore. This was primarily due to what he had heard during the quarrel between Snape and Sirius regarding Salazar's actions in Nocturne Alley, as well as the matter of the Wolfsbane potion. He had not yet fully endured the harsh realities of society, hence had not yet proposed any job offers. I shall accompany you tomorrow. Salazar suddenly recalled. 12, Grimmauld Place? I believe that belongs to the Black family, does it not? Lupin nodded, a fleeting look of resignation crossing his face. Indeed, however, the Black family now consists solely of Sirius. The other surviving member has since adopted the Malfoy name, leaving Sirius with the autonomy to determine the fate of 12, Grimmauld Place. Salazar had a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the events. He recalled Beatrice, who had perished by his hand a few days prior. She too appeared to belong to the Black family. One must admit, it was nothing short of a miracle that Sirius had grown up in such a household and still managed to be sorted into Gryffindor. After comprehending the current state of affairs in Slytherin, he had succumbed to despair, merely hoping that Professor Snape would refrain from vociferously proclaiming the glory of pure blood within the common room. Time swiftly advanced to February 14th. In the morning, he received letters from Sirius and Dumbledore, both extending invitations for him to join an afternoon gathering. Salazar meticulously penned his replies. Just as he was preparing to send off the letters, the window was suddenly flung open from the outside, and Teresa skillfully climbed through. Salazar, no. There's no need for that. I shall open the door myself. He recalled the times a millennium ago in the Slytherin castle when Teresa would often behave in this manner, which led him to develop the habit of locking the windows, despite its futility. Teresa stood beside his desk, her smile enchanting. Salazar, what do you think about me moving in? She swayed her waist, her fingers tugging at the back of her slender coat, causing it to slide down significantly, revealing her shoulder clad in a delicate strap. Bathed in the morning light, her skin appeared radiant, as if a liquid shimmered at her collarbone. Salazar hastily averted his gaze. Yet from the corner of his eye, he still glimpsed Teresa standing there with an air of vivacity. At times, it is the act of wearing or not wearing that matters, but the state of being half-clad remains a curious enigma. Salazar felt fortunate that he was not wearing the sorting hat. He found it difficult to articulate a refusal, and in a somewhat flustered manner, he attached the neatly pinned reply to the owl's leg. After placing a handful of owl food on the windowsill to calm his nerves, he turned his gaze towards Teresa. I don't have many spare rooms here. He contemplated suggesting a visit to number 2, Privet Drive, but Teresa had already interjected. How about we share a bed? Salazar was taken aback. Teresa blinked, her expression one of nonchalance. I am now a Slytherin, so what is the issue with us living together? Salazar perceived no issue. He merely felt the pace was rather swift. Shouldn't the progression commence with dating, gradually transitioning from friends to lovers before contemplating cohabitation? Observing his expression, Teresa was filled with profound regret. She lamented having shared those misleading tales with Salazar during his childhood. By the heavens, she had already envisioned names for their future children just the previous night. Subsequently, Teresa refrained from any further impulsive actions, and Salazar, relieved, allowed her to sit beside him while he donned the sorting hat and engaged in dictation. Sal, trust me, when students are distracted while writing their assignments, it is evident in their handwriting. Sarah cast a glance at her written work, her expression darkening. After a moment of contemplation with her pen in hand, she ultimately decided to tear it up and start anew. She felt that this day had stretched on interminably. Teresa sat beside her, her gaze lingering on Sarah, almost motionless. Sarah pondered that perhaps throughout the millennia, Teresa had often spent her time sitting alone in a stupor, causing her handwriting to become increasingly less indicative of Slytherin. At last, they endured until 3 o'clock. Sarah set down her pen and hurried downstairs, addressing Lupin, who stood behind the counter. "Shall we go now?" Lupin, taken aback, thought to himself, was Ogros truly this enthusiastic in his recollections? At number 12, Grimmauld Place, the bookstore had already hung a sign indicating its closure by midday, and the customers had long since departed. Over the past few days, Lupin had discerned that Sarah had little enthusiasm for running the shop, displaying no discontent towards those who browsed without purchasing. Consequently, he had merely fulfilled his duties as a shop assistant, remaining entirely passive regarding their sales performance. The three of them then operated to Grimmauld Place, where Sarah curiously surveyed her surroundings, struggling to comprehend why the ancestral home of the Black family was numbered alongside Muggle architecture. During this period, Salazar has managed to become somewhat acquainted with London. He relishes wandering through the city in the evenings, yet this is his inaugural visit. Currently, Hogwarts employs a specially modified train for transporting students, with the platform located not far from here, approximately a 20-minute walk. Once the gathering concludes, we can take a look. Teresa naturally entwined her arm with Salazar's. Salazar expressed a keen interest in the modified Muggle train, recalling their experience with such a mundane mode of transportation during last year's journey. However, isn't there a regulation imposed by the Ministry of Magic prohibiting the alteration of Muggle artifacts? Is it truly permissible for Hogwarts to display this so ostentatiously? What could possibly be the issue? Lupin shrugged, his demeanor exuding a sense of inevitability. The Hogwarts Express had been in existence for countless years, and even the Minister of Magic had once traveled on it. One would be hard-pressed to find anyone within the Ministry of Magic who had not availed themselves of the Hogwarts Express. Salazar once again felt the inefficacy of the Ministry of Magic, setting aside their capability to govern. Their apparent lack of commitment to the strict enforcement of the law is already a significant issue. It is no wonder that many Aurors from the Ministry have become members of the Order of the Phoenix. They arrived at a large door, painted black and marred with scratches. The silver doorknob was shaped like a coiling serpent, which instantly reminded Salazar of Slytherin Castle. That ancient edifice, steeped in the wisdom of generations, had regrettably been reduced to ashes by the church. They pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, the door creaked open to reveal Sirius standing at the threshold. Upon seeing them, he appeared somewhat taken aback. "What brings you here so early?" Remus glanced at Salazar, but remained silent, uncertain as to why Oglers was so eager today. Salazar cleared his throat lightly, feigning ignorance of Lupin's gaze, for the true reason was one he would never divulge. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Teresa, her countenance radiant with joy, exuding an air of carefree delight. She intertwined her arm with Salazar's, her body leaning against him. Salazar was suddenly reminded of images he had glimpsed in some improper literature, fleeting scenes that prompted him to hastily purge them from his mind. How could he entertain such thoughts about Teresa? Oblivious to his turmoil, Teresa maintained her sweet smile. Were she to become aware of Salazar's current mental state, she might wish to traverse back a millennium to silence her younger self. Had she spoken less in her youth, she might have long since changed her surname. Yet, if Salazar had not been subjected to her peculiar ideologies like everyone else, perhaps her fondness for him would not have flourished as it did. As the Gryffindors engaged in a discussion with Hufflepuff about transforming more Muggle technology, an inexplicable sensation enveloped them, and the world dimmed momentarily. Salazar paused, then hastily explained to the two specters beside him, "This is not my doing. He hasn't uttered a word to me." Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff exchanged glances filled with resignation. As those who had experienced such matters, they understood what had transpired. Yet, it was baffling that Salazar, who had little exposure to these occurrences, was oblivious, and even the seasoned Godric seemed to lack awareness. Their journey continued through a long corridor, where they beheld the tattered wallpaper clinging to the walls, the worn carpet, the gas lamps, and a grand chandelier resembling a serpent, adorned with cobwebs. Upon reaching a staircase, Salazar was jolted from his reverie by a piercing female voice. "Beasts, wretches, filthy and sinful progeny, bastards, abominations, eyesores, begone from this place. How dare you desecrate my ancestral home? You ungrateful wretch, traitor of the Black family. You have sullied your bloodline. Look at the company you keep, vile werewolves, filthy vampires." The portrait of an elderly woman clad in a pointed black hat glared with darting eyes. Her shrill cries seemingly aimed to intimidate all who dared enter. The cursed Sirius frowned, his expression a mixture of disdain and embarrassment. He reached for a thick velvet cloth to cover the portrait while explaining, This is Walburga Black, my mother. She has always advocated for the preservation of pure wizarding blood, seeking to rid our ranks of those with Muggle origins, allowing only pure bloods to wield power. She is vehemently opposed to my bequeathing the ancestral home to the Order of the Phoenix. Why has she awakened? We ought not to have disturbed her. Teresa regarded the elderly woman in the portrait with a complex expression, turning to Salazar with a mischievous thought. If this matron were to discover the identity of the filthy vampire she so derided, would she still dare to make such a ruckus? Salazar was merely startled by the noise she emitted. He yearned to cast a silencing charm upon the portrait of Mrs. Black, yet considering her status as Sirius's mother, he deemed such an action inappropriate. Thus, he restrained his eager wand. As he passed by the portrait, he cast a careful glance and noticed the permanent sticking charm affixed to it. For the time being, he had no means to dismantle it without causing widespread destruction. He resolved to study it upon his return, feeling it imperative to rescue Sirius from his plight. Let us proceed without acknowledging her. We shall ascend to the second floor and take a moment in the sitting room. The gathering will soon commence in the basement, and Mrs. Weasley is already making preparations. Sirius led the trio upstairs. As they ascended, Salazar's gaze fell upon the severed heads of the house elves that lined the staircase, leaving him with a profound sense of bewilderment. After passing several rooms, they arrived in the sitting room, which, in Salazar's eyes, was quite exquisite, living up to the illustrious reputation of the Black family. The sitting room boasted a grand window that overlooked the street in front of the house, offering a pleasant view of Grimmauld Place. On the opposite side stood a large fireplace, flanked by two ornate glass cabinets. One wall was adorned with a tapestry depicting the family tree of the Blacks. The glass cabinets were filled with an array of dark magical artifacts, as if the Black family had emblazoned the words Ministry of Magic upon their foreheads. Salazar could not help but feel that adhering to the laws of the Ministry of Magic made him a fool. He approached with curiosity, keenly examining the artifacts of the Black family, rusted short swords, animal claws, and coiled serpent skins. Such openly displayed items in the living room could hardly be considered extraordinary. However, his gaze soon fell upon a particular object, a silver pendant box adorned with emeralds that formed the letters, resembling a small serpent. Perhaps due to the passage of time, it bore an air of antiquity, though the gemstones retained their brilliant luster. It appeared strikingly familiar. Admit it. Your pendant box has been relegated to the status of an inconsequential display piece. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Gryffindor's tone. Salazar cast a fleeting glance at Sirius, who was engaged in conversation with Lupin. After expressing his disdain for the Ministry of Magic's worth, he lamented the lack of discernment within the Black family. This locket was far more than a mere relic. For the Slytherin lineage, its significance rivaled that of the Sword of Gryffindor to the Gryffindor clan. Although Salazar himself was uncertain of its precise purpose, he knew that without it, he might have long since met his demise at the hands of the Inquisition. He stood there, contemplating the items within the glass cabinet for an extended period. After exchanging a few more words with Lupin, Sirius approached the display. Just a collection of tedious yet perilous artifacts, Ogros. Are you truly interested in such things? Sirius inquired, his indifference evident. Salazar gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to apprehend Sirius for a lecture, and pointed at his pendant box with a complex expression. Would you be willing to sell this to me? Sirius, taken aback, glanced at him and nonchalantly opened the glass cabinet, retrieving the pendant box and handing it to Salazar. Just take it. These items hold no value for me. Salazar, momentarily taken aback, received the pendant box at a loss for words, until he eventually managed to utter a heartfelt thank you. At that moment, Teresa approached, her gaze fixed on the object in Salazar's hands, her face registering unmistakable astonishment. Isn't this? Yet she quickly composed herself, abruptly halting her words, and exchanged a glance with Salazar, their eyes reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. Having overheard Sirius's earlier remarks, Teresa found herself grappling with thoughts akin to those of Salazar. Sirius, surprised by their reactions, glanced again at the seemingly impenetrable keepsake box, feeling no regret, only a burgeoning curiosity. He nudged Salazar's hand, which clutched the pendant box, and remarked, I owe my vindication to you. You've also aided Lupin. Please keep it. Though it would be splendid if you were willing to enlighten me about what it is. Salazar, with a complex expression, carefully tucked away the locket box. After a moment's hesitation, he conveyed to Sirius, in tentative yet hopeful phrases, the nature of the object. However, he merely alluded to it as a relic without delving into its historical significance or its relevance to the Slytherin lineage. Truth be told, He himself was unaware of the deep meaning this locket box held for the Slytherin family in his hasty escape from the castle years ago. His father had not had the opportunity to impart such knowledge. Upon hearing that this object might be a Slytherin heirloom, Sirius merely exhibited curiosity, showing no hint of regret. After exchanging a few more words with the trio, he departed from the sitting room and made his way downstairs to the kitchen, where he intended to secure the velvet cloth concealing the portrait of Mrs. Black even more tightly. Remus appeared to be quite intrigued by 12 Grimmauld Place. And after Sirius's departure, he too followed suit, leaving only Salazar and Teresa in the expansive sitting room. Teresa settled beside Salazar, her face alight with anticipation. Is that truly the case? Salazar nodded. Indeed, this is my pendant box. He took out the box and held it up to his eyes. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It seems to have been tampered with. Sal, why don't you try wearing it? Ravenclaw suddenly suggested. At this moment, Salazar comprehended why he had previously felt an unsettling sensation from the pendant box. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the sorting hat, which had been crafted into a Horcrux. He adorned himself with the necklace, a familiar accessory that only intensified his certainty upon feeling its chilling aura. Transformed into a Horcrux? Yet, I cannot perceive any connection to it. How could this be? Sarah gazed at the pendant box, a sigh escaping his lips. He was certain that it was not a counterfeit, and an acute sense of urgency welled up within him. Had he known earlier, he would have taken it with him. Sal, do not be hasty. Why not awaken the soul within and inquire? Suggested Hufflepuff. Teresa nodded in agreement, having been drawn into the spiritual exchange among the four. Able to hear the discourse of Salazar and the others, though only Salazar could perceive her words. Let me give it a try, she said. Salazar endeavored to perceive the soul ensconced within the suspended box. He was well acquainted with Horcruxes, having previously delved into their creation. Ultimately, however, he chose to abandon the pursuit due to the exorbitant cost of resurrecting the dead. The process of crafting a Horcrux involves the fragmentation of a soul, which, when incomplete, possesses the capacity for self-repair. This restoration, however, can significantly affect one's consciousness, potentially giving rise to a personality starkly different from the original. Nevertheless, the creator, being the master of their own body, experiences comparatively minor repercussions and can, with due diligence, effectively shield themselves from such influences. Conversely, those revived through a Horcrux are often profoundly affected, with alterations in temperament being commonplace. In more severe cases, they may emerge as entirely different individuals, reflecting upon their past memories as if observing the life of a stranger. This reality is the reason Salazar refrained from broaching the topic of resurrecting Gryffindor and others. While residing within the sorting hat may be somewhat uncomfortable, it at least ensures the preservation of consciousness. They, too, are acutely aware of the potential consequences and have long relinquished hope of reclaiming a living body. In truth, there remains a glimmer of hope in the form of alchemical puppetry. However, this relies on Hufflepuff's capabilities, as Salazar's own proficiency in alchemy does not permit such endeavors. Salazar sensed the presence of the soul within the pendant box. He delved his consciousness into it, inexplicably confident that, despite having lost his connection to the pendant box, he would remain unharmed as long as it was related to the pendant. The soul within the box seemed to have been roused by Salazar's presence, awakening swiftly, yet exuding an air of profound lethargy. In contrast to the states of Gryffindor and others, Salazar found this condition uncharacteristic of a first Horcrux. He could not help but admire the audacity of the individual who crafted such a relic, daring to fragment their soul repeatedly to create Horcruxes. Who are you? The awakened soul, sensing another consciousness residing within the pendant box, immediately adopted a defensive stance. Salazar remained silent, engrossed in drawing forth the spirits of others. Gradually, a youthful figure began to materialize, possessing strikingly handsome features, pale skin, and gaunt cheeks. At that moment, he fixed his gaze upon Salazar's consciousness with eyes that glimmered with an eerie red light. The trio from Gryffindor shared similar thoughts, however. They perceived that since they were all in a spiritual form, there was no necessity to adhere to human semblance. Reflecting back, a millennium ago, when they were still feeble, they often resorted to the shape of animagi to evade the relentless pursuit of the church, thus becoming accustomed to this non-human state. What is the situation with this fellow? This does not appear to be the first Horcrux. Upon witnessing the scene, Gryffindor could not help but exclaim, but he soon burst into laughter. Sal, he truly resembles you. Their laughter echoed, filling the air with mirth. Salazar cast a glance at the young man, finding no resemblance between them. Teresa observed Salazar, furrowing her brows while involuntarily curling her lips into a smile. At first glance, The two consciousnesses within the pendant box bore several similarities: the same hair color, eye color, and similarly pallid skin tone. However, upon closer inspection, they were utterly distinct. At the very least, Salazar did not exude the same chilling aura. From Salazar's early years, Teresa had been captivated by his serene demeanor, and from her perspective, he was far more attractive. His originally deep green eyes were already striking, and now, sharing the same hue as hers, they appeared even more enchanting. Temporarily setting aside this topic, Ravenclaw sought to redirect the conversation. It was undoubtedly not a viable option. His consciousness was becoming increasingly unstable, and his mental state appeared quite precarious. If this continued for another century or two, he would inevitably disintegrate. Surely, there was no need to reach such extremes for the sake of survival? Let me engage him in dialogue first. Meanwhile, could you ponder whether there exists a means to obliterate the soul within the vessel without damaging it? We can only endeavor to explore possibilities. As you know, the documentation on Horcruxes is exceedingly sparse. A portion of what we possess today was only completed through our own experimentation. Ravenclaw held little hope for Salazar's proposal. Greetings. Salazar approached, attempting to initiate communication. The unfamiliar young man remained stationary, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire your identity? Salazar, relying on his intuition, sensed that this individual was far less confident than he appeared, exuding a rather hollow bravado. He had previously detected the young man secretly employing legilimency, yet with his mastery of occlumency, he could easily present the youth with curated images of his choosing, such as close-ups of the courtroom. Recollections of Riddle's experiences during his youth in the courtroom sent shivers down Salazar's spine, aside from the memories of the Slytherin castle's breach. This was the segment he least desired to revisit. The young man before him demonstrated a commendable psychological resilience, a thought that amused Salazar's darker inclinations. Subsequently, Salazar attempted to use legilimency on the youth, whose defensive measures thwarted his efforts, leaving him with nothing to discern. The young man's identity remained elusive. Salazar resolved to inquire about him with Dumbledore later, as the latter was certain to attend the gathering that evening. Should one not introduce oneself before inquiring of others? With a courteous smile, Salazar approached the youth, convinced that the latter would not speak truthfully, yet deemed it worthwhile to ask merely to pass the time. After a brief silence, the young man's expression shifted from its initial ease. You may call me Tom. Could you enlighten me on how you arrived here? I have not encountered anyone other than myself in many years since being confined. When Lupin returned to the living room, he found Salazar reclining on the sofa with his eyes shut, while Teresa sat beside him, her expression somewhat peculiar. As Lupin approached, she gestured for silence. Recalling prior events, he noticed the pendant box around Salazar's neck. Could Oglaroth be investigating that dark magical artifact? He cast a worried glance at Teresa, who shook her head reassuringly, indicating all was well. Thus, Lupin excused himself from the living room and descended to the kitchen. Sirius was there, dealing with the unwelcome anomalies that had surfaced in the old house over the past month. He had already voiced his grievances about the futility of wandering aimlessly earlier. It was only just past 4 o'clock, and the gathering would not commence for some time, leaving them undisturbed for now. Teresa listened intently to the exchange between Salazar and the young man named Tom, intrigued by their subtle probing. Although Salazar did not receive proper guidance in certain matters, he was nevertheless capable of concealing himself beneath the watchful eyes of the Vatican. Moreover, the code he personally established for Slytherin included the principle of cunning. Tom, too, exhibited a distinctly Slytherin manner of speaking, tightly grasping the key points and refraining from unnecessary elaboration. He stated that he had just graduated from Hogwarts and had been imprisoned here by a malevolent dark wizard, hoping that Salazar could assist him in delivering the locket box to his relatives. Salazar remarked that he was a friend of a certain Blake and was present here only by invitation. As for the reason for his appearance, he was oblivious and expressed sympathy for Tom's predicament. Most of what he uttered was, in fact, the truth, rather than fabricating an entire narrative. He preferred to intersperse a modicum of falsehood within the veracity, thus transforming the situation into something entirely different. 2 notoriously feared dark wizards stood before him, each adopting an increasingly innocent demeanor. Eventually, Salazar, weary of this futile endeavor, uttered a few more evasive remarks before his consciousness departed from the confines of the locket space. He removed the locket and tucked it away, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position, letting out a long sigh. This fellow is utterly incapable of eliciting any useful information. Were it not for the concern that the locket might suffer damage, Salazar would have truly contemplated employing a fierce incantation to resolve all matters at hand. Teresa let out a soft laugh but quickly stifled her mirth. After all, we have ample time to meticulously explore methods to directly eradicate the lingering soul. Salazar nodded, reluctantly acknowledging Teresa's words. Unable to conceive a solution to the problem at hand, he decided to assist Sirius with the cleaning efforts. Although he had established a relationship with Teresa, he found it challenging to adapt to spending time with her during moments of idleness. This was not to say that he held any aversion towards Teresa, it was merely a matter of adjustment. Following Salazar's unilateral cessation of communication, Tom's expression darkened considerably. His fists clenched tightly, yet he could not help but recall the glimpses of memories he had just witnessed. Was it possible that such a place still existed? More importantly, who was that individual he had encountered? Tom was certain that his earlier words would be met with disbelief from that person. Now he could only hope they viewed him merely as a dark magical artifact, oblivious to his true nature as a Horcrux. Continuing down this path was not a viable option. He must seek a way to be taken away by someone else. Tom's soul let out a heavy sigh as he relinquished his human form, contemplating the state of his true self. Ultimately, he was compelled to face reality and continue strategizing on how to extricate himself from that individual's grasp. The gathering commenced. Oh, Merlin, my mother, who now only screams, cannot even tolerate vampires and werewolves, though I assure you, I mean no offense. Yet, she can endure the presence of a boggart in our home. Moreover, there are so many of them, I am beginning to suspect she has taken to nurturing them. Sirius could no longer bear it and voiced his frustrations loudly. Damn that creature. I have no idea where he has vanished to. The last time I saw him was several months ago. Salazar unleashed a great torrent of flames at a boggart that had emerged from the cupboard and was in the midst of transforming. The creature instantly seemed to melt away into nothingness. Sirius and Lupin stared at him in astonishment, while Salazar shrugged his shoulders, somewhat resigned. I am still unfamiliar with the boggart banishing charm. I simply did not have the time. Indeed, he had never learned the charm. And today marked his very first encounter with such a dark magical creature. Lupin and Sirius continued to gaze at him, perplexed as to why a mere moment's delay in repelling the boggart had rendered it ineffective. Salazar cleared his throat, disregarding the gazes of the two, and turned to open another cabinet. Subsequently, they encountered no more dark magical creatures in various places. Lupin discovered two puffskeins nestled together within a drawer, appearing quite pitiful as he opened it. Sirius muttered, I do not recall anyone in the Black family ever keeping puffskeins. He then urged Salazar to gift them to Teresa, though he was uncertain whether she would appreciate such creatures. Salazar suddenly recalled that long ago, Teresa had a fervent desire to adopt a cat. However, circumstances at that time did not permit it. Subsequently, when Hogwarts was established, they both forgot about it, becoming ensnared in the whirlwind of daily responsibilities. He deemed it an opportune moment to procure a cat for Teresa upon their return to Diagon Alley, believing it might divert her attention, as being under constant scrutiny was hardly a pleasurable experience. Moreover, he considered acquiring an owl, for he could no longer rely on Sirius or Hogwarts owls for his correspondence. Upon hearing Salazar's intentions, Teresa mused that at this rate, they could very well open a zoo. Ironically, she had forgotten her own past wish to own a cat, while Salazar had retained that memory. She completely overlooked the fact that Salazar had not truly experienced that millennium. As the clock struck the appointed hour, the door of number 12, Grimmauld Place swung open, welcoming members of the Order of the Phoenix and several invited guests. The members of the Order greeted Salazar with warmth, as if he were one of their own. In the presence of these individuals, Salazar could not help but draw parallels between them and the wizards who had dared to stand against the Church a millennium ago, fostering a sense of fondness within him. Thus, he responded to each greeting with patience and grace. Aside from the members of the Order, Salazar recognized many of the visiting wizards from the Daily Prophet. He estimated that Dumbledore had invited nearly all the prominent and esteemed wizards in Britain. Gryffindor, in a moment of jest, remarked on the orderly arrival of guests, questioning whether they feared missing an opportunity to gather everyone. Was it the Illuminati? The remaining Death Eaters? Such conjectures seemed implausible to Salazar, who understood that while the most significant figures of the British wizarding community were gathered here, they were also formidable wizards. If one possessed the power to capture them all, action would have been taken long ago. Gryffindor merely spoke in jest, not genuinely believing an attack on number 12. Grimmauld Place was imminent. As the gathering commenced, all assembled in the basement dining room, encircling one another in an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. In the aftermath of Voldemort's recent downfall, though Death Eaters still posed a threat, the British magical community exhibited remarkable unity. With the Order's reputation reaching its zenith, it must be said that Dumbledore had chosen the timing impeccably. Mrs. Weasley thoughtfully prepared blood pudding for them, a dish purportedly originating from the East, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Salazar found the flavor rather peculiar, yet the texture was pleasing. Subsequently, both Salazar and Teresa indulged only in a modest amount of pudding, as it was acceptable for vampires to consume some human food, provided it was not overly greasy, which usually posed no risk of indigestion. Once assured that no significant discussions would transpire at the table, they departed together, intending to explore the historic edifice that had been passed down through generations. To their surprise, upon leaving the dining room, Severus Snape, who had previously engaged in no interaction with the others, followed suit. As they reached the staircase, Snape finally caught up with them. Appearing in a worse state than when they first met, his complexion was pallid, dark circles adorned his eyes, and he exuded an oppressive aura, enveloped in an intense gloom. Salazar had heard of certain matters concerning Snape, yet he found himself powerless in the face of such tragedy. "Dumbledore has entrusted me with some messages to convey to you." Snape's voice was somewhat hoarse as he began to ascend the stairs. "Let us speak in the living room." Compared to returning to the dining room after discussing the matters at hand, it was evident that Snape preferred to remain in the living room. Salazar nodded, and Teresa linked her arm with his as they ascended the staircase together. Snape caught a glimpse of them at the turn of the stairs, which darkened his expression further. P.S. I suddenly realized that I had slightly missed it in the timeline. Peter should have transformed into a rat and fled on November 1st. But I had noted that Salazar encountered him while it was still October 31st. I am unsure how to amend this, so let us consider it a minor oversight. Please bear with me. 59. The oppressed races have resolved to rise up. Once seated in the living room, Snape collected his thoughts, his countenance grim, and slowly spoke. "Dumbledore has asked me to convey a message to you." Salazar nodded. When Snape caught up with him, he had already harbored such a suspicion. After all, thus far, there had been no personal rapport between him and Snape, and given their temperaments, any forced interaction would likely lead to an uncomfortable silence. They could at most discuss matters pertaining to potions, a topic Salazar was quite eager to delve into, for Snape's potion-making skills had reached impressive heights in this era. However, Snape currently seemed disinterested in such exchanges, displaying no desire for dialogue. Snape continued earnestly, stating, "This is not merely a casual gathering. According to the information brought by Rubius Hagrid, they have united nearly all magical races oppressed by wizards to besiege this place. I hope you will prepare in advance." His words were delivered with considerable gravity, and their impact was evidently profound. Salazar was taken aback to realize that Snape was aware of his true identity. He could not conceal his astonishment, which was unmistakably etched on his face. An assault here? Uniting all magical races oppressed by wizards? The sorting had also reflected the shock of the three, with Gryffindor swearing that he had merely been jesting before. Snape nodded, his expression revealing little, which left Salazar with a lingering sense that he had become indifferent to his own life. Even after learning of the Freemasons' plans, Dumbledore remained resolute in hosting the gathering. Fully aware of everything yet showing no sign of trepidation as he willingly accepted the invitation. Salazar took a deep breath, slightly calming his excited emotions, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, "Since Dumbledore is aware, why does he still wish to hold this gathering? What exactly are his intentions?" He could sense that Teresa beside him had also tensed up, clearly taken aback by the news brought forth by Snape. Salazar had long ago informed Teresa about the Freemasons, and she had been aware of this organization for quite some time. Throughout the millennium, the Freemasons had extended numerous invitations for her to join their ranks. However, Teresa harbored no interest in their grand designs and consistently declined with little regard. For several centuries, the Freemasons ceased their attempts to recruit her. She had not given much thought to the Freemasons, perceiving them merely as a disorganized group engaged in trivial pursuits, until Salazar recounted the assassination and the Masons' infiltration into various sectors of society. Even then, Teresa dismissed the notion of them posing any threat. Yet, if the Freemasons were indeed a fully united organization, as Snape suggested, capable of rallying all magical races oppressed by wizards, they would merely require an opportune moment to potentially overturn the entire wizarding community in Europe. However, is it truly feasible to unite nearly all magical races under the yoke of wizardly oppression? Salazar is quite curious about what the wizards have been up to over the past millennium. In his era, they united to resist the papacy. Although the fall of the papacy led to a decline in harmony among various races, it is hard to believe that the wizards could suppress so many magical races. Here, they can no longer hear the sounds from the underground dining hall. The surrounding silence is so profound that not even a whisper of wind can be discerned. Severus, weary, closed his eyes, and despite being just over 20, he already bore a hint of melancholy. "The war has never truly ended, Mr. Slytherin. You should understand this better than I." Dumbledore was long aware of the existence of the Illuminati and their philosophy of equality. The plan to eradicate wizards was conceived during the height of the first Dark Lord's power. I initially joined the Order of the Phoenix to protect Lily, but alas, everything is now irretrievable. Severus bowed his head, his voice low and hoarse, yet all of this is not without meaning in such an era. Every struggle is merely a fight for survival. Salazar swiftly grasped Snape's unfinished remark regarding the Freemasons' infiltration into various sectors of society. Rather than allowing them to strike one by one, it would be more prudent to confront the matter directly here and now. Yet, he remained unconvinced that the Freemasons could eradicate all the elites of the British magical community. If they possessed such capabilities, why had they remained in hiding until now? In response to this quandary, Snape simply shook his head, admitting his limited knowledge of the Freemasons. In truth, within the contemporary wizarding world, few were aware of this organization. It could be anticipated that if Hagrid's information were accurate, the Freemasons' reputation would rival that of Voldemort after today. Following this ordeal, Salazar found himself devoid of the inclination to explore the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. His sole desire was to rush into the dining hall and inquire about Dumbledore's thoughts. Their understanding of the Freemasons was minimal and concerning espionage. Hagrid had always exuded an air of unreliability. The situation had now escalated to the brink of confrontation, which seemed implausible. Nevertheless, he had not forgotten another matter. The identity of Tom within the locket remained shrouded in mystery. Retrieving the locket from his pocket, Salazar addressed Snape. I understand. But please convey to Dumbledore that it would be best to speak plainly in the future and clarify matters sooner to avoid misunderstandings. Additionally, do not employ a closed-minded approach. Help me ascertain whether you recognize this individual. Snape appeared taken aback by Salazar's request. After a moment of hesitation, he reasoned that Salazar bore no ill intent towards him, and a natural sense of trust towards this founder of Slytherin compelled him to nod in agreement. Once Snape consented, Salazar's consciousness once again delved into the locket, causing Snape to feel as though his awareness had suddenly lifted, plunging him into a pitch-black expanse. He surveyed his surroundings, pondering what sort of magic Salazar had just employed. Was it a long-lost art? Tom, meanwhile, had been contemplating ways to ensure others would acquire the locket. Just as he began to formulate vague ideas, he saw Salazar reappear. Thus, he could only force a cordial and innocuous smile. Sal, what brings you here again? However, Salazar was now disinclined to engage him. Soon, Tom noticed another figure materialize beside Salazar, a completely unfamiliar wizard to him. It was safe to assume this person would not recognize him either. To be precise, anyone who was not among his acquaintances from years past should not know him now. Do you recognize him? Salazar inquired of Snape. Snape scrutinized the young man carefully, and after confirming that he had never appeared in his memories, he shook his head decisively, affirming, I do not know him. After uttering this statement, he glanced meaningfully at Salazar, sensing an inexplicable resemblance between the two. Salazar felt a twinge of regret. Yet he was not excessively disheartened. He had never harbored lofty expectations for Snape. His inquiry now was merely a fleeting whim. As I escort you out, do remember to inquire about Dumbledore for me. Upon hearing these words, Tom felt a sudden acceleration in his heartbeat. He yearned to utter something that might secure him a sliver of hope, for even enduring an eternity in the company of this youth, with whom he shared a mutual understanding of the charade, seemed preferable to being acknowledged by Dumbledore. At that very moment, Salazar's movements abruptly froze, his gaze seemingly transcending the confines of the pendant box, directing itself toward a certain point in reality. Gradually, his expression became infused with confusion, astonishment, and a hint of dread. Simultaneously, the voice of Gryffindor echoed, Hurry, Sal, exit swiftly to prepare the nodes. We must not be drawn into that ancient battlefield. Salazar gently nudged Snape, and in an instant, Snape felt himself lift off the ground, only to find himself back in his own body the next moment. The sensation of falling was profoundly unsettling, and by the time he regained his composure, Salazar, who had been sitting across from him, had vanished without a trace. He recalled the phrase he had heard in that otherworldly space, the arrangement of nodes, the ancient battlefield. What connection did this siege initiated by the Freemasons hold? Who had spoken just moments ago? As he pondered these questions, Teresa abruptly yanked him to his feet, her face etched with urgency. We must inform the others. Dumbledore's plan has gone awry. A soft, hazy golden hue began to envelop the surroundings, as if dusk had arrived prematurely. Many in the dining hall took notice. Some of whom were aware of Dumbledore's scheme. They instinctively gripped their wands beneath their robes, exchanging wary glances. Just as Dumbledore rose to address the gathering, the dining hall doors were suddenly flung open, and Teresa rushed in, pulling Snape along. "This is the battlefield of dusk. Everyone must evacuate at once." Yet, most merely stared at her, bewildered and unresponsive. Among the few who comprehended the gravity of the situation, there was still a lack of urgency to heed her warning and evacuate. Gritting her teeth, Teresa reached out through their mental link to Salazar. "How's the barrier being established? Can we still escape?" From the outset, the battlefield of dusk had targeted them. Others might still have time to flee, but their only hope lay in attempting to isolate themselves with the barrier. Salazar now stands atop the ancestral home of the Black family, the intricate patterns of the formation he had just drawn now disrupted and in disarray. With a wry smile, he murmurs, "We have discovered it far too late. The Freemasons have prepared with remarkable diligence. I had anticipated that the members of the Freemasons would bide their time for several years, waiting until they believed I was dead before making their move." Teresa's voice carries a profound weight. "Is there still a way?" Salazar shook his head. Of course, Teresa could not see it, but her lack of response made it evident to him. "Salazar, wasn't this merely another attempt to slay an angel? Moreover, that was merely the specter of an angel we would confront together. The Twilight battlefield was also a forbidden spell. However, it was far more challenging than the Netherworld pact that Salazar had previously employed. Its preparation time spanned a minimum of 7 days. This was the data utilized by the three of them, now reduced to mere fragments of their souls. That instance occurred before the decisive battle against the Holy See. Had it not been for the Twilight battlefield covering a significant portion of Jerusalem, Gryffindor would not have even approached that angel, let alone succeeded in vanquishing it. The ultimate outcome was likely that, under the guidance of that angel, the Holy See reigned supreme, while those of their kind languished in the shadows, struggling for survival. Unable to escape Jerusalem, thus making notable contributions to the Holy See's missionary endeavors. This forbidden spell was exceptionally peculiar. Each time it was invoked, it summoned the same realm, where the souls of those who had perished on that battlefield would linger, becoming vengeful spirits, manipulated by the wielder of the forbidden spell. The number of souls lost in that war a millennium ago was staggering, and it remained uncertain whether the Twilight battlefield had been activated during that millennium. Thus, one could only fathom the multitude of vengeful spirits that now filled it. Hence, Gryffindor had previously asserted that they must never be drawn into the Twilight battlefield. Most importantly, those vengeful spirits possessed consciousness, their hatred compounded by the control of the spell's master. Salazar felt that as soon as he entered, the vengeful spirit of the angel would fix its gaze solely upon him. Although merely a specter, it was significantly weaker than the original angel. Yet it lacked the lethal capabilities of the sword of the hero. Slowly wearing it down might still hold some promise. But he feared that the angel's vengeful spirit had learned from past encounters and might employ a strategy akin to Gryffindor's ambush. In such a scenario, he was certain, beyond a doubt, that he would fall victim to the spirit's assassination. With a heavy sigh, Salazar felt a measure of relief knowing that he had recorded this spell in the book he had previously given to Dumbledore. He recalled some details regarding this forbidden incantation. Entering the Twilight battlefield was akin to becoming a conscious entity, regardless of how much time passed within that realm. It merely represented an instant in reality. Though everything was an illusion, for those ensnared within, it felt achingly real. Those who perished in the Twilight battlefield had truly departed from the world. Merlin, where exactly did the Freemasons acquire this magic? It is vital to remember that after the angel's demise on the Twilight battlefield, they severed the transmission of this spell entirely to prevent the Twilight battlefield from evolving into a cataclysmic force akin to a nuclear bomb in the present Muggle world. As time elapsed, Number 12, Grimmauld Place was enveloped by twilight. The original structure gradually became translucent, and yellow sands began to disperse beneath his feet. In less than a quarter of an hour, this place would transform into an ancient battlefield strewn with yellow sands. Those ancient vengeful spirits would emerge from beneath the sands, drawing any living souls who dared to tread here into the realm of the dead. Amidst the growing cacophony in his ears, Salazar understood the nature of the sounds. When the Twilight battlefield first opened, the vengeful spirits would awaken after experiencing a fleeting moment of reverie, during which they would reflect upon the most harrowing episodes of their lives, paving the way for their invasion. He envisioned Slytherin Castle engulfed in flames, himself and Teresa hidden in the distant woods, followed by the shadowy courtroom where iron hooks pierced through his shoulder blade, and finally, the moment he departed from Hogwarts. Salazar felt a moment of disorientation, yet he quickly regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. Not far away, on the sandy ground, sat a young man with resplendent golden hair, gazing at his hands with a somewhat foolish grin upon his face. "Gody, what brings you here?" Salazar instinctively inquired. But he soon recalled that those who entered the twilight battlefield were merely manifestations of consciousness. The earlier tension and anxiety began to dissipate. He should have realized that he would not be fighting alone this time. Gryffindor turned his head and brushed the sand off his clothes. We all entered the twilight battlefield as consciousnesses, so of course I am here. Not just me, but Hel, Rona, and even that Tom. Well, it seems the vengeful spirits of the angels now have 4 targets. Gryffindor approached and patted Salazar on the shoulder. Little Sal, what did you see? You looked as though you were on the verge of tears just a moment ago. Salazar, momentarily distracted, found his emotions in disarray. He struck Gryffindor's chest with a heavy fist, exclaiming, I witnessed your abduction by a throng of merfolk, yet we could not muster the ransom. Forced to watch you dragged into the Black Lake. What a lamentable fate. Gryffindor rubbed his chest, a pained expression crossing his face. Sal, you are no longer a mere wizard. Such violence truly inflicts pain. Salazar let out a cold laugh, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. He glanced around once more, inquiring, where are they? Have you forgotten that entry into the Twilight battleground is entirely random? It is already a stroke of fortune that we have encountered each other. Let us proceed, following the gathering method we established previously to locate them. The vengeful spirits should be emerging soon, and alas, they are without wants. Gryffindor, with a heavy hand, struck his forehead, his expression growing increasingly grim. Salazar retrieved a dagger enhanced with the spell of seamless extension from his pocket and handed it to Gryffindor. Let us part ways for now and swiftly seek them out. Gryffindor accepted the dagger, drawing it through the air with a flourish. So be it. We shall reconvene at the entrance of the catacombs. If you happen to be dealt with by the vengeful spirit, I shall surely die of laughter. Salazar shot him a disdainful glare, his eyes brimming with contempt. You should leave at once. With a dismissive wave, Gryffindor chose a direction and departed. They presently found themselves at the fringe of the Twilight battlefield, traversing along the periphery with the intention of eventually meeting at the opposite end. Thereafter, they would proceed to the entrance of the underground palace, thereby maximizing the likelihood of encountering others. The strategy they had devised in the past was to first navigate along the edge, reaching the nearest point to the entrance of the underground palace, marking their passage before advancing toward the entrance itself. Salazar, wielding his wand, gestured with a flick of his hand before departing. He now lamented the severance of their soul connection upon entering the Twilight battlefield, for otherwise he could have directly ascertained their respective locations. At present, he could only sense Teresa's position, their bond rooted in a shared bloodline rather than any external magic, thus remaining unaffected by the Twilight battlefield's influence. There are 2 means to conclude the Twilight battlefield. The most straightforward method involves eliminating the caster of the forbidden spell, while the alternative entails destroying the subterranean palace concealed beneath the sands. The essence of this forbidden spell lies within, and should the palace be obliterated, the spell would consequently cease. Salazar advanced swiftly in the direction opposite to that of Gryffindor, encountering vengeful spirits along the way. Initially, he dispatched a few with ease, but soon deemed it a waste of time. These were merely lowly apparitions, easily vanquished by any wizard, posing no threat to others. A few minutes later, Salazar observed a half-giant besieged by several undead paladins. Remarkably, he remained unaffected by the spirit's malevolent influence. He lifted a stone and struck down upon the nearest wraith. The spirit emitted a chilling howl, its bloodied greatsword thrusting forward, yet it was no match for Hagrid's formidable strength, which sent it crashing to the ground. The heavy sword fell beside it, and Hagrid seized the long sword from his hand, weighing it thoughtfully before preparing to swing it at another of the paladin specters. From a distance, Salazar beheld a vision reminiscent of Gryffindor, charging forth with sword and shield in hand. He seemed to frequently encounter wizards who diverged from the conventional path. At that moment, he completely forgot his peculiar penchant for employing the shattering curse instead of the killing curse. Before Hagrid's sword struck the wraiths, several shattering curses had already found their mark, reducing those wraiths to mere dust, which dissipated into the air. Salazar approached Hagrid with a cheerful greeting. Once again, we meet. Hagrid. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Hagrid's expression, concealed beneath his thick beard, transformed into one of relief. At long last, I have encountered a living soul, Mr. Oglos. Do you have any inkling of the events that have transpired? By Merlin, I was just seated at the dining table, and what on earth have those Masonic individuals done? Salazar had no desire to elucidate the intricacies of the Twilight battlefield's magic. Such explanations would be a futile expenditure of time. Instead, he merely imparted to Hagrid the means to break the spell and, according to the sun's position, guided him towards the entrance of the subterranean realm. The entrance to the Twilight Battlefield's crypt lay in the direction closest to the setting sun. As long as one proceeded towards the sun, the entrance would be revealed. Hagrid had initially assumed that Salazar would accompany him, but Salazar merely indicated the path before continuing along the periphery of the Twilight Battlefield. Teresa, awakening from her reverie, extricated herself from the illusion with remarkable swiftness, regaining lucidity almost immediately upon her arrival at the Twilight Battlefield. She was the kind of person whose convictions were immutable, and she felt a profound satisfaction with her current state. The painful memories of the past only served to fortify her resolve in the present. She extended her hand to fashion a canopy, and beneath the sunset, she gazed into the distance, her crimson eyes shimmering with a gilded hue. As Salazar was dispatched to the edge, Teresa surveyed her surroundings, managing a faint smile at her unexpected arrival at the crypt entrance. In the Twilight Battlefield, the more formidable the vengeful spirit, the closer its initial emergence was to the center. Teresa's current position could be deemed perilously close. Yet, she remained undeterred. Torn briefly between seeking out Salazar and attending to her pressing matters, ultimately deciding to prioritize the latter. After all, it was an inevitable task that would need to be addressed sooner or later, so why not seize the moment? One could even argue that, disregarding the dangers of the Twilight Battlefield, she had much to thank the Freemasons for providing her with this opportunity to seize everything in one fell swoop. My Lord Kurt, must we truly proceed in this manner? This is indeed the optimal course of action. Should that deranged woman continue to preside over the Council of Elders, we would be doomed. They beheld a lady seated upon a rock in the distance, clad in a flowing gown of soft lavender, draped with a sheer veil that accentuated her mature allure yet retained the whimsy of youth. Her chestnut hair was neatly arranged atop her head, and her dark red eyes narrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze upon them. What does it matter? Teresa inquired with keen interest, her toes poised on the rock's protruding edge as she effortlessly leaped before the two men. It matters greatly. We are here to assist Her Majesty. The vampire who had spoken first seemed incredulous even to himself. Teresa smirked. Oh, are you continuing to spin your tale? The previously resolute vampire seized his companion and dragged him behind him, perhaps realizing that their predicament was beyond redemption. He stood tall, embodying a spirit of noble defiance. We have endured your presence for far too long, Gabrielle. Why must we bow to human wizards? Under your reign since the fall of the 13 clans, when have we ever glimpsed our former glory? Teresa listened calmly, a faint frown creasing her brow, evidently not in high spirits. The vampire, encouraged by her demeanor, continued. You now stand firmly with the humans, disregarding the lives of your own kin. By what right do you persist as our queen? In a sudden motion, Teresa raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face. The force of her blow was evident, as the side of Elder Kurt's face visibly swelled. Yet the vampire's formidable healing abilities allowed his injury to mend swiftly. Nevertheless, Elder Kurt maintained his smile. I never intended to leave, and naturally, you will perish here as well. He wished to utter more, but Teresa silenced him. Her expression turned serious. First and foremost, I am now a Slytherin. Refrain from misnaming me. Secondly, my establishment of the Council of Elders was merely a temporary measure following the extinction of the 13 clans. I never anticipated its continuation. Do you believe I desire to be this monarch? Had there been a suitable successor, I would have abdicated long ago. Elder Kurt, you are correct. I lack the talent for governance. But do you believe that under any other leader, vampires would fare better? It was my actions during the Holy War a millennium ago that prevented wizards from ruthlessly hunting vampires for their material. Her nails began to sharpen, and fear washed over the faces of the two men before her. They yearned to speak, yet Teresa was no longer inclined to listen. In this regard, she bore a striking resemblance to Salazar. When in a good mood, she could engage in lengthy discussions over trivial matters, but when disinclined to linger on an issue, she often resorted to violence to resolve it. You see, you still fear death, so refrain from speaking so nobly. A fierce glint flickered in Teresa's eyes. When in Salazar's presence, she was sweet and gentle, yet the true Teresa was far from harmless. I believe I have wronged you in no way. Though I occupy this throne, I have never wielded the king's authority. Even younger ones like Madeline are unaware of the existence of a king among the Council of Elders. The only power I truly hold is that of the British Elder, and just days ago, I voluntarily relinquished that position. Yet you still wish for my demise? Then farewell. As she observed the two men collapse powerless at her feet, Teresa sighed, brushing a smudge of blood from her face. I never desired to be this queen. I have merely awaited the arrival of someone special. She rummaged through her pocket and produced her wand. She too possessed magical abilities. Having taught Salazar some peculiar spells in his youth, which had caused no small amount of trouble for Gryffindor in the past. However, in comparison to magic, Teresa preferred the innate abilities of vampires, seldom employing her wand. Under her command, the sand swirled and buried the two corpses. Once she had completed this task, Teresa stowed her wand, clapping her hands as if to dispel non-existent dust. Suddenly, she broke into laughter, swiftly resuming her actions. Is it not simply a matter of dealing with a pack of ingrates? Eliminating them would suffice. Has not my greatest wish already been fulfilled? It is hardly worth my emotional investment to be affected by these individuals. Salazar continued on for some time, gradually sensing an unsettling anomaly. The vengeful spirits he encountered were exceedingly mundane, the strongest among them barely matching the prowess of a knight commander. These spirits were likely drawn here by chance, none appearing to seek revenge against him specifically. The more he pondered, the more ominous his premonition became. Given the animosity of the angelic wraiths, it seemed that Gryffindor was the most targeted, yet it was improbable that not a single formidable wraith would come after him. No, this was truly concerning. The dagger nearly slipped from his grasp as he narrowly evaded an attack from a wraith knight, retaliating with a swift slash across its neck. No blood spurted forth. The wraith collapsed silently, raising only a cloud of dust. Gryffindor sprang back, leveraging the shoulder of another wraith to create some distance, temporarily escaping the encirclement. He had scarcely a moment to catch his breath before he sprinted away, reaching his utmost speed. However, it wasn't long before he tragically encountered a vast throng of wraith knights. Why are you all pursuing me? He lamented, finding himself without a wand. For Gryffindor, casting spells without a wand was less effective than wielding his dagger. Resigned, he wiped the sweat from his brow and raised his dagger once more. He had completely forgotten about the time he infiltrated the paladins, nearly becoming the commander of the knights himself. In terms of the hatred values among the wraiths on the battlefield, Gryffindor was undoubtedly unparalleled. After struggling through the terrain for a while, he had left a trail of wraiths in his wake. Fortunately, his self-proclaimed knightly prowess was no mere boast, and he was not yet at risk of exhausting his stamina. However, the situation he faced was truly alarming. Many members of the Order of the Phoenix had begun to take notice of what was transpiring. Professor McGonagall, look, Sirius exclaimed, pointing at the spot where Gryffindor had just dashed by, his face a picture of shock. Just moments ago, the wraiths had been intent on attacking them. But upon that man's passing, they had inexplicably turned to pursue him instead, leaving their vicinity devoid of wraiths. Did you see who it was? McGonagall asked, equally astonished. Her brow furrowed since they had entered this place. She was aware of Dumbledore's plan, though she had always disapproved, yet still chose to attend the gathering today. Given the current circumstances, she could only proceed with caution. It seemed like just one person. Sirius replied uncertainly. The wraiths are all after him, Professor. Should we? Though he did not finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. McGonagall hesitated, glancing at the cluster of wraiths and the individual they were pursuing. Her lips pressed tightly together. She ultimately nodded. Let us investigate, but keep your distance. Sirius agreed and was about to take off in pursuit when he turned to find McGonagall transformed into a cat. He stared at her in confusion. Can you not do it now? We could use Animagus to catch up more quickly. Leading the Wraith army across the Twilight battlefield, Gryffindor found himself nearly recklessly charging through, with many Wraiths who had once participated in the Holy War joining the chase. For others, it seemed he had single-handedly diminished the difficulty of the Twilight battlefield. After wandering in circles for half an hour, Gryffindor finally spotted his original target. Ravenclaw had transformed into a hawk, soaring above to avoid Wraith attacks while swiftly locating her companions. She clearly noticed Gryffindor's plight, and upon confirming that he had seen her too, she dove close to the ground. Gryffindor timed his leap perfectly, seizing her talon, and together they ascended, leaving the Wraith army behind. Gody, what is happening? Ravenclaw inquired, perplexed by Gryffindor's predicament. Clearing his throat, he refrained from divulging the details of his past actions. Those events were long gone, the knowledgeable parties now deceased, and Wraiths were incapable of speech. I don't know, let us find the others. Salazar went in the opposite direction. Don't worry about him. We'll search for hell. Let us continue in this direction. Can you use the levitation charm? This is rather heavy. On the ground, a large black dog was carrying a calico cat and observed this scene from a distance. Professor McGonagall, should we follow? Sirius instinctively asked. The calico cat leaped down from his back. Can you fly? Sirius realized how foolish his previous question had been. Then where shall we go? McGonagall surveyed their surroundings, contemplating. Let us change direction. We should distance ourselves from those wraiths. The cat and dog swiftly departed from their previous position, fortuitously heading towards the setting sun. However, their seemingly carefree departure belied the tension they felt. After flying a short distance, they spotted a figure wrapped in white light in the distance. It was a female silhouette, with pure white skin and 3 pairs of outstretched wings behind her. It was the angel whom Gryffindor had once successfully slain. Now, however, the radiance surrounding her had dimmed significantly, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Almost everyone noticed the apparition in the sky, and gazing upon her brought an inexplicable sense of tranquility, despite her expression being obscured. Even from afar, she appeared captivating, evoking a desire to gaze upon her eternally. Yet gradually, that tranquility transformed into an unbearable solitude, a longing for eternal slumber in the place where her essence lingered. "Lower your gaze. Do not look at her," Moody growled, forcefully tugging at Arthur Weasley beside him. They were somewhat fortunate, having been drawn into a relatively close position, and now a group of about 10 had gathered. Mr. Weasley nearly lost his balance from the force of the pull, staggering before quickly regaining his composure. As he looked up at the figure floating above, sheer horror filled his eyes. He then roused Mrs. Weasley, who exchanged a glance with her husband, both faces etched with evident unease. "Arthur, what do we do? Are we truly to confront that being above?" At that moment, others began to awaken as well, exchanging glances, with several who were privy to Dumbledore's plan losing their original confidence. The plan had not accounted for being pulled into this desolate world. Among the crowd, a witch with long brown curls quietly stowed her wand back in her sleeve. The wand had been obtained from ambushing a member of the Freemasons. They had only just arrived on the Twilight battlefield, and as she emerged from a vision, she spotted a fairy wielding a wand. The Freemason member had likely not anticipated a Hufflepuff awakening so swiftly, and in a moment of surprise, he had tragically lost his wand and his life to the battle-hardened Hufflepuff. Helga Hufflepuff cast a sidelong glance at the arrogant Auror with the magical eye, whom she had encountered before. Moments ago, Moody had nearly awakened alongside her, despite her prior vigilance. Nevertheless, judging by his methods of rousing others, it appears that mental magic has dwindled significantly in this era. She cast a glance towards the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor directions. Those two had ventured off in a direction entirely opposite to hers. Hufflepuff did not rush to regroup. The angels they had once encountered had proven incapable of vanquishing any of them, ultimately falling victim to a successful assassination by Gryffindor, and now the angel, transformed into a vengeful spirit, would be even less capable of dealing with them. While ordinary individuals may gain strength upon becoming vengeful spirits, this transformation conversely weakens beings that inherently possess energy, particularly for angels, whose energy properties are entirely contrary. Nonetheless, Hufflepuff remained unconvinced that they could easily dispatch the angelic vengeful spirit, as they lacked the sword of the brave and had no prearranged forbidden spells to support them. Moreover, they did not even possess a wand that was fully compatible. The wand that Salazar previously purchased from Ollivander's wand shop can only be described as somewhat manageable, utterly incomparable to the original Serpentwood wand. If he wishes to vanquish the angel as he did last time, he will likely have to wait until the 4 of them are united to devise a plan. Hufflepuff can only hope that they will refrain from hastily engaging in battle with the angel. After leading a legion of vengeful spirits in circles, Gryffindor has now achieved the remarkable feat of leading the angelic specters in the same manner. Even Ravenclaw, who was not originally targeted, has found themselves burdened by this predicament, their wings nearly smoking from exertion. The scene rewinds a few minutes prior. Salazar found himself in a precarious situation, pondering why no vengeful spirits had sought him out, when suddenly several dragons, unmistakably members of the Freemasons, appeared before him. Among them were a Ukrainian Irebelly, a Romanian Ridgeback, a Hungarian Horntail, and 3 Chinese fireballs. Gripping his wand tightly, Salazar sensed he would be ensnared here for an extended period. He harbored no illusions about his ability to vanquish these 6 dragons. Indeed, unless Merlin were to be resurrected, no wizard could claim such confidence. Dragons possessed a formidable resistance to magic, and while Salazar's shattering curse surpassed those of other wizards, it would likely only manage to dislodge a few scales from these beasts, inflicting no substantial harm. The best outcome he could hope for was to extricate himself from the encirclement of these colossal creatures. Fortunately, there were no Peruvian viper tooths, had such swift dragons been present. Salazar feared he might be forced to linger here, awaiting others to resolve the conflict at the Twilight battlefield and deal with the Freemasons. As he stood amidst the 6 dragons, he calmly surveyed his surroundings. He did not believe that this was the full extent of the Freemason strategy against him. After all, they could not have anticipated that opening the Twilight battlefield would summon the other 3 of the 4 Titans. In such circumstances, they would undoubtedly prioritize his elimination. Yet, 6 dragons were far from sufficient to achieve that goal. In the distance, more figures emerged, werewolves, dwarves, and fairies, who paused at a respectful distance. Clearly, these relatively intelligent beings intended for the dragons to first exhaust Salazar, as they were all too aware of the value of their own lives. Hafhar, did you not claim that the vengeful spirits here would target him? Yet all I see attacking him are mere lowly spirits. The one addressed as Hafhar was an ancient fairy, leaning upon a gnarled staff, his skin resembling the bark of a withered tree. He glared fiercely at the questioner, retorting, "How would I know? The magic is intact, but with 6 dragons and giants, is it not feasible to eliminate him?" He chuckled darkly. "Do not forget the assassination of Egio Otor. Even if he hails from that era, he may not be vigilant enough. He is merely the brother of the heir personally chosen by Miss Gabrielle, a vampire poisoned by wolfsbane. How much power can he truly wield?" It was at this moment that a pure white-skinned angelic spirit appeared in the air. The Freemasons, well prepared, quickly regained their composure. Yet they also beheld the angelic spirit pursuing a hawk and a person being carried aloft. The expressions on the faces of the Freemasons darkened, as some among them had already begun to speculate on the identities of the person and the hawk. Whoever could incite such wrath in the angelic spirit must surely be a target of profound hatred, and when it came to the enmity of former angels, their thoughts could only drift to those 4 individuals. They were suddenly gripped by a sensation of dread. If this were indeed the case, their plans would be irrevocably thwarted. No, it was more than that. They might very well meet their demise here today. This is impossible. The aged fairy Hafhar struck the ground heavily, expressing his inner turmoil. Everyone, remain calm. A dwarf stepped forward, his expression contorted with rage. What does that matter? The sword of the brave is no more. And they may not even possess wands. Do you not recall the peculiarities of the Twilight battlefield? They may have merely been in a spiritual state before entering here. Do you truly believe that a handful of wizards without proper wands could perform admirably? According to records, many of their remarkable feats had only succeeded through the collaboration of the 4. In those bygone days, Gryffindor had assassinated the angel while Ravenclaw had been the one to control the Twilight battlefield, with Slytherin and Hufflepuff directly engaging the angel. The speaker was a balding, short-statured man who exhibited distinct dwarven traits, though he was somewhat taller than his kin. Had Sirius been present, he would have charged forth to unleash a curse. Peter Pettigrew observed from a distance, watching the man enclosed by the 6 dragons, recalling his own capture, his face a mask of resentment. If we kill him first, they will be unable to coordinate, and we might yet fulfill our grand designs. Some appeared swayed by his words, yet many others regarded him with a knowing glance. Ha. Upon discerning the 2 figures in the sky, Salazar chuckled softly, casting a scornful look towards the Freemasons. The angelic spirit had become preoccupied. He was eager to witness whether the Freemasons possessed any further strategies. A millennium ago, while the Freemasons had not been at the forefront against the Holy See, they had at least demonstrated the audacity to establish an intelligence network, with their spies playing pivotal roles in numerous battles. Yet the contemporary Freemasons struck him as utterly pathetic. If they sought racial equality, why not directly negotiate with the Ministry of Magic? They wielded forbidden spells like the Twilight battlefield and had the assistance of dragons and giants. Were they truly afraid the Ministry would refuse to negotiate and deny them equitable treatment? To put it bluntly, they desired to elevate themselves above wizards, seeking vengeance for past injustices. From their perspective, this was entirely justified. However, Salazar remained steadfast in his allegiance to the wizarding viewpoint, rendering him unable to acquiesce. Moreover, it was paramount to note that they ought not to brandish the banner of equality while simultaneously demanding a superior status. From a distance, Salazar beheld the approaching giants. Yet they appeared to be ensnared, the brilliance of the enchantment radiating vividly in the twilight. He surmised that they would not be able to advance for the time being. It was likely that members of the Order of the Phoenix were engaged with them. The giants they were contending with must have been originally intended for him by the Freemasons. Now, held back by the Order, he could effortlessly extricate himself from the clutches of the 6 fire dragons. However, Salazar suddenly found himself reluctant to do so. While the fire dragons posed no tangible threat to him, the same could not be said for others. Salazar found himself perplexed. Despite believing that his experiences during the years of war had imbued him with a certain detachment towards death, he now felt an overwhelming urge to protect the members of the Phoenix Society who greeted him with such warmth. In his heart, he muttered a question. Why were they able to assemble so swiftly? If any one of them were present, they could effortlessly vanquish the 6 fire dragons together and then pursue the members of the Illuminati. Yet, one must ponder, Had the wizards truly subdued the fire dragons? Prior to this, Salazar had heard of dragon breeding farms in Romania, but should not these farms have been established through a collaboration with fire dragons? Is it possible that contemporary wizards have begun to domesticate fire dragons? If that is indeed the case, Salazar cannot help but admire their audacity. In his era, few could have accomplished the feat of taming fire dragons. Well, what he now intends to undertake is even more astonishing. He aims to single-handedly slay these 6 fire dragons. The thoughts of Salazar flickered like lightning as the 6 fire dragons launched their assault. The Hungarian hornet, positioned at a distance, belched forth flames. Yet Salazar was reluctant to squander his magical energy. Therefore, he swiftly retreated, and at that moment, the agility of the vampire proved to be of great assistance. However, this maneuver brought him perilously close to the formidable Ukrainian iron belly. This massive fire dragon, gliding slowly through the air, upon noticing Salazar's proximity, promptly adjusted its trajectory. Soaring above him before plummeting down with tremendous force, Salazar evaded once more. At his previous position, the yellow sand had sunk deeply, with the massive belly of the Ukrainian iron beast half submerged. Its gleaming gray scales, bathed in the earth, appeared increasingly menacing. The current position of Salazar is not far away, and it swiftly extends its sharp, elongated claws, reaching out towards Salazar. However, Salazar had ceased his relentless evasion. From the tip of his wand, azure flames began to leap forth, swiftly expanding to form a massive orb before erupting in a tremendous explosion. In the twilight battlefield, where apparition and portkeys were rendered ineffective, Salazar had already distracted himself with a gust of air, ensuring his escape from the epicenter of the blast just as the magic reached its crescendo. A deafening roar reverberated, enveloping the entire twilight battlefield, catching the attention of members of the Order of the Phoenix who were engaged in combat with the giants in the distance. Those who discerned the unfolding scene were astounded. They had never fathomed that anyone could contend with 6 fire dragons simultaneously, as they themselves dared not confront an adult dragon. Moreover, that individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Ogros. In that moment, their understanding of Dumbledore's profound regard for Mr. Ogros was illuminated. After being propelled by the very gust he had conjured, Salazar executed a nimble turn in midair, pivoting on his waist to find his balance, and then descended gracefully to the ground. These maneuvers were once beyond his capabilities, yet now, imbued with the benefits of his lineage, Salazar felt emboldened to attempt even more daring feats. He cast a glance at the site of the explosion. The massive Ukrainian iron belly, due to its sheer size, remained grounded. Yet its gray scales were marred with bloodstains and signs of scorching. Under the searing heat of over 4,000 degrees, even a dragon would suffer injuries. Subsequently, Salazar adeptly evaded 2 more mushroom-shaped flames emitted by the Chinese fireball. Thus far, although it appeared he had sustained no injuries and had inflicted damage upon the Ukrainian iron belly, Salazar was acutely aware that he could not persist in this manner and hoped to vanquish the 2 fire dragons. So, as Salazar deftly evaded the attacks of the fire dragon, he quietly recited an incantation he had not uttered in ages. He was summoning the creature from the depths of the sea. Between Salazar and Hybel, their relationship transcended mere mentorship. When Hybel first emerged from her shell, Salazar forged a profound connection at the level of the soul. The magic employed to establish this bond was a forbidden incantation, enabling Salazar to summon Hybel whenever necessary, even amidst the tumult of the battlefield at dusk. However, this summoning required a considerable duration, for Hybel needed at least a quarter of an hour to awaken and respond to the call. This quarter of an hour could not be squandered. Thus, Salazar resolved to prioritize his assault on the Ukrainian iron belly and the Hungarian horntail, momentarily disregarding the other 4 dragons to alleviate future burdens as much as possible. Positioned conveniently close to the Hungarian horntail, he observed the dragon, which bore a striking resemblance to a lizard, approach him with its yellow eyes and bronze-hued horns, its spiked, bronze-colored tail lashing towards him. Salazar narrowly evaded the dragon at a seemingly perilous distance, his wand raised against the beast that loomed so closely before him. Crucio. The dragon writhed in agony, unleashing erratic bursts of flame around it. As the surrounding temperature surged to an alarming degree, Salazar ascended into the air using a flight incantation, a feat that has captivated many within the wizarding community, although only a select few have truly mastered this magic. The velocity of the flight spell is not particularly swift, and Salazar employed it merely as a temporary measure to distance himself from the Hungarian horntail. Throughout this time, he continued to cast the piercing curse, yet the dragon, being a formidable creature, exhibited a remarkable resistance to spells. After a brief interval, it began to regain its strength. Salazar hesitated momentarily, concluding that the most viable option at that moment was perhaps the death curse. Of course, a forbidden spell would have been preferable, yet he lacked the time to prepare. He aimed his wand at the still-recovering Hungarian horntail, and a green light erupted from the tip of his wand. However, the Hungarian horntail merely emitted a pained roar, stomping heavily upon the ground. Salazar understood that he could no longer delay in confronting the highly vengeful Ukrainian iron belly, which was drawing near, accompanied by the 3 Chinese fireballs that had also encircled him. Only the Romanian Ceratosaurus remained at a distance. Salazar speculated that the Romanian dragon did not wish to engage in conflict with the other fire dragons. He cast a glance at the long horns adorning the Romanian dragon's head, noting their considerable medicinal value. Choosing not to linger in the air any longer, Salazar descended to the ground, for the speed of his flying spell did not grant him an advantage in the skies. As he fell, he unleashed 2 confusion spells in rapid succession, causing the Ukrainian iron belly and the Hungarian horntail to collide. Both fire dragons emitted anguished roars, growing increasingly irritable. Aside from the 3 Chinese fireballs, Salazar harbored doubts that these solitary creatures would not turn against one another. If he could incite them to engage in mutual destruction, it would serve his purpose well. Salazar distractedly cast a glance at the Freemasons, who were no longer in sight. However, before the twilight battlefield concluded, no one could escape. Finding them would merely be a matter of time. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw circled above with the angel, now transformed into a wraith, seemingly acting purely on instinct, exhibiting a distinct stupor as they pursued. Yet, the two found it impossible to shake off the angelic specter. The confines of the twilight battlefield were limited, and wherever they ran, the wraith could discern their whereabouts. Ravenclaw was merely fatigued, while Gryffindor appeared utterly disheveled, his hair and clothing tousled by the wind, strands obscuring his face, yet he clutched his dagger with unwavering resolve. On the other hand, Hufflepuff's situation was considerably more exhilarating. Alongside Moody and others, she quickly regrouped with a greater number of allies. Hufflepuff was perplexed by how swiftly they managed to assemble amidst the twilight battlefield. The members of the Order of the Phoenix seemed to possess remarkable fortune. If they too could share in such luck, the Freemasons would hardly have the opportunity to strike them down individually as they currently did. With a sigh, she continued to fend off the giants, occasionally casting warm confundus charms at those who noticed her. Although Hufflepuff mingled amongst the Order, she did not wish to draw attention. Their identities were indeed astonishing, and while Salazar could manage alone, she doubted the modern wizard's mindset would remain stable if everyone were present. Moments earlier, they had encountered Professor McGonagall and Sirius in their animagus forms, who brought news of the giants. At this juncture, Hufflepuff had spotted Salazar engaged in combat with the dragon. Given the direction of the giants' advance, they too were headed that way. She resolved to assist Salazar in holding off the giants, inadvertently provoking one in the process. Feeling somewhat guilty about her actions towards the Order, Hufflepuff chose to remain temporarily, joining the others in confronting the giants. Well, Salazar could summon Hagrid. At worst, it would merely be a matter of stalling for time. Obstacles abounded. A giant nearby stumbled, and the other members of the Order swiftly followed up with spells. As Moody passed by Hufflepuff, he remarked, "Well done." Instinctively, she cast a confundus charm, but her spell vanished without effect. Moody's magical eye turned toward her, scrutinizing her with palpable suspicion. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I fear you may not believe me, but I am your ancestor," Hufflepuff retorted. "Just a dragon, after all," he mused. Yet, faced with the imminent threat, Moody remained vigilant but refrained from hastily categorizing Hufflepuff as an enemy. After all, she had consistently assisted them. Perhaps her prior impression was simply not deeply ingrained? Hufflepuff sighed, choosing not to prolong the encounter. She weighed the authenticity of Mr. Salazar August's identity and resolved to act swiftly. Thunderous explosions echoed, and the ground quaked. The giants were far easier to manage than the dragon, under Hufflepuff's magic. Their movements were significantly hindered, their speed greatly diminished. Observing her fellow Order members, she felt confident in their capabilities to handle the situation, and in a moment of stealth, she transformed into a badger, slipping away behind a sand dune, evading Moody's line of sight. Salazar is currently entangled with 3 Chinese fireballs, while the Romanian Ceratosaurus occasionally launches surprise attacks. The attention of the Ukrainian ironclad and the Hungarian tree wasp has long since drifted away from him. As the 2 fire dragons remain ever watchful of one another, only symbolically unleashing their flames at Salazar, inadvertently affecting each other in the process. Salazar calculated the time in his mind. It had been 10 minutes. Soon, Highbowl would arrive, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. He desperately needed time to summon Highbowl. Yet at that moment, it was nearly impossible to carve out such a luxury. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a badger standing atop a sand dune. The creature waved its paw at Salazar, exuding an adorable charm, before transforming into a witch with cascading brown curls, none other than Hufflepuff. "Sal, free spell," she exclaimed, raising her wand toward the two fire dragons. Golden flames erupted from the tip of her wand, enveloping one of the Chinese fireballs, which promptly vanished. However, Salazar's free spell was already in motion. The temperature plummeted and soared, causing the scales of the Chinese fireball to crack extensively. It let out a piercing howl, thrashing wildly on the ground and kicking up clouds of sand. Salazar leapt several times to the side of Hufflepuff, glancing at the wand she held. "How did you manage to get here?" Hufflepuff sighed in exasperation. "I had a bit of an incident with the members of the Order of the Phoenix. We can discuss it later. Haber will be arriving soon. Please assist me for a moment as I prepare to receive him." Salazar spoke rapidly. "I knew nothing good would come of this," Hufflepuff muttered, yet she bravely approached the several fire dragons. Her approach was entirely distinct from Salazar's. Hufflepuff enveloped herself in a thick layer of protective enchantments, disregarding the flames spewed forth by the dragons. Only when their horns threatened to impale her did she manage to evade. However, despite her sluggish dodging amidst a barrage of control spells, she proved surprisingly effective. This, in fact, was the common combat style among wizards. Gryffindor's approach was an anomaly, while Salazar had simply engaged in too many duels with unexpected outcomes. The summoning spell for Haber was swiftly completed, yet the moment the magic was finalized, Salazar sensed Haber's response. So soon? Salazar merely assumed that Hafer had just awakened. Without further contemplation, he promptly opened the passage. The serpent's elongated form slithered forth from the passage, its black scales glimmering in the golden light of the setting sun. Hafer affectionately nuzzled against Salazar, reminiscent of many years ago when she was but a small snake, docile and devoid of any trace of her ancient ferocity. She had lost count of how many years had passed since she last experienced such a complete awakening. She recalled a recent instance when a descendant of Slytherin had roused her, though at that time, Hafer had been in a daze, acting solely on instinct, which ultimately led to the unfortunate demise of a Hogwarts student. Reflecting on that moment filled her with a sense of guilt, and she playfully prodded Salazar's robe with the tip of her tail, refraining from admitting her prior blunder. At this juncture, Salazar felt reasonably assured, setting aside the vengeful angel. The Illuminati posed no significant threat. Although the fire dragon was indeed a formidable magical creature, their partnership with the serpent made the situation considerably manageable. He conversed with Hafer in the language of snakes, prompting her immense serpentine eyes to fixate on the direction of the fire dragon. She emitted a series of hisses, intelligible only to Salazar, before gracefully gliding across the ground. Salazar swiftly approached Hufflepuff, urging, "You should keep them occupied. I will coordinate with Hafer." Hufflepuff peered through the dense shields and cautioned, "Do take care. No need for concern," Salazar declared, raising his wand. With the aid of a flight spell, he reached Hafer's side, standing beside the massive serpent's form. Spells capable of granting him entry to Azkaban erupted from the tip of his wand. The yuan emitted a faint sound, as if it were on the verge of combustion, and at that moment, he regretted not having acquired one of the wands previously reserved by the Death Eaters. While those wands were extreme, they would not bind him as his current one did. With a soft sigh, the yuan finally unleashed a beam of green light, piercing the eye of the Hungarian horntail. It struggled in agony and weakness, letting out a howl, yet gradually succumbed to stillness. Meanwhile, the basilisk's fangs had pierced the neck of the Romanian longhorn, which let out a cry before collapsing, its convulsions diminishing until it ultimately perished from the serpent's venom. The Ukrainian iron belly, already grievously injured, bore scattered scales and was drenched in blood. Now attempting to flee in desperation, Salazar was intent on pursuing him, with magical artifacts that could potentially deliver a fatal blow to Ukraine's iron belly. However, from the horizon, a mist of crimson swiftly approached, and the silhouette of Teresa became faintly discernible. Salazar directed the prepared spell toward a Chinese fireball, which was rendered immobile by Hufflepuff's interference, leading to the unfortunate demise of the dragon. Teresa, with her bat-like wings unfurled, approached Salazar, while the basilisk emitted an irritable hiss. Unfazed, Teresa boldly grasped Salazar's hand, and presented him with a wand made of hawthorn wood, suggesting it would suffice for the time being. Receiving the wand, Salazar found it surprisingly manageable. Teresa averted her gaze, stifling a smile. She had always believed that Salazar's character would be well suited to the hawthorn wand. Anticipating the possibility of a more intense battle, she foresaw that Salazar's wand might encounter difficulties. This hawthorn wand was sourced from a hapless Death Eater she had crossed paths with, who had intruded with unrelenting determination, hoping to encounter a rational, youthful version of Voldemort. As for the matter of the freezing spell, why was it not translated? There remained 2 Chinese fireballs, seemingly aware of their imminent fate, sorrowfully leaning against the body of their deceased companion. Surrounding them, large clusters of mushroom-like flames began to swirl. The trio, along with the serpent, watched from a distance, fully expecting the outcome. Once the flames dissipated, only 3 piles of ash would remain, for the fireballs, fully cognizant of their doom, would never allow their bodies to be reduced to mere materials for a wizard. After witnessing this scene, a somber silence fell upon the 3. Salazar exchanged a knowing glance with Hufflepuff, both sharing a rueful smile. Once we emerge, we will likely need to petition the Ministry of Magic for equitable treatment of magical creatures. The current state of the Alliance is predominantly a consequence of our own actions as wizards. Hufflepuff nodded gravely, acknowledging magical creatures are becoming increasingly scarce, and the wizarding civilization is facing a decline and loss of tradition. Continuing down this path serves no purpose. At this juncture, Salazar had abandoned any thoughts of harvesting the long horns of the Romanian Ridgeback for potions. Gripping the hawthorn wand, he utilized flight magic to ascend, bringing Teresa along as they landed atop the basilisk's head. "Hell, will you join us in addressing the giant, or will you assist them?" he inquired, gesturing toward the sky, where 2 figures were barely discernible, one racing ahead of the other. Gryffindor's leading Ravenclaw, followed closely by the frenzied spirit of an avenging angel. Hufflepuff hesitated, glancing skyward with a peculiar expression before asking Teresa, "Do you have an extra wand?" Teresa shook her head, initially intending to reply negatively, but suddenly recalled, "You can give my wand to Ravenclaw. It's of no use to me. It's made of black walnut, so it should suffice." She tossed her wand to Hufflepuff, who deftly caught it, casting a grateful glance at Teresa. "I shall assist them first. Sal, you must hurry as well. Together, we can surely overpower the avenging spirit." Salazar nodded thoughtfully. "I will act swiftly. Those giants merely possess a high resistance to magic. If all proceeds without incident, we should be able to resolve this matter expeditiously." Hufflepuff waved his hand and turned to depart. At this distance, the events unfolding should have long been observed by the members of the Order of the Phoenix. The basilisk, with such a formidable size, could not possibly remain concealed. Salazar, embracing a mindset of reckless abandon, considered that they would never suspect the founders of Hogwarts. The basilisk swiftly slithered across the sandy terrain, drawing closer to the site where the Order was engaged in battle with the giants. It is worth noting that their coordination was impressive. Thus far, despite some injuries, there had been no fatalities. In Salazar's personal opinion, the intelligence of the giants played a significant role in the unfolding events. As the basilisk approached, Salazar and Teresa leaped from its head. He had previously employed Parseltongue to temporarily inhibit her ability to control the eyes, thus ensuring that the members of the Order of the Phoenix might not immediately consider the basilisk. Given the rarity of such magical creatures and the dwindling number of those knowledgeable about them in modern times, the basilisk glided amidst the giants, who appeared to originate from a tribe of approximately 20 individuals. Several had already been dealt with by the Order of the Phoenix, with Hufflepuff's contributions being notable. Had she not repeatedly constrained the giants' movements, the Order would have certainly faced greater challenges. Confronted by the sudden emergence of the basilisk, the giants, though initially perplexed by its presence, instinctively sensed the inherent danger it posed. Immediately, several giants launched attacks against the basilisk, but with just a few strikes. One of the giants succumbed to poisoning and collapsed. "Are we to merely stand by and watch?" Teresa inquired from the side. Salazar exhibited no intention of assisting Hebier. He merely observed with a calm demeanor, declaring, "No need. Hebier can manage this. She is entirely lucid now. I cannot even contend with her." Teresa regarded Hebier, who gracefully navigated among the giants, her expression contemplative. Moments later, the giant, once laden with the hopes of the Freemasons, succumbed just as the fire dragon had before. Hebier returned with a buoyant grace, and upon reaching Salazar, Her tail swept the ground incessantly, reminiscent of a well-behaved kitten. "You are too tall," Salazar remarked, gazing up at Hebier, whose serpentine head was perched high. Instantly, Hebier lowered her entire form, and Salazar smiled as he gently stroked her head. He silently marveled at how, despite the passage of countless years, Hebier retained the innocence of a young girl, only to notice Teresa leaning in closer. "What about me?" she inquired, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Salazar, feeling a peculiar sensation within, reached out to caress her head as well. Meanwhile, the members of the Phoenix Society approached, their expressions revealing the mysteries of the harrowing hours they had endured. Salazar let out a low cough, shifting his gaze towards them. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he could not find an explanation for his understanding and casually conceded, simply stating, "Let us discuss it later." Teresa looked on with a cheerful smile. She had already completed her task, and the Freemasons posed no more threat. Now, if they could just resolve the matter of the vengeful angel, they could return to their bookstore and resume their lives. It appeared there was absolutely no pressure. She was confident that the four of them, along with a serpent creature, would pose no significant threat against a mere vengeful angel. Moreover, she was quite formidable herself. Salazar glanced up at the two figures still soaring through the sky, squinting as his gaze traversed the half-lit battlefield, as if he could discern the disarray of Gryffindor at that moment. The peculiar sensation that had gripped him moments ago dissipated in an instant. He released Teresa's hand and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "You should go seek out the others from the Brotherhood. Act according to your capabilities. We shall join you shortly." Teresa turned to him abruptly, her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Are you not bringing me along again?" In an instant, Salazar found himself at a loss for words. He had never regarded Teresa as part of his plans. A millennium ago, Teresa had managed to hold her own against Gryffindor, but that was solely because Gryffindor had not even wielded a wand. However, he quickly recalled the events that transpired in the drawing room of Rodriguez Castle. In hindsight, he felt that the fleeting moment of dizziness he experienced then was no mere coincidence. Yet, before he could ponder further, Teresa had already regained her usual composure, her smile radiating an elegance that was not devoid of innocence. "All right then, you should be on your way. I shall take my leave now." Salazar exhaled a sigh of relief. After Teresa departed, he swiftly joined Hepworth in search of others. However, their progress was markedly smoother than that of a certain Mr. Riddle, who had also been drawn into this predicament. His landing spot was fortuitously close to the edge, yet the absence of a wand posed a significant disadvantage. Had he been cast near the entrance of the catacombs from the outset, the outcome would have been uncertain. For now, having narrowly evaded the perils of the twilight battlefield, he still could not escape the calamities wrought by fate. Riddle awoke from the illusion with relative speed. In his recollections, pain primarily stemmed from unfulfilled desires and childhood experiences. One could only be satisfied in reality, while the other had long ceased to hinder his path. He had cast aside his unsavory childhood and the wretched name that accompanied it. Upon awakening, he caught sight of Dumbledore, draped in deep purple robes and adorned with silver hair. No, this must still be an illusion. Everything felt fabricated, a trap set by Dumbledore. Yet, for a fleeting moment, he grappled with the notion that perhaps this was indeed a golden opportunity. Clenching his fists, he felt the discomfort of being wandless, and as he searched for any weapon, he found himself empty-handed, left with no choice but to approach Dumbledore unarmed. Dumbledore remained immersed in the illusion, and Riddle could sense his heartbeat quickening. Realizing that this truly was a serendipitous chance, if only Dumbledore were to perish. However, just as he stood before the Elder, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly flew open. He appeared somewhat dazed, the effects of the recent illusion clearly evident. Yet, muscle memory propelled him to draw his wand with remarkable speed, aiming it at the approaching Tom Riddle. Merlin. He was so close. Riddle lamented, wishing fervently that Dumbledore had not hesitated. Regret washed over him, and he almost wished to strike himself. Yet, lamentations were of no consequence now. Dumbledore scrutinized the young man before him, his eyes narrowing as he peered through his half-moon spectacles. "Tom Riddle?" Riddle, sensing an opportunity to feign ignorance, inquired, "Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared here?" He attempted to masquerade as a magical phenomenon in this unfamiliar realm, though he doubted Dumbledore's astuteness would be easily deceived. Dumbledore smiled warmly. "Tom, while I do not know why you still draw breath, I am delighted to see you again." Had all the scholarly endeavors of his recent readings been for naught? He had meticulously studied the forbidden spells of the Twilight battlefield. What could Riddle do now? Wandless and devoid of any magical artifacts, he could only stand in silence, voiceless. Dumbledore's wand remained steadfastly trained on him. Although he faced a toothless tiger, he would not underestimate Tom Riddle. Perhaps I should inquire why you exist in this state, Tom. Will you provide me with that answer? Dumbledore's smile grew cold, and he longed to see the young man before him perish once more. However, he could not act until understanding the reason for Riddle's resurrection. No one could guarantee that this was Riddle's sole means of revival. Should Voldemort return, it would be a precarious situation. Even so, if Voldemort were to resurface, with that individual present, there should be no cause for alarm. Riddle glanced aside, his mind racing. His memory ceased at the point he successfully crafted a Horcrux using the locket, and he was oblivious to subsequent events regarding the current state of the wizarding world. He could only conjecture. Dumbledore, I know nothing. I should still be working as a clerk at Borgin and Burke's. Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully. Do you remember Hepzibah? How is she faring now? A chill ran down Riddle's spine. Merlin, what had transpired since he crafted the third Horcrux? He felt a profound sense of despair. Regardless of what had occurred, it could only spell trouble for him now. Dumbledore sighed. If you are unwilling to share, so be it. I shall mark this fragment of your soul. Let us proceed and see what lies ahead. Had it not been for Salazar Slytherin's presence, he would never have dared such an action. In truth, upon learning that Salazar Slytherin had emerged in this era, he no longer perceived Tom Riddle as a threat. He surmised that either the serpent progenitor truly held the power as foretold, thereby cleansing the war-ravaged wizarding world, or the tales were mere fabrications, heralding the arrival of a formidable guardian for the wizarding realm. As they ventured forth, Dumbledore frequently scanned their surroundings, displaying keen interest in their environment. They soon encountered a more disheveled potions master, who appeared as if he had not slept in days, his eyes bloodshot, complexion sallow, and demeanor haggard. Riddle recognized this individual from a previous encounter. Severus, I believe it would do you well to regain your composure. Dwelling on the past serves no purpose. You still have the opportunity to avenge Lily, do you not? Dumbledore endeavored to console his colleague, yet his words fell flat. Mr. Snape remained ensnared by the illusion. For Lily's death inflicted upon him a dual torment of spirit and flesh. He had struggled to numb himself with the affairs of the Order. But this sudden resurgence of memory struck him anew. Though he regained consciousness, it was thanks to the very mechanisms of the Twilight battlefield, which shattered illusions once the mind was sufficiently tormented. Dumbledore vanquished a few spectral apparitions that had approached them, wearing a look of resigned frustration. He sighed and patted Snape's shoulder, casting a chilling glance toward Riddle. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle felt a surge of dread. Although he was unaware of his future self's deeds that had so grievously harmed this man, a former professor at Hogwarts, he understood that once his identity was revealed, preserving this fragment of his soul would become exceedingly difficult. Yet often, the more one wishes to avoid a fate, the more likely it becomes to transpire. Severus, listen to me, Dumbledore implored. After numerous futile attempts to persuade him, he finally decided to unveil his trump card. Extra note, I shall rise to the occasion. I shall double my efforts. However, it was merely another chance to vanquish an angel once more. Rona, Sal has awakened Hepworth. Amidst the howling winds, Gryffindor struggled to keep his eyes open, catching sight of Hepworth's gleaming, obsidian scales. Instantly, he felt a surge of excitement. Ravenclaw glanced in the direction he indicated and indeed spotted the enormous basilisk. In her animagus form, her vision was acute, even allowing her to see Salazar and the others from a distance. Hellebore is approaching. We must first find a suitable place to confront the angel. Ravenclaw gazed down from the sky, the rapidly shifting terrain of the dusk battlefield whirling past her eyes. Gryffindor was similarly observing, clearly dissatisfied with the monotonous landscapes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Let us venture into the underground palace. Huh? The underground palace? Ravenclaw mused, recalling that she had never set foot in the underground palace of the dusk battlefield. In truth, the battles of Ur had predominantly unfolded above ground. The dusk battlefield had severed the connection between the clergy and their faithful, and it was primarily for this reason that they had utilized its expanse. The truly perilous underground palace had remained largely untapped. Isn't it too dangerous? After all, this is the realm of vengeful spirits, Ravenclaw inquired anxiously. Gryffindor shook his head, quickly realizing that Ravenclaw could not see his gesture. Fear not, the underground palace is not excessively perilous. I have traversed its core. It predominantly harbors more vengeful spirits. Yet do we truly fear the tactic of overwhelming numbers? Furthermore, when we engage with the angelic vengeful spirits, the other spirits will likely have fled. Have you noticed that? Thus far, not a single vengeful spirit has approached the one pursuing us? I refuse to believe that there are no flying spirits here, and we lack aerial superiority. Rather, The underground palace restricts the movements of our pursuer. Ravenclaw placed her trust in Gryffindor. His combat instincts were indeed reliable and had never led anyone astray. Consequently, she made a sharp turn in the direction of the setting sun. Hufflepuff, observing from afar, harbored reservations about entering the underground palace to confront angelic vengeful spirits, but resolutely followed suit. The sandy earth seemed to cradle her as she advanced, her speed astonishingly swift. From a distance, she appeared to meld with the golden sands that blanketed the ground. Hufflepuff's innate connection to the earth rendered this terrain particularly conducive to her prowess. Salazar, accompanied by Hypole, swiftly made their way towards the entrance of the subterranean chamber. The serpent creature possessed a remarkable adaptability. Although she was not particularly fond of the Stark environment, it did not pose any limitations for her. Throughout their journey, Salazar engaged in conversation with Hypole in the tongue of serpents, outlining the current circumstances while inquiring about her experiences over the past millennium. To him, Hypole was as dear a companion as those from Gryffindor. 1,000 years prior, when he had fallen out with the others, he confided in her, knowing she was the only one who could comprehend his words. Perhaps it was for this reason that Hypole now harbored significant grievances towards Gryffindor. The serpent creature, still somewhat naive, revealed that during these years, she spent most of her time in slumber or wandering aimlessly within the hidden chambers. Salazar noticed her evasive demeanor. But given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to dwell on it. Resolving the matter of the vengeful angelic spirit was paramount. Upon arriving at the entrance to the catacombs, he found himself slightly delayed, as the sounds of battle echoed faintly from the depths below. Hephaestus, let us proceed. The serpent creature emitted a fierce hiss, its massive form plunging into the catacombs. Salazar cast a barrier spell behind him to prevent others from entering. Once inside, the light diminished abruptly, and Salazar squinted, quickly acclimatizing to the dim environment. Hephaestus had never been here before, so Salazar guided him toward the source of the conflict. They entered a relatively spacious hall, the ceiling soaring to the height of 3 stories, with several columns arranged neatly in the center. The patterns upon them were chaotic and intertwined, suggesting they had been subjected to some form of destruction. The origin of the Twilight battlefield remains a mystery. Salazar and his companions had only glimpsed it in an ancient tome, speculating from the age of its parchment that it predated even Merlin. The vengeful angelic spirit floated in midair, surrounded by a flurry of gray feathers, wielding a long, pallid sword that emanated an unsettling aura. At that moment, she swung the blade, clashing with the dagger of Gryffindor. The dagger previously bestowed by Salazar upon Gryffindor can indeed be deemed an alchemical artifact. A product of his leisurely endeavors, its quality, given his proficiency in meticulousness and alchemy, is suitable for slicing potion ingredients, yet it proves somewhat inadequate for combat. At present, as Gryffindor employs it in battle, the limitations become apparent. The dagger has sustained an additional notch, but fortunately, bolstered by magic, it remains intact. Although Gryffindor often asserts that his true calling is that of a knight, he hesitates to confront the angelic wraith wielding a pale sword directly. With a swift retreat, he propels himself by kicking against a pillar, using the recoil to land steadily at the edge of the hall. Ravenclaw, wielding Teresa's black walnut wand, cast a barrier charm just as Gryffindor withdraws, erecting a shield before the angelic wraith. Behind the wraith, Hufflepuff unleashes a bat-shaped charm. The combined spells instantaneously halt the wraith's advance. Aside from the 4 combatants, 3 others occupy the hall, a silver-haired Dumbledore clad in deep purple robes, standing beside the pallid Severus Snape, while Tom Riddle leans against the wall, appearing in dire straits. Both Dumbledore and Snape grip their wands, poised for assistance, their expressions betraying a complexity of emotions as they observe the confrontation with the angelic wraith. They are well aware of Salazar's true identity, and witnessing the struggle alongside the wraith, along with overhearing their discourse, has led them to deduce the identities of the 4 founders. Although perplexed as to why all 4 founders have materialized in this era, they find solace in the fact that they have indeed come. The moment Salazar leaps down from the basilisk's head upon entering the hall, he swiftly grasps his wand, taking in the current situation. Not far from him, Gryffindor, noticing Salazar's arrival, beams with a grin. You finally made it. Salazar let out a cold chuckle, instinctively retorting, is it not you who is faltering? Yet, despite his words, he did not neglect the pressing matter at hand. He patted Hypole reassuringly, saying, Hypole, do not fear. Hold her off, and we shall swiftly resolve this. The serpent creature hissed, glancing back at Salazar with unwavering determination, as if to instill confidence in him. After casting a defiant glare at Gryffindor, She swam toward the direction of the vengeful spirit. Sal, we shall distract that fiend and create an opportunity for Rona and the others to establish the incantation. Gryffindor spoke rapidly, abruptly turning to Dumbledore. Hey, you are also a Gryffindor. Do not cower in the corner. Dumbledore, clearly taken aback, managed a wry smile. Mr. Gryffindor, I can only assure you that I am doing my utmost. You have seen for yourself that my magic holds little efficacy against the specter. His words rang true. The spells of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were invoked through ancient scripts, which, while inconspicuous in ordinary circumstances, revealed their limitations when contending against such highly resistant beings. The term ancient referred to the era of Merlin, and this language had long since been lost to time. That said, Dumbledore indeed possessed hidden strengths, such as the Elder Wand, which he had yet to reveal. A flicker of doubt crossed Gryffindor's eyes. He suspected that the current headmaster of Hogwarts was concealing his true capabilities. However, given the urgency of the situation, he refrained from pressing the matter further, turning instead to tighten his grip on the dagger once more. Salazar stood beside him, his expression grave. I wish to attempt the curse. The corner of Gryffindor's mouth twitched, his demeanor serious. Sal, please ensure that you use a single target curse. He gripped the dagger firmly, leveraging himself against several stone pillars, and with a graceful motion, charged once more toward the vengeful angelic spirit. Salazar stood still, closing his eyes, as his mind became entirely focused. At the precise moment the Gryffindor dagger clashed with the pale sword of the angelic wraith, his eyes snapped open, revealing their original deep green hue. While the blood of Slytherin surged within him, he had long forgotten the sensation, the last time being when he exerted every ounce of his strength for those few students. Weakness. In that instant of collision, Gryffindor sensed a diminishment in the power of the angelic wraith. A sinister smile emerging on his face as the dagger in his hand erupted into violet flames. The fire spread along the pale sword of the angelic wraith. And at the moment it touched her fingers, the sword vanished, yet her fingers remained scorched. A piercing scream echoed, causing all present to feel a wave of dizziness, while Salazar's eyes transformed once more into a blood-red hue. In that fleeting moment when the Slytherin bloodline reached its boiling point, he felt the portion of his lineage he had previously bestowed upon Teresa had returned. He could even incinerate Teresa's source blood, thereby unleashing the full extent of his ancient family's legacy, regaining the strength sufficient to contend against the chosen pope from a millennium ago. For many, the transformation into a vampire enhances power, yet for an ancient lineage like Slytherin's, it is, in fact, a form of contamination. Salazar hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against taking action. The situation had not yet escalated to that extent, and there was no need to destroy this portion of Teresa's source blood. He had an inkling that further research might reveal a method for the transformation between the states of vampire and human. However, this was not the time for such considerations. After the anguished wail of the angelic wraith, it astonishingly broke free from the bindings set by the combined efforts of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, heedlessly pursuing Gryffindor. Hey, Bull! Salazar called upon the basilisk, while simultaneously unleashing a piercing curse from the tip of his wand towards the angelic wraith. The killing curse proved ineffective against the wraith, and the only means of vanquishing her would be through purification, a method regrettably beyond their current capabilities. In a timely manner, Bull intercepted the wraith's advance. At that moment, Salazar was certain their gazes had locked, yet it bore no fruit. He let out a slight sigh of disappointment. While a mere glance with the basilisk was sufficient to petrify a ghost, it seemed it was ineffective against the angelic wraith as well. During the brief interval in which Bull obstructed the wraith, the bindings from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw once again took effect, entrapping the angelic wraith within a confined space. Her faceless visage directed towards Gryffindor. Her perception stemmed from an unknown source. As she fixated on Gryffindor, she intermittently let out shrieks, her attacks remaining ferocious. Bull bore numerous scratches from her wings and claws, yet the true torment lay in the wraith's mental assault. Fortunately, Salazar's weakening curse proved effective, as the wraith's onslaught had become more manageable than at the outset. Gordy, Sal, hurry. We cannot hold her for long. Hufflepuff cried anxiously. Damn it. Gryffindor muttered under his breath. How on earth are we supposed to kill this thing? Salazar could only express helplessness regarding this matter. Glancing at the scorch marks left on the angelic specter, he pondered, could it be the flames or her heart? Does a wraith even possess a heart? At that moment, Gryffindor, having posed the question, charged once more, seizing the opportunity while the angelic specter was engaged in combat with the basilisk to unleash a torrent of flames. Yet, in the instant he surged forward, the angelic specter became acutely aware, swiftly retreating to evade the inferno. At precisely that moment, Salazar's shattering curse struck Gryffindor's flames, causing them to explode with astonishing velocity. The angelic spectre found herself unable to evade. The searing flames licked at her alabaster skin, leaving vast charred marks in their wake. Dumbledore observed from a distance, his eyes gleaming with shock behind his spectacles. In his perception, a spell was merely a spell. He had never contemplated the remarkable effects that could arise from the confluence, or even the clash, of two spells. The angelic spectre's screams intensified with agony as she writhed in midair, clearly in excruciating pain. The situation appeared to be turning in their favor. However, the four remained vigilant. A millennium ago, the angel had excelled in mental magic, and even in her current wraith form, it was unlikely that this aspect had undergone significant alteration. The physical wounds inflicted upon her would likely prove inconsequential. As Salazar contemplated, he noticed that the once writhing angelic wraith suddenly became still. Her hands formed a peculiar gesture before she traced a cross over her chest as if in prayer. The colossal serpent suddenly fell into rigidity. Soon thereafter, writhing in agony upon the ground, her tail crashing against a stone pillar with a thunderous sound. Although Hebeer possessed formidable strength, when it came to matters of the soul, she found it challenging to rival others. Through their soul connection, Salazar felt Hebeer's torment. For a fleeting moment, his coordination with Gryffindor faltered, prompting Salazar to cast an apologetic glance at Gryffindor, who responded with a nod of understanding. Salazar then swiftly endeavored to soothe Hebeer's distress. The serpent girl had not endured such intense suffering for many years. However, as an ancient beast, her pain awakened her bloodthirsty instincts. Memories of her battles alongside Salazar and others against the ecclesiastical forces a millennium ago began to resurface. Driven by her primal instincts, she suddenly raised her head defiantly. Her enormous jaws agape, lunging toward the angelic wraith. A pale light erupted from the angelic wraith. Had she still been the resplendent emissary of the divine realm, her radiance would have been pure and warm. The serpent's fangs clashed with the wraith's luminescence, but at that very moment, the wraith conjured a pale longsword anew. Stop. Yet it was too late. The serpent's fangs shattered, and her elongated body was violently tossed aside by the shockwave from the collision, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Salazar's speed was so extraordinary that he left behind an afterimage in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he enveloped himself in a protective armor spell, obstructing the path of the vengeful angelic spirit in pursuit. From the tip of his wand, a piercing curse suddenly shot forth, completely halting the angelic specter's relentless chase. Meanwhile, Gryffindor, utilizing the momentum, appeared unexpectedly behind the vengeful spirit, thrusting his dagger with unrelenting force into her vulnerable back. However, it was merely an ordinary dagger. Though it struck true, only its tip penetrated her flesh. From the wound of the angelic spirit, tendrils of black smoke escaped, exuding a potent corrosive essence. The hand that held the dagger was soon marred by numerous, though not deeply penetrating, yet horrifying wounds from the corrosive substance. Gryffindor's expression shifted dramatically as he relinquished the dagger, allowing himself to fall freely. Sal, do not confront her head-on. This entity can only be vanquished with a single, decisive strike. Gryffindor shouted upon landing. He glanced upward, relieved to see that the black smoke emanating from the vengeful spirit had ceased. Otherwise, they would have been too intimidated to continue their battle in such a confined space. Salazar observed the situation on the Gryffindor side. After casting another spell, he swiftly departed from his original position. At that moment, Haber had also regained consciousness. She recognized the disparity between herself and the angelic wraith, and having sustained injuries, she quickly maneuvered along the wall, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Salazar suddenly recalled something and turned to Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Can you summon that phoenix? Would it be possible for the angel, now transformed into a vengeful spirit, and the replica of the Sword of Gryffindor to replicate the original circumstances? If only Dumbledore's phoenix could bring that subsequently crafted sorting hat." Dumbledore wore a wry smile, for he had not anticipated that what he believed to be an infallible plan would lead to the current predicament. "I cannot ascertain whether Fawkes can enter. We shall have to see." Although Salazar did not mention the Sword of Gryffindor, Gryffindor was well aware of his intentions. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle wore a twisted smile, reveling in the thought that he wished for this group to perish here. After all, he possessed more than one Horcrux, and the price of losing just one in exchange for taking everyone down with him seemed exceedingly advantageous. Salazar cast a cold glance at him. Previously, in his ethereal state, he felt nothing. However, now that Tom Riddle had acquired a corporeal form, the faint trace of Slytherin's blood within him became remarkably distinct. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor towards him, Salazar could deduce the identity of this individual. Alas, the meager remnants of his blood were insufficient even for a sacrificial offering. If only. Salazar sighed regretfully as he once again collaborated with Gryffindor, employing a series of astonishing magical combinations that rendered the angelic wraith's appearance even more woeful. These wounds did not penetrate her outer shell, thus the ominous black smoke did not reemerge. Although this approach could potentially vanquish the angelic wraith, her energy was finite, incapable of interminable depletion. Despite the slow progression of their efforts on the battlefield at dusk, the angelic wraith's recovery rate surpassed that of any of them. However, their numerical advantage ultimately remained on their side. Yet, Salazar could not guarantee that the synergy among the four of them would persist without lapses. For their last collaboration had been many years prior, and a certain awkwardness was inevitable. After Gryffindor attempted another dagger strike, he too fell prey to the mental assault of the angelic wraith. Reeling from the impact, he staggered 2 steps and leaned against the nearby wall, clearly rendered incapable of further combat in the immediate future. In the midst of the assault on the vengeful spirit of the angel, Salazar bestowed upon him a calming incantation. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Gryffindor, cradling his head, waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot concentrate at the moment. It is nothing of great concern." "Certainly not akin to the serpents you tend to." Salazar felt a slight sense of relief, yet for some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming urge to strike Gryffindor surged within him. 3 minutes? That seemed about right. Salazar understood that the next target of the vengeful spirit would undoubtedly be himself. Sal, this individual seems to possess a deficiency in intellect. She currently focuses her assaults solely on those she perceives as the greatest threats to her, Ravenclaw articulated swiftly, her observations pouring forth. "I can manage to delay her actions alone. Rona, you should assist Sal." Hufflepuff felt an unexpected ease with the wand she had seized. Her entire focus now devoted to the magical circle beneath her. Based on her instincts, she surmised that with her proficiency in the enchantment, she should be able to control it independently without issue. Ravenclaw hesitated momentarily, concern flickering in her eyes, yet she departed from the formation she had previously arranged with Hufflepuff. "Hell, do not overexert yourself." Hufflepuff nodded in acknowledgement and gently urged Ravenclaw forward. At that precise moment, a crimson light surged into the room, and upon recognizing the figure, an unmistakable shock registered on Dumbledore's face. "Fawkes, you truly have arrived." The phoenix emitted a resonant cry as she soared in, her feathers resplendent in beauty. Clutching an aged wizard's hat in her beak, the very hat currently employed for sorting. "Draw your sword," Salazar mused. The phoenix and the basilisk were both legendary magical creatures. While his understanding of the phoenix was limited, he could gauge its significance through his knowledge of the basilisk. The bond between Dumbledore and this phoenix was far from mere caretaking. An unbreakable contract must exist between them. Otherwise, the phoenix would not manifest here. No. There was another possibility. Hogwarts itself might be bound by this contract. Such thoughts flashed through Salazar's mind like lightning. From a distance, Fawkes tossed the hat towards him and settled gracefully upon Dumbledore's shoulder. Salazar caught the sorting hat, his heart brimming with joy yet tinged with a hint of astonishment. What purpose did it serve him? Although his physical prowess had not diminished since his transformation into a vampire, rivaling that of Gryffindor, he had never engaged in combat wielding a longsword, and this particular blade felt ill-suited for him. However, upon witnessing this scene, both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They exchanged a glance, a silent communication passing between them in an instant. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff observed from a distance, the corners of their mouths subtly curling upwards. At that moment, the angelic wraith seemed to sense the impending danger, struggling fervently in an attempt to break free from Hufflepuff's grasp. Sarah glanced at the hat in his hand. He initially intended to toss it to Gryffindor and proceed with his magical assault, but he suddenly felt a solid object. "Salazar, you may find it hard to believe, but this sword presented itself." The onslaught from Ravenclaw intensified suddenly, and Hufflepuff joined forces with her, maximizing the intricate formation they had crafted together. They could not sustain this state for long. Salazar realized that this battle had likely reached its final moments in haste. He had initially expected to engage in a prolonged struggle. Glancing at Gryffindor's condition, he confirmed that recovery was beyond reach for the time being. Gripping the sword tightly, Salazar took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt a twinge of relief for not having incinerated Teresa's source blood earlier. Otherwise, wielding this sword would have rendered him a mere spectator. Salazar positioned himself near one of the stone pillars, maneuvering behind it to temporarily obscure himself from the angelic wraith's gaze. He fixated on the battle between Ravenclaw and the wraith. reminiscing about tactics employed during their guerrilla warfare against the Holy See long ago. At that time, Gryffindor would often boastfully showcase his skills, while Hufflepuff would transform their prey into delectable morsels, sharing them among all, with Gryffindor always demanding he remain silent for the day. When the moment was right, he would use magic to muffle his movements and draw closer. Suddenly, Salazar lunged from the side of the wraith, striking with his sword aimed at its neck, pouring forth considerable strength. Lacking proficiency in such combat, he opted for the most straightforward approach. Yet, after becoming a wraith, the former angel's reflexes had considerably dulled. Coupled with Ravenclaw's fierce frontal assault and Salazar's previous weakening curse, his strike succeeded. Following the blow, a torrent of black smoke erupted, and Gryffindor struggled to focus, casting an armor charm upon Salazar. However, another figure moved even swifter. Dumbledore, reciting incantations, conjured a powerful wind within the hall, dispersing the black smoke aside. For reasons unknown, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, who had previously focused solely on defense and delay, suddenly intervened, proving pivotal. Ravenclaw unleashed a relentless barrage of spells, forsaking her own defenses entirely, directing a flurry of offensive incantations towards the angelic wraith, thus granting Salazar the opportunity to strike a second blow. Salazar summoned all his strength and struck fiercely once more with his sword upon the neck of the vengeful angel spirit. This weapon, forged by fairies, was exceedingly sharp, and with Salazar's movement, it emitted a melodious chime. Accompanied by this enchanting sound, the head of the angel spirit rolled to the ground. Was it over? A thick cloud of black smoke began to spread, and this time, it was so dense that no mere gust of wind could disperse it. The armor surrounding him was being corroded, and Gryffindor shouted urgently, "We must leave the underground palace." At that moment, the calming spell finally took effect. Driven by an intense sense of danger, Gryffindor forced his mind to concentrate, feeling as though a hammer was relentlessly striking a single point in his brain. However, he could not dwell on that now. He followed the direction of the exit from his memory, with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff closely trailing behind him. Salazar greeted Highbull with a nod, and he swiftly took off running. Following closely were Dumbledore and Snape. One appeared venerable with his white hair, while the other bore the pallor of severe anemia, yet both exhibited remarkable speed in their flight. However, it seemed they had forgotten that Mr. Riddle was still ensnared by a binding curse, rendered immobile at his location. Upon entry, the path had felt unremarkable, but as they sought to exit, Salazar perceived the route as interminably lengthy. The cacophony of hurried footsteps filled the air, and apart from that, an eerie stillness prevailed. Coincidentally, the surrounding gloom only served to heighten one's sense of unease. Salazar could not ascertain whether he had taken a wrong turn. He had been entirely focused on the battle involving Gryffindor and had little recollection of the route they had taken. At this moment, he could only follow the person ahead of him, hoping they remembered the way. Finally, when light appeared in the distance and he beheld the exit, Salazar let out a sigh of relief. The surrounding dark smoke had thinned considerably, no longer posing a threat to the protective charms on their armor, and the pace of the six slowed. Gryffindor, resting his hand against his forehead, felt that after this sprint, his headache had subsided. At that moment, he found himself feeling somewhat reluctant. Glancing back at Salazar, who was slightly behind him, Gryffindor clicked his tongue, exclaiming that he truly did not wish to return to the confines of the Hat now that the battlefield of dusk was finally at an end. Salazar quickened his pace and playfully nudged him, jesting, "You could always seek hell for an alchemical puppet, should she be inclined." Yet he reconsidered, or perhaps not. Shall we unleash him upon the world? Hufflepuff was somewhat breathless at that moment, while she and Ravenclaw linked arms, both radiating a sense of ease and delight, a sweet atmosphere blossoming between them. Alas, Gryffindor sighed heavily, his countenance falling as he murmured, "If she is unwilling, so be it. Why must you speak of me so?" The four of them erupted in laughter. Despite the arduous battle they had just endured, the camaraderie of fighting side by side was truly splendid. They emerged from the cave, and Hyper followed closely behind. Salazar gazed sorrowfully at the wounds and broken fangs adorning her form, just as he was about to approach her with words of comfort. His expression shifted abruptly. "Be cautious. This is not Haber." "She is not Haber?" The notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Could the serpent creature truly be so easily impersonated? Yet, the trust among the four compelled them to accept Salazar's words without hesitation, swiftly retreating and donning expressions of vigilance anew. I can no longer sense the connection between Haber and myself. In Salazar's perception, the figure before him, though bearing the familiar visage of Haber, was devoid of any link to her soul, resembling merely a statue he recognized from memory. What is happening? Is this the consequence of the vengeful spirit's mental assault? Yet, just moments prior, when the dark smoke had erupted, Haber had appeared to be perfectly well. Sal, stop standing there in a daze. Gryffindor suddenly yanked Salazar from his spot. Salazar's previous position was indeed perilously close to the basilisk. Had the creature, whose nature remains unknown, suddenly launched an attack, the consequences could have been dire. It must be said that Gryffindor's intervention was remarkably timely. Just as Salazar had vacated the spot, the basilisk struck with alarming suddenness. What on earth is happening, Sal? Even if it pertains to Hufflepuff, you must remain alert. Gryffindor's tone was laced with palpable ire, yet beneath it lay a thread of concern. He could empathize with Salazar's current turmoil. The troubles surrounding Hufflepuff were equally distressing for them. Apologies, Salazar had only just extricated himself from a state of disorientation. For reasons unknown, after uttering that particular phrase, he had succumbed to a haze of confusion, his mind awash with disjointed thoughts, rendering him momentarily immobilized. It felt eerily reminiscent of the mental assault inflicted by the vengeful spirit of an angel. After all, aside from such an entity, it seemed improbable that anyone in this era could silently invade his psyche. But had she not already perished? Salazar was startled by his own thoughts. The angelic wraith was undoubtedly one of the foes he least wished to confront. Despite having previously vanquished them with apparent ease, should they return, it was uncertain whether they could remain unscathed, for these were beings that had once served the divine. There might yet be means, not yet utilized, capable of sending them all to meet Merlin. Fortunately, with the recent strike, Salazar was certain he had utterly eradicated the angelic wraith. Could she still survive without her head? No, that was inconceivable. A millennium prior, Gryffindor had merely pierced her heart. Yet the scene before him rendered this impossibility painfully vivid. The basilisk emitted a low hiss, her body twisting grotesquely upon the ground, exuding an aura of rigidity and decay. As she writhed, the essence of the wraith intensified, and her gaze towards the others grew increasingly cold and vengeful. The four exchanged glances, each perceiving the trepidation reflected in the other's eyes. Could it be? Hufflepuff hesitantly inquired, his complexion having turned unusually grim. Surely not. Gryffindor replied with a wry smile. If possession were possible, it would have occurred long ago. Why would she have directly confronted them? Moreover, they had endured 2 battles on the field of twilight. Had any of them witnessed the wraith's possession then? Even Gryffindor found himself doubting his own words. The extent of the angelic wraith's capabilities remained shrouded in uncertainty. Regardless, her voice was not that of the basilisk, and Salazar's tone was unprecedentedly grave. He was not only concerned about the current predicament, but also anxious about the ambiguous condition of the basilisk. The young serpent's significance in his heart was no less than that of Gryffindor and the others. If he had once regarded Teresa as both a friend and sister, then the basilisk was his most cherished kin. Since her hatching, she had been under Salazar's devoted care. Never before had he tended to a life with such diligence. As the basilisk's struggles gradually subsided, she lay upon the ground, surveying the group with a frigid gaze, emitting a series of hissing sounds. At this moment, Salazar found himself unable to comprehend her utterances. Her silence was merely a cacophony of meaningless cries. The vengeful spirit was incapable of speech. The long serpent tail swept towards him, but Salazar and his 3 companions adeptly evaded it. Conversely, Dumbledore and Snape appeared far more perilous, retreating to a greater distance, their wands gripped tightly in hand, struggling to accept the sudden turn of events. "Sal, can you not control her at all?" shouted Gryffindor. Utilizing a levitation spell to momentarily ascend, Salazar evaded an attack from the basilisk, landing atop a rock. If I could still control her, would I be in this predicament? He bit down hard, suppressing the bitterness welling within. Do not hold back. She is no longer Helga. Hufflepuff remained hesitant, finding it difficult to confront a former ally. Ravenclaw comfortingly patted her back, assuring, "Hell, she is indeed no longer Helga." The massive form of the basilisk stirred up a cloud of yellow sand, obscuring their vision. Salazar sensed the creature drawing nearer, inhaling deeply to quell his emotions. He unleashed a shattering curse in the direction of the advancing serpent, then leapt down from the rock to evade temporarily. Helga was his own creation, and Salazar was acutely aware of her body's resistance to magic. Thus, he recognized that these ordinary spells would not inflict significant harm upon the basilisk. Perhaps due to having been slain by Salazar once before, Helga now pursued him relentlessly. The incident had occurred so abruptly that Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were unprepared to establish a binding formation for the basilisk. In truth, such preparation was futile. While they could restrain the spirit of the angel, they could not hope to bind the current Helga. Her speed was far too swift, leaving no opportunity for them to solidify their enchantment. Salazar did not wish to broaden the scope of the battle. He circled with the serpent creature while his mind raced, desperately seeking a way to awaken Highbowl. Highbowl should not have truly perished, otherwise it would not be a matter of losing contact, but rather a direct dissolution of their contract. As time progressed, others on the battlefield of dusk gradually became aware of the commotion and began to converge towards it. However, due to the vastness of the battlefield, only a handful arrived. From a distance, they witnessed Salazar and others engaged in combat with the serpent creature, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Mr. Dumbledore, what is happening here?" "Oh, no need to worry. They are merely having a slight disagreement with their pet." Casting aside a bloodied head, Teresa could no longer recall how many members of the Order she had eliminated. Following Salazar's directive, she pursued the Order's members relentlessly. Teresa's strength had significantly increased. After all, she had been a queen for many years and was no longer the timid girl from Gryffindor who rarely wielded a wand. If the members of the Order had been bolder and united against her, she might have found herself at a disadvantage, as they too were formidable beings from various factions. However, in their current state of scattered flight, Teresa could only offer a curt apology. Many among them recognized Teresa, the new queen who had led the vampires out from the shadows of the 13 clans' annihilation and had once been an object of their persuasion. Yet, Teresa harbored no sentiment for these old ties. Fueled by lingering annoyance, her efficiency was remarkable. In mere moments, the individual Salazar had previously observed from afar dwindled to almost none. Suddenly, Teresa raised her head, sensing unusual fluctuations through the bloodline connection with Salazar. Unlike the fervor experienced during battle, she perceived that Salazar's bloodline had fallen completely silent. Why the silence? Teresa's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition gripped her. Without time to wipe the blood from her hands, a pair of bat-like wings erupted from her back, tearing through her garments as she soared into the air. Could there be a problem? Hufflepuff asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on Salazar standing before the serpent creature, wand gripped tightly, ready to unleash a powerful spell. They remained oblivious to the approaching onlookers, their focus entirely on the solitary figure and the serpent. The issue lay in their ignorance of Salazar's true actions. Gryffindor appeared agitated, expressing considerable discontent with Salazar's unilateral decision-making. Such audacity. Why couldn't he consult them before embarking on such endeavors? Mere minutes prior, Salazar had left them with a cryptic message. "I have a way to locate Hayball's soul." He then abruptly turned, facing the serpent creature without any semblance of caution. He pointed his wand at himself, murmuring something softly, and then stood still, as if his soul had departed his body, resembling a statue bereft of spirit. The rapidity of these events left Gryffindor and the others utterly unable to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Salazar acted. Were it not for the trust forged over the years, they might have genuinely believed Salazar had lost his mind and was courting death. Coincidentally, the serpent creature halted before Salazar. It hissed, its enormous eyes fixed upon him, the once cold gaze gradually morphing into one of emptiness, mirroring Salazar's own state. For inquiries into the realm of soul, you should consult Rona. She might possess knowledge. Gryffindor patted Hufflepuff's shoulder, observing that, given the current circumstances, there seemed to be no immediate danger. Salazar had likely discovered the correct approach. But I truly do not know. Ravenclaw interjected suddenly, having remained a passive listener until now. She had attempted to study the magic Salazar employed, but everything had transpired too swiftly for her to grasp any understanding. Trust Salazar's judgment. You all know his indomitable will to survive. He would not take such a perilous risk without assurance of success. Were any of us in his position, we could scarcely guarantee our escape from the adjudicator. The group sighed in resignation, relieved that the situation appeared to stabilize for the moment. Just then, Teresa arrived, her gaze immediately locking on Salazar. She quickly discerned his unusual state and approached Gryffindor and the others to inquire about the situation. Hesitating, Ravenclaw voiced her suspicions. Although she was unaware of Salazar's exact actions, she had some conjectures regarding his current condition. It resembles a soul departure. Salazar must be daringly seeking Hayball's soul. Fear not. Since the serpent creature is in a similar state, it indicates he has indeed located Hayball's essence. For now, we can only wait for his awakening. In an instant, Teresa seemed to recoil as if struck by a tremendous blow. She gazed at the blood on her hands, her heart tightening with a sense of helplessness. Despite her newfound strength, Why did she feel so powerless to assist him? Dark thoughts began to fester within her, yet she swiftly cast them aside. Teresa strove to maintain a positive outlook. Though the situation was unclear, it surely could not herald ill tidings, could it? Salazar would never engage in endeavors devoid of certainty. In truth, the current predicament is merely the result of an extraordinarily amplified version of mind control. Salazar employed this magic to delve into his own memories, while simultaneously tracing the memories of Heber, aided by the ethereal connection between their souls. Although he could no longer sense Heber's soul, as long as their bond remained intact, any magic directed at his own psyche would likewise affect Heber. Previously, when the angelic wraith assailed Heber's spirit, he too experienced profound mental anguish, which spurred Salazar to devise this method. As his memories were explored, Heber naturally awakened. Her spirit ignited with fervor upon sensing Salazar's soul essence, approaching him with a mixture of indignation and longing. Within the realm of souls, Salazar beheld the angel's essence for the first time. It bore an uncanny resemblance to her former self, cold and lifeless, at that moment occupying Heber's form and manipulating her body. However, within their shared perception, the wraith's presence had significantly waned, and with Heber's awakening, control over her body and dominion over this spiritual realm gradually returned to her. Now, any unwelcome intruder would face a fate that rested solely in her thoughts. The angelic wraith's essence began to dissipate, and she screamed. Her featureless visage turned towards Salazar and Heber. Salazar felt as though a pair of malevolent eyes were fixated upon him, yet under this gaze, he gradually began to relax. Had the matter finally been resolved? However, just as he let his guard down, a melodious voice of a girl suddenly rang in his ears. "Ha, brother. How dare you come in here? But I truly despise you." The soul of the vengeful angel had not yet been completely extinguished, and I had not entirely pushed her away. She still occupied my body, brother. Our contract requires the integrity of both body and soul, and under these circumstances, our agreement holds no validity. The familiar tone, the well-known voice, the serpentine language. Highball. Salazar's voice brimmed with disbelief. For a fleeting moment, Hayball's voice swept past his ears. Swift as a fleeting shadow, light as a drifting cloud. Salazar even questioned whether he had merely conjured an illusion due to the intense battles he had endured recently. Yet, the young girl's voice was exceptionally clear, continuing, "I have finally found an opportunity unbound by the constraints of our contract. Brother, do you know how much I loathe you? What are you saying?" Salazar found it incredibly hard to believe what he had just heard. Furrowing his brow, he wished to scold Highball for jesting. Yet he distinctly felt his own soul gradually disintegrating. A colossal serpent's head leaned in, affectionately nuzzling against Salazar as it usually did. "Do you not understand, brother? What a splendid opportunity this is. You have entered the deepest recesses of my soul. Our contract can no longer bind me. I can finally exact my revenge." The injuries to the soul are irreversible, and an indescribable weariness began to take root within him, a chilling fear of death creeping into his heart. Nevertheless, Salazar stood there, appearing remarkably composed. He turned to look at Highball beside him, confusion enveloping his mind, as if his thoughts had solidified. He simply could not fathom how they had suddenly arrived at such a predicament. He recalled the altercation with Gryffindor at the observatory on a starless night. The potion he had once consumed had wrought permanent changes to his body. His night vision was acute, and that night, it seemed he had glimpsed a profound intent to kill in Gryffindor's eyes. Yet, at the last moment, his wand had slipped from the edge of the observatory, and Gryffindor's sword, which had been poised at his throat, had suddenly withdrawn, leaving only a slender line of blood before he departed in silence. In retrospect, how had he discerned that murderous intent? How could Gryffindor have genuinely wished to kill him? "Why do you hate me?" Could it be that he had simply misheard? That is an excellent question. Hayball's tone was laced with amusement. "Brother, do you know? Everything you have given me is what I never desired, while what you made me lose are the very things I was unwilling to relinquish. I do not wish to battle the Order of the Paladins, nor do I want to repeatedly provide you with potion ingredients, and I certainly do not wish to be imprisoned in a cramped tunnel for a millennium. Why should I endure this? I have made so many contributions for you, yet I am still confined in a secret chamber. This is unjust." Hayball's emotions intensified, her tail thrashing about wildly, releasing the turmoil within her heart. Salazar now finds himself in a rather unpleasant predicament, in comparison to his current state. The initial backlash he experienced upon arriving in this timeline pales in significance. His mind begins to swirl in confusion, though, in truth, he exists in a state of pure spirit. rendering the existence of a brain irrelevant. More critically, he senses an inexorable detachment from the tangible world, gradually withdrawing from all that was once familiar to him. A millennium ago, Hybel, I had no intention of regarding you merely as a tool. Yet, the colossal serpent's head of Hybel turned directly toward Salazar, her gaze brimming with resentment, malevolence seemingly surging forth. But you are indeed treating me as a mere instrument in your struggle against the Holy See. Can you deny it? You raised me according to the records not for this purpose. Salazar felt that the moment at hand was utterly incomprehensible. It was a sacrifice demanded by the era. And each of us stood prepared to embrace death, yet you still grapple with the notion of being exploited? Hypole, from the moment of your inception, your lineage destined you to be relentlessly hunted by the Holy See. By fighting alongside us, are you not also safeguarding your own existence? After uttering these words, he fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, his voice laced with self-mockery. Have you ever contemplated why I prefer you to call me brother rather than master? And what of after the war? Hypole's gaze bore into Salazar, for deep within her own soul, she wielded control over everything, rendering her ocular abilities ineffective in an instant. She could have reclaimed her freedom, retreating to some distant jungle to experience a liberty never before afforded to her. Yet what did you do? You confined me within the very chamber constructed to evade the Vatican, offering me sustenance as if it were a mere charity, and you even sealed that chamber. Hypole appeared to yearn for a comprehensive explanation from Salazar, while he sensed the dissipation of his own essence had come to a halt, as had the anguished spirits of the angels lingering some distance away. Until Salazar's complete obliteration, Hypole would not annihilate the angelic specters. Should she perish, the bonds of the pact would inevitably tighten once more. The serpent's colossal form coiled around him, and Salazar felt himself on the verge of being engulfed. In Hypole's early years, she often found herself in such a predicament, though back then, the serpent was merely a slender, elongated creature. Salazar felt an unprecedented pallor in language. As he endeavored to elucidate his thoughts to one who would never comprehend him, a futile endeavor from the outset. I once believed the chamber to be vast. Yet, for me, it is merely a prison. Can you fathom it? In such a confined cell, I have languished for nearly a millennium. You departed without a second thought. But what of me? Each time I awaken, I am met only with boundless, interminable solitude. The surroundings remain unchanged. And I have even lost track of the passage of time. I am truly on the brink of madness. Not long ago, when you entered the chamber, I stirred from my slumber, yet you merely cast a glance in my direction. I had previously mused that sealing the chamber was their idea, that you had fled, driven away by Gryffindor. And now, your willingness to awaken me is solely for the purpose of enlisting my aid in battle. Salazar stood there in silent contemplation, still unable to fathom the depths of hatred that had consumed Hufflepuff. It was made abundantly clear a millennium ago, when she was ushered into the chamber, that she could not remain in the outside world. Otherwise, all of Europe would descend into chaos. At that time, it was she who had consented to this arrangement. Brother, why do you remain silent? In these final moments of existence, do you not wish to exchange a few words with me? With a heavy sigh, Salazar found himself at a loss for his own emotions, feeling even more disoriented than when he had departed from Hogwarts. Yet, there was an inexplicable calmness within him. Even a faint urge to smile. Enough, Hufflepuff. Whatever you wish to convey must be said swiftly, once I have departed. There will be no one left to converse with you. Salazar's voice was low and steady as he conveyed his thoughts. He did not desire death, many matters remained unfinished. Yet, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he knew he could not escape unscathed. Gryffindor and the others would likely believe that he had perished alongside the angelic specter. However, do not seek vengeance upon them, for you would find it futile. After leaving the battlefield of dusk, they would ascertain that my soul had indeed vanished, and they would likely employ my body to stir trouble with the Freemasons, according to our pact from a millennium ago. Return to the chamber and do not venture forth again. At that moment, Salazar experienced a profound epiphany. Placing himself in Hufflepuff's position, he could understand how one might succumb to the agony of prolonged solitude, although he doubted he would have become as extreme as she had. Who could truly predict such things? Salazar was aware of his own character flaws, often exhibiting a terrifying extremism. If he had indeed experienced such a past, it would not be surprising for him to commit heinous acts. However, in an unexpected moment, he sensed that the grip of the serpent-like creature, Haber, had loosened. Her colossal head loomed closely over him, and in a moment of impulse, Salazar reached out and gently caressed her head. Haber appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at Salazar with wide eyes as tears streamed down her face in heavy droplets. An unforeseen occurrence had unfolded. Upon witnessing this scene, Sarah was momentarily taken aback. Why was Hybara weeping at such a moment? After enduring such prolonged suffering and harboring hatred for so long, one would expect joy at the prospect of revenge. Yet, how could I, as your brother, bear to truly let you perish? Hybara's form gradually became ethereal, wisps of smoke emanating from her edges. Her soul was fading away. In contrast, this realm of souls began to destabilize, and the anguished cries of the vengeful angel echoed once more, as she too began to dissolve into nothingness. Salazar gazed at her in disbelief, extending his hand to lightly touch Haybal's body. Hey, what are you doing? Haybal nuzzled against his shoulder, the scales brushing against Salazar's ear, evoking a tingling sensation. Haybal, stop. It's too late, brother. I no longer wish to live. The pain is unbearable. I frightened you just now, didn't I? Hee. Ha. Haybal, I can help you set a seal with them. We can release you. You need not return to the chamber. You can roam the world as an ordinary snake. It is too late. Salazar felt a chill as one side of his shoulder became damp, the cold scales brushing against his ear, while the voice of Haybal resonated softly. Brother, I despise you, yet I cannot bear the thought of your demise. It is unbearable. I wish to cease existing. Brother, do not forget me. Haybal's form dissipated entirely, along with this realm of souls, accompanied by the anguished spirit of an angel. Her essence reduced to a mere flicker. After her complete dissolution, Salazar sensed the reconnection of his bond with Haybal, yet it was unraveling at an alarming pace. The scene before him transformed back into a desolate battlefield, strewn with yellow sands during dusk, while beside him, Teresa clutched his sleeve tightly. Haybal lingered a mere 3 or 4 meters ahead, her consciousness still momentarily intact, though complete dissolution was merely a matter of time. Salazar felt as if the wounded part of his soul was being incessantly sliced by a knife. The pact between him and Haybal was being forcibly dismantled by her. This manner of destruction inflicted profound damage upon both their souls. In truth, had his soul not been previously injured, it would have been impossible to simply dissolve the contract. Yet, this also exacerbated the rate at which Haybal's soul was fading away. She fixed her gaze upon Salazar, her eyes revealing a mixture of tenderness and reluctance, but predominantly a sense of vengeful delight. She emitted a pained hiss that only Salazar could comprehend. Brother, does it hurt? Remember this feeling, and remember me. With that, Haybal's eyes closed, and the vitality within her swiftly dissipated, leading to her ultimate demise. Salazar stared blankly at her, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. Feeling utterly helpless, unable to grasp anything or prevent the inevitable. Time had passed, yet he remained the same child who had fled Slytherin Castle alongside Teresa, forced to watch events unfold before him with wide eyes. The scene before him gradually faded into darkness, and he heard Teresa's piercing scream. He felt himself being caught. Then his consciousness sank into a profound haze. Since Salazar had entered the soul space of Hufflepuff, only a few minutes had elapsed in the external world. Initially, Gryffindor had watched with keen interest. Among the four, he had always employed the least cunning tactics. Thus, when the others unveiled their peculiar and extraordinary methods, he could generally enjoy the spectacle with great enthusiasm. Surely, Sal must have located the soul of Haybara by now. Is it truly so challenging to awaken Haybara? How much time has elapsed? As he pondered this, he suddenly witnessed a man and a serpent, seemingly devoid of their souls, come to life with startling vibrancy. However, why does Salazar wear such an expression? The ensuing events only deepened his astonishment and bewilderment. What on earth were they discussing? Gryffindor had already sensed something amiss about them. But just as he could no longer restrain himself from seeking clarification, Hufflepuff suddenly collapsed before him. Gryffindor? Subsequently, Salazar appeared to be greatly affected, losing consciousness. Gryffindor found himself even more perplexed. What had seemed like a resolution now culminated in such an unforeseen outcome. He could sense the disturbance caused when Hufflepuff had forcibly severed the contract, which was the most confounding aspect for him. Teresa lifted the unconscious Salazar and approached them. Her expression grim. What is happening? What is wrong with him? Hufflepuff, though equally baffled, swiftly retrieved her wand and cast a healing spell on Salazar. There were no physical injuries, it was all on a spiritual level. This was troublesome. As a side note, this segment of the plot is quite challenging. 77, condensed. As Salazar awoke, the first light of dawn gently broke over the horizon. The clouds were bathed in a golden hue, appearing soft and inviting, while a few reluctant stars lingered at the intersection of night and day. An owl perched atop a branch surveyed its surroundings, its gaze meeting Salazar's as he lay in bed, looking out the window. The owl hooted softly before taking flight, causing the branch it had occupied to rise slightly, trembling as it released a few shimmering dewdrops. What a plump creature, Salazar mused silently, observing the sky outside. This is certainly not February 15th, 1982. The weather had grown warm. Spring had likely already reached its midpoint. The temperature must be nearing 20 degrees. Perhaps it was already April. Indeed, the living forces of the Freemasons had been nearly vanquished, making it no great challenge to eliminate those who wielded the forbidden spell controlling the twilight battlefield. Or perhaps the underground labyrinth posed no danger to them anymore. He propped himself up in bed, one hand pressed against his forehead, exhaling a heavy sigh. A sense of unease lingered within him, inexplicable and disconcerting. His soul felt hollow, devoid of the vibrations of another presence. As his gaze swept around the room, the decor was not unfamiliar, yet it was certainly reminiscent of a past encounter. The white, floral-patterned sheets, the regal-style furniture, and the romantically draped curtains all echoed the popular French aesthetic. Furrowing his brow deeply, Salazar pondered, why am I in the home of Nicolas Lemay? It was indeed the very room he had once occupied, and from this vantage point, he could see the exquisitely arranged garden tended by Madame Lemay just below him. Salazar surveyed the room, but the sorting hat was nowhere to be found. A fleeting moment of panic gripped him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Those three individuals were not easily dealt with, and they would not behave like Highbowl. The mere thought of Highbowl tightened his heart with an unbearable ache, prompting him to clear his mind and momentarily abandon all thoughts. After a considerable pause, the door was unexpectedly knocked upon, and after 2 gentle taps, it swung open. Standing at the threshold was a girl with curly brown hair, appearing to be around 10 years of age, clad in a pristine white knee-length dress. She stood there, vibrant and lively, her wide, sparkling eyes brimming with delight. Sal, you have finally awakened. Something felt amiss. A peculiar thought blossomed in Salazar's mind, and he tentatively called out. Hell, the girl nodded, surprised, aren't you? I have been reincarnated and have grown up. Salazar, he had heard of reincarnation. In Norse mythology, Helgi Hjorvardsson is said to have been reborn as Helgi Hundingsbane. The concept of reincarnation is present in Greek philosophy, and Eastern Buddhism speaks of the 6 realms of rebirth. Yet, regardless of the multitude of legends surrounding reincarnation, she, Helga Hecatpack, could absolutely not be a reincarnation. Salazar gazed intently at the youthful version of Hufflepuff, contemplating for a moment, and a thought began to form in his mind. Alchemical golems, perhaps? Hufflepuff sighed regretfully and nodded. Indeed, they are alchemical golems. Though they remain quite imperfect, I have been collaborating with Nicholas Flamel on this research, and perhaps one day we shall recreate the essence of life in this era. The bodies forged through the process of life transmutation are virtually indistinguishable from those of the living. However, upon their initial creation, these bodies lack a soul. If one truly desires to manifest a living being, one must endure a lengthy wait, for it is possible that, with the passage of time, these bodies may awaken. Such was the origin of the daughter of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Nevertheless, these soulless forms are particularly suited for the 3 individuals who are still in a Horcrux state. Their souls can temporarily detach from the Horcruxes and inhabit the alchemical golems. This cannot be considered resurrection. Fundamentally, they still exist in a Horcrux state. Thus their consciousness remains undisturbed. Their prior hesitance to utilize the alchemical golem method for revival stemmed from the absence of appropriate materials in this era. While it is feasible to create a less-than-ideal version, they have not yet reached a point of necessity to forsake the sorting hat, as they prefer quality over quantity. However, at this juncture, Salazar's soul would likely struggle to withstand the simultaneous wearing of 3 Horcruxes for an extended period, lacking any desire for deeper interaction with others. The most prudent choice remains the creation of alchemical golems. Salazar was undoubtedly aware of the challenges associated with the use of life transmutation in this era. Yet he could not conceive of a more effective method. The puppet body of Helga Hufflepuff displayed unmistakable abnormalities upon closer inspection, and residing within it must have been quite uncomfortable. I wish you success. Helga Hufflepuff approached and gently pressed Salazar back down onto the bed, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Salazar gazed at her with a look of perplexity, as he did not sense that there was anything amiss with his body. Sal, brace yourself mentally. Salazar harbored a foreboding sense of dread, yet, no matter how he pondered, he knew that his soul was merely wounded, and his body would not be drawn into the twilight battleground. What consequence could there be? The more he struggled to comprehend, the more grave he perceived the situation to be. After all, Hufflepuff was hardly akin to Gryffindor, where jest might linger at every moment. Hufflepuff adjusted the mirror atop the bedside cabinet, donning an inscrutable smile. Upon witnessing her expression, Salazar felt half of his anxiety dissipate. Although the circumstances remained complex, they at least did not seem to herald anything overly dire. Reflected in the mirror was a visage he recognized all too well, his own face from a millennium ago. The countenance he had encountered daily at the age of 14. His pallid skin, lacking in color, and his round eyes, still unformed, bore traces of youthful innocence. Most notably, his deep green eyes. Salazar finally comprehended the peculiar sensation he had experienced moments ago. "Herb, what is happening? Why me?" he exclaimed, his anxiety propelling him off the bed. However, misjudging his own height, he stumbled slightly upon landing, his long hair momentarily caught on the headboard. Hufflepuff stifled a laugh as she assisted him, despite her petite appearance. The essence of an alchemical puppet endowed her with considerable strength. "I did advise you to prepare yourself mentally." Salazar tugged at his hair, gazing at her with a tumultuous heart. How could this be? In his recollection, no magic could possibly yield such a result. This is a long story. Let us descend for a meal and discuss it then. After lying down for so long, aren't you even a bit hungry? Or can you truly hibernate like a snake? Hufflepuff took Salazar by the hand and led him out of the room, clearly exhibiting a degree of familiarity with the surroundings. "Let us eat first." "Very well." They descended the staircase together, and Salazar suddenly recalled something. "Hell, in your current form as an alchemical puppet, can you truly partake in a meal?" Hufflepuff looked up at him, his expression unmistakably questioning when he had become so Gryffindor. Upon reaching the ground floor, Salazar was astonished to find the other two present as well, both appearing to be around 10 years of age. The moment they spotted Salazar, their faces lit up with expressions of surprise. Sarah glanced at them, then turned to look at the Hufflepuff beside her, beginning to wonder why they all appeared to be the likeness of 10-year-old children. Such a condition was undeniably inconvenient. Gryffindor was busily engaged with a pumpkin pie, clearly also possessing the body of an alchemical automaton, yet he showed no sign of any peculiarity while consuming his food. He swiftly swallowed his mouthful and exclaimed, "Sal, you rascal, you've finally awakened. I thought you would sleep until summer." Salazar took a seat in the vacant spot opposite him, his gaze lingering on him for a moment, clearly intrigued by the puzzling notion of how an alchemical puppet could consume sustenance. It was only when Gryffindor began to fidget under his scrutiny that he finally averted his eyes. Salazar glanced around, inquiring, "What is happening? Where is Nicodemus Lamay? Why are we in his home?" Hufflepuff, seated beside him, and Ravenclaw, across from him, exchanged knowing looks. She lifted a bowl of corn chowder and took a sip. "You shan't see him today. It is time for him to partake of the elixir of immortality." As for why they found themselves in his abode, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw shared a conspiratorial glance, a flicker of amusement in their eyes. "If we weren't here, do you suppose my alchemical materials would have materialized from thin air?" In exchange for this, Hufflepuff had come to impart the long-lost knowledge that had faded from his era, supplemented by Malfoy's teachings, though little had truly been lost. Merely some trivial details. "He merely seeks to engage in discourse with another master of alchemy," Ravenclaw added. "Regardless, our current situation is rather favorable. It all hinges on the progress of life, transmutation." Gryffindor finally lifted his gaze from the bounty of food before him. "By the way, Sal, Teresa is now at the bookstore. I visited a few days ago. Her business is thriving, and she has penned some works." He extended a chicken leg towards Salazar. "Do try it. Hufflepuff's culinary skills are extraordinary. Modern preparations are truly remarkable." Salazar gazed at the chicken leg on his plate, hesitating momentarily before requesting a hair tie from Ravenclaw. He fixated on the pink tie, adorned with pearls threaded on fishing line, and after a brief struggle, ultimately decided to use it to secure his hair, rather than allowing his locks to become soiled. What did it matter if the vibrant pink exuded youthful charm when surrounded by familiar faces? He often paid little heed to his appearance, particularly when bolstered by Gryffindor's support. With the chicken leg in his mouth, he mumbled, "How did you all manage after I fainted? Teresa was tea hurt, was she? Isn't the second question the one you truly wish to ask?" Ravenclaw teased, leisurely sipping her coconut juice, her mood appearing quite splendid. Salazar lowered his head, enveloped in silence, and only when he was nearly finished with the chicken leg did he realize that perhaps, just perhaps, he was no longer able to consume such fare. Yet, he quickly recalled the deep green eyes he had seen in the mirror and felt a subtle sensation within him. Indeed, the source blood of Teresa had vanished completely. This realization left Salazar with a tinge of regret, as he had initially intended to delve into the methods of transformation between the states of vampire and human. However, he was not overly disheartened, for he had previously discovered that Teresa's source blood could not fully transform him. His Slytherin lineage still held dominance. But while amid, he had reverted to humanity, allowing him to indulge in the culinary delights of this era once more. The remaining morsel of chicken leg in his hand suddenly became tantalizing. Ravenclaw nudged Gryffindor with his elbow, signaling for him to speak. Gryffindor offered a wry smile, his expression instantly turning peculiar. "Sal, I must share something with you. But brace yourself. Salazar, why must we once again prepare ourselves mentally? Have they conspired today?" Yet, he felt little concern, for he was already aware of Teresa's current predicament. Moreover, Gryffindor's demeanor did not suggest that anything was amiss with Teresa. Instead, it bore an air of peculiar excitement. After Salazar nodded, Gryffindor lowered his voice and began to speak. "It is as follows. At this moment, none of us may be capable of confronting your girlfriend. Salazar, I swear. She must have been concealing her true abilities for some time. After you fell into a coma that day, Teresa's expression was utterly horrifying. After entrusting you to me, she ventured into the underground chamber and obliterated everything except for the forbidden spell core. Just imagine, in that vast twilight battlefield, not a single vengeful spirit was left standing after her rampage. The next person to enter the twilight battlefield will confront a desolate expanse of yellow sands, utterly unaware of what thoughts might plague their mind. Ha ha ha. Then she gathered what remained of the Brotherhood, compelling each of them to take their own lives. The power she displayed at that moment was no less formidable than our peak state. Had you witnessed it, you would certainly feel a sense of apprehension upon returning home." Salazar found it utterly impossible to associate the Teresa spoken of by Gryffindor with the person residing in his memories. "Wait, are you certain? Just Teresa?" Salazar mused, believing that Teresa had no need to conceal her true self. Gryffindor nodded emphatically, his expression radiating unwavering certainty. Salazar still sensed that something was amiss. "I assure you, Sal, you truly should have brought Teresa along at that time, and there would have been no need." The expression on Salazar's face instantly vanished. The atmosphere at the dining table had been delightful, and he had deliberately chosen not to dwell on the matter, temporarily forgetting it. However, now that Gryffindor had suddenly broached the subject, it felt as if a gaping wound had been prodded, and the pain surged anew. A moment of silence ensued. "Let me share my current state," he began. "With Teresa's source blood consumed, why have I reverted to my former self?" The topic shifted, and the ambience at the table lightened slightly. Ravenclaw shook her head. "This pertains to your lineage. We can only discuss what we have observed these past few days. The true circumstances must be felt by you alone. It is now April 5th, and you have been in a coma for nearly 2 months. 79. Ancestral reversion. Approximately half a month ago, your body underwent a transformation. That night, it was akin to a serpent shedding its skin. The scene was too intense for me to describe, though I trust you can imagine it. At that moment, you had already become the person you are now." Ravenclaw reminisced, a playful smile gracing her lips. Salazar inquired about the inexplicable nature of it all. Snakes, such delightful creatures, undergo shedding as a normal physiological response. However, he pondered, what prompts this molting? Moreover, is it not true that shedding signifies growth in snakes? Why then, in his case, does it seem to result in diminishment? As for the skin I shed, does it not come with clothing? The layer you discarded has been incinerated, leaving nothing behind. This fellow shared a chamber with you and was abruptly awakened by your movements in the night, so startled that he fled in fright. It is remarkable that he once wielded the sword of heroes. Ravenclaw cast a sidelong glance at Gryffindor, remarking that the clothing was donned by this individual, advising him to check if he had put it on incorrectly. "I've seen it. That cannot be." Gryffindor attempted to defend himself, adding that he was merely concerned for Salazar's well-being, wondering what it meant to flee in fright. Regrettably, no one engaged with his topic. "By the way, the portion of Teresa's blood that resided within you has completely vanished. I suspect your bloodline has been stimulated, resulting in a reversion to ancestral traits. Take a moment to assess your magical prowess and familial abilities for any changes." Tracing the lineage. The blood of Slytherin draws perilously close to that of a formidable magical creature, the feathered serpent. A reversion to ancestral traits signifies that a wizard's bloodline has become more akin to that of their forebears, a phenomenon that had become exceedingly rare in Salazar's era. In the contemporary wizarding world, it is virtually non-existent. Their bloodlines have thinned considerably over the passage of time, which is why squibs occasionally emerge among wizarding families. Should wizards continue their legacy, perhaps in a few centuries or millennia, the existence of wizarding families may dwindle, leading to an equal likelihood of magical children arising from both wizard and muggle households. A reversion to ancestral traits? Salazar furrowed his brow, disbelief evident on his face. Many wizards who experienced such a phenomenon a millennium ago were not necessarily powerful, yet each invariably acquired some unique ability. He felt dissimilar to them, for thus far, he had sensed nothing. The current affliction of his soul rendered him unable to concentrate, accompanied by intermittent, though not severe, headaches that proved sufficiently irksome. The manipulation of his magic encountered obstacles, rendering complex spells unattainable. Even more vexing was his inability to find a remedy for the profound injury to his soul. He could only hope for natural healing with the passage of time. He shared his current state with the three companions. Ravenclaw pondered deeply, and Hufflepuff appeared somewhat despondent. Only Gryffindor maintained an air of lightheartedness. Sal, consider this. Your life is preserved, and all remains possible. At worst, I shall assist you in the future. Salazar expressed a sense of comfort. In truth, he was not as pitiable as he might have seemed. When compared to the average adult wizard of the current era, he was still considerably more capable. It was somewhat akin to the time when he first arrived in this age and faced the backlash of magic. By the way, where was his wand? Was he merely embarking on a journey of uncertainty? Who could truly predict the marvels of magic? What if this was merely a form of self-protective mechanism of his body? Given the extent of his previous soul injury, it was, in fact, abnormal for him to exhibit only this minimal reaction. Yet, Salazar found himself experiencing a sense of enlightenment. He picked up his utensils and began to savor the culinary delights prepared by Hufflepuff. Although the vampire market in France offered a variety of blood flavors, no matter how expertly crafted, the simulated tastes could never compare to the authenticity of real food. However, at the dining table, he was the sole individual wielding knife and fork. After a few bites, he was compelled to halt, overwhelmed by the peculiar atmosphere. What is it, Sal? I believe there are matters we need to discuss. Sarah observed their expressions and could roughly infer what they wanted to say. Hastily, she attempted to shift the topic. Hell, you have only asked me if I can hibernate like a snake. I truly can, though not for long, only a few days. To be honest, I managed to escape from the court by feigning death. Is that the reason you never mentioned it before? Gryffindor retorted. No. Sarah, you must first assure us. Indeed, you must swear on the Slytherin family tree, that whenever you contemplate engaging in dangerous activities, you must consult us first. Hufflepuff added, their demeanor turning serious. Ravenclaw silently nodded, leaving Sarah with no room for evasion. We are not accusing you, Hufflepuff said gently. After all these years, we have come to understand each other's personalities and habits. We all have our flaws, which is why it is even more crucial to discuss matters together. But sometimes, I know what you wish to say. Haber was an accident. Hufflepuff fixed a steady gaze upon Sarah, unabashedly invoking that name. Yet, delving into another's soul should never be taken lightly. Even we would not dare to do so. Do you comprehend how fragile the soul is? Slytherin head, have the sordid methods of the court not imparted wisdom upon you? To recklessly expose your soul to risk. Am I to call you naive or foolish? Faced with Hufflepuff's fierce demeanor, Sarah found herself at a loss for words. She admitted that her actions that day had been impulsive, yet it was indeed the best solution she could conceive at the time. Observing her silence, Hufflepuff softened their tone. Sarah, you must understand, as long as you are alive, there is hope. Salazar suddenly recalled many years ago when his father urged him to flee, saying, as long as you are alive, there is hope. At that moment, he gazed into his father's face, observing the anxiety etched upon it. Yet he could only shake his head in bewilderment, unaware of where that hope lay. He was then thrust into the secret passage, where he encountered Teresa, who had yet to return. Yet, throughout the ensuing years, he clung to that elusive hope, managing to survive against all odds time and again. Now, hearing those words again, Salazar found himself in a state of bemusement. Was their sole objective not to establish a clock club? For languid souls, discussing what hope? Had it not been for the circumstances orchestrated by the previous Masonic order, they would likely still be perusing Muggle novels in the bookstore for amusement. Eventually, they might have ventured to the Leaky Cauldron for a respite, listening to a group of wizards, who were probably well acquainted, engage in lively discourse. All right, Salazar spread his hands. Hurl, I shall take no more risks. Please cease your scrutinizing gazes. Next time something arises, I will surely consult you. And then? Gryffindor inquired, his expression stern. Salazar averted his gaze, looking out at the blossoms that flourished in the spring sunshine. At this moment, those flowers were in full bloom, swaying gracefully in the morning light. He possessed a profound love for life. Each adventure he embarked upon was either forced upon him or arose from unforeseen circumstances. With a sigh, he proclaimed, "I swear by the honor of Slytherin, I shall never embark on a perilous venture unless absolutely necessary." Gryffindor regarded him in silence, and after a prolonged pause, he finally relented. "Well, it matters not. We cannot dissuade you." Following Salazar's gaze, he smirked. "If you were to perish, we would not be overly concerned. We would simply seek vengeance on your behalf. But remember this. Should you meet your demise, Teresa would undoubtedly be unable to survive alone. Do you think she was unaware of your survival last time? Had you truly perished then? She would have gone to great lengths to obliterate Hogwarts and then taken her own life." In a moment of perplexity, Salazar found himself at a loss for words. The assertive tone of Gryffindor extinguished any flicker of hope that lingered in his mind. Moreover, based on his understanding of Teresa, it was indeed plausible that she could undertake such actions. He and Teresa shared numerous similarities in their temperaments. They were acutely aware of their own radical tendencies. Yet once they had resolved upon a particular conviction, it was immutable. It is worth noting that his character had been significantly shaped by Teresa's influence. During their time in the Slytherin castle, in the tender years of his childhood, his mother had long since passed away, and his father was predominantly preoccupied with the family legacy. The scarce moments spent with his father were devoted to instructing his elder brother, who was burdened with high expectations. The household staff, gripped by a fear of magic, generally refrained from approaching him. The only individual he had spent significant time with was this runaway heiress. When did this mischievous young lady, who took delight in tormenting him, begin to harbor affection for him? This question had been a persistent source of torment for Salazar. Unbeknownst to him, he accidentally knocked over his pumpkin juice. Hufflepuff, quick on her feet, attempted to evade the spill, yet her reflexes proved slightly delayed, resulting in her white dress being stained with the viscous, sweet liquid. Salazar hurriedly sought to procure some paper, feeling a twinge of guilt as he caught sight of Ravenclaw glaring at him with disapproval. "Clean it up." Hufflepuff uttered the incantation with gritted teeth, while the Slytherin headmaster implored, "Please do not squander food like that foolish Gryffindor." Ultimately, the meal concluded with Salazar and Gryffindor jointly consuming every last morsel from the dining table. Salazar felt as though he had not experienced such fullness in many years. He was now in the physical state of his 16-year-old self. Prolonged malnutrition rendered him far from healthy, and the sudden indulgence in copious amounts of food felt like a grand adventure. Gryffindor, perplexed as to why he, too, was drawn into this, had always occupied a lowly position among the four, aptly described as residing at the bottom of the food chain. After all, one must heed the words of those who provide the sustenance. As they watched the others devour everything in sight, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw descended into the basement, where their experiments had been conducted of late. Hufflepuff possessed remarkable expertise in alchemy, while Ravenclaw's intellectual prowess could rival that of the Hogwarts library. Together, along with the formidable Nicholas Flamel, who had successfully created the Philosopher's Stone, their chances of resurrecting the elixir of life were quite substantial. However, in this endeavor, Salazar and Gryffindor found themselves rather unhelpful. One was a combat enthusiast, only moderately skilled in herbology, while the other, though a master of potions, had merely scratched the surface of alchemical knowledge. With a flick of magic, they tidied the dishes, returning each one to the cabinet with ease. Gryffindor settled onto the sofa. Perhaps due to his body being an alchemical puppet, he appeared entirely unaffected by the considerable feast he had consumed earlier that day. Salazar found himself momentarily paralyzed, unable to muster the desire to move. He cast a perplexed glance at Gryffindor and inquired, "Why has Hell prepared such an elaborate breakfast? Was it not just the three of you before?" Gryffindor reclined against the back of the sofa and replied, "Perhaps it is the novelty of contemporary seasonings that has piqued his interest." Salazar recalled her constant admonition against wasting food. Was it the same before? Had everything been consumed? Gryffindor nodded. "Indeed, but our current forms do not necessitate sustenance. The food we just ingested has been magically filtered away. We can consume as much as we desire, or choose not to eat at all. However, as you know, Helga has a profound passion for the culinary arts. Salazar, do not waste food. On another note, Sal, after your meeting with Mr. LeMay tomorrow, let us return to Diagon Alley, and we shall refrain from informing Teresa of your awakening." Gryffindor spoke with utmost sincerity. Indeed, one must maintain a courteous demeanor. Should Teresa truly wish to do you harm, do not resist. I have forewarned you. You are no match for her in her current state, and should you incite her wrath once more, this narrative may very well take a turn towards the sea of bitterness. Surely, it cannot be that dire. Wait, Did you not engage in a confrontation with her previously? Gryffindor. You have not, have you? Gryffindor. Diagon Alley, Whispering Souls Bookstore. Teresa sat behind the counter, slowly perusing a Muggle novel. As she read, her brow furrowed in evident dissatisfaction with the tale unfolding before her. How perplexing it was that Salazar would take pleasure in such drivel. She was engrossed in the very book Salazar had previously criticized, Jane Eyre. Teresa turned a few more pages, her impatience mounting, until she eventually flipped to the end. Why must I endure this when, as the protagonist, I would never part from Mr. Rochester? Could I not simply eliminate that woman? Then, in the dim light, she chuckled, a glimmer of danger flickering in her eyes. As a side note, this chapter feels quite sluggish. The next will be thrilling indeed. April 6, 1982. Nightfall approaches. Sarah gazed at the open doors of the bookstore, a profound sense of conflict etched upon her face. Should she simply step inside? She could scarcely fathom the tumult of emotions that must have coursed through Teresa as she witnessed the destruction of Slytherin Castle before her very eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she lowered her hood slightly and retraced her steps, purchasing a bouquet of fragrant lilies. Casablanca lilies, their meaning embodying great love, wishing you good fortune. The florist carefully wrapped the lilies and handed them to Salazar. Despite the hood obscuring his features, the shopkeeper recognized the youth's voice. Thank you. Clutching the bouquet, Salazar felt a touch awkward, yet the delicate fragrance calmed his tumultuous spirit. Upon returning to the bookstore's entrance, the sky had darkened entirely. He hesitated only briefly before continuing onward. Just then, the door curtain was abruptly lifted, revealing Teresa in a soft green gown, poised to close the shop. Upon noticing the figure standing at the threshold, holding a bouquet of lilies and shrouded in shadow, she was momentarily taken aback. Although the appearance was somewhat unexpected, the familiar aura allowed Teresa to recognize the figure instantly. You're awake? She approached slowly, stepping into the light that cast slanted shadows around her. Salazar, I have missed you so much. As the hood was gently pulled back, Teresa's face came into focus, and in that fleeting moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. But beneath that surprise lay an indescribable depth of emotion. Salazar was engulfed by a sense of helplessness as he extended the bouquet in his hand forward. Teresa accepted the flowers and suddenly grasped Salazar's hand, leading him into the shop. The door closed automatically behind them, and by this time, the establishment was devoid of customers, the lights on the ground floor having been extinguished. However, the absence of light did not pertain any discomfort to the pair as they ascended to the second floor. The atmosphere along the way was hauntingly silent. Salazar had been accustomed to the voices in his mind, and this profound quietude rendered him ill at ease. The second floor remained unchanged from when he had left. The magically modified glass lamp cast a gentle glow, and on the table lay an open book, its pages adorned with Teresa's meticulously crafted cursive handwriting, unfinished. Salazar could no longer contain himself. Teresa, are you not even a little angry? He understood that this was an act of folly, yet the peculiar sensation gnawing at his heart compelled him to voice his thoughts. Teresa turned to face him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How could I be? However, in the next instant, Salazar heard a sharp crack. The hawthorn wand he had previously used lay shattered in Teresa's hands, now split into two pieces. Indeed, Salazar, let me share a story with you. It is quite a lengthy tale. She seated herself by the bedside, and Salazar instinctively sensed that if he chose to dismiss her words at that moment, he would irrevocably lose something precious. Once, he believed that his feelings for Teresa were devoid of romantic inclination, that their bond resembled that of family or friends. Yet, once that veil was lifted, he discovered that those emotions he thought he had buried swiftly resurfaced. Over 700 years ago, this opening momentarily astonished Salazar. He had anticipated that Teresa would recount her tale from her own perspective, commencing from a millennium prior. Evidently, he had misjudged the situation. The bloodline of the 13 clans began to wane, and in stark contrast, the vampire community was engulfed in internal strife unlike anything seen in years. At that time, I was in Hamelin, Germany, amidst the rampant spread of the Black Death. The virus was terrifying, even circulating within the wizarding world. Teresa's face reflected a look of reminiscence, as if she were peering through the confines of that small room, experiencing the events and her former self once more. Salazar sensed that Teresa's grip on his hand had tightened slightly. He lifted his gaze and caught a fleeting glimpse of anxiety etched on her face. The magical realm, the Muggle regime, and our magical kin, all are in disarray. At that time, I felt utterly powerless. For the 3 centuries following your departure, I squandered my time, and now, in retrospect, I am filled with profound regret. Teresa sighed, yet her visage revealed little in the way of remorse. It was during an urgent summons from my family that I came to realize the turmoil in the Muggle world was merely a ripple from the magical domain. Salazar, can you fathom what my brother, the Duke Gabriel, intends to do? Salazar shook his head. He had not lived through that era, nor had he encountered Teresa's brother, leaving him unable to speculate. Remarkably, he aspired to achieve the fusion of the bloodlines among the various vampire clans. Unlike the gradual inheritance of ancestral blood through marriages, which often resulted in the loss of much along the way, his goal was to directly realize the merging of primal blood within an individual. The strength of the 13 clans had already waned significantly, and he had procured samples of each clan's primal blood, persistently conducting experiments. Those of us in the know deemed him mad, yet we found ourselves powerless to halt his endeavors. At this juncture, Teresa's tone grew fervent. After more than a decade, his experiments finally bore some fruit. However, the resulting primal blood was exceedingly unstable, yet he was elated. Then, a more terrifying event transpired. The next subject he chose was me. Our bloodlines were the closest, and if he succeeded with me, he would undoubtedly succeed with himself. Teresa reclined, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. After a grueling year of experimentation, he astonishingly succeeded once more, but alas, he underestimated me. 3 centuries ago, I had the audacity to face the battlefield, but what about him? I managed to escape, and I killed him. Yet, in the nearly 100 years that followed, my body underwent a profound transformation. The fused primal blood endowed me with immense power, yet it also rendered me a target for vampire hunters. Only when the 13 clans finally collapsed could I move about openly. During that time, I was the one who stabilized the vampire society, and they recognized me as their king. Salazar, do you understand? From the moment the experiment succeeded, my strength had already become comparable to yours back then. And now, 7 centuries have passed. Salazar was suddenly engulfed by a disorienting vertigo, and at that moment, he finally confirmed that the earlier dizziness he experienced in the Rodriguez castle was no mere coincidence. He recalled the words of Gryffindor from the previous day, urging him not to resist. At this moment, he ardently wished for that individual to experience it firsthand, as if he could truly control whether one would resist or not. The current state of Teresa, it seemed, was not merely akin to what Gryffindor had described as their peak condition, but rather comparable to their peak state when they were thoroughly prepared. Then, he felt a hand cover his eyes, plunging his vision into darkness, followed by the chilling touch of lips upon him. Sarah gazed at the open entrance of the bookstore, her face displaying a profound inner turmoil. Should she simply step inside? She could imagine that Teresa's feelings would be no less intense than her own as she watched the Slytherin castle crumble before her. After a moment's contemplation, she lowered her hood slightly and retraced her steps, purchasing a bouquet of fragrant lilies. Casablanca lilies, known for their symbolism of great love, were meant to bring good fortune. The florist meticulously wrapped the flowers and handed them to Salazar, who, despite wearing a hood, was recognizable by the timbre of his youthful voice. "Thank you," he said, holding the bouquet awkwardly, yet the sweet aroma calmed his nerves considerably. Upon returning to the bookstore entrance, the darkness of night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Salazar hesitated only briefly before moving forward. Just then, the door curtain was suddenly drawn aside, revealing Teresa in a delicate green gown, poised to close the store. Upon noticing the figure at the threshold, holding a bouquet of lilies and shrouded in shadow, her heart skipped a beat, though the initial appearance was somewhat unexpected. The familiar aura allowed Teresa to recognize him immediately. "You're awake?" She stepped closer, treading upon the slanted shadows cast by the light. "Salazar, I've missed you so much." As the hood was gently pulled back, Teresa's face loomed larger, and in that moment, her eyes flashed with astonishment, accompanied by an indescribable emotion that lingered within. Salazar experienced a sense of disorientation as he extended the bouquet in his hands forward. Teresa accepted the floral offering, suddenly grasping Salazar's hand and leading him into the shop. The door behind them closed automatically, and by this time, the shop was devoid of any patrons. The lights on the ground floor extinguished. However, the absence of illumination did not trouble the two. They ascended to the second floor together. The atmosphere was hauntingly silent, and Salazar, accustomed to the incessant chatter within his mind, found the stillness unsettling. The second floor remained unchanged from when he had last departed, a softly glowing glass lamp, enchanted by magic, illuminated the space, and on the table lay an open book, its pages filled with Teresa's neatly crafted cursive handwriting, left unfinished. Salazar could no longer contain himself. "Teresa, are you not the least bit angry?" He was acutely aware that this inquiry could lead to his own ruin. Yet the peculiar sensation within him threatened to drive him to madness if left unvoiced. Teresa turned to face him, a gentle smile curving her lips. "How could I be?" However, in the next moment, Salazar heard a sharp crack as Teresa held the hawthorn wand he had previously used, now split into two pieces. "Indeed, Salazar. Let me tell you a story. It is quite a long one." She seated herself on the edge of the bed, and Salazar instinctively sensed that if he were to refuse to listen at this moment, he would irrevocably lose something precious. He had once believed that his feelings for Teresa were devoid of romantic inclination. Their relationship resembled that of kin or friends. Yet, once that thin veil had been pierced, he realized that those emotions he had thought were dormant swiftly transformed. Over 7 centuries ago, this opening took Salazar by surprise momentarily. He had expected Teresa to recount events from her perspective, beginning a millennium ago. Clearly, he had misjudged the situation. The bloodline of the 13 clans was gradually withering, while turmoil within the vampire community surged, unprecedented in duration. At that time, I was in Hamelin, Germany, where the Black Death ravaged the land. A terrifying contagion even among the wizarding world. Teresa's face bore the mark of remembrance, as if she were gazing through the confines of the modest room, reliving the scenes of that era and empathizing with her former self. Salazar sensed that Teresa's grip on his hand had tightened slightly. He lifted his gaze and caught a fleeting glimpse of anxiety etched across her face. The magical realm, the Muggle authorities, and we, the magical races, have all descended into chaos. In those times, I felt utterly powerless. During the 3 centuries following your departure, I squandered my days in regret. Teresa sighed, yet her countenance revealed scant traces of remorse. At that time, my family urgently summoned me back, and it was then that I realized the turmoil in the Muggle world was merely a ripple from the magical realm. Salazar, can you fathom what my brother, Prince Gabriel, intends to do? Salazar shook his head. He had not experienced that era, nor had he encountered Teresa's brother, rendering him incapable of conjecture. He aspired to achieve a fusion of the primordial bloodlines among different vampire families, not through the gradual inheritance of ancestral blood via marriage, which often resulted in significant loss during the transmission process. His intention was to directly realize the amalgamation of source blood within a single individual. At present, the strength of the 13 clans had considerably waned, and he had collected fragments of each family's source blood, incessantly conducting experiments. Those of us in the know believed him to be mad, yet we found ourselves powerless to impede his endeavors. At this juncture, Teresa's tone grew fervent. After more than a decade, his experiments finally yielded some results. However, the source blood he had fused was exceedingly unstable, yet he was nonetheless elated. Then, a more terrifying occurrence transpired. The next subject he selected was I. Our bloodlines were the closest, and should he succeed with me, he would undoubtedly triumph with himself. Teresa reclined backward, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. After a year of relentless experimentation, he indeed managed to succeed once more, but alas, he underestimated me gravely. 3 centuries ago, I still dared to engage in battle, but what of him? I successfully escaped, and I killed him. Yet, in the ensuing century, my body underwent a profound transformation. The fused source blood rendered me immensely powerful, yet it also made me a target for vampire hunters. It was not until the complete downfall of the 13 clans that I could operate openly. During that tumultuous period, I played a pivotal role in stabilizing vampire society, and they came to regard me as their king. Salazar, do you comprehend? From the moment my experiment succeeded, my strength had already approached that of you from yesteryears. And now, 7 centuries have passed. Salazar was suddenly engulfed by a disorienting whirlwind. At that moment, he was finally convinced that the abrupt dizziness he experienced in the Rodriguez castle was no mere coincidence. He recalled Gryffindor's admonition from the previous day about not resisting. And at this moment, he wished fervently for that fellow to experience it firsthand, as if he could somehow govern the act of defiance. The current Teresa, it seemed, was not merely akin to what Gryffindor had described in their peak condition, but rather, she resembled their optimal state when thoroughly prepared. Then, he sensed a hand covering his eyes, his vision dimming, as a pair of icy lips brushed against him. On April 7, 1982, as Lupin arrived at work, the door to the Whispering Soul bookstore remained shut. At this hour, Teresa would typically have already opened, as she was known for her early rising. Fumbling for the key. This marked the first occasion Lupin had utilized it since acquiring it. The first floor of the bookstore appeared just as he had left it the previous day. With practiced ease, he dusted the shelves, maintaining the cleanliness that had always prevailed here. On the second floor, Teresa opened her eyes to the blinding light, which jolted her awake. It was well past her usual rising time, likely around 10 in the morning. As she slightly turned her head, she beheld the figure lying beside her. In an instant, her most recent memories flooded back, and a blush crept across her face. She lifted her hand to shield her visage, slowly turning away in the morning light, curling up in a ball. When Salazar awoke, he found Teresa gazing at him through the gaps between her fingers. They were so close that he could feel the warmth of her breath. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and Teresa sprang up as if scalded. She dashed into the bathroom, her speed rendering her merely a fleeting shadow. Left alone in the room, Salazar felt a wave of relief wash over him. Unlike the tumultuous emotions that had ignited within him the night before, which he still could not comprehend. Yet, in retrospect, it felt unexpectedly pleasant. Previously, he had always regarded such matters as rather unsavory. He lay on the bed, gazing out the window until the sound of water ceased. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Teresa emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her chestnut hair still dripping, her complexion less flushed than upon waking, yet decidedly more radiant than usual. With a flick of her wand, she dried herself swiftly, though the delicate green dress from the previous day was no longer suitable for wear. While Teresa selected her attire for the day, Salazar rose and entered the bathroom, standing beneath the shower, allowing the water to drench him from head to toe. By the time they descended the stairs, midday was fast approaching. Remus sat behind the counter, engrossed in a book. Were it not for the paycheck he had received and the Wolf's Bane potion from last month, he might have doubted whether he had merely changed schools. Typically, patrons only interrupted him when they sought to replicate a particular book. Otherwise, the bookstore remained a haven of tranquility, steeped in a serene reading atmosphere. He pondered the origins of Mr. Ogroth and the enigmatic Miss Gabrielle, whose tomes contained knowledge he had never encountered before, yet he could discern their intrinsic value. The mere mention of Miss Gabrielle reminded him of the time in February when he had transformed into a werewolf and lost his sanity. On that fateful day, she had knocked him out with a single punch while he was in wolf form. Was this something a normal person could accomplish? Since then, Remus had approached his work with renewed seriousness. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, he looked up to see Miss Gabrielle, and behind her stood a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Ogroth. What could this mean? Was he perhaps Mr. Ogroth's brother? It was uncertain. Vampires lived for centuries, and although Mr. Ogroth appeared to be in his 20s, his true age was a mystery. The two newcomers, however, seemed disinclined to offer any explanations. After a brief greeting, they departed the bookstore. Today, Teresa donned a white blouse layered with a rose-hued knitted vest adorned with star motifs, complemented by a knee-length cream-colored tulle skirt that billowed like petals in the breeze. Recently, she had developed a keen interest in Muggle attire, which was quite normal. Wizarding garments often lacked variety, while traditional vampire clothing was overly formal. Salazar was certain he had not seen Teresa wear the same outfit twice in recent days. Salazar, if anyone inquires, just say you're the younger brother of your former self. Teresa whispered conspiratorially in his ear. Many in Diagon Alley were familiar with Mr. Ogroth and held him in high regard. Considering their current circumstances, Salazar deemed this a prudent suggestion and nodded in agreement. For now, that will suffice. Their first stop was the Elops Owl Emporium, as Hogwarts owls were often overburdened, and they required one for their needs. After last night's events, Teresa had seemingly calmed down. Although she still harbored some grievances regarding Salazar's reckless behavior, she was no longer fixated on it. As long as Salazar refrained from repeating his folly, the incident would be laid to rest between them. Upon entering the dimly lit Elops Owl Emporium, they were met with the penetrating gaze of countless pairs of eyes. The owls, nestled in the shadows, scrutinized the two customers with quiet curiosity. "Welcome. Are you here to select an owl?" Sarah gazed at the owls cloaked in darkness, their demeanor suggesting they were oblivious to the remarkable night vision possessed by humans or perhaps accustomed to the presence of visitors, continuing their playful antics. Indeed, acquiring an owl was essential. What species do you desire? The grass owl is an excellent choice, known for its swift and powerful flight, silent as a whisper, primarily preying on rodents and hares. It is priced at 10 gallons. The barn owl is also a commendable option, unlike the long-eared and short-eared owls. It boasts a chocolate brown to gray-brown upper body, adorned with a scattering of white spots atop its head and large white splotches on its back and shoulders. Its underbelly is white, elegantly marked with brown streaks, a truly exquisite sight. The shopkeeper continued his enthusiastic exposition. Yet Sarah and Teresa had already turned their attention to the owls within the store. "Sarah, look at that one with the white collar around its neck. It's simply adorable," Teresa exclaimed, her face illuminated with surprise as she pointed to one of the owls. It was a small species. Its facial disc unobtrusive and lacking tufts. Its upper body was a gray-brown, densely speckled with white spots and bars. The neck bore a subtle white collar. And its underbelly was white with brown stripes. Salazar felt that the owl appeared rather endearingly naive, a quality that cast serious doubts on its ability to deliver messages. How could one possibly overlook the presence of a cat? This was a speckled owl, a species known for its affable nature and swift, steady flight. However, one should note that it lacked the capacity to safeguard letters, costing merely 7 galleons. "We could certainly attach some protective charms to it," Teresa whispered in Salazar's ear. She had always possessed a soft spot for these fluffy, adorable creatures. Otherwise, she would not have so readily taken in those 2 plush companions. After making their purchase, the pair exited the Elop's Owl Emporium, leaving the speckled owl unconfined, opting instead to allow it to carry a letter directly back to the bookshop. Hopefully, Lupin would take a liking to this little fellow. As they passed the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Teresa suddenly released Salazar's hand to procure a vanilla ice cream. Sarah gazed thoughtfully at the ice cream presented before her, then lifted her head to meet Teresa's eyes. "My body may have shrunk, but my mind remains unaffected." Teresa reclaimed the ice cream and took a lick herself. This has nothing to do with age. Having once experienced a brief period as a vampire, Sarah was well aware of the consequences of indulging in such treats, prompting her to swiftly take it back. Teresa smiled playfully at her. "I thought you enjoyed these delights. Didn't you once harbor resentment towards me for these very foods?" Salazar felt that he could not have uttered such words. He recalled a moment during their journey at a gas station when Teresa had indeed mentioned the vampire market in France just as he was entertaining similar thoughts. At that time, he had dismissed it as mere coincidence. But was it not a coincidence? It certainly was not. Teresa's voice was sweet, and she deliberately elongated her tones, amplifying that sensation. "Salazar, in your absence, whenever I find myself with even a moment of leisure, I endlessly reminisce about the memories we shared. Coincidentally, my free time has been abundant, and I comprehend the meaning behind each of your expressions." Teresa once again clasped Salazar's hand, sensing his body stiffen for a brief moment. "You have not changed at all. It is truly wonderful." The ice cream in her hand suddenly lost its flavor, and Salazar had never regretted his hasty departure so profoundly. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have taken Teresa along on his time-traveling journey, and they could have brought Highball with them. Teresa noticed the momentary pallor that crossed Salazar's face and regretted broaching this topic. What she regretted even more was how easily she had believed Salazar's assurances that there would be no issues. Pressing her lips together, Teresa took Salazar's free hand and said, "Let us go. Did you not say you would buy me a cat? Let us visit the magical zoo." She did not consider that a portion of her negative emotions might stem from a fear of her innermost thoughts being laid bare. Although Teresa spoke in this manner, she was not truly capable of mind reading. It was more akin to a psychological control over emotions, specifically concerning Salazar alone. Diagon Alley is not particularly vast, and soon they arrived at the magical zoo. Upon reaching their destination, Salazar finally grasped the significance of Teresa's assertion about perceiving one's thoughts. Such an effect could only stem from magic. Based on experience and familiarity, one could at most infer general emotions. While Teresa's explicit articulation of her mental state was likely a mere deduction based on the current circumstances, Salazar finally felt a sense of relief, primarily due to the significant alleviation of the pressure he had been under. The notion that someone could constantly monitor one's thoughts, regardless of their intimacy, is indeed an alarming prospect. Perhaps Teresa's sentiments stemmed from her lingering anger. He let out a soft sigh, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Although Salazar sincerely believed that he was not acting out of willful recklessness this time, but rather found himself involuntarily entangled, the outcome was evident, leaving him with little to say. Upon entering the magical menagerie, he was swiftly captivated by the myriad of peculiar creatures. Before arriving in this era, Salazar had been utterly unaware that wizards could harbor a fondness for toads. He found it quite impossible to appreciate the beauty of such creatures. Choosing a cat was far more challenging than selecting a suitable owl. He harbored no particular fondness for cats, to be precise. He lacked affection for any creatures that indulged in erratic frolics. For reasons unknown, Teresa seemed to attract the affection of the little animals. Just as Salazar was nearing his limit of tolerance for the environment, Teresa chose an entirely black cat, devoid of any stray hairs. As they paid and departed, Salazar truly exhaled in relief. "Do you have any places in mind?" Teresa furrowed her brow in contemplation, but regrettably realized that after finally having a chance for a date, she could not conceive of an appropriate venue. "If there are no other options, how about the Leaky Cauldron?" Salazar suggested, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the ambience of the establishment. Listening to the conversations around him instilled in him a sense of relaxation, as if he were in a safe haven. During the Holy War, there was scarcely a place that could allow one to unwind with a drink. And even after its conclusion, the wizarding world took a considerable time to regain its vitality. Teresa nodded, having no strong opinions on the destination. Being with Salazar was sufficient for her. The two made their way to the Leaky Cauldron, during which Teresa named her new pet Lilith. Wait a moment. Isn't that the name of a vampire ancestor? Salazar felt quite astonished. Teresa, stroking the black cat nestled in her arms, smiled. "My lineage carries the blood of a vampire family. If Lilith were still alive, she might just be a more perfected version of myself." Salazar refrained from pursuing the topic further, recalling what Teresa had previously conveyed to him. The essential tenet of her brother's experiment was to amalgamate the bloodlines of all families to draw closer to their ancestors. This led him to ponder another question. "Teresa, why is the bloodline you provided me still solely from the Gabriel family? Can you separate and converge the control of the bloodlines?" Teresa nodded. "This is something I have only recently discovered. The degree of integration between these bloodlines and myself has been steadily increasing. Initially, I thought perhaps my emotional fluctuations were causing a sudden acceleration in the integration process, which is why I possess my current strength." With this revelation, Salazar's confusion was completely alleviated, and they coincidentally arrived at the back entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. The tavern buzzed with its usual liveliness. Once the shadows dissipated, it swiftly regained its vigor. They settled in a corner, ordering butterbeer and Hungarian blood wine, absorbing the cacophony around them. Though they sat in silence, neither felt the slightest hint of boredom. However, this atmosphere was soon disrupted when Salazar spotted the old wizard in a gray robe entering through the door, none other than Dumbledore. Teresa noticed that Salazar's demeanor shifted dramatically at the sight of Dumbledore. Had he not so recklessly instigated a confrontation with the Freemasons, the subsequent events would never have transpired. Dumbledore was aware of the Freemasons' plans but chose to continue hosting gatherings regardless. Although he ultimately achieved his objective, it was inevitable that Salazar, who had been ensnared and manipulated, would harbor grievances. Trusting in the position of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Salazar had previously held no doubts about Dumbledore. In his view, regarding the Freemasons, they could take their time to gradually dismantle their influence, thus avoiding any risks. While locating members of the Freemasons was a challenge, it was not insurmountable, if necessary. He could simply cast a curse over the entire group. This curse would be less potent, but would provide him with a rough coordinate. When the battlefield at dusk had emerged, Salazar, in his haste, had not anticipated that the three of them would also appear there. He genuinely believed the situation would not be so easily navigated. Dumbledore appeared to be making his way through the Leaky Cauldron towards Diagon Alley when he was suddenly called to a halt by a voice. "Mr. Dumbledore, please wait." Dumbledore turned around, puzzled, as the voice struck him as remarkably familiar, yet he could not immediately recall who it belonged to. Upon turning to see Teresa and Salazar, he was even more astonished. "Mr. Sogros?" Salazar nodded. "It is I." Dumbledore, seated across from them, wore a look of perplexity. "Mr. Ogros, forgive my boldness, but this..." Salazar sighed, choosing not to dwell further on the subject. "I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, but this appears to be a form of self-protective mechanism of my body. Once my soul is restored, I believe my physical condition will also return to normal." This was the most plausible conclusion reached by the four of them. Salazar is no longer fearful of revealing his true circumstances to Dumbledore. The time has passed since his arrival in this era. Dumbledore ought to be less wary of him now. After all, they have both harnessed each other's strengths. Could such a profound wariness still persist? Furthermore, Teresa's formidable power is, in fact, advantageous for him. Although it may complicate his current situation, it is merely a challenge within the confines of their internal dynamics. Salazar directly addressed the matter at hand. "Mr. Dumbledore, given that you are already aware of the Freemasons' intent to assault number 12, Grimmauld Place, why have you chosen to convene there nonetheless?" Salazar inquired directly. And Dumbledore exhibited no surprise. He had already discerned that this founder of Hogwarts was not one to speak in convoluted phrases like the contemporary Slytherins. Perhaps in his era. The circumstances did not permit such circumlocution. What a splendid opportunity! Dumbledore exclaimed, waving his wand, enveloping them in a transparent barrier that muffled all external sounds. A novel enchantment. Despite Salazar's current grievances with Dumbledore, he could not deny the latter's magical prowess had he been placed in their time. His achievements would likely have surpassed those of the present. Mr. Slytherin, you must comprehend the formidable challenge of apprehending a member of the Order. The chance to confront one in a decisive battle is exceedingly rare. Should we fail to inflict a significant blow to the Order, we must brace ourselves for the potential assassinations that could emerge from all directions. Dumbledore spoke with sincere gravity, and Salazar found himself in agreement. However, he interjected, "No, you misunderstand. My point is that you should not entangle a group of uninformed individuals in a conflict against an adversary whose true nature remains concealed." Dumbledore furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he could not refute this point. "Mr. Dumbledore, I must say, your heart is rather unyielding. As for my colleagues from the Ministry, we are merely outsiders. Deceiving outsiders into risking their lives is, indeed, commonplace. Yet can you assure me that the members of the Order are fully aware? Are not the members of the Order primarily your own allies? Why do you still withhold the truth from them?" Dumbledore fell into silence. After a moment, he sighed softly, his blue eyes behind the lenses devoid of the childlike innocence they once held. He blinked, revealing a weariness befitting his years. "These are inevitable sacrifices. A concept you should grasp. Miss Helena once recounted to me that you two had utilized young wizards as bait, had you not?" "Helena?" The sudden mention of the familiar name disrupted Salazar's prior emotions, his shock evident. "Are you certain it was Helena? The daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff?" Dumbledore mirrored his astonishment, reiterating Salazar's words. "The daughter of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff? But is she truly?" Dumbledore nodded, his expression a tumult of conflicting emotions. Salazar was instantly filled with excitement, utterly unaware of the events that would soon unfold. He was simply delighted by the presence of yet another familiar figure from his past. Once he returned, he planned to pen a letter to share this wonderful news with them. "Oh, might I confirm once more, is the current ghost of Ravenclaw at Hogwarts the daughter of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff?" Salazar finally comprehended what Dumbledore truly intended to inquire. He pondered whether he himself lacked the depth to transmute life into its essence, for such a level of alchemy eluded even his understanding. Indeed, it was perplexing. Had Helena truly articulated such sentiments in a conventional sense? Dumbledore nodded, and Salazar's expression darkened with the gesture, as the joy of reconnecting with an old acquaintance evaporated, leaving only a simmering agitation. He could hardly believe that the once adorable little girl would utter such words. His memories drifted back to that fateful night. But do you grasp the entirety of the situation? Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had employed transfiguration to disguise themselves as young wizards, mingling among us. We had meticulously prepared our formations, and prior to our actions, we had already discerned the potential number of knights and priests the Church might dispatch to that area. We ensured that the aftermath of the battle did not touch those young wizards in the slightest. When the Church was drawn in, Roger, the first student of Gryffindor, led the young wizards away. At that time, Hogwarts was still in its infancy. Yet they had already commenced the rescue of those children who had been marked as evil due to magical disturbances. Back then, they had only just begun to dabble in the realm of forbidden spells, far from the formidable prowess they would wield during the final confrontation. After Roger departed with the young wizards, the remaining four, along with several like-minded companions, stayed behind to battle against a cardinal, over 100 priests, and 2 fully formed knight orders until the break of dawn. Ultimately, they were left with only half of their number. While the Church's remaining forces consisted of a few fleeing knights, it was their inaugural clash with the Church. What else did Helena say? "Do not distort the narrative." Came the brief silence. Dumbledore could hardly remain oblivious to the embellishments in the tales Helena had shared years ago. It suddenly dawned on him that Helena's recounting was nothing more than a tale, a narrative from the perspective of a young wizard. Dumbledore felt a deep sense of remorse for the ghost of Ravenclaw. He recounted the events in their entirety, and Salazar felt as though his initial sentiments of nostalgia had been cast aside. Now, he yearned to visit the LeMay household and confront the ghostly storyteller alongside Helena as 2 mothers, to see what lessons she had imparted to posterity. If Helena were present, she would undoubtedly feel quite aggrieved. After all, isn't storytelling meant to be filled with twists and turns? From the perspective of a young wizard, If the dangers were not depicted, what significance would the tale hold? Salazar, now devoid of the inclination to further reproach Dumbledore for his irresponsibility as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, remarked, "Let this matter rest here. The remnants of the Masonic forces can be entrusted to the Ministry of Magic. I wish to witness no more such reckless actions. Mr. Dumbledore, we are no longer immature wizards. We must take responsibility for our actions. Should you persist in your obstinacy and engage in behaviors unbecoming of your current stature, we shall have no choice but to deliberate whether Hogwarts requires a new headmaster." Despite the knowledge that the figure seated across from him was, by all accounts, his elder, Salazar could not shake the peculiar sense of dissonance emanating from Dumbledore's appearance and demeanor. Salazar gazed intently at Dumbledore, awaiting his response. The sincerity in Dumbledore's blue eyes, visible through his spectacles, was striking. At last, he nodded and assured, "Rest assured. I shall safeguard the students of Hogwarts and will not act as recklessly as I did before, for my understanding of the order was insufficient. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Slytherin." Salazar could almost envision that if Gryffindor were still perched atop his hat, he would undoubtedly scoff, questioning the utility of apologies. What good are they? Why not resolve the angels' grievances yourself? A millennium ago, Gryffindor's bravado might have merely served as intimidation. However, Slytherin would never utter a word devoid of significance before truly severing ties. This implies that if Salazar were still inclined to engage in a measured dialogue, the individual in question had yet to reach the point of no return in his eyes. It was also Dumbledore's failure to allow Snape to voice a word that perhaps led Salazar to find himself seated here in earnest conversation with him. If Dumbledore had indeed ensnared them without their awareness, Gryffindor might have already been at the door of the Hogwarts headmaster's office, ready to gamble. Yet, the choice to remain was ultimately theirs. When Snape warned them of the potential ambush, they had the opportunity to depart. Therefore, Dumbledore cannot be blamed for their current predicament. Salazar still sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere was thick with the stench of moral coercion. How could it be moral coercion once more? Salazar cast a sidelong glance at Teresa, who seemed to recall her earlier act of desperation, which should have been a feigned attempt to threaten with death. She cleared her throat softly and took a sip of Hungarian blood wine, momentarily easing the tension in the atmosphere. Dumbledore lowered the translucent barrier and requested a glass of lemon liqueur from Old Tom, subsequently engaging Salazar in a discussion regarding the recent riots occurring in several dragon sanctuaries in Romania. It was evident that Teresa wished to avoid any prolonged conversation with Dumbledore. Recently, various magical species had stirred up considerable trouble, with fire dragons being the most disruptive and challenging to manage. Indeed, controlling fire dragons proved to be a formidable task. Reports from the Romanian dragon sanctuaries indicated casualties among the staff, prompting their families to demand explanations from the sanctuary owners. Some sanctuaries had even resorted to disbanding their employees, openly declaring their inability to tame these fire dragons. Dumbledore lamented the emergence of these new fire dragons, which had apparently gone unnoticed until now. It seemed that the remnants of the Illuminati were still unwilling to relinquish their plans. However, they appeared to lack the courage for another surprise attack. As their leadership had suffered near total casualties on the battlefield at dusk, their primary reliance now rested on the animosity stirred among the various magical races. The Ministry of Magic had been exceedingly busy, with the Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts nearly overwhelmed with calls. Owls delivering messages flew overhead, and even during the day, one might catch sight of two weary-looking owls passing by, causing a ripple of concern among Muggles throughout Britain, where terrifying rumors circulated. "Let us hope the situation remains contained," Salazar remarked, expressing his hope that the magical races were beginning to weaken. Otherwise, the wizarding world would indeed be in grave peril. "I sincerely hope so," Dumbledore replied, sipping his lemon liqueur, his expression darkening as he recounted the recent disturbances, wishing that Fudge, the Minister for Magic, would exhibit some foresight and refrain from solely seeking to eliminate the rebellious magical races. "From my observations, many would prefer to resolve matters at the negotiation table." Surrounding patrons seemed largely indifferent to the unfolding crisis, continuing their discussions of mundane matters. Only a few expressed concern about the ministry's activities, primarily worried about the potential impact on their own lives. As long as the threats posed by the magical races had not yet encroached upon them, the atmosphere remained relatively calm. One could only anticipate that it would soon mirror the desolation experienced during the height of the Death Eater's onslaught. Reflecting on the Death Eaters prompted Salazar to recall another matter of uncertainty regarding Dumbledore's awareness. By the way, Mr. Dumbledore, do you remember encountering Tom Riddle on the battlefield at dusk? Riddle's Horcrux? Dumbledore responded, momentarily taken aback by the mention of the name, before his brow furrowed. Do you know him? Salazar proceeded to recount his chance encounter with the locket at 12, Grimmauld Place. I had Severus inquire about you. Did he not mention it? Dumbledore shook his head, his demeanor returning to normal. He likely assumed it unnecessary to mention, believing that Riddle had perished in the basilisk's lair. Salazar recalled that Tom was certainly not the first to possess a Horcrux, and he sighed. He could not have perished there, Mr. Dumbledore. You must be aware of Horcruxes, correct? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, his expression once more darkening. I have encountered references to them in literature, yet have never witnessed one firsthand. It appears to be a most malevolent form of magic. Salazar pondered to himself that he had indeed encountered her in the realm of reality, and she was perhaps the most extraordinary Horcrux in history. During this period, the Sorting Hat resided in the LeMay household, and the Gryffindors were required to return to the hat for half of each day. Otherwise, their souls would succumb to weakness. After all, they had not truly been resurrected. Even with the completion of the alchemical process of life, they still depended on the Sorting Hat as their vessel for the soul. In my era, Horcruxes were not considered particularly malevolent. There were countless individuals wishing to end our lives, and utilizing their souls to create Horcruxes was an apt choice. However, in the present day, employing death row inmates as Horcruxes would also be a viable option, though one might assume Tom Riddle would not resort to such measures. Lifting a mug of butterbeer, Salazar took a sip. He had gradually grown accustomed to this sweet beverage, which, in any case, was far more palatable than blood. Fortunately, Teresa was not constantly preoccupied with thoughts of how to transform him, which was indeed a relief. Had he expressed this sooner, perhaps they would have been together a millennium ago. In truth, regarding her merely as a sister had long been Salazar's excuse for not wishing to become a vampire. Yet, as time passed, this excuse became so ingrained that even he started to believe it. Before the Slytherin castle fell victim to the church's assault, the head of the Slytherin family had already contemplated a union between his youngest son and the Gabriel family, a marriage that would, of course, serve as a means of annexation, steeped in intrigue. Nevertheless, the youthful Salazar, unburdened by such considerations, felt no resistance to this notion at the time. Salazar has always believed that Teresa's obsession began at this moment. He never considered that this union might have been initiated by Teresa herself approaching his father. Had it not been for the subsequent purges within the church, she would have inevitably been compelled by her family to enter into a marriage alliance. In comparison to the husband previously chosen by her family, Salazar, with whom she had spent several years, seemed a commendable choice that her father would likely approve. The Slytherin family is a more formidable wizarding lineage than the 13 clans, and while this choice may possess an element of risk, it undoubtedly maximizes potential benefits. Recently, Teresa employed emotional manipulation to successfully convert Salazar, a tactic that, albeit somewhat unscrupulous, heightened Salazar's psychological defenses. This accounts for the prolonged duration before they finally united. As memories flickered through his mind, Salazar set down his goblet, feeling a weight in his heart. This, perhaps, is the effect of an excessively protracted passage of time. When reflecting on the past, even joyous moments become tinged with a shadowy hue. Dumbledore inquired, but he has already died once. The Horcrux was destroyed in the catacombs of the battlefield at dusk. Why do you believe he still lives? A cold smile played upon Salazar's lips. That could hardly be his first Horcrux, and it is quite likely not his last. Based on my deductions regarding his soul's condition, the fragment residing within my locket should indeed be the third Horcrux. Even if he has perished once, there must still be at least 2 remaining. He retrieved the locket from his pocket, which now appeared nearly as it did when he once wore it. With Tom Riddle's essence dissipating in the dusk-lit depths of the battlefield, it had returned to its former glory. This morning, Salazar had forgotten to wear it due to the events of the previous night. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeper as he gazed at the locket. A sense of familiarity washing over him. It seemed to be the fabled Slytherin locket. Yet, Slytherin himself sat directly across from him, while the relic was no longer possible. This was undoubtedly an artifact of Salazar's past. Mr. Dumbledore, you must know him well, that Voldemort, if he has utilized my heirloom to create Horcruxes. It indicates a peculiar attachment to Hogwarts or perhaps to history itself. It is not difficult to speculate what his other Horcruxes might be: Helga's cup, Rowena's diadem, and perhaps Godric's hat. but that one should be beyond his reach. The sorting hat of Hogwarts is not so easily stolen. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. As if an idea had suddenly struck him, his previously heavy expression revitalized. Ah, I have recalled someone. Riddle was quite close to him. Perhaps he may know something. He referred to Horace Slughorn. During Riddle's time at Hogwarts, Slughorn had taken a particular liking to the student, yet Tom was exceedingly cunning, manipulating the potion professor without his awareness until Riddle departed Hogwarts. A reflective look crossed Dumbledore's face as he continued, "Perhaps you would care to hear my recollections?" "Of course," Salazar replied, harboring a profound curiosity about how his descendant had evolved into his current state. He never believed it was merely a consequence of bloodline. While the Slytherin family of a millennium ago certainly produced schemers, none were solely dedicated to their own selfish pursuits. Dumbledore began his narrative slowly. The transformation of Tom Riddle into the later Voldemort was inextricably linked to the guidance he received from his potions professor during his time at Hogwarts. Despite my warnings to Slughorn against allowing himself to be used by this boy, Slughorn was overly confident in his judgment, convinced that I had harbored biases against Tom since I brought him from the orphanage to school. When teaching, fairness is paramount, Dumbledore emphasized. However, after graduation, this treasured student not only declined all enticing job offers but also vanished from the world, showing no desire to maintain contact with the professor who had once seemed so close. Such events left Slughorn disheartened. It took several months for Slughorn to gradually concede that his interactions with Tom Riddle had ultimately been a facade. Dumbledore's tone reflected a sense of lament, as if mourning for the misled potions professor. Indeed, it is a tragedy to be so deceived, especially a professor by a student. Had such events not transpired in those days, the random use of legilimency each week would have unraveled all conspiracies. Truly, Hogwarts today is far too lenient. Salazar exchanged a glance with Teresa, both sharing a sense of helplessness. By the way, you may not know that Slughorn, during his tenure as potions master, often paid special attention to students who would achieve great success in the future, while those who were less remarkable typically went unnoticed. However, he would ensure they did not fail their finals. I do not intend to criticize him. After all, it is impossible for one to be entirely impartial. But he has taken it a bit too far. As he spoke, a weightiness entered Dumbledore's gaze, as though he were on the verge of divulging something significant. From his subsequent actions, it seemed he may have indeed shared many dark secrets with Tom Riddle. Slughorn possessed knowledge of numerous dark arts I had never encountered, which might very well include the secrets of Horcruxes. Salazar felt a twinge of discomfort at Dumbledore's characterization of knowledge as inherently malevolent. He longed to correct Dumbledore's perception, asserting that knowledge itself is not evil. Rather, it is the possession of such knowledge by the misguided that gives rise to malevolence. However, the current headmaster of Hogwarts seemed resolute in his belief that dark magic was inherently sinister, unless compelled by the use of the killing curse to alter his mindset. It seemed unlikely that Dumbledore could be swayed. The ability to wield dark magic while remaining unscathed mentally was truly remarkable. After Voldemort's downfall last year, Hogwarts held a celebration, during which Salazar inadvertently revealed hints that alerted him to the potential dark secrets shared between Slughorn and Tom Riddle. When he attempted to inquire about these secrets from Slughorn, it only fortified the latter's defenses. Days later, Slughorn tendered his resignation. Dumbledore paused momentarily, his tone tinged with regret. What I know about Slughorn and Riddle is limited. To uncover more, one must seek Slughorn himself. Perhaps Riddle, in a moment of carelessness, may have divulged details regarding the creation of Horcruxes. No, such a possibility was utterly untenable. Salazar resolutely dismissed Dumbledore's conjecture. Therese nodded in agreement with Salazar's perspective. Based on Dumbledore's descriptions of Tom Riddle and Slughorn, it seemed the retired potions professor was likely oblivious to any significant truths. If Riddle were the type to disclose the locations of his Horcruxes or to be so careless as to let such information slip, he would never have been able to deceive Slughorn. Dumbledore sighed, contemplating the idea of probing Slughorn further, yet he harbored little hope of discerning anything substantial. As someone who had lived through those times, he had failed to grasp any concrete truths, so how could he expect to extract insights from the fragmented words of others? Back when Riddle was merely a student at Hogwarts, even Dumbledore had not anticipated the perilous transformation this pupil and his cohorts would undergo. Though he harbored wariness towards Riddle, it was but a suspicion of moral corruption. At this juncture, their beverages were nearly depleted. Dumbledore then inquired if Salazar would accompany him to question Slughorn about any additional knowledge he might possess, yet Salazar firmly declined. he retained faith in Mr. Riddle's intellect prior to the creation of multiple Horcruxes. At least the locket within the box had been somewhat credible. Of course, he also respected Dumbledore's intelligence, believing that while the current headmaster of Hogwarts might not always act with integrity, he was generally astute and would not err in such matters. If Dumbledore believed that nothing could be uncovered, it was likely true. Regrettably, given his current state of soul, it was exceedingly challenging to exert the soul-reading charm on a Hogwarts professor. Salazar ultimately inquired, "May I ask how Mr. Slughorn acquired the position of potions master? Is it not necessary to consider one's temperament alongside capability when appointing a professor? Shouldn't the paramount duty of a teacher be to treat each student with equality? While providing additional tutoring to favored students is acceptable, one should never be dismissive of those who are less favored." He held a degree of faith in Dumbledore's assertions, convinced that the Hogwarts library could not possibly contain any literature pertaining to Horcruxes. Even if such text existed, they would merely elucidate what a Horcrux is, without ever instructing individuals on its creation. At most, any prejudices might be exaggerated by past failures, which prompted Salazar to pose this question. Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Salazar's attention would ultimately gravitate towards this matter after such an extensive dialogue. "Well, in truth, Mr. Slughorn does not treat underperforming students with undue harshness. He may occasionally overlook them, yet his conduct during classes and when grading assignments remains entirely standard." He refrained from mentioning that Slughorn had once served as the head of Slytherin House. Salazar felt it was better not to explain. Although Professor Slughorn continued to grade assignments and conduct classes as usual, such overt favoritism undoubtedly intensified the psychological burden on the students. The beverage in his cup had been completely consumed, and Salazar decided to take his leave. Rather than continuing to dwell on Tom Riddle's matters, he found it far more appealing to return and share news of Helena with the other three. He ultimately agreed with Dumbledore that they would actively seek the whereabouts of the cup and the diadem, before walking into Diagon Alley alongside Teresa and returning to the bookstore. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed imperative to research methods that could destroy the soul without harming the vessel. At that moment, he recalled that he had forgotten something. When he had met Teresa the previous evening, she had seemingly broken the hawthorn wand he had previously found quite handy, and he had neglected to purchase a new one. Merlin, he fervently hoped that Mr. Ollivander would be willing to sell wands again in the near future. As a fellow wand maker, Salazar could deeply appreciate the affection a wand maker has for the wands birthed in their hands. However, he had no desire to craft a wand himself at this moment. It was not as if, 1,000 years ago, there had been no place to procure one. Why bother making one? Yet, that notion felt somewhat flawed. His appearance had changed significantly since he last purchased a wand, and Mr. Ollivander should still be willing to sell him one. Nevertheless, the pressing matter was to inform Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw of Helena's news. "Do you know how to spell romance?" Taking out the prepared two-way mirror, Salazar tapped on the glass. But after a considerable time, there was no response from the other side, causing him to gradually lose patience. He should have anticipated this, without a prearranged time. This method of communication would undoubtedly fail to reach anyone. Perhaps he should suggest to Helga to improve it so that when one party issued a meeting invitation, some sound could be emitted. The two-way mirror currently in Salazar's possession was crafted by Helga Hufflepuff, who, in a fit of enthusiasm before Salazar's departure, presented one side of it to him. Unbeknownst to him, the quality was not guaranteed, as it was made out of mere curiosity. Glancing at the lively owl, Amy, perched on the windowsill, a creature he had purchased earlier that day alongside Teresa, he realized that the distance to the LeMay residence was rather considerable. If he were to send Amy with a message, it would take an indeterminate amount of time for her to arrive. As he exited the room on the second floor, he noted that it was afternoon, and the shop was bustling with patrons, all maintaining a respectful silence. Teresa sat at a round table, with her black cat, Lilith, curled up at her feet. Her gaze was fixed on the outside world, though it was evident that her focus was elsewhere. Scattered before her were sheets of paper, each inscribed with various writings, as a quill moved with a life of its own, penning its thoughts. I had long heard from Godric and others that Teresa was engaged in writing. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "What is it that you are composing?" Teresa lifted her head, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. "I shall show you once I have finished, Salazar. For now, let it remain a secret." Though I had merely sought to spark a conversation, I found myself unexpectedly intrigued. "Now I am quite eager to know," I confessed. At that moment, the quill, under Teresa's command, came to a halt and gracefully returned to its holder, settling itself back into place. Salazar cleared his throat and broached the subject he had intended to discuss. Teresa, I must journey to France. I need to inform them of Helena's news. Would you care to accompany me? Teresa contemplated Dumbledore's earlier words, still reluctant to accept the notion that the once demure little girl had grown to pilfer the diadem of Ravenclaw. Of course, I shall join you. However, Salazar, do you truly believe that Ravenclaw's wisdom is intrinsically linked to that golden diadem? Salazar understood that Teresa wanted to inquire about how Helena had stolen the Ravenclaw diadem and subsequently left Hogwarts. It was precisely this incident that had led to the intense disputes between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff regarding their daughter's education. He shook his head, saying, impossible. While it is indeed a remarkable alchemical artifact, its sole function is to maintain the wearer's composure, much like the brooch Helga once bestowed upon you. Though the diadem is not a one-time use item. Teresa sighed, her expression momentarily reflecting a sense of melancholy. Salazar did not miss the fleeting change in her expression. What's wrong? Nothing. I just feel a bit sorry for Helena. No matter how hard she tries, she cannot surpass her mother. It truly resembles her past self. From being able to teach Salazar numerous magical tricks, to fighting side by side, and then eventually falling behind. It took her a millennium to inadvertently reach the point where they once stood. Teresa clenched her teeth, suddenly comprehending Helena's audacious act of stealing the golden crown. At the same time, she felt a tinge of gratitude towards the elder brother of the Gabriel family, whose reckless actions nearly led to their downfall. Had it not been for that experiment, even with her relentless efforts over the past 1,000 years, she would not have attained her current stature. Indeed, it seems unfair. If Helena were to ask Rona for it, she would likely grant her request. At that time, the crown was merely a symbol. Salazar sensed that Teresa's emotional shift was not solely due to Helena, yet he could not fathom the reason, so he continued the conversation. Teresa's hands, clasped tightly under the table, gripped the fabric of her skirt. With a final sigh, she steadied her emotions. Let us go. We can still catch a dinner. After all, at this juncture, they had nearly reached the pinnacle of this world. As Teresa summoned her full strength, she could faintly feel some constraints. She discreetly glanced at Salazar. They probably had not exerted their full potential until now, had they? Teresa took Salazar's hand, and the scene of the bookstore faded in an instant. The next moment, they found themselves in a quaint alley adorned with blooming roses. The last time they visited, the roses had long wilted. But now they were in the midst of their new blooming season. Delicate pink flowers flourished on either side of the alley, with numerous buds poised to blossom, as if the leaves merely served as embellishments. This enchanting sight captivated both of their gazes for a moment, and amidst the fragrant air, they exchanged a glance, causing the lingering displeasure in Teresa's heart to dissipate entirely. At the Essence bookstore, as Teresa rang the doorbell, it was swiftly opened by Madame Lemay, who wore an apron and held scissors in her hand, with a few leaves clinging to her attire, indicating she had been pruning the flowers. Upon seeing Salazar, her surprise was evident. Mr. Slytherin, what a pleasure to see you again. Although Salazar felt he had undergone an array of experiences over the past 2 days, in reality, it had merely been a span of 2 days. I apologize for the intrusion, Madame Lemay. I have something of great importance to discuss with my companion. So, what precisely did you do that brought you back today? Salazar and Gryffindor leaned against the corridor, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw conversed behind them about news concerning Helena. When Teresa entered, she accompanied Madame Lemay to prune the branches in a garden she seemed to adore, filled with a myriad of plants. She hadn't done much. She merely went out in the morning to procure an owl, although she had yet to bestow it with any magical enhancements. Its name is Amy. Subsequently, she acquired a cat that Teresa quite fancied, naming it Lilith. Later, we engaged in a discussion at the Leaky Cauldron with the current headmaster of Hogwarts regarding the matter of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It was there that I learned of Helena's news, and then we made our way here. Gryffindor's gaze towards Salazar grew increasingly inscrutable. Sal, if I were Teresa, you would likely be lying in St. Mungo's right now. Salazar, do you know how to spell romance? R-O-A-N-T-I. 90. Would you like to join us at Hogwarts? Salazar was certainly aware that Gryffindor was not referring to that matter. However, rather than engaging in a fierce argument and ultimately succumbing to Gryffindor's shamelessness, it would be more prudent to allow Gryffindor to express his frustrations. I am also familiar with the term libertine. Its precise translation conveys the notion of indulgence. Are you certain this usage is appropriate? The two fell into silence, listening to the faint sounds of conversation emanating from the room. It seemed they had concluded their quarrel. Sal, do you not understand? This is typically a halftime break. Indeed. Within a few minutes, the room erupted into lively chatter once more. Salazar helplessly covered his eyes. After approximately half an hour, the door finally swung open, revealing Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who appeared completely unscathed by any quarrel. "Gody, Sal, we are bound for Hogwarts." Unsurprisingly, despite Helena's past actions, she remained their daughter, and it was impossible to disregard her entirely. It would be prudent to inform Dumbledore, lest he assume an invasion by external forces. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes laden with meaning. "No, we do not intend to go just yet." Hufflepuff continued her thoughts. "We shall wait until the life alchemy is complete." Entering Hogwarts under the guise of students. "Are you certain?" Gryffindor felt as though he might have misheard. Salazar scrutinized their expressions, and after ascertaining their seriousness, could not help but seek confirmation once more. "Are you both truly sincere?" The two nodded in unison. "Absolutely, not solely because of Helena, but we also yearn to experience the sensation of being students at Hogwarts." Salazar felt that this was highly inappropriate, yet the current situation had become exceedingly dire, and Gryffindor seemed to exhibit a hint of eagerness. He hastily inquired, "Wait a moment, Godric, you don't mean to say you wish to join in, do you? Doesn't this strike you as rather peculiar?" Gryffindor, stroking his chin in contemplation, remarked, "This does appear to be a rather intriguing option." Thus, the tragedy unfolded. "Herb, given our current progress, how much longer until we complete the alchemy of life?" Gryffindor asked impatiently. "Under our present circumstances, this is certainly unfeasible. The traces of the alchemical puppetry are still too pronounced. Not to mention the professors at Hogwarts. Even the most astute students would undoubtedly notice something amiss. It shouldn't take too long, but it will invariably require a few years. As you know, this is a monumental endeavor. Half of the materials will need replacement. And our wands are not as effective as they once were. Our control over magic pales in comparison to the past, thus hindering us in every aspect. A few years feels interminable. Hey, Godric, do you think the alchemy of life is so simple that you can manage it solo? You who have yet to grasp the fundamentals of alchemy?" After concluding their discussion regarding the pace of life alchemy, their attention finally shifted to the despondent Salazar beside them. It was hardly surprising that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff would endorse such a ludicrous notion. Gryffindor was perpetually enthusiastic about engaging pursuits, while Hufflepuff consistently sought novelty in life. However, why would Ravenclaw also acquiesce? This seemed utterly implausible. "Sal, come along. How delightful it would be to attend Hogwarts once more. Do you not wish to experience what our founded house has become after a millennium? If you wish to visit Hogwarts, you may do so directly. There is no need to attend classes. Dumbledore would surely permit your visit. Yet, how could that compare to first-hand experience? Sal, let us go together." It would be rather uninteresting with fewer participants. Sarah gazed at him, reluctant to speak. However, Gryffindor seemed to misinterpret her silence. "Right, Sal, this is quite intriguing. Before enrollment, we all undergo transformations. No one will recognize you. Salazar, as long as you are happy." He suddenly yearned to leave as he did in the past, vanishing without a trace. The ultimate outcome was a victory for the majority. Once the alchemical puppet was completed, they would proceed to Hogwarts. During this period, Salazar and Gryffindor collaborated to assist the wizarding community in resolving the racial tensions incited by the Freemasons, while simultaneously searching for Tom Riddle's Horcruxes. These matters needed to be resolved before their departure from Hogwarts, completely dissipating the latent crisis within the wizarding world. Then, they could embark on a journey around the globe. And when there were no places left to explore, they would take Teresa along for the next segment of their time travel. It was settled. "Hell, you must conduct your research swiftly. I can hardly wait to return to Hogwarts. So, does your agreement of the minority yielding to the majority still stand after the war?" Teresa, cradling the black cat Lilith, inquired with a smile as she sat at the round table. Salazar, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, nodded thoughtfully. "But they merely mentioned going to Hogwarts. They never insisted you must attend classes. Wouldn't it be splendid to become a professor instead?" Teresa feigned surprise as she inquired. Since that day when they resolved to journey to Hogwarts, Salazar and Teresa began collaborating with Dumbledore in a relentless quest across the globe to locate Riddle's Horcruxes. Gryffindor, unable to endure his stay at the LeMay residence any longer, found himself excluded from the alchemical research on life. He could only stare vacantly at the various trinkets within the aged house. Ultimately, he could no longer tolerate the creaking wooden stairs and decided to join Salazar in Diagon Alley for their endeavors. Teresa harbored no interest in the search for Horcruxes, and she was reluctant to intrude upon Salazar's serious business. After observing for a few days, She chose to assist the Ministry of Magic in addressing issues concerning magical species. After all, there was no rush. They had ample time ahead of them. More importantly, if these matters remained unresolved, they might find themselves in a predicament requiring incessant efforts in the future. Her stance was rather peculiar. Although she was a vampire, she held little fondness for her own kind. During the formative years of her worldview, she was primarily surrounded by wizards. Even after the fall of the 13 clans, she wielded significant power over the vampire community for an extended period. Nevertheless, her mindset remained rooted in her experiences among wizards. This dynamic fostered a harmonious relationship between vampires and wizards during that era, and even in modern times, wizards have refrained from mistreating vampires. The Hell's Golden Goblet and Rona's Diadem are likely Horcruxes. Might there be others? Gryffindor appeared invigorated by the pursuit of Riddle's Horcruxes. They were currently seated beside Florin's ice cream cart, each savoring a delightful scoop of ice cream. Salazar chose vanilla while Gryffindor opted for strawberry. In front of them, each held a cup filled with a potion that bore an unmistakably magical hue. Salazar shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Including my pendant box from before, that makes 3 Horcruxes in total. If he had even a modicum of sense, he wouldn't create more, for the impact on his consciousness would be overwhelming. He took a sip of his drink, and his expression shifted abruptly. Florin, busily crafting a chocolate ice cream filled with cookies, noticed Salazar's demeanor and, with a premeditated grin, remarked, "Little Agloros, the flavor is delightful, is it not? This is my newly developed smiley multi-flavored beverage." However, under Salazar's frigid gaze, Florin inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, reminiscent of the imposing figure of Mr. Agloros, whom he had not seen in days. Alongside the thunderous explosion he recalled from that fateful day when Mr. Agloros followed the Death Eaters into Nocturne Alley. Truly, they were brothers in spirit. Yet, when he glanced over, young Mr. Agloros merely pushed his drink aside, engaging with his companions in a flat expression. Florin handed the cookie-laden ice cream to a plump witch, advising, "Be cautious, there are chocolate chips in the ice cream." He then cast a sidelong glance at young Agloros' table, where one of his companions eagerly lifted the newly concocted drink, seemingly ready to take a sip. "See, there are indeed those who can appreciate my creativity." However, that companion appeared rather peculiar, swathed in a cloak that concealed his entire form, revealing only half of a round face that suggested youth. Speaking of which, both of them seemed underage. Did they not attend school? Or perhaps the Agloros family was a reclusive lineage that educated their own. "What is it like?" Salazar inquired, observing Gryffindor bravely sipping the chilled beverage, seemingly oblivious to the cautionary tale he embodied. Gryffindor's expression was a tapestry of emotions. "It has a medley of fruity flavors, but it is exceedingly sweet." Salazar sighed. "You are somewhat more fortunate than I. My cup is filled with the rich, unadulterated flavor of black coffee." The two exchanged glances and simultaneously pushed the oddly colored beverage away. "Let us return to the matter at hand. We must first locate the golden cup and the diadem. Honestly, wouldn't it be simpler if they displayed their relics openly, as I do? Who would dare to covet them then?" Gryffindor lamented. "Moreover, judging by the behavior of your descendant before his demise, he hardly appears to be of sound mind. The number of Horcruxes may very well exceed our expectations. By the way, Sal, have you forgotten something? He has already died once, so 1 Horcrux should have been diminished, even if only 1 remains. We must seek the golden cup and the diadem. However, given the current situation, the bloodlines of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw have already vanished. Perhaps Helena possesses some knowledge." At this point, both let out a sigh. If they truly dared to visit Hogwarts to inquire with Helena regarding this matter, they would likely be inundated with a barrage of howling letters the following day. According to Dumbledore's account of that individual's life, the possibility of him being in the East XC at Hogwarts is quite high. "Should we return to investigate first?" Gryffindor proposed. Salazar's eyes flickered as he contemplated another potential location, Hogwarts. There was no need for haste. Dumbledore was currently assessing the available sites within Hogwarts. Furthermore, there was the Muggle orphanage, the very place where he first sensed his own extraordinary nature, and it was likely to be more concealed than Hogwarts itself. Having once been a student, he possessed a profound understanding of the annual troublemakers at Hogwarts. Thus, hiding anything there would require consideration of those rascals, rendering the security quite tenuous. Gryffindor furrowed his brow in thought as he savored his ice cream, his expression gradually softening. "It's a splendid suggestion. But do you know the whereabouts of that Muggle orphanage?" After a brief silence, Salazar pointed at Gryffindor's oversized strawberry ice cream. Hurry and finish that. Once you're done, we shall head to Hogwarts. Gryffindor instinctively took a large bite, and with his mouth full of ice cream, he looked up and asked, "Why must we wait until I finish?" Salazar, he wished to avoid Dumbledore, discovering that they engaged in daily discussions while indulging in ice cream, often veering off topic, resulting in little progress to show for their efforts. As a side note, the past few days have been filled with exams and papers, hence updates may be delayed. 92. The destruction of Horcrux's plan 2. I no longer wish to contemplate the chapter title. They have proposed a myriad of plans, yet much like the games of childhood, most remain mere words, with few truly realized in action. This is largely due to Gryffindor's propensity to be distracted by the various enticements of Diagon Alley, such as flying broomsticks and wizard chess. Salazar initially believed he would never come to appreciate such things. However, when Gryffindor pulled him in, he gradually found himself unable to resist, and the two of them reveled in their shared enjoyment. They had been childhood companions, and now, in a relatively stable environment, the memories of their past naturally resurfaced. Had it not been for the conflict with the church, perhaps this is how they were always meant to be. They favored this tranquil and joyful way of life over achieving grand ambitions. Of course, the most significant reason was that neither of them truly perceived Voldemort as a genuine threat. Gryffindor was completely oblivious to Salazar's reluctance to go at that moment, that Old B had certainly eaten his peculiar foods right in front of them. And the amount of cockroaches was simply appalling. I truly cannot fathom why anyone would find such revolting fare appealing. Fortunately, at least for now, he would not be sharing that mound of cockroaches with us. Salazar cast a cool glance at him and inquired, "Do you believe this is the cause of the cockroach pile?" Gryffindor responded, "Could it possibly be that Dumbledore would present the cockroach pile upon seeing them indulge in food, thereby dissuading Sal from eating?" As Gryffindor savored his ice cream, he found himself utterly perplexed by Salazar's thoughts. It was baffling that Sal's mind was more inscrutable than even Rona's. After all, things were much simpler in their childhood. Due to the excessively large portion of ice cream, he felt compelled to hasten his consumption under Salazar's cool gaze. Consequently, he failed to notice Salazar's sudden shift in attention toward a particular direction, his expression momentarily stiffening. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ogros and Mr. Eustace." Gryffindor cheerfully greeted them from the opposite side of the ice cream cart, a smile adorning his face. Salazar glanced down at the remnants of his ice cream cone, now reduced to mere crumbs. While observing Gryffindor's lower face smeared with a delicate pink ice cream, a poignant reminder of the world's capriciousness, Gryffindor, lifting his ice cream-drenched visage, beamed upon seeing Dumbledore's arrival. Exuberantly waving his hand, "Mr. Dumbledore, what a pleasure to encounter you here. We were just discussing our intention to visit Hogwarts to seek you out." It was not that he held any particular fondness for Dumbledore. Indeed, Gryffindor treated everyone in such a manner. What a fortuitous coincidence! Dumbledore returned the wave before scrutinizing a sign on the ice cream cart. "Recently introduced, cranberry mint flavor, lemon vanilla flavor, and a medley of assorted fruits. Welcome to indulge." "Oh, Professor Dumbledore, welcome. Would you care to sample the new flavors?" Florin, noticing Dumbledore's interest, began ardently promoting his newly developed flavors. Dumbledore furrowed his brow in contemplation, as if faced with a profound dilemma. "Ah, a challenging choice indeed. I shall have one of each, the cranberry mint and the assorted fruit, but a small portion will suffice." During this interlude, Salazar had finished his cone and cleaned his hands, unlike Gryffindor, who always seemed to end up with food smeared across his face. Gryffindor approached, one ice cream in each hand, and seated himself to the left of the two. He first sampled the cranberry mint, and his expression revealed that Florin's latest creation had indeed been a success. This assertion stemmed from Salazar's belief that, as long as it was sweet, Dumbledore would likely find it delectable. Florin also presented Dumbledore with a peculiar-looking drink adorned with a sprig of mint, its appearance undeniably appealing. "Professor Dumbledore, do try my latest concoction, the cheerful medley iced drink. Many have tasted it and found it quite delightful." As Dumbledore prepared to sip the drink offered by Florin, Salazar and Gryffindor exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of mischief. Yet, in that moment, they chose to remain silent. After all, if Dumbledore could tolerate Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, perhaps he would genuinely enjoy this beverage. However, the next instant, Dumbledore's expression contorted, prompting Salazar and Gryffindor to avert their gazes and share a knowing look. "Indeed. Oh, this is sour lemon flavored." Yet, following this exclamation, Dumbledore's curiosity regarding the drink intensified. "This is coconut milk flavored, and the taste of apple cider vinegar. What an innovative creation." Salazar cleared his throat, unable to contain himself any longer, and broached the matter at hand. Mr. Dumbledore, we suspect that the orphanage where Tom Riddle once resided may be the location of his hidden Horcruxes. However, we are unaware of the address. Ulysses previously mentioned that he intended to visit Hogwarts for this reason. The mention of the orphanage shifted Dumbledore's focus from the pleasure of savoring his beverage. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged the possibility. Indeed, I had forgotten, apart from Hogwarts, that place must have had a profound impact on him, as it was where his character and beliefs were initially shaped. Let us visit there together shortly. If he truly left a Horcrux behind, could it be a tribute to his suffering, a means to motivate himself onward? Gryffindor interjected with thoughts that seemed incongruous with his current demeanor, pondering whether it was merely a commemoration of his life's turning point. If he were to honor his past frailty and anguish, he would not have altered his name. A person as simultaneously self-deprecating and arrogant as he could not possibly draw strength from his former suffering. Salazar retained his disdain for Voldemort's later actions, frowning as he remarked, "His present situation is rooted in his own insecurities. Had he acted with more integrity, much like Grindelwald did decades ago, perhaps the outcome would be different. Yet, such a notion is implausible. Their scopes are entirely dissimilar." He failed to notice Dumbledore's expression shift subtly upon the mention of a certain name. Gryffindor reflected on the accounts of Tom Riddle's past deeds, asserting, it must be said that the actions he undertook before losing his sanity were rather impressive. Had he maintained such intellect, he would not have succumbed to the current fate due to a single prophecy. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he continued, Sal. Engaging with a riddle at the height of his power could prove to be quite fascinating. 93. Regarding Grindelwald, Salazar expressed no interest in his thoughts, yet he continued casually. Why not release Grindelwald? It might yield better results. As far as I know, the current saints are far less troubled than the fate of the Death Eaters. Have the wizarding prisons become so impenetrable now? Suddenly, a variety of untested ice cream concoctions, which Dumbledore had yet to sample, fell to the ground. Salazar glanced over, observing Dumbledore meticulously cleaning the stains on the floor with his wand. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Suddenly, Gryffindor leaned in close, whispering in a tone barely audible to the table, would you care to visit Neumont? Upon hearing Gryffindor's words, Salazar cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, who, at that moment, wore a furrowed brow, his expression a tumultuous blend of complexity, as if he were on the verge of speaking yet held back. Salazar and Gryffindor exchanged a fleeting glance, each realizing that the other had also sensed something amiss with Dumbledore. Gryffindor deliberately raised his voice and proclaimed, it just occurred to me that we have left Lilith on the second floor. Merlin, we have locked both the door and the windows. With an expression of regret, Salazar turned to Dumbledore and said, Mr. Dumbledore, as you can see, we must return at once. Watching the figures of the two vanish into the ice cream shop, Dumbledore sat in silent contemplation, the ice cream in his hand and the drink on the table suddenly rendered tasteless. Through the glass door of the shop, he gazed at the clear sky, where a single cloud sharply contrasted against the pale blue expanse. A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, only to be obscured by his long silver beard. Once, during their first encounter in the headmaster's office, he had chosen not to retain Salazar, a man of dubious origins yet notorious reputation. Not out of fear of the other's power, Dumbledore could discern Salazar's state at that time, nor because he perceived him as a benevolent figure, a champion of young wizards, who might secretly revel in tormenting others. Rather, it was because he recognized the weariness that burdened Salazar, mirroring his own exhaustion. Thus, he recalled the dubious histories they shared, each having once possessed the finest treasures the world could offer, only to end up with nothing. Yet now, it seemed they had learned the art of compromise, allowing their friendship to endure. In stark contrast, he and Grindelwald remained confined within their respective towers. Consequently, he spent a century reminiscing about that summer, perpetually thwarted by the barriers of his heart, trapped in the twilight of spring. Salazar and Gryffindor did not truly return to the bookstore. Instead, they meandered into an alley known as the Upside-Down Lane, where they stumbled upon a deserted cul-de-sac. Gody, you were quite conspicuous just now, Salazar remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Gryffindor waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he brushed off the comment. Did you notice that too? Salazar inquired, irritation creeping into his tone. It was painfully obvious. Gryffindor exclaimed. When we mentioned Grindelwald, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted dramatically. What do you suppose is the nature of their relationship? That is hardly a typical reaction to the name of a bitter rival or a vanquished foe. Salazar pondered. Sensing that they might have uncovered a vulnerability of the current Hogwarts headmaster, it seemed he held a significant concern for his predecessor, the Dark Lord. Could it be a mutual acknowledgement between adversaries, the greatest white wizard of modern times and the most nefarious dark wizard? Gryffindor mused, Sal, if we were arch-enemies, after defeating you, I would undoubtedly reminisce fondly about our duels. Ah, you mean the times we dueled as wizards? Salazar retorted. How can you say such a thing? Gryffindor sighed. Back to the matter at hand. What do you think their relationship is? It cannot merely be that of rivals. If so, Dumbledore would not have dropped his ice cream. But Salazar continued, regardless of their relationship, I believe it is unwise for us to be so brazenly out here. Finally, he voiced his long-held opinion. Gryffindor frowned. Don't you think? Is it possible that there exists a conspiracy? Sal, regarding the past, I see the outcome. After all, Grindelwald was defeated by Gryffindor in their duel, which is beyond dispute. However, it was peculiar that Grindelwald agreed to duel Dumbledore when he was in such a favorable position. He could have easily brought along a few followers to overwhelm Dumbledore. Moreover, after his defeat, why was he so readily taken to Nurmengard? He could have commanded his followers to attack everyone present. From what I understand, the followers at that time were significantly more formidable than the Death Eaters of recent times. Additionally, Mr. LeMay once recounted his experience facing Grindelwald, and based on his descriptions, I always felt it was akin to when we are not bound by forbidden spells and formations. How could Dumbledore, that old bee, contend with him? And what does this have to do with a conspiracy? Is it possible that Grindelwald is a man of his word? Salazar paused abruptly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Are you suggesting that Grindelwald, fully aware that he could never truly dominate the European wizarding world at that time, chose to retreat into the shadows through Dumbledore? In reality, he still orchestrated many affairs across Europe? If he were indeed Grindelwald, he would certainly act in such a manner. Yes, it was this very thought that compelled me to urgently bring you out. Gryffindor nodded eagerly. Salazar helplessly covered his forehead, feeling utterly defeated. If that were true, wouldn't it be akin to alarming the snake by striking the grass? Let us return. Such a possibility seems implausible. If Grindelwald were still manipulating the wizarding world, the Grand Alliance would not be in such disarray. I suspect there may be some personal entanglement between them, Gody. Should I ever entertain thoughts of world domination, perhaps you would come seeking me for a duel. Gryffindor persisted in his conjecture as he followed. However, after our duel, you could hardly imprison yourself. At most, you would vow to suppress your ambitions. There are numerous enigmas surrounding Grindelwald. Are you not the least bit curious? As long as he remains in Nurmengard, I harbor no curiosity whatsoever. Upon their return to Florin's ice cream parlor, they found Dumbledore leisurely waiting for them, having already finished his pristine cranberry mint ice cream. With no trace of the previous emotional disquiet, Miss Lilith must have been liberated. Shall we proceed to the Woos orphanage? Let us go, Gryffindor said, placing his hand at Dumbledore's arm while grasping Salazar's clothing with his other hand. With a disorienting twist of space, they found themselves before an orphanage enveloped by tall railings. The sign at the entrance read Woos Orphanage. The trees surrounding the area were remarkably tall, obscuring the dim sunlight of the day, casting an air of desolation and eeriness upon the street. Although still within the bounds of London, it felt as desolate as a remote border town. This is it, Dumbledore sighed. The streets of London have improved significantly, yet this place remains so forlorn. Salazar's gaze remained fixed on the interior of the orphanage, which was still operational. Yet its condition was decidedly poor, resembling a place on the brink of closure. At the street corner, an elderly woman carrying fruit turned into the lane, and, upon noticing a few individuals at the entrance of the orphanage, her face registered clear astonishment. She quickened her pace, passing by at a slight distance. Yet her softly murmured words reached Salazar's ears. Do not adopt the children from there. They are all. Sigh, watching her depart. Gryffindor displayed a contemplative expression and turned to Salazar, inquiring, Is it a curse? Salazar nodded slightly, his expression tinged with discontent. Indeed, Tom Riddle has cursed this orphanage. However, he shall not directly claim their lives. Instead, he will ensure that they become the parasites of society in the future. It is astonishing that he has employed the bloodline of Slytherin to cast a curse upon a group of muggles. Upon hearing Salazar's words, Dumbledore sighed, a look of compassion crossing his face as he gazed at the fleeting shadow outside the orphanage window. There is often a loathsome aspect to those who are pitiable. His own tragic lineage leads him to condemn others, equally unfortunate, to a bleak future. Mr. Slytherin, is it within your power to lift this curse? Salazar rested his hand upon the iron gate of the orphanage, feeling the chill that emanated from it, alongside the faint resonance of a familiar essence that he sensed upon his arrival. Suddenly, he caught sight of a pallid child peering out from a third-floor window. The child's gaze, filled with a silent plea, compelled Salazar to avert his eyes. "First, I must find the Horcrux, regardless of the outcome. I shall remain here tonight to dispel this curse." Gryffindor murmured something under his breath, casting a glance at Salazar, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Salazar noticed the peculiar behavior of Gryffindor and chuckled softly. "Rest assured, my bloodline is far purer than his, and this curse appears to have been cast with little thought. Resolving it should not prove overly burdensome. To lift the Slytherin curse, there are only 3 possibilities. Either the caster must be utterly deceased, or one must overlay the original curse with another, though this new curse must be innocuous in nature. The final option involves transferring the curse itself. However, the latter 2 methods can only be executed by another Slytherin." He failed to notice that after uttering these words, a flicker of recognition passed through Dumbledore's eyes, as if recalling something of great significance. Where might this Horcrux be concealed? Gryffindor turned his gaze towards Salazar, his eyes brimming with encouraging intent. Salazar approached the edge of the flower bed and crouched down. After a brief moment, he spotted a brownish-yellow snake slithering forth. It glided towards Salazar, cautiously raising its head while emitting a hissing sound. A few minutes later, Salazar rose to his feet, and the small snake had already disappeared. "Let us proceed. I believe I have discerned the location," exclaimed Gryffindor with a cheer. "I knew it. Sal, you possess an extraordinary talent for locating things." Salazar watched as the serpent vanished from sight. Indeed, the ability to communicate with snakes proved quite advantageous. However, given the peculiar circumstances, they were fortunate that such a unique area had existed for an extended period, or else it would have been quite a challenge to locate. Together, they departed from the desolate orphanage, making their way towards a remote direction. As they ventured further, Dumbledore could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "I recall that serpentine creatures typically do not stray far from their habitats. Is that not so?" Salazar did not look back, and Gryffindor explained on his behalf. "A serpent that can be summoned by Salazar for communication surely cannot be an ordinary one. If it were merely a common snake, how could it possibly guide us?" Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Gryffindor continued, "Mr. Dumbledore, you may be unaware of the remarkable gift of Parseltongue. Centuries ago, we lived in constant peril from the Church's relentless pursuit. Those fanatics possessed methods to detect magical fluctuations and to prevent apparition. Without Salazar's serpents as our sentinels, we might not have survived that tumultuous period." Dumbledore appeared to have a keen interest in that historical account, as Gryffindor recounted their experiences along the journey, selectively narrating only the more palatable incidents, deftly avoiding any mention of their more dismal moments. He particularly emphasized several arduous yet aesthetically splendid raids, painting himself as a paragon of valor. From Dumbledore's expression while he listened, it was unclear whether he believed Gryffindor's embellishments, yet he certainly seemed enthralled by the narrative. Due to Gryffindor's extravagant rhetoric and the overt embellishments, Salazar felt as though he were listening to a legendary tale rather than personal recollections. Merlin. When had Gryffindor ever dueled the Grand Paladin of the Church? That paladin was no Grindelwald. He would hardly grant a fair opportunity for combat. If they had indeed agreed to duel by the shores of Lake Nostos, Gryffindor would likely have faced not just the Grand Paladin himself, but at least 2 fully assembled knightly orders. After a short while, they arrived at their destination. Upon beholding the scene before them, the 3 fell silent, utterly unable to fathom that such a sight could exist so close to London. Before them lay an astonishingly bizarre tableau. They stood at the edge of a vast obsidian lake, its surface immeasurably broad, stretching far beyond the horizon. The cavern in which they found themselves was lofty, and even when gazing upward, they could not discern the ceiling. In the distance, at the lake's heart, flickered a hazy, emerald light, reflecting eerily in the still, lifeless waters below. The surroundings were engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, rendering Salazar's night vision ineffective. This spectacle certainly warranted the blood-activated mechanism at the entrance, Gryffindor mused. Yet Tom Riddle could hardly fathom that such a mechanism paled in comparison to those previously devised by the tribunal. "Salazar, do you remember that stone statue array?" Salazar nodded, recalling that experience. The 2 exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. At that time, it was just the 2 of them, and their condition was dire. They had narrowly avoided having at least one of them turned into a statue. However, it was their mutual unwillingness to abandon one another that allowed them to escape unscathed. The tip of the wand began to glow, and Mr. Ollivander had no doubt that Salazar and the gentleman, Mr. Ogroth, who had purchased a wand from his shop last October, were indeed the same person. His curiosity was piqued regarding the Ogroth family. As such reclusive families within the wizarding world were becoming increasingly rare, particularly those with expertise in wand-making. Amidst the flickering glow, they discerned a small rocky island at the center of the lake. The object should be placed on that island, from my understanding of young Tom. Using the summoning charm here would undoubtedly lead to some unfortunate events, Gryffindor declared emphatically, yet if it were me, I would certainly set numerous traps on the island and conceal the object at the bottom of the lake. Salazar nodded in agreement with Gryffindor's perspective. Although he had yet to conduct a thorough investigation, he had felt an unsettling sensation since entering this place. He also concurred that Gryffindor was indeed capable of the actions he had described. Gazing at the lake's surface, his eyes lingered upon the murky waters as he pondered his next course of action. Just then, he heard the incantation uttered by Gryffindor. Riddle's Horcrux was approaching. Salazar turned his head, gazing in shock at Gryffindor. Why are you staring at me like that? How can you know unless you try? Dumbledore had already positioned himself a considerable distance from the lake shore, clearly believing that employing the summoning charm here might lead to undesirable consequences. With a resounding bang, a massive grayish-white object erupted from the depths of the dark lake, 20 feet away. Before Salazar could discern what it was, the object vanished amidst a loud crash, sending large, deep ripples across the mirror-like surface of the water. This is a countermeasure to prevent us from cunningly seizing the Horcrux, an impressive spell. Gryffindor's spirits remained unperturbed by the earlier failure. Have you completed your experiment? Salazar asked irritably, glancing back at Dumbledore before striding toward the lake's edge, entirely disregarding Gryffindor's experiment. As he walked along the shoreline, Salazar faintly sensed a subtle magical fluctuation emanating from a certain location. Upon reaching a specific spot, his hand grasped at the air several times, and to his astonishment, he truly seized something. A heavy, copper-green chain materialized in the air, extending from the depths of the lake, unattached to any rock, with its other end firmly clutched in Salazar's hand. The chain writhed momentarily, and with a determined tug, it slithered like a serpent through his grip, clanking as it coiled around the ground, drawing some object from the depths of the dark waters, echoing loudly. In Salazar's line of sight, a small boat emerged from the water like a ghostly vessel, its hull shimmering with a chain-like, phosphorescent green glow. Gryffindor also noticed the commotion on Salazar's side and hurried over, his footsteps resonating distinctly in the vast cavern. Well done, Sal. You've discovered something remarkable. He intended to pat Salazar on the shoulder in celebration, but given his youthful stature, he settled for a playful thump on his arm instead. The marks were well concealed. But regrettably, to truly hide this boat, merely placing it here would not suffice. Salazar's tone betrayed a hint of regret. Perhaps it was due to the exuberant escapades he had shared with Gryffindor in Diagon Alley just a few days prior, leading him to perceive their current situation as an exhilarating game of adventure alongside a dear friend. It is likely that Gryffindor harbored similar sentiments, for he would not have employed the summoning charm with the meticulousness of a cartographer otherwise. Dumbledore approached from a distance, his gaze fixated on the small boat. Yet his brow furrowed in concern. This vessel was presumably left by Riddle for his own use in crossing the lake, should he need to inspect or relocate the Horcrux, rendering it inadequate to accommodate all of us. Mr. Slytherin, what do you think of using the flying charm to traverse? Salazar shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. Given the multitude of ghastly apparitions hovering over the lake, he deemed it prudent not to venture forth. Should he fall into the depths, his animagus form would afford him protection. Similarly, Gryffindor would fare well, and at worst, he could envelop himself in a protective charm. With Gryffindor's exquisite control over magic, he believed it would pose no significant issue. However, none could assure that Dumbledore would remain unscathed. Dumbledore was held in high regard at Hogwarts, and they were not inclined to see the headmaster replaced at this juncture. I can restrain my own magical essence, typically undetectable, a millennium ago. The church sought out wizards by sensing their magic, yet this vessel is far too diminutive. Both he and Gryffindor could temporarily contain their powers without much difficulty. Yet the time had not yet come for such drastic measures. Although they appeared to be allied with Dumbledore, they were not yet ready to suppress their magic in his presence. Perhaps we might proceed in this manner, Mr. Dumbledore. You shall wait here while we retrieve the Horcrux from the island in the lake, and once we depart, we shall destroy it. Dumbledore furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. He discerned the Founder's sentiments towards Voldemort, while their demeanor may have seemed somewhat dismissive. Their allegiance was unmistakably clear. To exercise caution, Riddle is not a paragon of virtue. Salazar tugged at the chains in his grasp, which immediately emitted a series of metallic clinks. He then handed the chain over to Gryffindor, and upon finding a point of equilibrium with his gaze, he stepped onto the small vessel. Gryffindor followed suit, securing his footing on the boat while completely sealing off the magic that coursed through him. He now embodied an alchemical puppet, making the operation considerably simpler. The small boat glided smoothly away. According to Riddle's South design for this place, he must have believed that any wizard capable of reaching here possessed formidable strength, thus he would not be wary of underage wizards. Pondering this, Salazar remarked, "Gryffindor, you might consider loosening your grip a bit. The level of a typical young wizard should suffice." "I shall give it a try," Gryffindor responded, cautiously easing his magical restrictions as instructed by Salazar. The boat remained unaffected, continuing its steady course. Suddenly, an unusual thought struck Gryffindor. He reached into his pocket, enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, and retrieved an iron box that was as long as his arm. Salazar cast a glance at the expression of the Gryffindor, deducing that the box must indeed be quite heavy. Yet, the small vessel showed no signs of sinking. As he stowed the box away, the two exchanged knowing glances, sensing they had uncovered a flaw in Riddle's concealment. "Sal," he mused, "what if a throng of young wizards were to rush here and crowd onto the boat? Wouldn't that render his precaution utterly futile?" Salazar gazed intently at the island in the lake, pondering the possibility that the mechanisms upon it might require a formidable surge of magical power. It seemed prudent that an experienced wizard should accompany a young sorcerer on this venture. "What precisely is contained within that box of yours?" he inquired. Gryffindor gave a slight shake of his pocket, revealing its contents. "This is a specially crafted item from Hufflepuff, designed to minimize the weight of its contents. It holds a longsword forged from Dragon's Tooth, although it remains incomplete for the time being. Once I finalize it, it should prove far more effective than a wand." "Salazar, Sal, shall we engage in a duel once I have completed my tasks? It has been many years since we last fought, and I truly yearn for the experience." Salazar turned to him with a cold smirk. "Very well, once my soul is restored, I shall accompany you to the very end." Aside from the gentle sound of water caressing the bow as the small boat glided forward, a profound silence enveloped them. The vessel moved effortlessly, as if an invisible tether was drawing it towards the radiant light at the center. Its speed was unremarkable, yet in the thick shroud of darkness surrounding them, the cave's walls quickly faded from sight. Peering down, they could see the faint glimmer of the wand reflecting tiny golden sparks upon the inky surface of the water, flickering and dancing, while the boat carved deep grooves in the glassy expanse, resembling etchings upon a black mirror. Shadows of pallid forms drifted just beneath the surface, mere inches away. Regrettably, neither the darkness nor the corpses stirred any reaction from the two seated in the boat. Moments later, the small vessel finally reached the island at the heart of the lake. It was a smooth rock, and as the two disembarked, they carefully avoided making contact with the water, which repulsed them. Although they were unperturbed by the presence of the dead, it did not imply that they were willing to immerse themselves in the tainted waters that had touched those corpses. The island was scarcely larger than the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, a flat expanse of dark stone, illuminated solely by an eerie green glow. As they approached, the luminescence intensified, instilling a sense of foreboding. They soon discerned that the green light emanated from a stone basin resembling a meditation bowl, perched upon a pedestal, filled with a phosphorescent emerald liquid. A sense of ominous premonition washed over me, suggesting that the Horcrux was likely contained within. Salazar gazed intently at the verdant liquid, his voice low and grave. Gryffindor smirked slightly. "What a coincidence. I have a similar feeling." They cautiously reached to touch the liquid within the basin, but, as anticipated, an invisible barrier thwarted their advance, preventing them from drawing any closer. Gryffindor pushed with greater force, yet no matter how hard he strained, his fingers merely brushed against resilient air. Salazar extended his hand, grasping at the air for a moment before ultimately seizing a crystal goblet. As he gazed at the vessel in his possession, a palpable sense of resignation washed over his countenance. Truly, was it necessary to prepare such an enigmatic potion for those seeking the Horcrux? Could there not be a modicum of creativity involved? Gryffindor sighed beside him, circling the item that resembled a meditation basin. "I just attempted to use magic on it, but to no avail. Drinking it, however, is out of the question." Just as he spoke, he caught Salazar casting him a meaningful glance. A chill crept down Gryffindor's spine, despite his current form being incapable of such physiological reactions. "Wait a moment, Sal. You can't possibly expect me to drink that, can you?" Salazar scrutinized him thoroughly. "Logically, your soul could first inhabit my body, after which I would nourish you, thus allowing us to acquire the Horcrux. Subsequently, we would seek out Hel at the Lamea estate, requesting her assistance in mending this corporeal form." Gryffindor's countenance was one of profound indignation. "I refuse." Yet, This is the simplest method at present. No, I refuse. Very well. Let us contemplate alternative solutions. Gryffindor's expression darkened with even greater ire as he spoke, his words laced with a palpable bitterness. Salazar Slytherin. Do not tell me you have forgotten the life-preserving enchantment you had to invoke when you drank the holy water to conceal the identity of wizards. A smile of delight danced at the corners of Salazar's lips. Believe it or not, I truly forgot. Gryffindor replied, Well, now I remember. Salazar scooped a cup of verdant liquid with a crystal goblet, raising it to his lips. After taking a sip, he exhaled in relief. It bore no flavor. The potion was swiftly diverted the moment it grazed his throat, as the magic was directed only towards Salazar himself, rendering it ineffective. Once the liquid in the vessel had entirely evaporated, a small pendant box materialized at the bottom of the container. Salazar cast aside the crystal goblet. His gaze fixating on the pendant box nestled at the bottom of the container, his expression gradually contorting. It was as if he were engaged in a challenging game, having struggled through to the final level, only to discover that he had taken a wrong turn from the very beginning. Gryffindor picked up the pendant box, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand, yet feeling no trace of the chilling aura typically associated with a Horcrux. He furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, Sal, this resembles your pendant box. Salazar, I implore you to silence yourself. 96. We have wronged yet another innocent child. To the Dark Lord, I know that by the time you read this letter, I shall have passed from this world. However, I wish to inform you that I have uncovered your secret. I have taken the true Horcrux and shall destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I willingly risk my life. For you, who confronts a worthy adversary, are but a mortal flesh. R.A.B. At this moment, they had departed from the pitch-black cavern. And the sunlight outside, though not particularly bright, suddenly became blindingly intense. There was no hurry to return to Diagon Alley. Salazar lingered at the cave's entrance, fiddling with a few things before opening the locket. Inside lay only a note. The paper was neither entirely new nor excessively old, likely crafted within the last 2 years. R.A.B. Gryffindor scrutinized the message on the note, furrowing his brow. So, this individual anticipated our move and has already taken the Horcrux. Salazar extracted his pendant box from beneath his wizarding robe and waved it before Gryffindor. According to the inscription, this place was meant to conceal this object. However, the soul within has perished on the battlefield at dusk, rendering it no longer a Horcrux. It is worth noting, however, that we owe a debt of gratitude to this R.A.B. Had it not been for him, we might still remain oblivious to the existence of Riddle's Horcruxes. Gryffindor sighed in response. So, has our journey been in vain? Salazar was somewhat reluctant to engage in conversation with him. He held the locket box, which had been placed in his possession by R.A.B. in his other hand. The contrast between the two locket boxes was now strikingly evident. He concealed his own beneath his wizarding robe, while the one used by R.A.B. for deception was handed over to Dumbledore. At that moment, he noticed Dumbledore seemed particularly intrigued by the note in his hand, prompting Salazar to pass it to Dumbledore as well. Mr. Dumbledore, can you discern the author of this note? Gryffindor accepted the note and scrutinized it through his glasses. I recall that the genuine locket box was discovered at number 12, Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family. Hogwarts was to have a student named Regulus Black, the younger brother of Sirius, born in 1963. By the end of his statement, Dumbledore's tone had grown gravely somber, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the note. He was a good boy. At this moment, both Salazar and Gryffindor were enveloped by a profound sense of gravity. In truth, this feeling had already taken root within them upon the sight of the note, yet neither was willing to delve deeper into its implications. They had witnessed far too many R.A.B.s in their past, and it could be said that they were merely fortunate versions of R.A.B. themselves. Memories of his father and brother flooded back to him, alongside the other members of the Slytherin family. With the exception of a few who had ventured outside, none had chosen anything but to fight to the bitter end. And those later companions, when faced with insurmountable odds, who among them did not bravely embrace death? Even he himself, when he departed from Hogwarts, had contemplated that perhaps it would be better to perish on the battlefield. Wait, Gryffindor suddenly interjected, his tone heavy with weight. Salazar turned to face him, a dangerous glint slowly revealing itself in his gaze. The two exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Professor Dumbledore, you may leave first. We need to arrange a few things here. We will address the orphanage matter shortly. Professor Dumbledore, it is a pleasure to see you. Hagrid exclaimed as he opened the door of the small hut, only to quickly sense something amiss. Oh, Professor, what has happened to you? At that moment, Dumbledore appeared significantly more haggard than when Hagrid had seen him earlier in the Great Hall. His eyes were filled with profound sorrow, reminiscent of the farewell he had given his students last year. Hagrid, do you hold any resentment towards me for breaking your wand back then? Hagrid's eyes widened as he waved his massive hands. How could I? Professor, you did your utmost. Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh. If only I had been more meticulous back then, we might have uncovered the basilisk sooner. Or perhaps I could have persuaded the headmaster at that time to conduct a more thorough search of the school. Professor, you are not to blame. It is all that wretched Riddle's doing. Since encountering the basilisk on the battlefield, Dumbledore had been haunted by the memory. Upon returning to Hogwarts, he had followed the trail of the basilisk and the information Sirius had shared about the Chamber of Secrets, gradually piecing together the truth of those events, of course. Without hiding anything from Hagrid, the victim. Once seated at the table, Hagrid served Dumbledore tea and rock cakes. Dumbledore stared at the cup of tea. As if lost in thought, his gaze unfocused, staring into the void. Hagrid remained silent, sensing that something was amiss with Dumbledore's state, and dared not interrupt. What if it were something of great importance? As the steam from the tea began to dissipate, Dumbledore sighed deeply, his voice almost ethereal. Hagrid, do you think I have erred all these years? Perhaps what he proposed was, in fact, the right path. At the time, everyone deemed him utterly wrong and opposed him. Yet each dissenting voice was rooted in their own perspective. They never considered what the wizarding world might look like had he truly succeeded. If that were the case, Riddle would have caused no trouble at all. However, his ideology was far too extreme. He shared tales from the East, asserting that only power could bring peace. Yet I dismissed him as mad. Hagrid interjected, Hogwarts and the wizarding world have become chaotic, lacking order. Hagrid stared blankly at Dumbledore, listening to his musings, struggling to comprehend. Yet the last statement resonated with him. No, absolutely not. If discipline were enforced so strictly, the young wizards would perish. This thought grew increasingly insistent in his mind, until he finally voiced it. He held deep gratitude and respect for Dumbledore, but this was simply unacceptable. Dumbledore snapped back to reality, emerging from his trance-like state. A bitter smile forming on his lips, yet the prior thoughts lingered in his heart, indelible and persistent. Professor, what truly transpired earlier? Dumbledore's smile deepened with sorrow. We have wronged another good child. He was never Voldemort's lackey. Wronged? Professor, who do you mean? Hagrid's confusion thickened. Dumbledore merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. By the way, Hagrid, how goes Mr. Filch's search of the castle? Have any suspicious items been discovered? With a tremendous rumble, the already damaged stone door swung open once more. It has been repaired quite well. Riddle should not notice a thing. Gryffindor declared confidently. They had merely replicated the original enchantments on the door and added a sensing charm, enabling them to feel if the door were opened again. Unfortunately, the anti-apparition enchantments here cannot be bypassed without leaving a trace, Salazar lamented. Otherwise, Mr. Riddle's expression upon seeing us would surely be priceless. Gryffindor chuckled merrily. But it would be thrilling enough for him to watch us enter through the door. On another note, how do you plan to transform this lake? Salazar rested his chin on his hand, gazing contemplatively at the expansive lake before him. The challenge was undeniably daunting. The vastness of the area was a significant concern. Not to mention the seemingly endless specters lurking beneath the surface, which could not be easily dealt with without powerful incantations. What if we refrained from disturbing the lake altogether? Perhaps we could simply modify the island and the potion atop it instead? Gryffindor pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is indeed a commendable idea. Though it is a pity we witnessed the unfortunate Mr. Riddle ensnared by those endless specters. They once again located the boat, which ferried them across the lake, bringing them face to face with the barren rocky island. Within what resembled a meditative basin, a luminous green liquid was gradually rising to the surface. Previously preoccupied with the search for Horcruxes, Salazar had overlooked certain peculiarities, but now he discerned something unusual. This substance was certainly not a potion. It was an incantation unlike any we have encountered. Gordy, come here quickly. Gryffindor had been crouching at the island's edge, intently observing the lake, seemingly reluctant to abandon his earlier intention of tampering with it. Upon hearing Salazar's call, he stood and approached. He extended his hand, only to be thwarted by a transparent barrier. Is this magic? I had genuinely believed it to be a potion. Salazar furrowed his brow in distress as he gently tapped on the container. This is quite troublesome. At present, we are utterly incapable of deciphering this spell. Gryffindor, standing nearby, sighed and gazed at him. What if we take a small sample of this liquid? Perhaps Rona could study it? Salazar imagined the disdainful expression on Ravenclaw's face when they returned seeking assistance with an insurmountable curse, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Although the incantation was intricate, it was not beyond his capabilities. Hadn't their previous magic exploited its vulnerabilities? Gryffindor, seated nearby, appeared reluctant to linger in this dismal place. The surrounding darkness and the corpses in the lake did not instill fear in him, yet. As the greatest white wizard in history, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Nonetheless, the prospect of ensnaring Mr. Riddle with a trap compelled him to remain. Very well. You ponder that, while I contemplate how to transform this lake. Time flowed swiftly in the darkness, and the emerald light emanating from Salazar began to shift. It suddenly dimmed and flickered. Gryffindor turned to see Salazar directing his wand towards the vessel, sensing the exquisite magic coursing around him. At that moment, the liquid within the container was boiling, reminiscent of the countless potions Salazar had brewed before. Had he succeeded? Salazar paid him no heed. Fully engrossed in manipulating the magic he had temporarily reconfigured, the wounds of his soul manifested at that moment, while this intensity would have been trivial to his former self. He now felt utterly drained. The flow of magical energy gradually subsided, and Salazar managed to control the final touches, finally exhaling in relief. For the first time, he perceived the air in this space as suffocating, an overwhelming urge to escape washing over him. Goaty, this should suffice. We can discuss it outside. Gryffindor sensed Salazar's deteriorating state and swiftly leapt onto the small boat, with Salazar following without a trace of reluctance. He cast one last glance at his masterpiece left behind. Smiling in the darkness, Goaty, should you dare to tamper with this magic, your fate is sealed. Yet Gryffindor's voice emerged muffled, as if trapped within his throat. What is it? Salazar inquired, sensing something amiss. Let us discuss it outside. Gryffindor sighed, his tone still subdued. You're not feeling disheartened about being outdone and setting a trap, are you? The boat rocked gently on the lake, ripples spreading as several specters drew nearer. Only to halt amidst the waves. Tomorrow, we shall engage in a duel. Gryffindor's voice betrayed a sense of desperation. Salazar gave him a heavy thump on the back, causing the small boat to sway even more violently. With irritation, he remarked, we still have to address the matters at the orphanage later. Do you only dare to duel with me when misfortune befalls me? Gryffindor replied, do not forget the final matter. Of course, brave and kind Mr. Blake. May you find tranquility. Although we cannot locate your remains, you must also wish to drag your dark lord down to the depths of the lake with your own hands. Correct? I wish you joy in your future games with him at the lake's bottom. Silence enveloped the darkness, punctuated only by the opening and closing of the stone door. As absolute stillness settled in, the sunset lingered with just a hint of its glow, yet the sight of vibrant life once again brought ease to both of them. As they made their way to the orphanage, Salazar suddenly recalled something he had previously forgotten. Gordy, have you remembered? What? Gryffindor turned to him, a look of bewilderment on his face, clearly still preoccupied with the earlier incident. The Slytherin curse. That curse still lingers. Tom Riddle has not perished. Next Horcrux. April 27th. 1982. Sal, are you really not going out today? Teresa asked, suppressing her laughter. Salazar cast her a glance devoid of any pretense. You have seen for yourself the myriad misfortunes I have endured since the break of dawn. Who knows what calamities await should I venture outside? Since awakening this morning, he had already encountered a series of unfortunate events, his hair entangled with Teresa's upon rising, a mishap he fortunately noticed. Then, during his morning ablutions, the hot water supply failed, necessitating he heat water himself, and finally, discovering that his wand had slipped into the crevice beside his bed. Though these troubles were harmless, they were irksome enough. After departing from the cave yesterday, he had transferred the curse at the orphanage, perhaps owing to his ancestral lineage. Salazar was merely a fleeting target of misfortune, as the curse was forcibly dispelled. The gentleman Riddle, wherever he may be, would surely not be faring well. Teresa burst into laughter. Clearly, you could have countered it with a Felix Felicis potion, if only you had prepared in advance. Sarah gazed out at the morning light, letting out a heavy sigh. Thus far, the only potions he had concocted in that basement were the Wolfsbane potion and the calming draught. Should he attempt to brew a potion today, the likelihood of success would be comparable to that of Gryffindor's. It must be said that since arriving in this era, his diligence had waned considerably, for instance, in the realm of potion storage. A millennium ago, aside from those exceedingly difficult to preserve, he had stocks of nearly everything. How had he come to find himself in such a predicament now? Teresa, after arranging a bow at the back of her head, bid farewell to Salazar and departed. She had been exceptionally busy of late, which left Salazar feeling rather inadequate. Yet her industriousness had evidently borne fruit, at the very least. The races that had long aligned with the vampires had quieted down. If the wizarding world remained in a state of order, it seemed unlikely they would stir up trouble again. At this juncture, Salazar had come to realize that the current situation had likely rendered the Illuminati as merely a catalyst. The root of the discord lay in the long-standing grievances between the magical races and wizards. However, he found himself at a loss for effective solutions. Such circumstances would not have arisen 1,000 years ago. Apart from a few magical races that had groveled before the church, the rest had long been tightly knit. With no internal conflicts to speak of, just before her departure, Teresa suddenly leaned in, her presence imbued with the sin of Lily of the Valley, and planted a kiss on Salazar's cheek. Though her movement was slow, Salazar, considering his recent streak of misfortune, remained motionless, even if his luck were unaffected. He would not have shied away. After that night, the bond between him and Teresa had evidently deepened. After breakfast, the owl Amy delivered a letter from Sirius. Due to the rain the previous night, the little creature's feathers were still damp, yet the letter was well protected, showing no signs of having been affected. In the letter, Sirius wrote about recent happenings in the Muggle world and included several photographs of himself with Harry Potter. In the images, the boy's hair was already quite thick, his clear green eyes striking, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead was the most captivating feature about him. Salazar crumpled the letter and photograph, feeling that by the time Hufflepuff completed the life alchemy, the young Harry depicted in the image would have reached the age to attend Hogwarts. The mere thought of Gryffindor becoming classmates with this babbling child brought an uncontrollable smile to his face. He whimsically imagined their expressions upon seeing him at the teacher's table, and Salazar's lips curled in delight. Then, he retrieved a generous handful of Alfeed, an enormous bag gifted by the shopkeeper during the purchase of Amy, which still had half remaining after all this time. As Amy fed, he meticulously dried her feathers with magic. Despite his utmost caution, Amy was interrupted twice while eating, prompting Salazar to lament his unfortunate luck for the day. Yet, he took solace in the fact that such misfortune only lingered on the surface of life. To break Riddle's curse was to endure only this degree of ill fate. After some contemplation, feeling that his luck had not yet sunk to such depths, he chose to descend the stairs, settling into a window-side seat to continue his writing. Salazar was particularly cautious with the ink bottle, magically securing it to the table. He had anticipated that if he remained vigilant, the day would pass uneventfully. However, in the afternoon, the disruptor of his tranquility ultimately arrived. The door curtain was lifted, and the breeze caused the aromatic candle placed by Teresa at the entrance to flicker. A brief ray of sunlight filtered in, carrying the scent of damp earth. It had rained the previous night, and today's weather was exceptionally pleasant. Dumbledore entered, followed closely by a brooding Severus Snape. Remus, stationed behind the counter, quickly stood, warmly greeting Dumbledore. During this time, he had become quite adept at his duties. Dumbledore appeared to have shaken off the state of the previous day, exuding vitality as if nothing had transpired. His demeanor stood in stark contrast to the somber presence of Snape behind him, further accentuating the potions professor's gloom. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hogwarts," Dumbledore exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. Not spotting Gryffindor, he inquired, "Where is Mr. Ulysses? Was yesterday's affair resolved smoothly?" Salazar set aside his quill and, with a hint of implication, remarked, "Eustace has gone to France and should return tomorrow, all being well. However, I fear I may have exhausted my fortune for yesterday." The implication being, regardless of what transpires today, he would not be persuaded to engage in any tasks. Dumbledore squinted and chuckled. "I believe that luck will still favor you today." Snape let out a disdainful huff, handing a small vial to Salazar. Given the pallor of his complexion, it was difficult to ascertain whether his reluctance was mild or profound. "A potion of Felix Felicis?" Snape nodded, his expression inscrutable, the dark circles under his eyes particularly pronounced. Salazar's gaze shifted towards Dumbledore, as if he were observing a heartless capitalist. Yesterday, Dumbledore must have overheard his conversation with Gryffindor, and today, in a bid to persuade him to accompany the search for Horcruxes, he had the audacity to press the poor potions professor into concocting Felix Felicis overnight. Merlin. In a few years, it seemed he too would have to work at Hogwarts. Salazar resolved within himself that he would certainly teach an elective course. Opening the potion vial, Salazar estimated the dosage and precisely poured the necessary amount into his mouth. It was then that he began to comprehend Professor Snape's capabilities, or rather, he grasped the standard of contemporary potion ingredients. It was quite impressive that Hogwarts potions professor could produce such a quality of Felix Felicis with these materials in such a short time. Frowning slightly, he took another sip, feeling it was nearly sufficient. Compared to the widely circulated formula from a millennium ago, the current concoction had been significantly simplified. Some ingredients that were highly coveted back then had been replaced with alternatives of similar effects, resulting in a corresponding decrease in the fortune it bestowed. He then addressed Snape. A superior formula for Felix Felicis, or shall I brew a vial in the next day or two? Which do you prefer? Upon hearing the mention of a better formula, Snape finally exhibited a flicker of anger. He had previously appeared far more sullen than the venerable Dumbledore beside him. The formula? No problem. Salazar nodded, tearing a page from the notebook he had been writing in, dipping his quill in ink, and swiftly inscribing the details. It's nearly identical to the materials you use. The adjustments can all be found in modern times, though the proportions differ. Additionally, it demands rigorous temperature control. I believe you can manage it. Snape wordlessly accepted the paper, refraining from an immediate examination. He stiffly nodded at Salazar before turning to Dumbledore. Headmaster, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. During this time, he still had not emerged from the shadow of Lily's passing. Rather, that shadow had deepened its entanglement, rendering him even more rigid and cold. At least he still maintained an interest in his field, Salazar thought with some relief. He did not wish to witness the potions professor languish in despair. The modern masters of potion-making were far too few, and the future of potionology depended on their legacy. Moreover, Snape was the potions professor at Hogwarts, and his demeanor would inevitably influence the students. He would not remain in the British wizarding community indefinitely. He had reached a consensus with Gryffindor and Teresa that upon graduating from Hogwarts, they would depart from Britain. Dumbledore waved his hand, smiling at Snape, before returning to Hogwarts. Would you care to visit Honeydukes for some sweet treats? Licorice wands, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, lemon popsicles, summer is approaching, you know. That is, if you wish. Snape rose, his gaze still shrouded in gloom. Perhaps the Duke of Honeydukes would prefer to see you appear instead of me. Dumbledore quickly waved his hands. No, Severus. I believe you would benefit from these sweet delights. Consuming sweets can alleviate worries. There is scientific evidence to support this. Even muggles have discovered it, have they not? I do not require them, Headmaster. Snape retorted, his demeanor still dark as he strode out of the bookstore, ignoring Remus, who stood behind the counter, hesitating to speak. Salazar meticulously stored away the remaining Felix Felicis, for he had no inclination to partake in such a potion unless absolutely necessary. This uncontrollable fortune imparted upon him a weightless sensation, leading him to believe that the fortune of this period would inevitably be repaid at some future moment. Dumbledore watched Snape depart before turning his gaze to Salazar as he tidied his desk, finally putting away the ink bottle. Salazar was profoundly relieved that he had secured it to the desk prior to Dumbledore's arrival, as the desk had already been jostled by 4 individuals. Mr. Dumbledore, is there something you wish to discuss today? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, maintaining his benevolent smile, and with a flick of his wand, the protective charm that Salazar had once witnessed at the leaky cauldron re-emerged. It pertains to the next Horcrux. However, before we proceed, may I inquire about what transpired after you returned to that cavern yesterday? Salazar harbored no objections to sharing with others the activities he engaged in with Gryffindor within the cave yesterday, though he exhibited little interest in elaborating on the details. After all, he had devoted a considerable amount of time to deciphering and modifying Mr. Riddle's spell. Thus, he merely conveyed the outcome. If all proceeded as anticipated, that unfortunate Mr. Riddle would inevitably disturb the wraith residing in the lake while attempting to reclaim his Horcrux. At this thought, Salazar erupted into delighted laughter, envisioning the once-occupied space of the Horcrux now utterly barren, compelling him to seek the company of the esteemed Mr. Black. Though Dumbledore could not immediately fathom how Salazar accomplished such feats, he was nonetheless inclined to trust the judgment of one of the 4 founders. His gaze flickered momentarily, yet a thought from the previous day suddenly resurfaced. Could they also advocate for order? Despite this contemplation, he deemed it premature to voice such a significant inquiry. Its implications were far too substantial, and even he struggled to comprehend it fully. Dumbledore felt an overwhelming urge to reconnect with an old friend residing in New Mongard. Mr. Dumbledore? Salazar perceptively noted Dumbledore's momentary distraction. Dumbledore quickly regained his focus, his eyes drifting within the confines of the bookstore for a fleeting moment. What was my purpose for being here today? Right, the Horcrux. Based on my research into Mr. Riddle's life, the ancestral home of the Gunter family is highly likely to be another hiding place for his Horcrux. Salazar furrowed his brow. The name seemed familiar, yet it did not leave a profound impression on him. The Gaunt family? Was it the lineage of his witch mother? Dumbledore nodded slightly, affirming. The Gaunt family is one of the sacred 28, renowned for their violent temperament, secrecy, and coldness. To preserve the purity of their bloodline, the Gaunts tend to marry within their kin, maintaining ancestral traits. In this regard, they have succeeded. However, this very practice may also be the reason for the increasing abnormalities among the Gaunt family members, who are notorious for producing squibs and lunatics. You should understand that this is a common affliction resulting from inbreeding, and I do not intend to malign the Gaunt family. Salazar nodded, fully agreeing with Dumbledore on this point. This was a notion that wizards had discovered a millennium ago. However, at that time, there were indeed individuals who deliberately sought to cultivate a few such bloodlines to preserve the purity of their lineage. In August 1943, it was likely during this period that I stayed awake all night to untangle the events of that year. Oh, thanks to Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore continued his narration, recounting how, at the Riddle household in Little Hangleton, the 16-year-old Riddle committed patricide after a quest for his family origins, murdering the elder Riddle and his family of 3. He created a Horcrux using the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family, which he seized from his uncle's possession. Of course, this premise rests on the assumption that Riddle indeed adhered to our conjecture, opting to utilize only meaningful objects to craft Horcruxes, rather than resorting to extreme measures to conceal them from discovery. Salazar fell into silence at Dumbledore's final words, reminiscing about certain wizards from a millennium ago. Among them was one who crafted a Horcrux in the form of a portrait, brazenly displaying it, and not just one, but several. This deception ensnared his descendants for nearly a century, only to be uncovered when Ravenclaw paid a visit, revealing a hint of the truth. Let us hope that history does not repeat itself. Despite his mental preparations, upon witnessing the Gunther family residence, Salazar was rendered incredulous. How to describe the Gunther ancestral home? It was a house, half concealed amidst the tangled thickets nestled between 2 steep hills in Little Hangleton. The walls were cloaked in moss, and the roof tiles lay scattered, exposing the rotting beams beneath. Surrounding the house was a dense growth of nettles, towering high enough to reach the minuscule windows, which were thickly coated in years of grime. An S-shaped dead serpent was nailed to the door, said to symbolize the pure bloodline of Slytherin. No, the Slytherin family held no such tradition, while they indeed kept serpents. What purpose did a desiccated serpent serve at the entrance? Was it intended as a desiccated reserve? Salazar and Dumbledore stepped into the dilapidated house, only to be astonished by the utter lack of furnishings. It bore no resemblance whatsoever to the cavern they had encountered the previous day. Salazar found himself questioning whether Dumbledore had indeed chosen the correct location, for the desolation surrounding them seemed utterly incongruous with Tom Riddle's modus operandi. The house comprised 3 exceedingly cramped rooms, with the central chamber serving as both kitchen and living area, now enshrouded in a thick layer of dust. In one corner stood a chair, missing a leg, while on the floor lay a cup, its original color rendered completely unrecognizable, a solitary remnant of life in this forsaken place. According to Dumbledore's account, the Gaunt family had indeed perished long ago, rendering the current state of disrepair unsurprising. Once assured that the use of magic here would not inadvertently trigger any hidden mechanisms, Salazar could no longer contain his frustration. It was time for a thorough cleansing. The dust and long-standing grime within the room began to dissipate, and at last, the old Gaunt residence emerged into a semblance of cleanliness. Dumbledore observed this transformation, feeling that even during the Gaunt family's occupancy, the place had never been so pristine. He increasingly suspected that Hogwarts historical records might indeed require a meticulous revision. Perhaps it was the fabrications of later generations that had exacerbated the discord among the houses. In contemporary Hogwarts, Gryffindors and Slytherins clashed incessantly, yet the individuals of each house were often found enjoying games of wizard's chess together. Salazar's gaze swept methodically across the room, yet he found no trace of lingering magic. Ultimately, he could only conclude that Mr. Riddle intended to conceal his Horcrux in such a manner. The most effective way to hide a drop of water is not to encase it in layers of protection, but rather to immerse it within the vast ocean. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Does Mr. Dumbledore possess something of great significance regarding the Gaunt family? Suddenly posed with the question, Dumbledore paused to recollect before responding. The Gaunt family is descended from many powerful wizards, the most renowned. At this juncture, Dumbledore abruptly halted, as if struck by a sudden realization. Salazar let out a sigh, having come to realize what the most renowned reference entailed. He felt a twinge of reluctance to acknowledge his own dismal state. The short-sighted and insular Gaunt family, with their foolish inbreeding, shared bloodlines with him. Yet, he had already encountered Riddle on the battlefield at dusk, and he could not mistake the essence of Slytherin's lineage. Perhaps ignorance breeds discontent. Prior to witnessing the Gaunt family, he had held a deep disdain for Riddle's creation of multiple Horcruxes. Now, however, he found himself considering Riddle in a more favorable light, especially when juxtaposed with the Gaunts. He lamented that perhaps he should have left behind some legacy, rather than allowing future generations to fabricate narratives out of thin air. Another figure of significance was Cadmus Peverell, one of the fabled possessors of the Deathly Hallows. For reasons unknown, upon learning that the Gaunt family not only bore Slytherin's blood, but also successfully implicated Peverell, Salazar felt a sense of relief wash over him. He continued with Dumbledore's words, "Is the Resurrection Stone also in the possession of the Gaunt family?" Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. "It should be. The gem on that ring may very well be the legendary Resurrection Stone, though I cannot confirm it." Marvolo Gaunt was exceedingly protective of that ring and never allowed anyone to touch it. The Resurrection Stone? With his wand in hand, Salazar carelessly gestured towards a direction. "The Resurrection Stone, come forth." Unsurprisingly, there was no response. Although Mr. Riddle thought to conceal the Horcrux by blending a drop of water into the ocean, he certainly had not neglected protective measures entirely. Indeed, it appeared that the summoning charm was thwarted. Salazar furrowed his brow in frustration. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would prefer not to search for a small ring of uncertain existence within this room. Dumbledore had already entered a small chamber to commence his search, exhibiting no disdain for the environment, even moving aside dilapidated cabinets to inspect their backsides. Salazar was acutely aware that the place was no longer filthy. Yet in this moment of unnecessary circumstance, he felt compelled to maintain his faude. He departed from the house of the Gaunts, standing at the threshold, as a hissing sound soon permeated the air. Before long, serpents of vivid and muted hues emerged before him, writhing upon the ground, their crimson cores expanding and contracting, their hissing tongues intertwining in a symphony. They rejoiced at the prospect of finally having a means of communication after so many years. Yet they were also awed by the presence of the feathered serpent. "Help me find a ring, the one once worn by the master of this place." A multitude of snakes slithered into the house, and Salazar watched them with a slight smirk. The moment the snakes began to proliferate within the dwelling, Dumbledore comprehended the situation. Even as the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, he was decidedly averse to cohabiting with such a multitude of cold, slippery creatures. Within mere minutes, Salazar had acquired precise information. However, the danger was palpable, exceedingly perilous. "Do not touch that ring under any circumstances." Salazar furrowed his brow. Allowing the slender black snake to slither up his finger, he cradled it in the palm of his hand, where the serpent nuzzled against him, conveying its fondness. "Where is it?" The ring lay beneath the floor just inside the door, yet one must not touch it. "It is perilous, exceedingly dangerous." The urgency in the snake's tone was palpable as Salazar caressed its body, the coolness of its scales providing him with a soothing sensation. "I understand. Professor Dumbledore," Salazar remarked. "I believe we have found it." With a gentle flick of his wand, the first floorboard at the Gunter residence appeared to defy the laws of gravity, gracefully floating upwards. Beneath it, Salazar beheld a ring, a golden band adorned with a dark gemstone, exuding an air of opulence and enigma. However, it failed to align with Salazar's aesthetic sensibilities. Even more peculiar was the fact that this ring was devoid of dust, standing in stark contrast to the room, which had become engulfed in a cloud of dust once the floorboard was lifted. In addition to the ring, a lifeless snake lay on the ground. This unfortunate creature had met its untimely demise while exploring the old house, having slipped through a crack into the space beneath the floor. Salazar's observation validated the earlier warnings from the little snake regarding the lurking dangers. Indeed, if acquiring the next Horcrux were to be so simple, it would be a grave insult to Riddle, who had gone to such lengths to preserve his life. "Is this the ring of the Gunter family?" Dumbledore appeared entranced, his gaze suddenly fervent and fixated on the ring, losing his usual calm demeanor. "The Resurrection Stone, Ariana," he murmured, gradually advancing towards the pristine ring laid upon the ground. "Professor Dumbledore?" Yet, it seemed he was oblivious to Salazar's call, continuing his approach to the ring. "Stop!" Salazar grasped Dumbledore's robe from behind, yet Dumbledore appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his forward march until the resistance of the fabric nearly caused him to lose his balance. Steadying himself against the doorframe, he regained his composure, while the hinges emitted a strained creaking sound, burdened by the weight of the door. The lifeless serpent draped around his neck shifted with the opening and closing of the door, producing an unsettling rustling noise as it rubbed against the wooden surface. Oh, what just transpired? Dumbledore surveyed his surroundings with a look of bewilderment, patting his forehead as if to dispel the remnants of shock. At that moment, he had fully awakened to the reality of his situation, feeling a profound sense of astonishment at his previous actions. Salazar approached with a furrowed brow, having not missed the fleeting sadness that flashed in Dumbledore's eyes moments earlier. This reminded him of the name Dumbledore had just mentioned, and for reasons unknown. He suddenly recalled the discussion he had with Gryffindor the previous day regarding Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It seemed that Dumbledore had been lured by some form of mental magic, prompting memories of past sorrows, while Salazar had yet to develop an interest in prying into others' privacy. However, given the circumstances, it appeared that the ring was enticing Dumbledore to take it up. The target of such a lure ought to be someone with a greater vulnerability of the soul. Did Dumbledore's soul bear more scars than his own? If that were the case, he would need to reassess the current headmaster's entire prowess. As he drew closer, Salazar squatted down to scrutinize the ring, his wand firmly grasped in hand, prepared for any unforeseen incidents. At this proximity, he felt a faint impulse to don the ring. Yet this urge was so slight that it barely affected his will, hardly enough to overshadow his distaste for the ring's appearance. This ring was no ordinary trinket. It was likely imbued with some enchantment, tempting those intrigued by the resurrection stone to wear it. But if he were to truly adorn this ring, he chuckled softly. Speaking with a sigh, Mr. Dumbledore, surely you can foresee the outcome. After all, this is a trap laid by the Dark Lord. In his view, this snare was far more reliable than the cavern filled with decayed corpses. That cave, with proper reconnaissance and preparation, or a sufficiently ruthless heart, could allow one to easily seize the well-guarded Horcrux, as exemplified by Regulus. This time, however, Mr. Riddle was directly manipulating the visitor's longing for the resurrection stone. Observing the unusually pristine ring on the ground, Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. After initially experiencing excitement at the prospect of the resurrection stone, he had managed to think calmly, becoming less susceptible to the influence of mental magic. Humans are often so easily tempted by things they know to be impossible. Just as I am aware that those brought back by the resurrection stone are no longer the same, yet I cannot help but yearn for it. Mr. Slytherin, I truly admire you in this regard. Were I in your position, knowing I could effortlessly revive 3 dear friends, I doubt I could choose to leave them in their state as Horcruxes as you have, Dumbledore remarked, yet he had already devised a method to destroy this Horcrux. Though he still found it difficult to summon the resolve to obliterate one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. At this moment, Salazar also realized another possibility for his immunity to the allure of the mind magic. He had endured far too many partings and deaths on the battlefield a millennium ago. Every fleeting second could witness the demise of someone he held dear. Over time, he had grown accustomed to such a reality. When this state of being persisted, it transformed into a certain detachment. Thus, upon acquiring the soul artifacts of his friends, he found himself more concerned about the potential effects on their consciousness rather than hastily wishing to resurrect them all. With his mindset, it was entirely possible that the resurrection stone had already tempted him, yet he remained oblivious, preoccupied with other thoughts. Casting another glance at the impeccably pristine ring on the ground, Salazar caressed the large black serpent coiling around his arm. He contemplated 2 choices: to obliterate the soul artifact outright with a simple incantation of fiendfire, or to await the moment when he and his companions could devise a method to annihilate the souls within without damaging the object itself. Dumbledore cast a profound gaze at the ring, his lips moving as if uttering a name. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Mr. Slytherin, might I request that you leave the resurrection stone behind? If you require assistance, I am more than willing to fully cooperate with your research. Salazar nodded thoughtfully. Let it be so. After all, the resurrection stone is a deathly hallow. To destroy it so easily would indeed be a pity. Let it be restored to its original state. Expel the muggles. With that, the 2 of them vanished in succession. However, less than 10 minutes had elapsed before Salazar reappeared in the same spot. This time, he was no longer merely Salazar. That familiar hat, known all too well, returned to crown his head, within which Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff observed the world through Salazar's eyes. In the brief moments that had just passed, they had devised a plan that could only be deemed perfect. Sal, you are far too composed in your current state. You ought to appear a bit more guilty. Gryffindor clamored, offering their advice. Salazar experienced a considerable degree of dissatisfaction with the adjectives used to describe Gryffindor, yet he furrowed his brow, making a concerted effort to appear cautious as he surveyed his surroundings. just like that. Akin to those students who sneak out of the common room in the dead of night. The ethereal Hufflepuff conveyed a sense of pity towards Gryffindor. It could also resemble your own clandestine excursions to the dining hall under the cover of darkness. What do you think, Mr. Gryffindor? As Salazar carefully approached the dilapidated old residence of the Gunner family. The dialogue in his mind transported him back to the moments preceding the Twilight battlefield. It must be said that, when liberated from external pressures and entanglements of interest, sharing insights and experiences with friends is an exceedingly joyous affair, even if their present intention is to deceive a poor soul who has been confined here since the tender age of 16. The door of the Gunter family's old house creaked open once more, the dead snake hanging above swaying again, accompanied by a cacophony of squeaks and groans. Salazar beheld the now pristine, yet still decrepit and somber room. He bit his lip and, with his wand, lifted the first floorboard at the entrance, revealing the luxurious yet grotesquely designed ring once more before his eyes. Gazing at the ring for a moment, Salazar communicated silently with the others. Riddle should be able to see this, right? The commotion I created with Dumbledore before. Didn't you say this ring had attacked Dumbledore? Ravenclaw's voice emerged. I suspect it may have been under Riddle's control. After all, as Dumbledore mentioned, their old enmity runs deep. Moreover, that is the resurrection stone. Using it as a Horcrux, his fragment of soul must be in a relatively stable state, interjected Gryffindor with a rather inappropriate analogy. Let us simply try it. If Riddle has indeed remained unresponsive, then the awkwardness of performing for thin air won't be yours alone. Finally, someone voiced Salazar's inner concerns. All right. I'll do my best. Salazar crouched before the floorboard, remaining silent for a moment before stating, please do not speak for a while. He drew a sharp knife and traced it across his palm hesitantly, his expression a blend of turmoil and determination, before finally slicing down. In an instant, warm blood flowed forth. Perhaps due to the influence of his serpent lineage, Salazar's body temperature was slightly lower than others, and his blood mirrored this quality. The wound was not excessively deep, yet it was clearly not one that could be easily staunched. With all his focus on the injury, the pain remained remarkably vivid. In the past, such discomfort would not have even caused him to frown, but today he recalled his experiences within the tribunal, and his countenance soured. Warm droplets of blood fell onto the ring, quickly absorbed, causing the soul within to stir. Yet Mr. Riddle evidently had no immediate intention of revealing himself. Although a myriad of questions brewed within him, he desired the blood to flow a while longer. Unfortunately, the source of blood seemed not intent on fully satisfying Mr. Riddle, as roughly half a minute later, he grasped the wound, and from an angle invisible to Riddle, black serpentine scales sprouted from his palm, temporarily sealing the injury. The healing magic employed was of the purest sort, far beyond his bloodline and magical attributes to master. Perhaps I should call you Voldemort, for you must be awake now. Why not come forth to meet one who shares your lineage? The youth's voice, tinged with an indescribable sadness, echoed within the dilapidated abode, like a wandering specter earnestly calling for a potential companion. With his deep green eyes fixed on the ring below, anticipation gleamed in his gaze, his pale lips pursed tightly, betraying a hint of anxiety. Within the sorting hat, the trio observed the unfolding events through Salazar's perspective. Oh, Sal, your acting skills remain impeccable. How many believed you to be gentle and harmless back then? Hufflepuff cleared his throat. Let us not disturb him just yet. We still cannot ascertain whether this is merely a performance for thin air. I fear for Sal's concentration. Did you not notice that Sal has already closed off his mind? Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw exchanged glances, falling into silence, leaving Gryffindor to chatter on. I dare say. At around this age, Sal should have attempted to entice that lake siren. The frail youth, emaciated due to malnutrition, combined with the slightly lower temperature from his serpentine bloodline, cough. The lake siren would surely be drawn to his flowing black hair and pallid complexion, rarely touched by sunlight. Many magical races inclined towards negative energies favored such aesthetics. Otherwise, that girl Teresa would not have been so fond of Sal. And despite his effortless command of lethal dark magic, he possessed a gaze that remained pure and clear. Oh, and that ability to instill silence in those around him. How delightful. If I were that lake siren, I would likely yield to whatever Sal proposed. Merlin, how regrettable it is to reunite with Sal at 16, without having discerned his true nature. If only he were a girl. Cough. Such a waste. They lamented. Had we the lake siren's assistance, how much pressure we would have alleviated in the early stages. I would not have to face a throng of clearly deranged paladins daily. The two ladies increasingly felt something amiss. Perhaps it truly was a splendid idea? No, that is not right. At this juncture, they had yet to encounter Salazar. They further realized that Salazar's daily quarrels with Gryffindor were likely not without reason. Had Salazar overheard the earlier conversation, events might have unfolded quite differently. No, Mr. Gryffindor. Please consider with your grass-choked mind. A wizard capable of simulating holy light with white magic would surely have garnered much favor among those who despised the church back then. As Salazar's words lingered, silence enveloped the space once more, reminiscent of the many years past. Only the occasional mountain creature dared to visit, leaving the place eerily desolate like a haunted house. The youth stood forlornly at the open floorboard, and after a few minutes of silence, a smile began to surface on his face, one that bore the weight of self-mockery. Why, as a Slytherin, are you so unwilling to meet me? You have absorbed my blood. You must be awake, correct? Tom Riddle found himself in a tumult of emotions. He longed to encounter this fellow bearers of Slytherin blood, seemingly eager for companionship, especially one who appeared rather foolish and easily deceived. If he were not foolish, why would that wizard willingly nourish a Horcrux with his own blood? Yet, the energy contained in the droplets he had shed earlier, coupled with his previous encounter with Dumbledore, left Riddle struggling to comprehend that this was merely an ordinary boy. Bang! Salazar cast aside his wand, and the mental barriers began to dissolve, allowing Riddle to perceive the current state of his soul with clarity. At last, a translucent shadow emerged from the ring. With raven-black hair and eyes, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of calmness and politeness. From a certain perspective, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Salazar himself. Observing this ethereal figure gradually coalesce from the mist, Salazar finally exhaled in relief. He was not merely performing for the empty air. Side note indeed, this time of day proves to be more conducive for writing. Tomorrow will also require 6,000 words. Though my health is not at its best. 101. Does this count as fraud? He slightly lifted his head, gazing at the floating, translucent shadow in midair. Salazar adjusted his current mental state, blinking in surprise, his face reflecting a blend of astonishment, tension, and joy. He executed these reactions with remarkable naturalness, betraying none of his usual demeanor. A millennium ago, the ability to act was an essential skill for any wizard who had to engage with society. They were required to disguise themselves to resemble the ignorant muggles, even feigning fear and disdain when wizards were mentioned. Any hint of exposure could result in the annihilation of everyone present or a memory charm to erase the incident. Otherwise, one could only await the Inquisition's relentless pursuit. Over time, this necessity turned everyone into masters of deception. Salazar, having spent many years in areas under the Church's control, would not have encountered Godric Gryffindor disguised as a paladin so easily otherwise. It must be noted that the two shared a remarkable rapport on many occasions, willingly mingling during an era when wizards would turn pale at the mere mention of the Holy City. During that period, Salazar infiltrated the Holy City, leveraging his striking appearance and extensive knowledge of ecclesiastical doctrines to gain entry into a minor seminary, where he caught the attention of a priest. Throughout this time, he collaborated closely with Teresa, transmitting messages from the church to various wizarding factions, and successfully extricating several wizards trapped in the Holy City upon his departure. At the time of crafting this Horcrux, Tom Riddle was likely around 16 or 17 years old. Had he graduated from Hogwarts a few years prior, possessing some worldly experience yet still retaining his sanity, perhaps a glimmer of insight could have been discerned. From the very beginning, Salazar's demeanor has been impeccably suited, as if he were deliberately enticing him to seize his corporeal form. Regrettably, the 16-year-old Riddle remains oblivious, tragically stepping into a trap meticulously orchestrated by 4 seasoned individuals from the war-torn era. As a Horcrux, Tom Riddle possesses no memories of subsequent events, leaving him unaware of the actions he would later undertake. However, he can likely gauge the passage of time, realizing that his original body must have succumbed to age by now. Furthermore, Dumbledore has already uncovered the existence of this Horcrux, and his inaction stems merely from a reluctance to destroy the Resurrection Stone. Resurrecting at this juncture poses no issues whatsoever. Greetings, you may call me Tom. Salutations. I am Kelty Slytherin, a name devoid of significance, whimsically fabricated. Salazar, as if in a trance, repeatedly twirled a lock of hair, exhibiting a desire to scrutinize, yet a fear of being impolite. Tom Riddle harbored no suspicions. He slightly narrowed his eyes, examining the somewhat awkward young boy before him. Appearing around 6 years of age, He seemed even younger than when he had crafted this vessel. The shadow cast by the brim of his hat initially masked his calm demeanor, which ignited a flicker of disdain within Riddle. His character bore an unsettling resemblance to that of his mute mother. Why should such a person be worthy of sharing the same noble bloodline? Yet, such thoughts seemed trivial. Carty Slytherin, a rather fine name, Riddle mused, envisioning a future where he might inhabit this identity. A warmth surged within him, though he expertly concealed it from his visage. Carty Slytherin appeared to be spiritually wounded, and upon realizing this, Riddle contemplated seizing the boy's body. However, a pressing concern lingered. He needed to comprehend the essence of Carty Slytherin. If, upon his usurpation of the body, the boy's soul were to vanish, he would be deprived of any knowledge regarding this identity. Tom Riddle meticulously devised a plan to ensure the complete possession of his new form, finding satisfaction in the noble lineage and youthful vitality that this body offered for prolonged use. Thus, he took the initiative to continue the dialogue. "May I call you Carty?" Salazar nodded slightly, continuing to gaze at him. He bit his lip, his expression marred by an inner turmoil, as if he bore a burden too heavy to voice. In his eyes, Riddle's desire to claim this body was unmistakably etched upon his countenance. Yet, was not the very purpose of luring Riddle's soul to inhabit him? Tom Riddle inquired softly, "Carty, while I am delighted to encounter someone of shared bloodline, could you enlighten me as to why you are here?" Salazar's face suddenly contorted with fury as he replied, "Dumbledore forced my hand. He is searching for your Horcrux." Riddle's expression stiffened for a moment, his narrowed eyes flashing with a dark crimson gleam. "Dumbledore again?" Salazar nodded slightly, his voice tinged with a rasp. "The Slytherin family has long retreated from the world. Yet Dumbledore still sought me out, requesting my assistance in locating your Horcrux. It is a bloodline magic that allowed him to discover the whereabouts of the Horcrux you have concealed, Tom." Tom Riddle furrowed his brow. Though he was unaware of Dumbledore's motives or the reason for his apparent obsession with him, he sensed that his current predicament was dire. As for the bloodline magic, Riddle harbored no doubts. Although he had excelled at Hogwarts, he was merely a student. Dumbledore regarded me with utmost caution, as if I might suddenly rise and cast a lethal curse upon everyone. Not just him, but all who knew my surname believed I would become the next Dark Lord. Salazar lowered his head, his hair cascading down to obscure his expression, yet his voice betrayed an unmistakable weariness. "I understand your feelings." Riddle's voice was soft, laced with an insidious allure. "Tom, do you realize that you later became a shadow looming over the entire wizarding world? This is why Dumbledore is so eager to employ me in finding your Horcrux. He fears me, yet must utilize my aid." Salazar lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Riddle's translucent orbs, which sparkled with a peculiar excitement. He smirked, revealing a somewhat morbid smile. "I know that, given my nature. I cannot become the next Dark Lord, but I cannot disappoint their expectations. Is this considered a scam?" Riddle mused, never having felt such absurdity before, though everything seemed to unfold as if it were meant to be. He hovered in the air, his eyes cast downward upon the defiant youth before him. He could not comprehend the indifference to life he perceived in the boy, but found himself drawn to the hatred etched on his face. "Yes, I can assist you." The deep green of Riddle's eyes met the dark, glimmering red of Salazar's, both appearing sincere yet harboring profound implications. "Do you need me to wear that ring?" Salazar inquired. "No need. The curse upon the ring does not stem from the Horcrux, it originates from the ring itself." Riddle was not yet ready to let the body he was about to acquire perish so easily. The translucent spirit drew closer as Salazar closed his eyes. At the moment their essences collided, a blissful smile finally graced his lips. Tom Riddle sensed something was amiss, yet he could not articulate the source of his unease. Ultimately yielding to his instincts and continuing to invade the body, he had no intention of leaving Cadmus Slytherin's soul behind. He was quite pleased with this body and intended to use it for an extended period, even planning a ritual to resurrect within it. "That fellow truly made it in," exclaimed a voice from Gryffindor, marveling at the audacity of entering another's body so casually. "I really can't decide whether to call it boldness or folly." "Are you surprised? Did you doubt my success from the outset?" Salazar retorted, somewhat irked. "Well, a normal person would harbor some skepticism. Such a pie falling from the sky is either poisoned or made of iron, and could very well crush someone. That cannot be said. This is an opportunity too good to pass up, and besides, he is left with little choice, is he not? If he does not find a way to escape now, Dumbledore will surely return, and then he would be faced with death." Hufflepuff appeared to be in high spirits once the Horcrux was dealt with. She could take the resurrection stone back for study. For an alchemist, the chance to research the Deathly Hallows was an unparalleled joy. A millennium ago, She had sought the Deathly Hallows, but at that time, the wizarding world was entirely chaotic, making it impossible to find anything. Tom Riddle listened intently, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. He viewed the world through Salazar's perspective but saw no one, only the voices echoing in his mind. He sensed the other soul within this body had vanished, and in that instant, clarity struck him. This might have been a meticulously orchestrated trap all along. But it was too late. He was drawn into an abyss of darkness. In this space, four luminous orbs converged, seemingly scrutinizing him from head to toe. Smaller than the last one we encountered, one remarked. How many pieces has this fellow truly divided himself into? Including the diadem, the cup, and the locket. There are now known to be 4 Horcruxes. Hufflepuff stated incredulously as she counted. Dumbledore appraised Riddle. Clad in black robes, to create so many Horcruxes for the sake of survival suggests that his sanity has long since unraveled. If it were me, I would prefer death. In this realm of darkness, Riddle felt utterly immobilized, the weight of pressure closing in from all sides. His soul seemed confined within a narrow passage. All avenues of retreat sealed. He finally comprehended the oddity he had sensed earlier. Everything had progressed far too smoothly. Just as Dumbledore discovered his hiding place. Someone had arrived who could whisk him away, a person who could empathize with him in many ways and was willing to share their body. What a remarkable coincidence. Regrettably, he realized far too late. They drew nearer, the luminous orbs flickering, their discussions continuing. Do you think it possible to extract further information from him? His current soul state does not resemble that of the first Horcrux. However, his consciousness remains relatively lucid. We devised our narrative in merely 3 minutes. And he actually believed it. During the subsequent operation, I certainly added more details. One of the green orbs chimed in. Its familiar voice echoing the tone of a youthful boy, albeit with a completely different inflection. Once again, we meet, Mr. Riddle. As you can see, if you provide us with clues regarding the whereabouts of your next Horcrux, we might consider leaving you here for the time being. The restraints upon him seemed to loosen. And Riddle felt a flicker of movement within him, yet this did little to improve his dire situation. He indeed knew what the next Horcrux was. It was the diary he had penned after entering Hogwarts. Regrettably, he had no recollection of where he had placed it. Even if he had known, he would never divulge that information. After a brief silence, the 4 formless luminous orbs resumed their discourse. See? It's impossible to get him to speak. If we uncover the secrets of the Horcruxes he painstakingly created, what if we are deceived once more? Gryffindor asserted vehemently. The yellow orb drifted closer, circling Riddle, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, Riddle sensed that this orb was in remarkably high spirits. I now suspect that he may possess more than 4 Horcruxes. Hopefully, he hasn't solely fashioned Horcruxes from our relics. If the other 2 Deathly Hallows are also turned into Horcruxes, that would be splendid. Salazar sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, you can't possibly expect me to continue deceiving. Can you? The red, blue, and yellow orbs of light drew closer to him, and then the 4 luminescent spheres experienced a slight collision. Sal, they said, we are quite intrigued by your lineage. Why not give it a try? Salazar gazed into the essence of Riddle. No need for inquiries, let us resolve this directly. The final vestige of Tom Riddle's soul vanished completely, and in his dying moments, he could not utter even a whisper. Gryffindor observed the place of his disappearance and suddenly inquired, so, does this constitute a deception? For an extended period thereafter, Dumbledore refrained from presenting any further clues regarding the Horcruxes. He seemed to struggle to uncover more. Meanwhile, Salazar and Gryffindor had no additional discoveries that could confirm the existence of Horcruxes hidden within Hogwarts. Riddle's hiding places exhibited a rather predictable pattern, consistently located in areas of significant personal sentiment to him. However, searching for anything within Hogwarts proved exceedingly challenging, setting aside the Forbidden Forest. If Riddle had transformed a book of great importance to himself into a Horcrux and concealed it within the restricted section, locating it would undoubtedly be a monumental endeavor. Furthermore, they would remain at Hogwarts for a considerable duration, and the quest for Horcruxes could serve as a delightful diversion during that time. Otherwise, spending 7 years at Hogwarts would indeed be rather tedious. It took Salazar over 4 years to meticulously transcribe the books suitable for display in the bookstore. An endeavor of monumental scale, filling 7 towering shelves to the brim. These volumes merely represent the accessible knowledge. Some texts, deemed perilous by Salazar, were subject to stringent reading conditions and thus remained hidden from public view on the ground floor. His memory could only encompass so much. The remainder would have to await the arrival of Ravenclaw to complete. However, should anyone manage to master all the knowledge housed here, it would indeed be an impressive feat. Thus far, No individual has achieved this, not even Dumbledore. Of course, this undertaking was not solely the work of Salazar. Even with the assistance of magic, it would be implausible to accomplish such a task within 4 years. Gryffindor dedicated a substantial portion of his time to transcribing in the bookstore, persistently voicing his complaints yet dutifully returning to his desk each day, producing legible script. Then there was Lupin, who faced the situation thus. Can you perform the Patronus charm? Eventually, Salazar reached a point of exasperation with the seemingly endless transcription. He pondered that if he continued alongside Gryffindor, they might still be engaged in this task when Hufflepuff had completed their life's work in alchemy. He was not keen on carrying this burden into Hogwarts, as it would sap the spirit from their school life, considering they were not merely attending school in the traditional sense. Salazar had yet to reveal his intentions to Gryffindor and the others. Thus, he resolved to impart a swifter method of learning to Lupin. During this time, Lupin had come to realize that the two gentlemen he believed to be ogres were, in fact, the same individual. While he found this revelation intriguing, he had grown accustomed to the incomprehensible during his days in the bookstore. After all, the very existence of this establishment was an astonishing phenomenon. When confronted with Salazar's inquiry, Lupin honestly shook his head. Hogwarts would not teach students such magic, and merely knowing of its existence was a commendable feat. Those who could wield the Patronus charm were even referred to as Patronus practitioners. Very well, Salazar replied, shaking his head in disappointment. He tore off a sheet of paper, inscribing the incantation and techniques of the Patronus charm upon it. Try to see if you can master this magic. Feel free to ask me if you encounter difficulties. Lupin accepted the paper, his lips twitching with amusement, feeling as though he were truly attending school. Approximately 3 months later, he finally stumbled upon the mastery of this charm. In response, Gryffindor expressed his astonishment on multiple occasions. Goodness, is the Patronus charm truly that challenging? How long did it take us to learn it initially? 3 days, perhaps? Although Salazar uttered not a word, his increasingly disdainful gaze undeniably impeded Lupin's progress in learning. It was a damp evening in late October, and the air was heavy with moisture. Lupin stood nervously in the basement of the bookstore, while Salazar methodically organized the potion-making station. Come now, cast legilimens upon me. Lupin gripped his wand tightly, unease coursing through him as he regarded Salazar, utterly perplexed as to why Mr. Ogroth had instructed him to learn this spell and to direct it at himself. Yet, as an employee, Lupin maintained a commendable sense of decorum. After all, it was not an egregious act. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Salazar. In that moment, he perceived the reversal curse, the cost borne by the caster, and how to deftly circumvent non-targeted spells, as well as the intricacies of mind, incantation, and belief. Lupin felt confident that should he retake the N.E.T. wizarding examination, he would achieve at least 6 O's. Thus, the solitary scribe transformed into a trio, and by the end of July 1986, they finally completed this monumental endeavor. Over the course of 3 years, the Soul Whisper bookstore evolved into the headquarters of the Clock Club, a loosely affiliated organization that neither agitated nor provoked anyone's sensibilities. It emerged quietly and spread silently, so much so that 2 wizards passing in Diagon Alley would suddenly halt to glance at each other's lapels, checking for a pin denoting their astrological sign. These signs represented various academic pursuits, and Salazar prepared questionnaires in the bookstore. Achieving a score of 80 out of 100 on these assessments would grant one admission to the club. Members of the Clock Club gained access to advanced knowledge not displayed in the bookstore, while also bearing the responsibility of passing that knowledge forward. Recent events concerning Voldemort and the current unrest among magical creatures had ignited a fervor for learning among wizards. What astonished Salazar most was that the most popular book in the store was one on culinary arts and beauty, brought back by Hufflepuff's Amy. However, the greatest joy for Salazar over these 3 years was that his body had not lingered in stasis. The wounds upon his soul were gradually healing. He appeared somewhat grown. Still not fully matured, yet it seemed merely a matter of a couple more years. Salazar was perplexed by the transformation he had undergone. The wounds to his soul, by all accounts, should not have healed so swiftly. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that by the time he reached adulthood, his spiritual injuries would be entirely mended. The soul has always been the most enigmatic and incomprehensible of entities, and after numerous unsuccessful explorations, Salazar resolved to abandon his inquiries. At least he no longer recalled the events of the Twilight battlefield each time he gazed into a mirror. However, he also resolved never to care for another serpent. He was now content in the company of Teresa S. Lilith. It must be said, the joy of nurturing a cat is indeed addictive. and no one can resist a feline that presents its belly in trust. Nonetheless, Salazar often contemplated informing Teresa that Lilith was, in fact, a male, and adorning him with a bow was rather inappropriate. Yet, generally speaking, voicing such thoughts would yield no effect, much like in his childhood when Teresa, fully aware that braiding a boy's hair was unsuitable, persisted with delight. At 7:30 in the morning, Amy delivered a letter from Sirius, in which he stated that he had tidied up number 2 Ligastrom Lane. With the progression of the clock club, Salazar found that the bookstore, once spacious, now felt cramped. Many were intrigued by Salazar's dual role as the initiator of the club and the proprietor of the bookstore. The second floor of the Whispering Soul bookstore was no longer a tranquil sanctuary. 103, moving, and dual 1 I am ready. Teresa descended the stairs, a pearl handbag slung over her shoulder. She wore a pristine white knee-length dress adorned with a lovely string of pearls, seemingly a matching ensemble with her handbag. As she linked her arm with Salazar's, her smile radiating warmth. At that moment, the layout of the bookstore's second floor bore no resemblance to its former state. Aside from the restroom, all other rooms had vanished, and the furniture now consisted solely of tables and chairs. In addition to the original furnishings, Salazar had acquired new pieces, transforming the space into a tidy reading room. Salazar left behind the lamp, transformed by magic, resembling petals, which imbued the reading room with a more enchanting atmosphere. The basement has been converted into a library, where all the tools and materials for potion making have been removed by Salazar. It now houses a collection of perilous books accessible only to club members. Lupin stood at the entrance of the shop, experiencing a peculiar sense of ownership, as though this bookstore would soon be under his stewardship, largely due to Salazar's abrupt departure, which gave the impression that he would not return. However, in reality, Salazar might visit the Leaky Cauldron in a day or two, and he would undoubtedly stop by the bookstore. Mr. Ogros, must I continue with the dictation? Lupin inquired tentatively. Salazar has begun to reflect on whether he had been excessively demanding of his employees in the past year. He often takes leisurely strolls with Gryffindor, and during Teresa's return, he would pause his writing to engage in conversation. However, for his employee, Lupin, there have been scarcely any days off, save for a few during the Christmas season. For now, there is little more to add. In the depths of his mind, Salazar contemplated that perhaps he should summon Rona. For Lupin had become quite adept at the art of legilimency, enabling Ravenclaw to instill within him an entire month's worth of knowledge in one go. Lupin nodded enthusiastically, completely oblivious to the fact that there was a temporary condition preceding the notion of abundance. Then, this evening, we shall convene at the dilapidated abode. Very well, Mr. Ogros. Gryffindor was already waiting at the entrance, his face etched with impatience as he urged, "Hurry up, Sal. I've been ready for ages. You could have gone ahead." Taking advantage of his current height, Salazar launched a playful assault on Gryffindor, ruffling his hair. Gryffindor jumped back in surprise, retreating a few steps, and shook his fist at Salazar. "I suggest you temper your antics. Considering your soul has recovered to this extent, it would hardly be fair to bully you. In a few days, we shall duel." Salazar's expression suddenly turned serious as he gazed at Gryffindor and inquired, "Goatee, are you certain that your height allows you to wield your sword effectively?" Gryffindor replied with a puzzled look. Meanwhile, Teresa cradled Mr. Lilith, who let out a soft meow and playfully swatted at the air with his claws. Teresa lifted him slightly. Over the years, Mr. Lilith had grown quite plump, resembling a large, fluffy black ball from a distance. In a fit of indignation, Gryffindor exclaimed, "Even a cat cannot bear to watch. You pretend to be a little wizard and then boast to other young wizards about your ability to perform levitation spells?" Gryffindor's expression momentarily froze. "How do you know that?" "It was Lilith who told me. You can understand what cats say? He took me to see it. It was utterly embarrassing, so I didn't call you." Teresa smiled at Salazar, reminiscent of their childhood banter with Gryffindor, gently stroking Mr. Lilith's sleek fur as they departed Diagon Alley together. The Leaky Cauldron buzzed with its usual liveliness, patrons accustomed to the minor yet troublesome disturbances caused by magical beings in recent years. Old Tom, upon seeing the trio enter, hurriedly greeted them with warmth. "Oh, Ogros, has the bookstore been renovated?" Salazar smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Indeed, we have completed our tasks. And today we shall relocate to Yezhin Road. Wishing you all a smooth journey." Last night, they had been residing at the Broken Cauldron, and by that time, the second floor of the bookstore had almost been entirely cleared, merely awaiting the installation of tables and chairs. "Let us use the flute powder. I am truly eager to experience this mode of travel." Gryffindor exclaimed enthusiastically, the previous awkwardness having long dissipated. One by one, the three entered the fireplace. And as they emerged from the shadow of the ashes, Gryffindor's former demeanor had been utterly transformed. I have always believed that it is unnecessary to enchant a house against apparition. What do you think, Sal? He mused. For safety's sake. You wouldn't want someone to suddenly appear at the foot of your bed while you sleep, would you? Gryffindor sighed and glanced around. Where is Sirius? Salazar glanced up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was merely an ordinary timepiece, and Sirius, who had long resided here, showed no inclination towards altering Muggle artifacts. At this moment, he must be on his way back. As you know, Harry Potter is attending a Muggle primary school. A soft murmur escaped from the Gryffindor. Salazar was once again plagued by a foreboding sense of unease, and he tentatively inquired, You wouldn't want to go as well, would you? Gryffindor gazed at him in disbelief, replying, Am I really that inclined? Salazar averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Let us proceed. We should first settle our luggage. The three ascended to the second floor, where Salazar returned to the same room as before, albeit this time he would be sharing it with Teresa. The second floor housed a total of 4 rooms. Besides themselves and Sirius, Remus also resided there. A few years prior, due to the unbearable presence of a werewolf as a neighbor, Remus, wishing to spare his neighbors further distress, had reluctantly accepted Sirius's invitation to move into number 2, Privet Drive. Salazar was perplexed by the situation. He often found himself inexplicably mingling with a group of Gryffindors. Although he had yet to acknowledge it himself, it was evident that in this era, Sirius and Remus had indeed become his friends. The Gryffindors were keenly aware of this phenomenon and frequently teased Salazar about what would happen if he were to don the sorting hat and be placed into Gryffindor. However, each time they brought it up, Salazar would recall the secrets he kept from them, and his spirits would lift. One could imagine that during their time at Hogwarts, Gryffindor would have little hope of winning the House Cup. After tidying up his room, he emerged to hear Gryffindor once again mention the sorting. Yet, Salazar's mind drifted to another matter he needed to address upon entering Hogwarts. Goaty, why not consider trying your luck with Slytherin? What? Salazar was tinkering with a coffee machine in the kitchen, an object he had encountered in a Muggle magazine. The atmosphere at Hogwarts had become exceedingly peculiar. We cannot allow this divisive sentiment to fester any longer. Gryffindor nodded thoughtfully. A quarter of an hour later, Gryffindor placed the first successful cup of coffee made by Salazar onto the coffee table, his expression truly difficult to describe. Let us proceed to a duel. Sarah gazed at him, falling into silence for a moment. What if we all refrain from ambush? Gryffindor's expression also turned solemn. And we shall not employ animagi. Nor shall we summon a horde of serpents to aid in casting the spell. Salazar's fist quietly clenched beneath the table, engaging in a skirmish without prior preparation. Gryffindor nodded slightly, precisely, preparing in advance lacks excitement. But where shall we go? At that moment, Teresa was still on the second floor organizing her wardrobe. Ever since she abandoned the traditional attire of vampires and began to explore Muggle clothing, her closet had become increasingly difficult to manage with each passing day. Salazar could not comprehend why Muggles had developed such a multitude of clothing styles. He felt certain that Teresa had never purchased anything akin to these. Yet the enormous wardrobe upstairs was already brimming with them before he descended, and these were merely summer garments. Thus, immersed in the joy of organizing her clothes, Teresa remained utterly oblivious to the juvenile antics that the two men downstairs were preparing to engage in. Let us move a bit farther away. A secluded spot would suffice. How about the Forbidden Forest? Salazar had already grasped the wand concealed within his sleeve. He felt every pore of his being trembling with excitement. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a sensation. There were no lingering worries, nor any urgent objectives to achieve. Victory or defeat was of little consequence. He was simply relishing the prospect of a battle that could exhaust his magical energy. The two of them exited the second house on Privet Drive in succession, and Salazar gently closed the door behind them. As they turned the corner of the street, they encountered Sirius, who was heading back with a children's picture book in hand, appearing quite new, most likely purchased en route. Over the years, he had undergone significant transformation. He no longer bore the demeanor of a schoolyard bully from his time at Hogwarts. Instead, he had become gentler, likely a result of spending time with children. Ogleros, Euseus. You've come. I just dropped Harry off at primary school. You know, that Dudley Dursley can't stand little Harry, so I need to keep an eye on him. Sirius waved at them, soon noticing the odd atmosphere between them. Having come from a similar background, he quickly discerned their intentions. Are you two preparing for a fight? He was well aware that Euseus was not an ordinary child. No child remains unchanged over 4 years. Moreover, Euseus's inhuman traits could be detected with a mere glance. To be precise, after witnessing the seemingly frail Miss Gabrielle incapacitate the werewolf Lupin with a single punch, he had ceased to be surprised by anyone associated with Salazar. At times, he even envied Lupin's profession. In recent years, Sirius had often visited the soul-whispering bookstore, but before the seemingly endless knowledge contained within its walls. He could only sigh in despair, wishing he could simply extract the essence of the text and memorize them. Sirius selectively ignored the implications of understanding. Salazar nodded. Indeed, however, this place is evidently unsuitable. We must avoid attracting the attention of muggles, and there are always too many people on this street overly interested in their neighbors. Gryffindor was clearly fiddling with something in his sleeve. It was certainly not Gryffindor's wand. Perhaps it was a dagger? Salazar speculated, recalling their past jest that Gryffindor might wield a dagger, a longsword, and a shield with greater proficiency than his wand. At that moment, Sirius seemed to have a sudden thought. Well, since Remus isn't here either, how about I act as a referee? Is Teresa truly that terrifying? Salazar and Gryffindor exchanged a fleeting glance, both feeling assured that there was no immediate risk of identity exposure. After all, who would casually associate themselves with the founders of Hogwarts? Let us find a corner hidden from Muggle sight and disapparate. With that, they ventured into the park adjacent to Privet Drive. At this hour, the park was nearly deserted. After surveying the area to confirm their solitude, Salazar seized Gryffindor's hat from behind and turned to Sirius, saying, "Let us go together to avoid getting separated." In the next moment, the three of them vanished from the park beside Privet Drive. As they materialized in a familiar setting, Sirius found himself momentarily entranced. Before him lay a slope that appeared strikingly recognizable. It was summer, and the grass was a rich, deep green, flourishing with minimal signs of human footprints. Where are we? Why have we come here? Gryffindor and Sirius inquired almost in unison. The wand of Salazar now rested firmly in his grasp. He cast a glance at the dilapidated house nearby, a smile gracing his lips. This is the Shrieking Shack. Remus once shared tales from his student days, which piqued my interest in this place. The Gryffindor surveyed his surroundings, expressing some discontent at the faint visibility of the Hogsmeade villagers. Sirius, perceiving his unease, reassured him, "Do not worry. No one will venture here. Even during my school days, rumors of hauntings surrounded this place, and the villagers of Hogsmeade kept their distance." He then looked back at the Shrieking Shack. "Shall we enter? We used to keep a key inside. There's no need to take the long way around via the Whomping Willow." Sarah gazed upon the wooden Screaming Shack, exchanging a glance with Gryffindor, both reflecting concern for the structure. They shook their heads in unison. Sirius also recognized that this was not a prudent suggestion. Although he had not witnessed the battle between Salazar's quartet and the vengeful angelic spirits at dusk, he had certainly heard of the explosion in Nocturne Alley. A translucent barrier rose, enveloping the three of them. Sirius instinctively retreated to the edge of the barrier, wisely casting an armor charm upon himself. Salazar secured his hair with Teresa's hair tie, adjusting the collar of his wizard robe. Subsequently, his wand collided with that of Gryffindor, and they exchanged nods before beginning to retreat. As they withdrew, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Upon reaching the 10th step, they both raised their wands. Just as Sirius awaited the clash of spells, Gryffindor suddenly threw a dagger at a peculiar angle, while Salazar, seemingly forewarned, swiftly cast an armor charm upon himself. The dagger struck the armor charm, creating ripples, revealing it to be an alchemical artifact. Over the years, Hufflepuff had crafted numerous alchemical items during her studies of life transmutation, her efficiency earning admiration even from the master alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. "Isn't this supposed to be a fair duel?" Salazar scoffed. "Isn't this an encounter?" Gryffindor replied with a radiant smile. "I merely seized the moment. Throwing a dagger is faster than casting a spell." He quickly dodged a cold green light from Salazar. Sirius furrowed his brow deeply, sensing that today's duel would not conclude easily. Had he misjudged that previous spell? When Gryffindor threw the dagger, he had intentionally closed the distance. In a long-range magical confrontation, he held no advantage, and Salazar's spells were swift, with some dark magic being particularly difficult to defend against. If they continued this spell duel, he would inevitably succumb to the insidious black magic. However, if he could close the distance to the range of his longsword, the narrative would shift entirely. Salazar was undoubtedly aware of Gryffindor's intentions, and thus, as Gryffindor commenced his actions, Salazar began to traverse the perimeter of the barrier, continuously casting spells to disrupt Gryffindor's movements. The magic of the two formed a fleeting equilibrium, yet the distance between them continued to diminish. Many of Salazar's spells were evidently ill-suited for dueling, while Gryffindor, relying on the resilience of his alchemical puppet body, brazenly absorbed spells that failed to inflict significant damage. However, Gryffindor sensed something amiss. He did not believe for a moment that Salazar would allow him to approach so easily. At last, after evading a ghastly white spell with a leap and landing near Salazar's initial position, Gryffindor discerned the source of his unease. The ground beneath him suddenly caved in, and a thick, black vine erupted from the grass, coiling towards his ankles. When had this trap been set? In an instant, his longsword slid into his hand, and wielding it alongside its scabbard, he struck the ground beside him, using the recoil to propel himself upward. In midair, the sword was drawn, and he aimed a fierce slash at the ominous vine. Yet, a crimson light surged towards him. Gryffindor's wand emitted a similar red glow, successfully blocking the attack, though he was still sent flying backwards. A sneak attack? Gryffindor couldn't help but smirk. The trap was laid right before him. It was his own oversight that led to this predicament. How could he blame Salazar? Raising his wand, Salazar summoned a gnarled, broken branch that soared towards Gryffindor, ready to strike. In response, Gryffindor waved his wand, shattering the branch into splinters that filled the air. Standing amidst the swirling wood particles, he transferred his wand to his left hand, while his right hand, in a gesture reminiscent of a holy knight, gripped the longsword. Continue. Sirius Black felt that the duel he was witnessing today rivaled that legendary confrontation between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, although he had not witnessed that battle firsthand. It had been chronicled in numerous magazines and newspapers, with nearly every witch and wizard having seen its reenactment. Observing the spectacle live, one could scarcely imagine it being anything less than this. The duel was predominantly silent spells. One could never anticipate the next curse hurled their way, nor could they predict whether the ground beneath their feet might collapse or be breached by vines and thorns, or the silent daggers and knives that flew stealthily from the most cunning angles. Every spot struck by magic erupted into a crater, the air thick with the damp scent of soil, and anyone gazing upon the hillside would scarcely believe that mere moments ago it had been a pristine carpet of lush green grass. He had never encountered such an array of unfamiliar spells as he did today. His 7 years at Hogwarts could scarcely equip him to comprehend even half of them. Moreover, the sheer density of the spell exchanges appeared to transcend the confines of a mere duel between two individuals. After all, which wizard wielded an alchemical longsword to cleave spells asunder? And was it truly permissible to employ the unforgivable curses in a duel? He had already witnessed Salazar's use of the killing curse thrice. As the hillside lay ravaged and riddled with craters, this exemplary display of spell collisions finally approached its conclusion. Gryffindor seized the opportunity to close the distance. Salazar deftly evaded a deep indentation behind him, narrowly avoiding a blade that had been propelled from Gryffindor's direction. Though his body bore numerous wounds, they were merely superficial grazes that did not hinder his mobility. The protective enchantment was breached by a longsword, but a crimson beam had already surged forth from the tip of Salazar's wand. Given the proximity and the momentum of the situation, Gryffindor could hardly evade it. However, he managed to retract his sword for defense just in time. This blade, forged from dragon's teeth, possessed remarkable resistance against magical forces. Yet, it was merely a disarming spell. As the incantation struck him, Gryffindor relinquished his wand without concern, focusing all his strength on gripping the longsword tightly. Had he still been flesh and blood, he would have undoubtedly felt a considerable amount of pain. However, the body of an alchemical puppet allowed him to remain wholly concentrated on wielding his sword. Gryffindor felt no sense of wrongdoing in this. Had he possessed his original form, he would not have been entangled with Salazar for so long, and many spells could have been evaded with ease. With a cunning thrust, he aimed the longsword at a particularly awkward angle, confident that at such a close distance, Salazar would be unable to evade it, not even able to cast a spell in response, for the mental acuity required for instant spell casting was too demanding. And given Salazar's current state of soul, he should still be incapable of such immediacy. Yet, Salazar appeared devoid of any defensive inclination. In an instant, Gryffindor noticed a shift in the color of Salazar's eyes, and his speed suddenly surged. Although he could not evade the impending attack, a dagger had swiftly emerged from Salazar's sleeve, now poised against Gryffindor's lower back. They remained in this tense posture for a few moments before each withdrew their respective weapons and stepped back. Salazar gasped for breath, his eyes regaining their color. The deep green, reminiscent of emeralds, was devoid of any trace of red. Gryffindor retrieved his wand and summoned a scabbard, sheathing the longsword while still holding it in hand. He appeared equally disheveled, his right sleeve entirely absent, and the rest of his attire tattered and torn. Dust covered his face and hair, clearly evidence of his many rolls upon the ground. He had always preferred to evade when possible, resorting to counterspells only when escape was no longer an option. It could be considered a draw. Salazar nodded, acknowledging the conclusion. After all, the garments were already soiled. They had finally finished their skirmish. And only when Sirius was certain that no sudden magical outburst would occur did he leisurely approach. It was truly exhilarating. He circumvented a seemingly profound pit, deliberately casting his gaze within, sensing it might be at least 4 feet deep. Salazar had tucked his wand back into the concealed pocket of his sleeve, disregarding any concerns about his appearance as he wiped away the beads of sweat that had suddenly emerged. The weather in England at the end of July remained quite sweltering. Though he had not felt it much before, during the duel, he certainly did not wear the alchemical robe crafted by Hufflepuff, for he wished to avoid any accidental damage. Otherwise, he would have to endure the remaining sweltering month of summer on his own. It would be utterly unbearable for a wizard of serpentine lineage to navigate the summer of 1986 without the aid of magic. Who could fathom why the climate now was so much hotter than it was a millennium ago? However, it seems we ought to tidy this place up. Gryffindor surveyed the surroundings, a wry smile crossing his face. I must say, Sal, you really ought to seek out a desolate land where no one would ever venture. Salazar had commenced the magical endeavor of filling a pit, and he too was struck by a similar thought. Allowing himself a wry smile, I had presumed we would all manage the incantations with ease, yet it has been far too long since we engaged in such activities. Hey, these were clearly your doing, he exclaimed. In all matters, restoration invariably proves more challenging than destruction. By the time they completed the repairs, the clock had already struck 11:30. So be it, he sighed, leaning against the outer wall of the shrieking shack. It's impossible to restore everything to its former glory. Those flowers and plants are simply too difficult to revive. Salazar let out a resigned sigh. His magical prowess was ill-suited for mending these plants. Come, it's time for us to return, he called to Sirius, who was still engaged in a tussle with a cluster of dandelions. Are you heading to Hogsmeade, or will you join us on our way back? Reluctantly, Sirius released the dandelions, more accurately, what remained of them. Let us return together. The 3 of them then apparat, reappearing once more in the small grove adjacent to Privet Drive. As Salazar touched down, a piercing scream echoed through the air. A young woman with chestnut hair stood trembling behind a tree, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the sudden appearance of the 3 figures. With remarkable swiftness, Salazar summoned his wand into his hand, exclaiming, "Obliviate." Sal, you are utterly lacking in tenderness, complained a member of Gryffindor upon witnessing this scene. As they departed from the grove, Gryffindor managed to rouse the lady from her slumber. And during their walk back to number 2, he began to recount how, years ago, he had encountered a half-blood witch of enchanting beauty. Her long hair flowed like satin, shimmering silver, a truly stunning sight. I recall it was in March when she adorned herself with a crown of purple flowers, humming Gregorian chants by the banks of the Isis River, all the while satirizing the corruption of the Holy See, while I provided a melodic accompaniment on my harp. Sirius understood that the Isis River he referred to was likely the Thames, adjacent to London, but what on earth was the Holy See? A villain from a legendary tale? Upon their return to number 2, they found Teresa waiting in the living room. Upon seeing the 3 of them, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where have you been? What happened to you?" Gryffindor's attire was still in tatters. Salazar has improved significantly. The tattered wizard's robe, which had been torn in numerous places, has been discarded by him. He has donned a brand new robe, yet the garments beneath still appear somewhat disheveled, with remnants of grass clinging to the collar. The only one who looks somewhat unchanged since his departure is Sirius, but whether he has taken any action is of no concern to Teresa. Salazar let out a chuckle, responding, "Yes, we merely took a stroll nearby." Teresa approached him briskly, tugging him upstairs. "First, change your clothes. Your collar is covered in grass clippings." "How did you manage that?" As they reached the turn of the staircase, she suddenly halted, gazing intently into Salazar's eyes, her enthusiasm palpable. "Did you duel that fellow from Gryffindor? What was the outcome?" Salazar slightly pursed his lips and remarked, "Having utilized the source blood you bestowed upon me, I suppose we are at a stalemate. You merely made use of it at the very end, did you not? I can sense my will intertwined within that blood. Had you employed it sooner, that fellow from Gryffindor would have been unable to approach you at all. Regardless, the source blood is now yours, and thus it belongs to you. Furthermore, that individual did not solely rely on his wand, but also wielded his sword, which is inherently unjust." Teresa shook her fist and shot a glare at Gryffindor, who was preparing to ascend the stairs. The notion of transforming between vampire and human had been realized between them. Teresa had infused her consciousness into the source blood, while Salazar's own lineage could nearly nullify any external influences. The amalgamation of the two allowed for a remarkable control over the situation. As Teresa assisted in selecting suitable Muggle attire, Salazar finally mustered the courage to voice a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Teresa, why was it that you insisted on my transformation in the past? And why now do you only occasionally urge me to undergo it for a brief period?" Teresa's countenance abruptly flushed, and she glanced at Salazar before quickly averting her gaze. Because," she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, ultimately falling silent. What?" Salazar inquired, perplexed. Grasping the cabinet door, Teresa confessed softly, "Because of the child." The child. Salazar had never contemplated this matter before. Although many wizarding families placed great importance on bloodline inheritance, during the siege of Slytherin Castle, when he was forced to flee, such considerations were far from his mind. He recalled Helena, the daughter of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. In Helena's youth, both he and Gryffindor had been exceedingly protective of the little girl, wanting to shield her from any harm while also finding joy in teasing her. Hufflepuff would always intervene just before Gryffindor could approach Helena, seemingly determined to prevent her from being subjected to chaos whenever Gryffindor neared. However, they never obstructed Salazar's approach. Yet, after the first time he held Helena, he never again expressed a desire to do so. She was far too delicate, too fragile, and he feared he might accidentally drop the little one. "I am a vampire, and you are human. We cannot have children together. Even if by some stroke of luck we were to have a child, it would likely be unhealthy, perhaps even deformed." Teresa's voice was barely audible, fragmented. "I cannot transform into a human, but you can become a vampire. I understand your fondness for human food and the sunlight that streams through the window. To force it would only lead us back to our previous struggles. As long as we are together, just transform for a little while." With a flushed face, Teresa grasped Salazar's arm, acknowledging that her attire was already soiled. "Salazar, 106, the exclusion of the world. It's 2 o'clock. Have you changed your clothes? It's been 3 hours." Gryffindor languidly fiddled with a set of wizard's chess pieces while reclining on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Salazar, his expression laden with significance. Salazar settled beside him, drying his hair with a towel, seemingly oblivious to Gryffindor's remarks. He seized a pack of chocolate frogs from the table, and upon tearing open the wrapper, deftly captured the frog that attempted to leap away. To his surprise, a card featuring the renowned Muggle studies expert, Blenheimstock, tumbled out. Gryffindor regarded him with a gaze filled with resentment as he consumed the chocolate frog. Salazar felt inexplicably scrutinized by Gryffindor, and the latter half of the chocolate frog was utterly tasteless. "Why do you gaze at me in such a manner?" Gryffindor sighed, his gaze lingering on the bite mark on Salazar's neck, as he silently set down the chess piece in his hand. "Do you not think that if you continue like this, you might become anemic?" Salazar gently touched his neck, tugging his collar upward slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no desire to continue discussing the matter with Gryffindor. However, having just transformed from a vampire back to a human, he indeed required a moment to recuperate. Gryffindor continued to fiddle with the wizard's chess set, letting out a long sigh. "Sal, tell me, why were there so many witches who admired me back then, yet none were truly willing to be with me?" Salazar shook his head, remarking, "It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps they perceive you as a rather irresponsible individual." Gryffindor let out a lengthy sigh. "Come, let us engage in another game of chess. Sirius should have returned with Harry by now, and then we shall proceed to the Weasley residence together." Salazar picked up the black piece, yet his mind wandered to the enigma of Gryffindor's solitary predicament, a mystery that remained unresolved even a millennium ago. Despite Gryffindor's striking appearance and remarkable achievements, numerous witches were enamored by him, yet none were willing to attempt even a day's companionship. This conundrum stumped not only Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, but also left Salazar to conclude that it was merely a consequence of Gryffindor's numerous deceptions. As the game progressed, an epiphany struck Salazar. "Gryffindor, once at Hogwarts, you might consider forging new connections. In this era, no one is privy to your past exploits." Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Sirius returned with Harry in tow. Young Harry, following closely behind Sirius, appeared somewhat bashful upon encountering Salazar and Gryffindor, for their last meeting had transpired a year prior. However, it wasn't long before Gryffindor successfully engaged Harry, and they began to share a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, competing to see who would be more unfortunate. Salazar could not comprehend what was so worthy of comparison. Earlier, Teresa had made it abundantly clear that she had no desire to attend Mr. Weasley's celebratory gathering for his recent promotion. Therefore, It was nearly half an hour later that they stepped into the fireplace. This marked Salazar's second journey via flue powder that day, and it certainly was not a pleasant experience. He recalled the Muggle tumble dryer, one of which resided at number 2, Privet Drive. The previous owner had not taken it when leaving the house. However, thus far, Sirius seemed to have never utilized it. In comparison to a washing machine, magic was indeed a tad more convenient. Nevertheless, the sensation he experienced was akin to that of garments tossed into a washing machine. He felt like dough, being carelessly kneaded by a chaotic space. He could hardly fathom why so many wizards favored this mode of travel. Had he been a modern wizard, he would undoubtedly have mastered apparition, if only to avoid using flue powder. The consecutive journeys via flue powder throughout the day left Salazar regretting his decision to enchant the house against apparition. He would gladly label the invention of flue powder as a regression in wizarding civilization. Speaking of which, Salazar's intersection with Mr. Weasley occurred purely by chance one weekend when Mr. Weasley, out of curiosity, wandered into a recently renowned bookstore while strolling through Diagon Alley. He recognized the shop's owner as the wizard who had come to their aid during the Battle of Twilight, and it appeared that Dumbledore held this bookstore proprietor in high esteem. Thus, when Mr. Weasley discovered Salazar perusing a Muggle magazine, his excitement only intensified. Others visited the Soul Whisper bookstore for the ancient knowledge it offered, yet Mr. Weasley sought out various Muggle novels and magazines. On the day he encountered Mr. Weasley, Salazar had been engrossed in a Muggle science magazine. He felt that there must be some undiscovered connection between Muggle science and magic, and he longed to unveil such a link, believing that this would truly aid wizarding civilization. Having arrived in this era, he finally grasped that when he first came, he had assumed his negative state was a consequence of the backlash from time magic. In reality, it was the era's rejection of his unexpectedly potent soul and magic. The true alleviation of this rejection stemmed from the fusion and conflict of Slytherin's bloodline and Gabrielle's ancestral blood. This unforeseen entanglement somewhat diminished Salazar's magical prowess. And coupled with the world's familiarity with Gabrielle's blood, Salazar managed to navigate through the challenges. He could not ascertain whether Teresa had contemplated this at the time. However, later on, during certain tasks, Teresa insisted on a brief transformation, which indeed seemed to align with her assertions. Reflecting on the events of midday, Salazar momentarily lost his train of thought. After a brief pause, he resumed his previous contemplation. As someone who had traversed from a millennium ago to the present, he recognized that for Gryffindor and the others, although their magic had remained largely unchanged, they were, after all, Horcruxes, and their souls were not particularly robust. This era could easily accommodate them. As for Teresa, perhaps it was due to her genuine experience of 1,000 years, coupled with her minimal utilization of powers beyond the Gabrielle family, that this world did not reject her. In retrospect, during the Battle of Twilight, Haybol's revenge had, in a way, alleviated Salazar's significant plight of being shunned by the world. The price was that Salazar's soul might never restore to its former state. Along with the loss of his soul-bound companion, Salazar deeply regretted his decision. Now, for years later, he still lamented not awakening Haybol during their foray into the secret chamber. Aside, there is no need to question why I transformed the protagonist into a vampire. It was essential for the narrative. Despite the fact that I am aware my main storyline is rather far-fetched. 107. For Arthur's promotion and salary increase. For Arthur's promotion and salary increase. Mrs. Weasley raised her goblet. The children at the adjacent table looked on in disbelief, while Mrs. Weasley dismissed Gryffindor's justifications entirely, resolutely placing him alongside the children. Salazar could only hope that he would not find himself entangled with the renowned twins of the Weasley family. From Mr. Weasley's lips, he had already heard far too many tales about those twins. They were indeed reminiscent of the Gryffindor of their youth, refusing to adhere to any rules whatsoever. Recently, it seemed the Ministry of Magic had finally recognized the significance of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, elevating its status considerably within the institution. Naturally, Minister Fudge had also augmented Mr. Weasley's income. Thus, the promotion and salary increase mentioned by Mrs. Weasley primarily pertained to the latter, as the former had not manifested significantly. However, in Mr. Weasley's own words, he was quite well regarded within the department. They all concurred that his department had become quite important, and they all needed him. This was indeed splendid news, Salazar mused. A wizarding family such as the Weasleys was far more conventional than the Blacks. He did not imply that Sirius was abnormal, but perhaps the Black family might perceive Sirius as the peculiar one. Admittedly, the Weasley family was not entirely typical. No wizarding family would exhibit such an interest in Muggle implements, yet at least their hobbies did not impinge upon others. This aligned with Salazar's usual approach of what is it to you and what is it to me, though it might not be entirely accurate. Salazar often professed that it was none of his concern, yet in truth, he could never refrain from intervening, hoping to enhance the situation slightly. At least for the time being, it appeared that Mr. Weasley's salary was more than sufficient to support his children, even allowing him to pursue his interest in Muggle artifacts. However, in a few years, once Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny had all embarked on their educational journeys, that might not hold true. Merely acquiring wands, cauldrons, books, and various learning tools for the children would constitute a considerable expense. Yet who could predict the circumstances of that time? Perhaps Mr. Weasley would continue to rise in his career. Or maybe Bill or Charlie would secure a lucrative position that could assist the family, or perhaps the Weasleys would win a grand prize. Salazar held a profound appreciation for the exquisite tomato soup prepared by Mrs. Weasley. It seemed she had employed a form of magic that lay beyond Salazar's own knowledge, transforming the humble tomatoes and mushrooms into a culinary delight. Meanwhile, the Weasley couple appeared somewhat embarrassed about their previous habit of perusing books at the Soul Whisper bookstore without purchasing. Mrs. Weasley eagerly urged Salazar, saying, "Oh, dear Sal, do try this. And this one too. I am certain you will adore it." Her culinary skills were undeniably remarkable. Over the past few years, Mrs. Weasley had developed a keen interest in the books sent by Hufflepuff to Salazar, much like every witch who had visited the Soul Whisper bookstore. She was instantly captivated by the covers of those meticulously designed books. To date, only the few books sent by Hufflepuff boasted colorful covers, while the rest of the volumes were uniformly clad in black hardcover. Salazar observed that his sole employee, Remus Lupin, appeared somewhat restrained at that moment. He surmised that Lupin was still mindful of his identity as a werewolf, making it difficult for him to fully engage in the atmosphere of the gathering. However, Salazar himself was not the type to belong to Gryffindor, and now, at another makeshift table, Gryffindor had already mingled with several of the Weasley children. Salazar pondered that unless it was a gathering of just the four of them, he could never truly relax, not even with Teresa present. Thus, he discreetly signaled to Mrs. Weasley, who, thankfully, eventually grasped his implication. To his dismay, Salazar discovered that his sole employee had become even more anxious. This was likely due to the fact that everyone here was acutely aware of his identity as a werewolf. In the bookstore, Lupin never exhibited any nervousness when facing customers. Fortunately, the presence of Sirius helped alleviate some of Lupin's tension, and Mr. Weasley held a considerable fondness for the only employee at Soul Whisper. Having previously remarked that with Lupin's extensive knowledge, he could easily serve as a professor at Hogwarts. In truth, even if Lupin had never worked at Soul Whisper, he was more than qualified to teach at Hogwarts, particularly in a practical capacity. At the dinner table, Mr. Weasley lamented the perpetual shortage of defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts, expressing his belief that both Salazar and Lupin should endeavor to teach, as he evidently considered teaching to be the most enviable profession in existence. Eventually, he realized that he was not attempting to usurp Salazar's position. However, once Lupin finished transcribing the book, Salazar would hardly be concerned about whether he left his job. Presently, though, that was out of the question. Finding another employee capable of performing the Patronus charm was exceedingly difficult, and Salazar was reluctant to endure the training process for another employee to learn it. It was far too cumbersome, and the next candidate might not even match Lupin's proficiency. After hearing Mr. Weasley's remarks about the ongoing shortage of defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts, Salazar couldn't shake the feeling that this was no mere coincidence. Was there a conspiracy at play? Or perhaps a curse? If it were indeed a curse, he had a nagging suspicion it was somehow related to his unfortunate, foolish descendant who had fragmented himself into many pieces. And Mr. Riddle was quite gullible. That resurrection stone was currently in the possession of Nicholas Flamel, being diligently studied by two alchemists day and night. Yet, Salazar had no desire to involve himself in this affair, even though the curse likely pertained to the Slytherin bloodline. Nevertheless, Dumbledore couldn't remain idle at Hogwarts forever, could he? This thought led Salazar to contemplate the position he might hold at Hogwarts in a few years. He had already discussed this with Dumbledore, who had been particularly eager for him to assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor. However, Salazar envisioned a scenario in which he would be teaching students how to combat dark magic with dark magic. It wouldn't be long before he faced numerous complaints from parents. Salazar felt a considerable degree of frustration regarding the restrictions on dark magic in this era. While excessive use of dark magic could indeed affect a person's mental state, shouldn't there be a threshold for learning? Why outright ban an entire magical discipline? Ultimately, his position was likely to be that of a professor of ancient runes. The previous instructor, Professor Bida Babbling, had long contemplated resignation, but Dumbledore had yet to find a suitable successor, which had delayed the transition. However, Salazar had no desire to teach what was currently referred to as ancient runes, instead intending to impart to students the genuine ancient runes applicable in practical scenarios. At that time, creatures with high magical resistance would no longer pose a threat to wizards. Even a novice wizard, with mastery of ancient runes, could very well escape the jaws of a fire dragon. Unexpectedly, Sirius exhibited a great curiosity about Mr. Weasley's account and seemed inclined to try his hand at being a professor for a year, with Mr. Weasley surprisingly supporting his idea. In my humble opinion, I believe it is not a prudent idea for Sirius to take on the role of a professor. The outcome would likely mirror that of a Gryffindor assuming such a position. Unlike Gryffindor, who was bestowed with an aura of distinction a millennium ago when he was referred to as a professor, students might have perceived his somewhat juvenile antics as possessing profound significance. However, if he were to opt for the position of defense against the dark arts instructor, it would pose no significant issue. In a mere year, the young wizards might still glean numerous valuable insights. Over the past few years, it appears that Sirius has also been assisting the Ministry of Magic. Salazar remained oblivious to the specifics of his actions. Yet he observed that Sirius appeared particularly at ease during his moments of leisure. However, when immersed in work, Sirius would vanish for several consecutive days. He confided in Salazar, lamenting that when engulfed in tasks, his current employer seemed to regard him as less than human. In response, Salazar could only feel a pang of sorrow for him while simultaneously checking on the progress of Lupin's transcription. Salazar speculated that his actions were likely related to the search for contraband items. However, the Ministry of Magic, for the sake of efficacy in their investigations, had deliberately concealed his identity. At that moment, Sirius was engaged in a discussion with Mr. Weasley regarding the quantity of illicit items that might be hidden within the Malfoy estate. Their descriptions were exceedingly extravagant, and both seemed to genuinely believe in the existence of a clandestine repository for dark magical artifacts beneath the Malfoy manor. The very notion sparked Salazar's interest in this family. They were presumably descendants of Roxanne Malfoy. According to Pablo's diary, it appeared that he had left no heirs. Yet, it remains a possibility that they were not. For the earliest records of the Malfoy lineage trace back to Armand Malfoy, who journeyed to England alongside the conqueror William, contributing in ways that were both obscure and suspect to the grand enterprise of William the Conqueror. Regrettably, he did not leave behind any genetic samples from Pablo or Roxanne. Otherwise, a bloodline enchantment would have unveiled all secrets. Nevertheless, Salazar harbored a fondness for the surnames of his students. Furthermore, their family's ability to defend themselves successfully after Voldemort's downfall attested to their intellect. They were certainly not akin to the lunatics commonly found among the Death Eaters, who had all been incarcerated in Azkaban yet continued to proclaim their master's inevitable return.